It is a monkey beast that is disliked by everyone. The only value seems to be making money from winemaking skills. However, the other stone monkeys were busy gathering fruits in preparation for awakening their winemaking skills. Only it was playing there alone, holding a wooden stick. The first time I saw it, I made up my mind to contract it to be my first beast. My choice drew mocking laughter from my classmates. Even the examiner leading the team sighed helplessly. However, on the first day of the contract, I successfully advanced it to the bronze level and received the fastest breakthrough reward. Afterwards, I evolved its bloodline into the invincible spiritual stone monkey. This is because I have awakened a simplified beast taming system, which simplifies all beast taming related operations. And this monkey can become stronger just by drinking alcohol. I looked at the stone monkey I had just contracted and said with a smile, "From now on, I will call you Great Sage." Although the little monkey was a little confused, he did not reject the name. I stroked the Monkey King's head excitedly, my heart filled with joy the mission was finally accomplished. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for contracting the Beast Tamer and obtaining the simplified beast taming system. The system's built-in data panel has been opened. Please explore other functions on your own." I was full of doubts about this simplified beast control system, and asked tentatively in my mind, "System, can you introduce your functions?" However, after waiting for a long time without any response, it seems that I can only explore on my own. Simplify, as the name suggests, is to simplify complex things, right? The system has the word, beast control, which makes me intuitively feel that it should be able to greatly simplify the cumbersome processes related to beast control. Let's give it a try. I took out the basic exercise. Spirit absorption breathing method, distributed by the school. The levels of beast taming from low to high are infancy, bronze, silver, gold and diamond, and the key to improving the level is to practice skills and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It would be great if the practice process could be simplified. I casually flipped through the book on exercises. As soon as I closed the book, the system prompt sounded immediately, detected that the cultivation method can be simplified. Target, Great Sage, do you want to spend 1,000 dragon coins to simplify it? My eyes lit up. It actually worked. But then my face darkened. This costs money? And 1,000 dragon coins? After years of saving pocket money, I finally had some savings, but I didn't expect that I would have to spend it all in one simplification. I was so distressed that I gritted my teeth, but I knew that there would be no return without investment. After hesitating for a moment, I still clicked, yes. A pleasant reminder sounded, simplification completed. The nailing breathing method is simplified to drinking. A stream of light flew out of the book of skills and directly merged into the Great Sage's body. The Great Sage looked at me in confusion and conveyed a simple message through the contract. "Etienne, thirsty, want to drink?" I was stunned. The stone monkeys have a special preference for alcohol, but I didn't expect the system to simplify cultivation to drinking. In other words, as long as the Great Sage drinks, his realm will be improved? I couldn't wait to try it, so I ran to the entrance of the breeding base and spent my last 100 yuan to buy a bottle of monkey wine, specially made for animal protection. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, the Monkey King jumped over, took the bottle and gulped down a few gulps, his body shaking so much that he could not stand steadily. I quickly snatched the bottle back, put the lid on it, and was afraid that it would get drunk if I took another sip. It's time to witness a miracle. I stared at the Great Sage's data panel and opened my mouth wide. Name, Great Sage, race, stone monkey, level, juvenile, 10, potential, bronze. With just 2 sips of wine, the Monkey King's level soared from 10 to 30. My heartbeat accelerated as I looked at the bottle in my hand, and I silently calculated in my mind that after finishing this bottle of wine, the Monkey King might be able to directly advance to bronze. This speed can no longer be described as fast. I remember that my sister Ying took 2 months to get her Rongrong sheep to bronze level, but I almost surpassed her so easily. Etienne, what are you laughing at? Are you so happy about making a contract with a stone monkey? Someone patted my shoulder. I turned around and saw that it was my classmate Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang looked at me in a daze and urged me. Hurry up, our team leader asked us to gather together. After the contract was completed, everyone gathered at the gate of the base. The team leader Lu Jing cleared his throat and announced to the excited students. Congratulations, everyone. From today on, you will officially become Beast Masters. The next month is a free training period. I hope you will not slack off and do your best to improve your beast taming level. He added, once the Beast Master breaks through to bronze, report to the school immediately. The school will rank them in order of breakthrough, and the top 100 will receive rewards. When the students heard the word, reward, their eyes lit up instantly, but then dimmed. With thousands of people in the school, it sounded like a fantasy to rely on a stone monkey to rush into the top 100. Lu Jing looked at everyone's expressions and comforted them. Don't be discouraged. As long as you can help the stone monkey control his drinking instinct and concentrate on practicing, it is not impossible to break through to bronze within a month. Last year, a senior who had a contract with a stone monkey broke through in just 20 days, ranked 80th, and won a resource reward of 10,000 dragon coins. Before he finished speaking, the student's eyes lit up again. As long as the stone monkey is not allowed to drink and can concentrate on his cultivation, everything will be fine. I was thinking about this when suddenly a hint of wine wafted through the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the smell of wine and saw the Monkey King lying drunkenly on my shoulder. Isn't this the monkey that played with the stick? The students were stunned. Someone actually contracted a stone monkey and made it drunk? Several students couldn't help but take a step back and pretended not to know me. I smiled helplessly. With nothing to say, some things really can't be explained. Lu Zheng's eyes fell on me. He raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, I just said that you should restrain your instinct to drink, but you started drinking right away. He could only sigh. Students have to bear the consequences of their own choices in the end. After a few words, he announced the end of the group. I boarded the bus back home, my phone vibrating nonstop. When I opened my phone, I saw a message from my homeroom teacher. Lao Wang, the school has launched a reward for the top 100 beast tamers who break through the bronze ranking. My school has 50 students in each class, and there are 80 classes in total. The top class has the most outstanding talents. The ability test of the contracted beast is the key method for the school to select geniuses. Continuing to browse, everyone was discussing how to obtain this reward, and it was obvious that they all felt it was not easy. I clicked on the group file, carefully read the reward content, and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. This reward is really tempting. The rewards are divided into 2 tiers, the top 10 and 11 to 100. Each person in the second tier can get 100 grams of spiritual stones, which are worth more than 10,000 dragon coins. The rewards for the first tier are even more generous, with 200 grams for the 10th place and increasing gradually, up to 1,100 grams for the first place, plus evolutionary paths and materials. This evolutionary path is crucial to the growth of the beast. For example, if my stone monkey wants to be promoted to the silver level, it must evolve into the stone monkey king. The market price of this path is 50,000 dragon coins, and the evolutionary materials are more than 200,000 dragon coins. My heart warmed up and I clenched my fists. Such a generous reward. It's simply calling me to take first place. I gently rubbed the stone monkey, dashing, on my shoulder. It was sleeping soundly, snoring. I have to say that Dashing's progress is amazing. But when I think of the bronze level beast masters that those people in the class group boasted about, I still felt a little pressure in my heart. Their beast tamers are all at bronze level, relying on either family background or resources. Compared to them, I, a stone monkey cub, am starting from the bottom. We have to find a way to help the Monkey King break through as soon as possible. I stared at it, stroking my chin in thought. The problem is that every time the Monkey King gets drunk, he falls into a deep sleep, and his alcohol tolerance doesn't increase in a short period of time. An idea suddenly flashed through my mind, and I slapped my forehead. Oh right, hangover soup! Wouldn't it help me wake up faster if I drink it? Thinking of this, I immediately took out my phone to search, and sure enough, hangover soup can help the beast master sober up quickly. However, when I saw the price, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. 300 dragon coins per serving. It was too expensive. I hesitated for a second and gritted my teeth. In order to succeed, I have to give it a try. Find someone to borrow money. I immediately called my sister Ying. Her gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Xiaotian? Have you completed the beast control contract? Come back soon, I have prepared a feast for you. Sister, can you lend me 1,000 yuan? I'll return it to you tomorrow, I asked with gritted teeth. 1,000? No problem, I'll transfer it to you right away, and don't mention it. Ying agreed readily, and I felt a warm feeling in my heart. After I hung up the phone, I received a transfer reminder not long after. I got out of the car excitedly and headed straight to the beast resource area of the supermarket. 2 minutes later, I had 3 servings of hangover soup and a bottle of 100 dragon coins worth of monkey wine in my hands, and the 1,000 yuan was almost gone. In the evening, I returned to the familiar low-rent housing complex, Jiaxing Xiaoju. This is my sister and I's home. Although the room is small and the furnishings are simple, it is full of warmth. As soon as I entered the door, my sister invited me to eat, while secretly looking at the wine bottle and hangover soup in my hand, with a hint of confusion on her face. She frowned slightly, as if she had guessed something, and couldn't help asking, "Xiaotian, what are these wines for?" My heart warmed up, and looking at my sister's pretty face, I was touched and couldn't help saying, "Sister, I am actually a beast-taming genius. The great sage will soon break through to the bronze level, and when we get the school's reward, our lives will get better." "Yes, Xiaotian is the best," the sister agreed with a smile, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Sister, I'm really not showing off." I finished my meal helplessly and went into my small bedroom, which was less than 3 square meters. I knew that without the results, my sister would not believe me. As time passed, the Monkey King finally woke up. Seeing that there was still a smell of alcohol on the corners of its mouth, I knew it was almost sober, so I gave it another sip of monkey wine. Gulp, gulp, bang! The Monkey King fell down again. I stared at the data panel and saw that his attributes had indeed increased by 19 points. No rush, I continued to feed him wine and soup, and repeated this for several hours until 8 o'clock in the evening. A flash of white light passed by, and a bronze glow shone from the great sage's body. Looking at its faceplate again, it was already a bronze-level stone monkey. Name, Great Sage. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze 0. Potential, Bronze. Skill, Drunkenness. I was surprised to find that the Monkey King seemed to have grown a bit. Originally only half the length of his forearm, it was now nearly 2/3 the length, and his yellow hair was shiny as if it had been waxed. "Oh, whoa!" The great sage stretched lazily, his face full of satisfaction. Even more amazing was the feeling of warmth that emerged from my body and spread throughout my body. My bones made a slight sound, and I clenched my fists, feeling a surge of strength. I tried it casually and lifted the bed with one hand. This was a weight that only my sister and I could barely move. What's even more amazing is that the minor cold I had a few days ago was cured without any medication. It seems that the rumors are true: when a beast is broken through to a great realm, the beast master will receive feedback, making the body stronger. I was so excited. The great sage broke through to the bronze level so quickly. Could I be the first beast master in the whole school to break through? It has only been 5 hours since I signed the beast master contract. Although the school was closed and registration had to wait until tomorrow, I fell asleep quickly while lying down with the Monkey King in my arms. In my dream, I became a beast tamer, and the Monkey King swung his stick so hard that even the sky was pierced. The next morning, I got up early to grab a good seat before the school opened. When I opened the door, I saw that my sister had already gotten up and breakfast was ready. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been so caring. While eating, I patted my chest and said to her, "Sister, last night the Monkey King broke through to bronze level. I went to register today and got the reward to treat you to a big meal, and I will give you 1,000 yuan back, 10 times more." "Okay, Xiaotian is the best." Ying smiled and watched me leave. When I walked away, her face suddenly fell. "It's over, Xiaotian may not be saved. We have to contact a psychologist today. We can't delay." On the other side, I ran excitedly to the school's academic affairs office and saw 2 teachers on duty lying on the table chatting. Idly. "Really? The leaders won't let us take a break. We just finished teaching a class, can't we take a break for 2 days?" One of the teachers complained. "On the first day of duty, how could a student raise his beast tamer to bronze so quickly?" That's right, it's a waste of time. Even for a genius like Song Chi-hang, he has to wait until the day after tomorrow to register, at the earliest. Another teacher echoed. Speaking of Song Chi-hang, a gleam of admiration suddenly flashed in the eyes of the two people. The proud child of the school, whose contract was with the rare Moonlight Cat, had unlimited future. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. They looked up in surprise and shouted, "Come in," and I walked in with the Monkey King on my shoulder. Seeing me, the team leader Lu Jing was obviously stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Etienne? What are you doing here?" I smiled slightly, coughed twice and said, "Teacher Lu, I'm here to register. My great sage has broken through to the bronze level." "What?" Lu Jing raised his eyebrows, revealing a puzzled expression. "Don't joke." I spread my hands helplessly. "Teacher, I'm not kidding." Lu Jing stared at me suspiciously. "Etienne, when a beast master breaks through to bronze, there will be strange phenomena. Are you sure you have experienced it?" I replied seriously. "You are talking about the white light vision, right?" "Indeed, the great sage has experienced it." Lu Jing stared at the Monkey King for a long time, and felt incredible. After all, he saw with his own eyes that these stone monkeys were all in their early childhood. In desperation, he had to pick up the detector to test the Monkey King. The Monkey King's status was instantly displayed on the screen. "Bronze! This is actually bronze?" The two teachers were stunned for a moment. Lu Jing repeated the test several times, and each time the results showed bronze. He had to believe it, and was shocked. Yesterday, the stone monkey was still in the early stage, but today he broke through to bronze? In history, it has never been heard that a stone monkey could be the first to break through. He couldn't help but ask, "Etienne, how did you do it?" I scratched my head and said with a smile, "I don't know either. I just let the great sage practice all the time. Maybe it has a high talent and is more suitable for practice." The two teachers twitched their lips speechlessly, and complained silently in their hearts, "You call this talent?" Seeing them in a daze, I coughed and reminded them, "Teacher Lu, can you help me register?" Lu Jing seemed to wake up from a dream and nodded repeatedly. "Oh, okay." He showed a complicated expression while registering. "By the way, teacher," I lowered my voice and moved closer, "didn't the school documents say that there would be rewards for beast masters who break through the lead? I wonder when I can get it." Lu Zheng's face changed slightly, and he said with a complicated expression, "You are the first one to register. As for the reward, it may take a day or two. You have to report it first, and then arrange the evolution materials and paths. I will notify you when it is ready." I nodded with satisfaction. "Then I'll trouble you, teacher." After saying goodbye, I left the academic affairs office, secretly wondering whether this reward was enough to support my next plan. After I walked away, the two teachers finally couldn't hold back and started discussing in low voices. "This breakthrough speed is incredible," Lu Jing said with emotion. "She is worthy of being a student of our school." "Come on, Etienne is not your student." Another teacher rolled his eyes helplessly. Although Lu Jing was not Etienne's class teacher, he could not hide his envy. "I can't believe this," another teacher sighed. "Are we hallucinating?" "What hallucination?" Lu Jing snorted. "Can two people have hallucinations at the same time? I think the one this kid contracted is not an ordinary stone monkey, maybe it's a mutant stone monkey." Another teacher frowned and thought. "Mutation? It's possible, otherwise there is no way to explain the speed of breakthrough." He shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, the stone monkey's potential is limited after all. Even if he breaks through, he can only reach the silver level at most, and can only master some winemaking skills." Lu Jing also looked regretful. "Yes, even if it is a mutant stone monkey, its limits are still limited." At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly remembered what the principal had told him before, and immediately took out his cell phone and called Principal Zhou Tiangang to briefly report Etienne's situation. Zhou Tiangang on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Tiangang looked solemn. Etienne's breakthrough speed was shocking, and as the principal, he could see further than ordinary teachers. "Perhaps this kid is not contracted with a mutant stone monkey, but—" Zhou Tiangang's mind moved. "Possessing a natural talent for taming beasts?" At this moment, a clear female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Dad? What are you daydreaming about? You look so happy. Zhou Tiangang looked up and saw his daughter Zhou Qiong standing in front of him with a smile. After briefly talking about Etian, Zhou Qiong was also shocked, but after calming down, she couldn't help frowning. Dad, do we really have to give him the reward? Zhou Tiangang glared at her and said, Nonsense! The document has been released. Do you want me, the principal, to go back on my word? Zhou Qiong muttered. But the reward was specially prepared by the Song family for Song Qihang. Zhou Tiangang sneered. It was the Song family's misjudgment. Since they have approved the reward plan, they can't blame others for not getting first place. Besides, the cost of the evolutionary materials for the stone monkey is lower, and it can save some budget. Zhou Qiong nodded. After the matter was settled, she shook her head and sighed. If Etian really has talent, isn't it a bit of a waste to contract the stone monkey? Zhou Tiangang smiled slightly, his eyes deep. Although the stone monkey has low potential, if it can evolve into the stone monkey king and break through the silver level, Etian can also gain the ability of the beast control space from it, and then he can contract a second beast. When he comes to receive the award, let him come directly to my office. Walking out of the school gate, I was in a very good mood. My steps were so brisk that I seemed to be flying into the air. I couldn't help but glance at the Monkey King on my shoulder and said with a smug smile, Monkey King, we are going to get rich overnight. Do you know what getting rich overnight means? The Monkey King scratched his head and blinked his eyes. Oh, get rich suddenly? Can I drink it? I rolled my eyes helplessly. This monkey's IQ obviously hasn't kept up with his cultivation, so I could only perfunctorily say, Of course I can drink. I'll buy you the best wine when I get rich. Upon hearing that there was wine to drink, the Monkey King immediately jumped up and down excitedly, shouting, Oh, woo woo, for joy. In fact, I had already made plans in my mind. This time, the school's reward not only includes materials for the evolution of beasts, but also 1,100 grams of spirit stones. This is a precious resource for cultivation. But my monkey, the great sage, is different. The spirit stones are not very useful to him, so I might as well sell them and exchange them for dragon coins. I can use part of them to buy good wine for him, and save the rest to prepare for the training of the great sage in the future. I know some stores offer spirit stone recycling services, but the prices are usually very low. Before the reward is issued, I decided to find a good price first. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a shout. Etienne! I looked up and saw it was Zhao Liang. Last night he was showing off in the class group that he also had a stone monkey in his contract, and his online name was, Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Zhao Liang looked at me suspiciously. What are you doing at school? I smiled faintly. Of course, I went to register the Beast Tamer's breakthrough to bronze. He was obviously stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, how funny! He obviously didn't believe what I said. After all, he saw my monkey drunk with his own eyes yesterday. How was it possible for him to break through to the bronze level overnight? I was just going to get something. Zhao Liang patted my shoulder with a teasing look on his face. I shrugged and didn't bother to explain. No one would believe me if I told him the truth anyway, so I just let him do what he wanted. Seeing that the beasts we had contracted were the same, Zhao Liang couldn't help but start chatting with me. My monkey wanted to drink as soon as I got home yesterday. He refused to practice unless I gave him some. He got drunk right after drinking and hasn't practiced the technique yet. I remembered the Monkey King's behavior, nodded and smiled. What a coincidence, my monkey is the same. He gets drunk as soon as he drinks, and he got drunk several times. Have you mastered the technique? Zhao Liang continued to ask. I answered honestly. No. This time I really didn't lie. Zhao Liang seemed to have found a soulmate. He patted my shoulder and said, We are both in this world together. He said, Haha, it seems your monkey is also difficult to deal with. I made a few perfunctory remarks and found an excuse to leave while he was chatting happily. As I walked, I thought that my stone monkey was indeed different from others. After leaving Zhao Liang, I didn't rush home, but went to the largest business district nearby to inquire about the price of recycling spirit stones. After visiting dozens of stores, I finally found one that would recycle the stone at 90% of the market price. Based on 100 dragon coins per gram, 1,100 grams of spirit stone could be exchanged for 99,000 dragon coins, which was barely a considerable sum of money. It was already late when I got home. I collapsed on the bed and started to think about future plans in my mind. The great sage has already broken through the bronze level. Next, I need to help him evolve into the stone monkey king and reach the silver level. I thought to myself. This way, his combat power will be improved, and he will be more likely to pass the professional assessment. Professional beastmasters not only have generous subsidies, but also enjoy many privileges, such as priority in public places. Just imagine that my sister and I will no longer have to squeeze into the train, and can directly use the professional channel. However, to improve combat effectiveness, the great sage must learn skills. I am a little hesitant, wondering if the system can simplify skill learning. After I get the money from selling the spirit stones tomorrow, I will buy a skill book and try it out. There was still a small half bottle of wine left from yesterday, so I let the Monkey King drink it. However, after drinking it, its level did not increase at all, and it seemed that the low-level wine had no effect on it. I couldn't help but sigh. It's really expensive to raise a great sage. Wine is also divided into grades, corresponding to the level of the beasts. From ordinary wine to bronze, silver, gold, and even diamond, the price has been rising all the way. With the level of the great sage, at least bronze-level spirit wine is needed, and a bottle of this kind of wine costs thousands of dragon coins. After I calmed down, I found that my sister was about to get off work. Thinking that she had been worrying about me, I felt warm in my heart. I went into the kitchen and prepared to cook dinner, hoping that she would enjoy the meal. My sister Ying works in an old office building, where her daily tasks include caring for the woolly sheep, shearing their wool, and recording wool quality. When she was leaving get off work, her colleague Shirna smiled and took her hand. Xiao Ying, there's a sale at the mall tonight, come with me to have a look. It's a good opportunity to buy you a new bag. Ying looked at her old cloth bag and was a little shaken. But thinking of her brother, she smiled and shook her head. Forget it, go and play by yourself. My brother is in a bad mood recently, and I want to go home early to accompany him. Shirna no longer insisted, and the two said goodbye and went home. On the way, Ying stared at the screen of her mobile phone and chatted with a psychologist. This doctor was recommended by a friend. It is said that his contracted beast, Nuan beast, can emit a comfortable light, making it easier for people to open up. How about this, you make an appointment for the service first, and then we can arrange a time to meet. The doctor sent a message. Ying paid the 4,000 yuan appointment fee without hesitation, and secretly encouraged herself in her heart. Such an expensive doctor will definitely help Xiaotian return to normal. After returning home, I greeted her excitedly. Sister, I went to school to check my grades today, and I got first place. Wow, Xiaotian is so awesome! Ying smiled and responded to my excitement. Wait until I bring the reward back and put it in front of you, and see if you still believe it, I said proudly. Okay, I'll wait. Ying responded with a smile, but secretly reminded herself to go along with her brother and not to provoke his emotions. Professional treatment is the key, and her mission is to accompany and support him. After dinner, when we were cleaning up the dishes together, my sister suddenly said, Xiaotian, come with me to a place tomorrow night. Where? I asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. She smiled mysteriously. The next morning, the school notified me that the prizes were ready and I was ready to claim them. I was so happy, thinking that I had just checked my grades yesterday and the prizes were here today. The school was really efficient. I had a quick breakfast and went straight to school. When I arrived, the teacher told me that the prize was with the principal and asked me to go to the principal's office to collect it. Standing at the door of the principal's office, I took a deep breath, knocked gently, and heard a gentle voice from inside. Come in. I pushed open the door and saw the principal, Zhou Tiangang, sitting behind his desk. He was a white-haired elder with a solemn demeanor, and was a well-known diamond-level beast master in the school. I know that the level of a beast master depends on the highest level of the contracted beast. Zhou Tiangang is a diamond-level beast master with superb skills, and is a master beast master, respected by everyone. Hello, principal. I greeted him politely. He motioned me to sit down. Although I was his student, we had never had direct communication. I was a little nervous when we met. Zhou Tiangang first asked about my life with concern. After chatting for a few words, he smiled and handed me a wooden box. "This is your reward for winning first place. Open it and take a look." I couldn't wait to open the box, and inside were 3 items neatly arranged: a booklet, a small bag wrapped in a silk scarf, and 2 crystal clear spirit stones. I looked at it carefully. The booklet seemed to record the evolutionary path of the stone monkey. The bag might contain the materials needed for evolution, and these 2 transparent stones should be the legendary spirit stones. I picked up the spirit stone out of curiosity, and found it was heavier than expected. I looked at the principal in confusion. Seeing that I was puzzled, Zhou Tiangang gently explained. "These 2 pieces are worth 2,000 spirit stones in total, part of which is a personal reward for you. I checked your file and know that you come from an average family, but you study very hard. These spirit stones can help you improve your beast control strength." Hearing this, I felt a deep sense of gratitude in my heart. "Thank you, Principal. I understand that these spirit stones are of great significance to me, especially at this critical time. With them, my contracted beast, the stone monkey, will surely be able to improve its strength faster." Then, the principal turned the topic to my contracted beast, the stone monkey. He asked meaningfully, "Xiaotian, your stone monkey has improved very quickly recently. Can I check it? I suspect it may have undergone some kind of mutation." Seeing my hesitation, he added solemnly, "Don't worry, I will never hurt your beast. If it is really special, this may be an important opportunity for you." I thought about it for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. The principal is a master beast tamer, and he would never plot against a novice beast tamer like me. After getting my permission, a yellow light gradually appeared in the principal's eyes. Under Zhou Tiangang's sharp gaze, the great sage seemed a little uneasy, and hummed softly. "Ouch! This human's eyes are so strange." I gently patted the Monkey King on the back and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, he means no harm." After a while, the light in the principal's eyes gradually faded, and he whispered to himself, "It's a normal stone monkey. It seems there is nothing abnormal." I originally thought that Zhou Tiangang would be surprised by the Monkey King's growth rate, but there was no trace of doubt on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. Zhou Tiangang turned around and smiled cordially. "Just call me Mr. Zhou from now on. The name sounds more intimate." I felt a slight stir in my heart, thinking that the principal seemed to be trying to get closer to me, and I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Before I could think deeply, Mr. Zhou continued, "Xiaotian, I can see that you have a very rare and special talent. You may have extraordinary potential in the training of beast masters." "Special talent?" I asked puzzledly. Zhou Tiangang nodded and patiently explained what special talents were, and how rare they were. He said that the special talents of beast masters were extremely rare and could not be detected by instruments, and could only be judged by the unusual performance of the beasts as they grew. Although Zhou Tiangang might have misunderstood my situation, I had an idea and decided to go with the flow to cover up the existence of the system. Then, Zhou Tiangang took out a booklet from the beast taming space and handed it to me, saying solemnly, "Xiaotian, are you interested in joining the Beast Taming Cultivation and Evolution Research Institute?" He added, "This is an institution that specializes in the study of the growth and evolution of beast men. If you really have this talent, the institute will be the best stage. I can help you enter the institute without taking the entrance exam. You only need to pass an interview." I felt slightly excited and picked up the booklet to read it, which gave a detailed introduction to the institute. The institute provides research, experiments, and technical support for beast masters. Almost all the beast master evolution paths on the market come from researchers at the institute. For example, the evolution path of the Stone Monkey King was created by a researcher named Dr. Ao 500 years ago. I had planned to explore the evolutionary path of the Great Sage myself, but I didn't expect that there was a specialized institution studying this field. It seems that joining the institute is the best choice to find a new evolutionary path for the Great Sage. So I asked Zhou Tiangang, "Do I need to go there every day to join the research institute? I hope to retain my freedom as a professional beast master." Zhou Tiangang smiled and replied, "No need. Most researchers are just nominal researchers. Am I not also the president? Of course, if you like staying in the institute, there will be abundant experimental equipment and materials. The only requirement is to complete a research project every year, which is very easy." I accepted his proposal without hesitation. Zhou Tiangang seemed very happy and immediately picked up his phone to make a call. Before the call was connected, he smiled and added, "I am a second-level researcher in the institute. I have some face. I should be able to help you with a phone call." After the call was connected, Zhou Tiangang's expression turned serious. "Mr. Zhang, it's me, Xiao Zhou. This is what happened." However, as the call continued, Zhou Tiangang's expression gradually became gloomy. A stern voice came from the phone. "Stone Monkey? No internal referral, don't waste our group's quota. If that kid is really capable, let him get in through the exam himself." Then the phone was hung up, and Zhou Tiangang's face looked a little gloomy. He looked up at me and said apologetically, "Xiaodian, I'm sorry, I tried my best." I smiled slightly and shook my head to show my understanding. "It's okay, Principal. I heard everything that was said on the phone just now. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I know that Zhou Tiangang really wants to help me, and I will always remember his kindness in my heart." When I left the principal's office, I made up my mind silently that even if there was no internal recommendation, I would do my best to pass the assessment. After all, the Research Institute is not only an opportunity to improve myself, but also the only way to find a new evolutionary path for the great sage. On the way home, I casually looked up the assessment information of the Institute, and was surprised to find that it had branches in almost every city. Recently, the assessment in Wushan City is in 10 days. The registration fee is 100 dragon coins, and registration will start in 2 days. The Great Sage's evolution is closely related to my strength, so I have to try this assessment no matter what. However, the most urgent task now is to prepare for the Great Sage's evolution. The Great Sage has reached the bronze level, and this kind of evolution is not something that can be achieved overnight, so the sooner you prepare, the better. I walked to the pavilion by the roadside, sat down, and opened the Stone Monkey King's Evolutionary Path Manual. The manual states that it takes 2 steps to evolve the Great Sage into the Stone Monkey King. First, it needs to be trained to recognize at least 20 plants related to winemaking. Then, apply a powder called free yeast to the palm of the Great Sage every day for 30 days, and let it take the essence of plants at the same time. This evolution process takes at least 1 month. Just as I was about to read further, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Stone Monkey King evolution path detected. Target: Great Sage, do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Simplified evolution path? I almost jumped up with excitement, but the balance display calmed me down. No money. Thinking of this, I quickly rushed to the nearby business district and found a chamber of commerce that bought back spirit stones at high prices. I exchanged 2,000 spirit stones for 180,000 dragon coins. Although it was not much, it was finally enough to simplify the funds. I immediately confirmed by selecting yes, and the dragon coin I just got disappeared instantly. The system prompt sounded again. Simplification completed. Stone Monkey King evolution path. Drinking requirements. 1. The Great Sage has reached bronze level 100. 2. Own more than 500 bottles of silver level spirit wine. I repeatedly confirmed these 2 simplified conditions: bronze level 100, plus 500 bottles of silver quality spirit wine. The bronze 100 level realm can be achieved through the Great Sage's drinking, and silver level spirit wine is not rare in the market. Although the price is not low, I can afford it for now. Considering that the Monkey King has not yet reached bronze 100, I decided not to rush to purchase a large amount of spirit wine for the time being. Since the evolution process has been simplified, the evolution materials given by Zhou Tiangang have become redundant. I returned to the Chamber of Commerce and sold the evolution materials and the manual together, earning a total of 200,000 dragon coins. Although the manual itself was expensive, the resale discount was too high, and it could not be resold with even a little wear and tear. Fortunately, I did not read it in depth, so I avoided triggering the anti-theft mechanism and was able to sell it smoothly. After this transaction, I had 380,000 dragon coins in my hand, which was the highest amount I had ever had. I felt a sense of accomplishment, and was relaxed and happy. It feels so good to be rich. I couldn't help but sigh to myself. Just right, I can buy something nice for the Monkey King. After processing the evolution materials, I did not go home immediately. Instead, I turned and walked into a chamber of commerce that specialized in selling beast taming skills to select offensive skills for the great sage. Beast tamer's skills are divided into racial skills and acquired skills. For example, Monkey King's drunken skill is a racial skill, which can be awakened automatically when the conditions are met, while acquired skills require effort to master. The combat power of a beast tamer is mainly composed of realm, potential, and skills. In order to perform well in the future professional beast tamer assessment, it is imperative to select an attack skill for the great sage. As soon as I walked in, a uniformed staff member came over and said, "Hello, how can I help you?" "I want to choose an attack skill for my beast," I replied. The staff took me to the skill area, where various skill manuals were neatly displayed and detailed information could be viewed by number. Tiger Roar, bronze level, description: roar to scare the enemy. Requirement: tiger-type beast. Price: 50,000 dragon coins. Water Dragon Bullet, silver level, description: summons water element to attack the enemy. Requirements: water element affinity. Price: 300,000 dragon coins. The prices of skills vary greatly depending on their level. Silver level skills are more powerful, but require more beasts to be controlled, which is beyond my budget. Finally, I found a bronze level skill suitable for the Monkey King, 8-direction stick. 8-sided stick, bronze level, description: when using stick weapons, you can stack stick shadows to attack multiple times. Requirements: possess human-like upper limbs. Price: 30,000 dragon coins. When I first saw the Monkey King, he was having a blast playing with a small stick. His body structure completely met the requirements of this skill, and the price was within my budget. After some consideration, I decisively bought the 8-direction stick and spent 10,000 dragon coins to buy 10 bottles of bronze-level spirit wine. I then set out on my journey home with great satisfaction. As soon as he got home, the Monkey King immediately picked up the newly bought wine and drank it. I watched its realm improve slightly. Although the progress was slow, I was still pleased. While the great sage was drinking, I opened the skill manual of 8-sided staff and studied it carefully. Low-level beast masters need to be guided by a beast master to learn skills, and cannot be learned directly by themselves. Just as I was about to teach, the system prompt sounded again. 8-sided staff training manual detected. Target: Great Sage, do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Drunkenness skill detected. Target: Great Sage, do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? I was overjoyed that the system could actually simplify skill training. I chose yes, without hesitation, and as 20,000 dragon coins were deducted, the system prompted: simplification completed. How to practice the 8-sided stick: just hold the stick. Hint: this simplified method will allow you to practice the 8-sided stick to mastery. Simplification completed. Drunkenness training method: drinking. The simplified training of the 8-direction staff can reach mastery, at most, and the skill proficiency levels are entry-level, proficient, masterful, perfect, and superb. Although it is not perfect, it is very helpful to the current strength of the great sage. If he wants to achieve perfection in the future, he may need more conditions and resources. The Monkey King's drunken skill is surprisingly simple. Just drink the wine. There is no upper limit to the skill level. It seems that it can be improved infinitely. If you want to reach a higher level, you may need to use a higher level spirit wine. Great Sage, come here! I waved at it. Oh? The Monkey King looked at me in confusion, then ran over to me happily. When it purchased the skill, the clerk gave it an iron rod as a gift, which was perfect for it to practice with. I casually threw a 1-meter-long iron stick to the Monkey King. It caught it easily and held the stick excitedly, like a child who had obtained a favorite toy. It seems like you are born to be good at stick fighting, I sighed to myself. From now on, this stick will follow you until you learn the 8-sided stick. The Monkey King nodded without hesitation, waving his iron rod in high spirits. I opened the panel and saw that its skill proficiency bar was rising rapidly, faster than I expected. Race: Stone Monkey, Level: Bronze 0, Potential: Bronze, Skills: Drunkenness 0 for beginners, 8-sided stick 0 for beginners. The Monkey King held the iron staff and his proficiency improved rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, he had mastered the basic techniques of the 8-sided staff and was able to swing it with ease and fluency. After another 2 hours, the proficiency level reached the proficient level. The iron rod seemed to have become an extension of its body, and its movements were smooth and confident. In the evening, I prepared dinner and turned on my phone to check the assessment information of the institute. In the group chat, my classmates were enthusiastically discussing the progress of the genius student, Song Chi-hang, in taming beasts. Seeing their sighs, I couldn't help but laugh. Everyone didn't know that the speed of the great sage was far beyond that of ordinary people. Compared with ordinary contract masters, Song Chi-hang was fast, but I still had to keep the strength of the great sage low-key. I continued to place orders on the shopping platform and prepared the books needed for the exam. The assessment is divided into 2 parts, practical and written test. The written test involves the Encyclopedia of Beast Tamer Evolution and Common Sense of Beast Tamer Cultivation. During the assessment, the beast tamer and the beast tamer need to answer questions together. It can be seen that only beast tamers with excellent intelligence are eligible for admission. After placing the order, I was looking forward to the next preparation. These books were not only bought for the assessment, but also to improve the basic beast taming knowledge of me and the great sage. As for the actual combat assessment, the content is different each time, so we can only tell on the day of the assessment. I hope the system can provide some help. As soon as I placed the order, the Monkey King suddenly ran over excitedly, pulling my trouser leg, with pride and excitement in his eyes. He couldn't wait to show the results. I gently touched its head. "Come on, show me your progress." The great sage retreated 2 meters, wielding the iron rod with both hands and hitting the wall. The shadow of the rod created 3 shadows, as if 4 rods were swinging simultaneously in different spaces. Although the rod did not touch the wall, the wind pressure left a spider web-like crack on the wall. I was stunned and excited. The attack power of the great sage was far beyond my expectations, and the conventional perception of stone monkeys was completely broken. Stone monkeys are often considered low-level beasts, and their attack skills are rarely successful. It is not easy to practice to this level. The Monkey King proudly retracted his stick and jumped in front of me, his eyes full of anticipation. I smiled and touched its head. "Great sage, well done! It's really an amazing achievement." My praise made the great sage dance with joy like a child craving for praise. However, the cracks on the wall reminded me that this room was not suitable for the great sage to display his power. I had to limit the scope of his skills in the future, otherwise if the landlord saw it, the cost of repairing the wall might be enough to buy a few more sticks. Watching the Monkey King jumping around the room, I couldn't help but sigh that the process of training it was like accompanying a growing child. After several bitter lessons of falling drunk, the Monkey King gradually figured out the art of drinking. Now, he can not only stay tipsy, but also stand steadily. Even the data on the panel is steadily improving. Race, Stone Monkey. Level Bronze 2. Potential, Bronze. Skills, getting started with drunkenness, 1, mastering the 8-sided staff, 0. Just when I was quite satisfied with the improved panel data, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Detected that the 8-sided staff has reached the mastery level. Target, Great Sage. Do you want to spend 100,000 dragon coins to improve the proficiency to perfection? The current balance of dragon coins, 220,000. My heartbeat quickened. It turns out that skill proficiency can be further simplified and improved. But 100,000 dragon coins? This number made me feel a little distressed. If I want to reach perfection, and then climb to superb, I'm afraid I have to invest more money. However, I secretly comforted myself that this was an investment in the Monkey King, and I gritted my teeth and chose, yes. System quick feedback result. Simplification completed. The next level upgrade condition of the 8-sided staff, silver level weapons are required. It seems that further advancement of the 8-direction staff skill requires a silver level weapon. Although I can still afford a cheap silver weapon, I decided to save money for now because I have other expenses. The Great Sage still has a lot of room for improvement. Alas, there is never enough money. I couldn't help but sigh. I was staring out the window in a daze when I heard a familiar sound of footsteps in the corridor. After my sister Ying came in, she simply washed her hands and went straight to the dining table, urging me anxiously. "Xiao Dian, hurry up and eat. Finish in 15 minutes, and I'll take you somewhere." "Where are you going?" I asked curiously. I've made an appointment with a psychologist for you, she answered solemnly. What? I was stunned. I'm not sick, why do I need to see a psychiatrist? My sister was obviously prepared. She glanced at me and said, As a welfare benefit of our unit, we have given you a psychological counseling experience card. Don't waste it. I'll take you to see the doctor. Her expression was as firm as ever. I rolled my eyes, knowing full well that this was probably a doctor my sister paid for out of her own pocket, but I was too lazy to argue. So I took out my phone, opened the bank balance screen, pushed it in front of her, and snorted proudly. Open your eyes and take a look. My sister stared at the balance interface in confusion, carefully counted the numbers on it several times. Her expression gradually froze, and her eyes were full of disbelief. A few days ago, I was poor in money, but now I have 220,000 dragon coins. She was completely stunned. Shout Yan, where did all this money come from? I answered casually. I've long said that I'm a beast-taming genius. I registered yesterday and received my reward today, and this is the money. Of course, I didn't mention that this was the balance after spending half of it, so as not to shock her too much. Ying frowned, obviously in disbelief. She whispered to herself. Xiaodian, who has a contract with the stone monkey, has a poor talent. How could he make money so quickly? Seeing that she was still skeptical, I decided to use my trump card and directly called Zhou Tiangang. When the call was connected, Zhou's voice came. Xiaotian, is there anything wrong? Mr. Zhou, this is what happened. I briefly explained the situation and asked him to help verify my achievement. Mr. Zhou readily agreed. It's a small matter. The phone is not very intuitive. I'll send a video. A few seconds later, the video call was connected, and Zhou Tiangang's face appeared on the screen. I handed the phone to my sister, and she took it in a daze, and heard Zhou Tiangang's voice. I am Zhou Tiangang, and what Tian said is true. My sister froze while holding her phone, her eyes wide open. Zhou Tiangang was the principal of our high school, and in her mind he was an untouchable authority. But now she heard Zhou Tiangang testify in person, and this scene undoubtedly had a huge impact on her. After hanging up the phone, I smiled and asked her, Do you believe it now? After a while, she reacted and suddenly jumped up excitedly. That's great, Xiaotian, you're so awesome! She excitedly pulled my hand and wanted to cheer and celebrate together. I couldn't help but jump a few times to cooperate with her. However, an angry roar came from downstairs. The people upstairs! Can you have some sense of public morality, and stop jumping around in the house? We quickly stopped what we were doing, looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. My sister's hair was a little messy, and her cheeks were slightly red from excitement. She stared at me and asked uncertainly, Xiaotian, tell me, this is not a dream, right? I joked. Of course it was a dream. She was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and slapped me. Bah! Chapter 12. Song Chi Hang was confused. He lost the first place? Ian kept asking questions. Xiaotian, how on earth did you do that? Tian spread his hands. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to get to know you as a psychologist. Let me show you my cards. I'm a genius. Faced with the irrefutable evidence of 220,000 dragon coins and the call records which showed Tiangang, Ying had to believe that her younger brother might have a genetic mutation. Afterwards, Tian explained to her the existence of special talents. Ying holds Tian's arm. Oh, it's all my fault. I wish I had discovered you had a special talent sooner. Even if I have to take out a loan, I have to buy you a better beast. Monkey King? It was drinking happily nearby. How come it was caught in the crossfire? Tian's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject. You don't need to see a psychiatrist now, do you? After these words were spoken, Ying seemed to have thought of something and instantly stiffened again. My 4,000 yuan! The moon in the sky is gradually disappearing. Wushan City, Huiding Royal Scene. This is the most famous wealthy area in the entire city, in a 4-story villa. Song Chi-hang was watching his beast undergo a transformation. His beast is a light blue moonlight cat. Even if this race does not evolve, it has the potential to reach gold level, and after evolution it can reach the highest diamond level. It is an absolutely rare beast. It can be said that there is no other beast in the entire school that is more powerful than Song Qingheng's moonlight cat. This is the cub that the Song family spent millions to get. The blue light slowly dissipated from the moonlight cat's body. Song Qingheng opened his struggling eyes in surprise. He had been watching over the whole night, and finally it was time to harvest. A faint sense of pressure came from the moonlight cat, and it raised its paw and waved it at the ground. 4 crescent-shaped sharp air blades immediately shot out from the tips of the claws. Squeak! The air blade and the ground made a teeth-grinding sound. When the air blade dissipated, 4 marks deeper than a finger could be clearly seen on the floor. Good! Song Qingheng stood up excitedly and clapped. As expected, it is a super rare beast. Just after breaking through bronze, I mastered silver-level skills. Song Qingheng put his hands on his hips. The breakthrough speed was 2.5 days, and I was able to master silver-level skills right after the breakthrough. Who can compare with me? After driving for a while, I suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, quickly post it on Moments. If you don't post to your Moments, it's like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. Click. Song Qingheng took a photo with Moonlight Cat and himself, edited the text, and clicked publish. Excuse me, classmates. I took the first one. After all, my hard work over the past 2.5 days has not been in vain. Pictures. 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 In less than 5 seconds, someone liked and replied. Zhang Hao from class 17. Brother Hang is awesome. Broken voice. Ding ding ding. Song Qingheng turned the reminder volume to the maximum, and the dinging sound continued to ring. All the comments were praises for him. Although Song Qingheng looked extremely proud, he still responded to everyone modestly. No, I just had better luck, plus my usual hard work, that's why I achieved this. He just tidied it up briefly. Song Qingheng's eyes suddenly became stern. It's time to claim the honor that belongs to me. Driving a limited edition sedan and picking up a few friends on the road, Song Qingheng soon arrived at the school gate. Get off the car and wave to a few people. I'm going in. Brother Hang! We're waiting for you. Song Qingheng walked into the academic affairs office with the wind blowing along the way. Bang bang bang. Hello, teacher. My Beastmaster has reached bronze. Lu is still on duty today. For some reason, when Song Qingheng said this, he felt that Lu Jing was looking at him strangely. I thought he was startled, so I repeated it again. At this time Lu Jing waved to him. Well, come and register. Song Qingheng felt a little strange. This shouldn't happen. As a gifted child of heaven, I should try to curry favor with my teacher, right? Even if you have backbone, at least be more enthusiastic. He had already prepared himself to be praised lavishly and to respond modestly, and had even drafted a draft on the way here. I didn't expect it was wasted. Walking to the registration desk, Lu Jing picked up the Moonlight Cat and scanned it up and down. After confirming that there was no problem with the realm, he entered Song Qingheng's information into the system. Everyone has expectations. He has seen Etian's outrageous behavior firsthand. That's just how it feels. That's why there wasn't much reaction. After entering the information, he handed the reward box that had been prepared long ago to Song Qingheng. Except for the first place, the rewards for the rest are spirit stones, so there is no need to spend time preparing. Song Qingheng took the box and opened it directly. Then he was stunned. It's a little different from what he expected. How come it's just a fist-sized spirit stone? Where are my evolution materials and evolution paths? He immediately asked Lu Jingdao. Teacher, is my reward sent to me by mistake? Lu Jing shook his head. The second place prize is 1,000 spiritual stones. That's right. Second place? Song Qingheng keenly caught the strangest word in Lu Zheng's words. I'm the second? It took me 2.5 days to train my beast to bronze, and I'm only ranked second. How is that possible? Song Qingheng stood there in a daze. If Lu Jing was not lying, then who in the entire school had such ability? In terms of the quality of his contracted beast tamers, he was undoubtedly the best in the school. The same is true when it comes to the help that family background can provide. In terms of talent in taming beasts, he has been ranked first in the grade in relevant assessments for 3 years. I can't imagine anyone being faster than me, tentatively asked Lu Jingdao. Teacher, can you tell me who is the first place? Lu Jing turned the computer screen towards Song Qihang. No, take a look for yourself. Song Qihang looked over and saw a spreadsheet open on the desk. The bottom of the spreadsheet was empty, with only 2 pieces of data on the top. The second one is him, and the first one is Etian. Fuck, who is Etian? Is there such a person in our school? Etian's class information says class 17, but the question is, isn't class 17 an ordinary class? After Song Qihang got the answer, his doubts not only did not decrease, but increased. He had some impression of those students with good grades in school, but he had never heard of such a person. What's even more outrageous is that Etian's time record is less than 1 day, less than twice of his own. The most outrageous thing is, when he looked at the beast that Etian owned, the word stone monkey was clearly written on it. Stone monkey. The initial stage of the stone monkey is the early childhood. If we use a ruler to compare, the length from early childhood to bronze is several times longer than the length from full childhood to bronze. In other words, this person named Etian. You spent several times less time than me and achieved several times more improvement than me? Chapter 13. Can learning be simplified? Song Qingheng's challenge. Haha, I don't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qiheng really couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. There must be something wrong here. Song Qingheng's expression kept changing. He wanted to know more about Etian through Lu Jing, but Lu Jing said that he didn't know Etian very well either. The first place that he had reserved long ago was gone. The first place award that his father prepared for him was gone. Song Qiheng was on the verge of getting angry. I made a phone call as soon as I walked out of the office. Hey, Uncle Ma, help me investigate someone and I'll send you his name. Yes, it's a student in my grade in our school. He wanted to see who this Etian was. While thinking, he continued walking forward and soon walked out of the school gate. Bang! 2 fireworks exploded in succession. The 2 friends who came with him, one of them holding a red banner, rushed over. Congratulations to Brother Hang for his breakthrough debut and ranking first, breaking the school's historical record. Then another girl came forward with a big bouquet of flowers in her hand and handed it to Song Qiheng. Brother Hang. The voice was extremely trembling. To the 3's surprise, Song Qiheng didn't seem very happy, but instead had a gloomy expression. Song Qiheng looked at the 2 banners and then at the big red flowers, and felt it was extremely ironic. Bang! He stretched out his hand and knocked the flower to the ground, then left angrily, not even bothering to take the car, leaving behind 3 people with confused faces. Brother Hang, what medicine did you take wrong? Are you so unhappy even if you get first place? Etian was awakened by a knock on the door. The 2 books he bought yesterday arrived. When he opened the door, he saw a chimpanzee, which scared him. It turns out that this is the courier's beast, helping him move things. Boom! The gorilla put the 2 books into the door, asked Etian to sign and left. Etian looked at the 2 thick books that were almost as tall as his waist, and fell into deep thought. Oh my god, it's so thick! I just turned to the last page of both books and looked at the page numbers. There were 2 pages of each. What's even more terrifying is that every page is filled with tiny characters. The plan to sharpen your weapons before the battle has officially been declared a failure. The corner of Etian's eyes twitched slightly. I now understand why people on the internet say that the exam is extremely difficult. During the written test, random content from these 2 books will be selected for assessment. Etian estimated that, let alone memorizing it, just reading it would take at least several months, even if he devoted all his time to it. I just gritted my teeth and bought it. I turned to the table of contents and prepared to read a few pages to test the waters. Just then, a friendly mechanical voice sounded. Detected the beast taming related learning material. Beast Taming Evolution Encyclopedia. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Detected the beast taming related learning material. Common sense of beast taming cultivation. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify the learning process? Etian! What a surprise! This money cannot be saved, it must be spent. I chose yes without hesitation. Dragon coin, current balance, 120,000. Simplification completed. Open the book and be in a daze during the learning process. Simplification completed. Open the book and be in a daze during the learning process. Surprise, quite a surprise. The simplified plan only says to open a book and be in a daze, but it doesn't say who should be in a daze. Let the great sage try. When Etian pulled the Monkey King over, he was holding a stick, drinking wine, and staring at a book in a daze. Something magical happened. In an instant, a white light that only Etian could see flew out of the book and entered the Monkey King's head. The most surprising thing is that the knowledge learned by the Monkey King will be synchronized in his own brain. It's possible! The great sage was stunned, looked at Etian with fear, and was about to cry. Etienne, I feel like there are a lot of weird things in my head. As the great sage broke through the bronze level, his intelligence improved and he was finally able to express a sentence clearly. Etienne touched the Monkey King's head and comforted him. Don't be afraid, this is called knowledge. Knowledge is like good wine, it's a good thing. Etienne linked knowledge and wine together, and sure enough, the great sage immediately stopped resisting. Instead, he looked expectant. Knowledge, I want more knowledge. Etienne nodded. So easy to cheat. Unfortunately, the progress of acquiring knowledge cannot be seen in the data panel. Here comes the problem. In the past few days, Etienne has also read other books, but there has never been a similar prompt. After thinking for a while, I found the difference. The books I read before were more about understanding this world and had nothing to do with raising beast men. It seems that only books that are directly related to the training of beast men can unlock the simplified system. After settling the Monkey King, Etienne continued to lie on the bed and turned on his mobile phone. I feel helpless when I see the balance shrinking drastically. If this continues, there won't be enough. The system is good in every way except that it costs too much money. I thought that these hundreds of thousands of dollars would be enough to train the great sage to a level where he could pass the professional exam. It turns out I was overthinking it. Now there are 12 left, and it should have been less. Etienne had borrowed money from Ying before and planned to return it tenfold, but was rejected. According to Ying, she had enough money, and the most important thing was to let Etienne use the money to buy resources and cultivate the great sage. On the other side, when Song Chi-hang returned home, Etienne's detailed information had been compiled into a document and sent to his mobile phone. I opened the document, and my brows furrowed as I read on. I entered the school at the same time as me 3 years ago, and my grades have always been below average. My family is extremely poor and cannot provide any help. I signed a contract with the stone monkey a few days ago. He looks like an ordinary person no matter how you look at him. The contrast between Etienne's mediocre intelligence and his terrifying achievements is too great. It was so serious that if the thing had not happened and the facts had not been laid out before Song Chi-hang, it would have been impossible to connect the two together. Unable to figure out the reason, Song Chi-hang decided to take the most direct approach. Beep beep. His fingers kept tapping the phone screen, and a string of numbers appeared. It was Etienne's phone number. The call was connected very quickly. Hello, is this Etienne? Song Chi-hang remained polite as always. His loss of composure in front of the school gate this morning could be said to be the first time in his life. I'm Etienne, who are you? I'm Song Chi-hang. On the other end of the phone, Etienne was a little confused. Of course he knew Song Chi-hang. After all, their class monitor would mention him in the class group every few days. I was a little curious as to why he was looking for me, as we shouldn't have had any connection at all. Then Song Chi-hang explained the purpose of his visit. Etienne, when I went to register my results today, I found that you had cultivated your beast to a breakthrough before me. I'm not convinced, so I want to challenge you. Etienne nodded. Song Chi-hang is a very honest person. A challenge? For a beast tamer, actual combat is also a necessary ability. Since Song Chi-hang was able to achieve second place, he must be an extraordinary beast tamer. It's a good opportunity. But his time is precious these days. Just as I was weighing the pros and cons, I heard Song Chi-hang say, If you are willing to accept it, regardless of whether we win or lose, I am willing to pay you an appearance fee of 100,000 dragon coins. The word dragon coin captured Etienne's heart. It's just a fight, it won't take much time. Now is the time when we are short of money, so this can be done. Moreover, Etienne was also very curious about the fighting power of the Monkey King, who had mastered the 8-directional stick. Chapter 14 passed within 10 years? Moonlight Cat. Got it. Etienne made a decision. Send me the time and place. The two chatted for a few more sentences and decided to meet tonight at a Song's weapons store not far from Etienne's home. After hanging up the phone, Song Chi-heng snorted coldly. The Song family started out as a weapons store, and under the leadership of his father, the business grew bigger and stronger. Now it is the largest weapons chain commerce in Wushan City, bar none. There is even a trend of expanding to other cities. It's nothing to the Song family, but it's a considerable sum of money to Song Chi-heng. But I can't bear to sacrifice my child to catch the wolf. He looked at the moonlight cat sharpening its claws, and his heart was filled with confidence. I don't know how Etienne managed to make the stone monkey break through in less than a day, but the stone monkey is ultimately just a beast master with no potential. He has no innate fighting skills at all, and his ability to learn them is extremely poor. I have never heard of anyone training a stone monkey with fighting ability. On the other hand, my moonlight cat has mastered entry-level silver-level martial arts just after reaching bronze level. I will definitely win this battle. Song Chi-heng lost face in terms of breakthrough speed, so he made it up in combat. Whether a beast tamer is powerful or not ultimately depends on his combat power. I want to prove myself through fighting. At the same time, Etienne's information was placed on the table in front of Song Chi-heng's father, Song Wei. Song Wei has a sturdy build and a square face, and he exudes a domineering aura even when sitting on a chair. Old Ma, what do you think? Next to Song Wei stood a tall and thin middle-aged man, Ma Bang. Ma Bang has followed Song Wei for decades and is also the housekeeper of the Song family. When Song Chi-heng wanted to investigate Etienne's intelligence before, he looked for him. Mabin shook his head. I don't understand. Brother Wei, don't you think this is a trick played by the school? They set up a trap to make off with the money we spent. Song Wei shook his head. Zhou Tiangang is not that stupid. If he really does this, will he still have the face to live? He stroked his chin in thought. Based on my understanding of Hanger, he will definitely not accept the defeat and will most likely challenge Etienne. Please confirm the time and place, and I will go and take a look then. This Etienne is quite interesting. Mabin nodded. Good. On the other side, when Ying returned home, she saw the Monkey King reading a book, or to be more precise, staring at the book, and was confused again. Xiaotian, what is the great sage doing? Etienne said honestly. I'll ask the great sage to learn some knowledge related to cultivation and evolution, and prepare to apply for the graduate school. According to the rules we have learned, the Beast Master and the Beast Master can answer questions together. Therefore, it is reasonable to let the Beast Tamer learn. Ying nodded. So that's it. Of course she knew the Research Institute. The person the company leader wanted to introduce to her was an outsourced employee of the Research Institute. An outsourced worker's salary can exceed 20,000 dragon coins per month. As a formal researcher, the salary is definitely higher. Moreover, Ying's company hired a researcher as a technical expert. You only need to invest twice a year to enjoy a dividend of 5% of the company's annual profit. Knowing that my younger brother wanted to go to graduate school, of course I supported him. In fact, Ying also thought about applying to graduate school, but after studying the exam content, she gave up. Neither she nor Rongrong the sheep had any talent for learning. So she knew the difficulty. So he encouraged Etienne now. Come on, try to pass the exam within 10 years. Etienne. After thinking about it, he still didn't dare tell Ying that he had already registered and would take the exam in less than 10 days. I was worried that history would repeat itself and that Ying would think she was going crazy again. As evening approached, Etienne had his meal and went out under the pretext of going for a walk. I picked up a small bicycle and rushed to the agreed place. Let's go fight to help the great sage relax, and also test his strength. This was actually the great sage's first actual combat experience. He turned his head and looked at the Monkey King. I'm going to fight. Are you looking forward to it? The Monkey King waved his thin arms, his face full of excitement. Etienne couldn't help but think that it was indeed a unique stone monkey. According to the description of stone monkeys in the book, they are gentle and hate fighting. The Monkey King can be said to be an outlier among outliers. They soon arrived at the destination, and Etienne raised his head. What comes into view is a very tall gate with a gilded wooden sign hanging on it, Song's Weapons Chamber of Commerce. Standing at the door, you can see various weapons placed inside. There are all kinds of knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. As soon as we walked in, a staff member came up to us and asked about our needs. When he was told that he was there to accept the challenge, the staff took Etienne to the backyard. It seemed that Song Chi-hang had already instructed him to do so. There is an open space in the backyard, which is usually used for customers who buy weapons to test the strength of the weapons, and can also be used as a combat arena. Song Chi-hang had come here several hours ago and was waiting. He had seen Etienne's photo, so he naturally recognized him instantly. Etienne also knew Song Chi-hang. In the past 3 years, the top 3 in every major exam would be selected and they would go to the stage in the playground to receive their awards. The second and third places often change, but the first place never changes and it is always him. After all, it was the first time they met, so they introduced themselves to each other first, and exchanged a few words before standing about 10 meters apart. Place your own beasts in front of you and prepare to start fighting. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. How can there be a fight without a referee? The person who walked in was a man who looked somewhat similar to Song Chi-hang, but was more sturdy and strong. There were several people following behind him. Dad? Uncle Ma? Why are you here? Song Chi-hang asked in confusion. The person who came was Song Wei, and Song Wei smiled. What a coincidence. I came here to inspect the work and just happened to hear that you and classmate Etienne were going to fight. I came to see it out of curiosity. Look at Etienne again. Student Etienne, how about I be the referee? Don't worry, I won't favor any side. This is the first time for both of you to fight, so you need someone to watch you. If anyone fails to stop, I can stop the fight in time. Etienne shrugged indifferently. He didn't care who would be the referee. But still polite. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Song. Song Chi-hang was even more eager to fight. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his respected father. I thought to myself that I must look cool and end the battle quickly. To be honest, if Etienne hadn't been lucky, he would have been slightly ahead of him in terms of training speed. I'm afraid the two will never meet in this life. Naturally, he didn't take Etienne seriously. Just an ordinary beastmaster who got lucky. When both of them were ready, Song Wei gave an order and the battle began. Etienne looked at the moonlight cat opposite him, recalling the information about it that he had learned in textbooks. Moonlight cat. Potential, gold. Skills, catwalk, moonlight slash. Chapter 15, Monkey King vs. Moonlight Cat. Etienne was amazed. In terms of potential, Moonlight Cat is 2 levels higher than the Monkey King. At the bronze level, one directly possesses 2 innate skills. Cat Step can speed up, while Moonlight Slash can launch a long-range energy attack. It can be said that just looking at the panel, he completely defeats the Monkey King. The only thing that the Monkey King is better than him in is his skill proficiency. After a day and a night of improvement, Zijia has now become proficient. As he cannot afford to buy a new stick, he is still proficient in the 8-direction stick. Both sides have their own advantages, and Etienne is really unsure of the outcome of the battle. All I can do is ask the Great Sage to try his best and not underestimate the enemy. The Great Sage nodded and picked up the small wine flask that Etienne had prepared for him from his waist. Eat, eat, eat. Gurgle, gurgle. After taking a few gulps of wine, he immediately became drunk. While Etienne was observing the Moonlight Cat, Song Chi-hang was also observing the Monkey King. But no matter how you look at it, it is just an ordinary monkey, couldn't be more ordinary. The only difference between it and other monkeys is that it holds an iron stick in its hand. Could it be that Etienne thought that having a weapon in hand meant he had the ability to attack? A feeling of contempt rose in my heart. That's it. He shook his head slightly and decided to end it all early. Song Chi-hang directly issued an order to the Moonlight Cat, asking it to pounce on the Monkey King and use its skill Moonlight Slash. It's enough to defeat you. Call out. The Moonlight Cat was agile and nimble, and it jumped left and right a few steps before arriving in front of the Monkey King. He raised his claws and swung them vigorously, and several rays of light shot out. Good. Song Wei nodded and expressed his appreciation for the ability displayed by the Moonlight Cat. It was indeed a rare beast that he had bought at a high price. Both the speed and strength it displayed far exceeded those of other beasts of the same level. Alarm bells were ringing in Etion's heart. He could feel the sharpness of Moonlight Cat's attack before it was even launched. Great Sage, get out of the way. Immediately issue instructions through the mind. The Monkey King's IQ at this time was about the same as that of a child of a few years old, and the battle required command. When you are more mature, you can fight on your own. At that time, the Beast Master played the role of controlling the overall situation and only needed to issue orders at critical moments. Want to get out of the way? It's not so easy to dodge Moonlight Cat's attack. Song Chi-hang chuckled. The cat and the monkey were very close to each other, and a normal bronze-level Beast Master would have no way of dodge them. Call out. 4 air blades burst out. But it just passed through the air and scratched on the special floor. Then there was a sharp friction sound. Song Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. This monkey is so fast. He clearly saw that when the air blade was about to touch the monkey suddenly moved to the right. Great Sage, here comes your chance. Use the 8-directional staff. Ouch. Got it. Boom. The Great Sage swept his stick towards the kitten in front of him. The 4 stick shadows overlapped, striking the air with a roar. When the Monkey King was testing it at home before, he still left some room for maneuver. But now that he was facing the enemy for the first time and didn't know his strength, he used all his strength. Song Chi-hang recovered from the accident and returned to normal. Seeing the attack coming, he quickly gave orders for Moonlight Cat to dodge. Moonlight Cat tapped the ground and tried to retreat, but the stick was too fast. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, he could only curl up into a ball and try to withstand the attack as much as possible. Seeing that Moonlight Cat couldn't avoid it, Song Chi-hang frowned and was even more surprised. Why is this monkey's attack so fierce? But I still thought of it by chance. The Moonlight Cat's body is soft and has strong force-absorbing capabilities. It should be able to handle it, right? Meow! Moonlight Cat's first stood up. Boom! The shadow of the stick attacked it, making it feel the crisis of death. Just when the stick was about to touch Moonlight Cat's body, a big hand firmly grasped the stick, preventing it from moving forward. Song Wei took action. The slight tremor at the corner of his mouth showed that he was not calm at the moment. Dad? What are you doing? Before Etion could say anything, Song Chi-hang took the initiative to question him. Song Wei didn't look at his son, but stared straight at Etion. Student Etion, you won this battle. I acted rashly, which was against the rules. To express my apology to you, you can choose any weapon from the Chamber of Commerce and take it away. How about that? It will be my apology to you. Hearing this, Song Chi-hang was furious. Dad! I haven't lost yet. As long as Lan can withstand this attack, I still have a chance to counterattack. Lan is the name Song Chi-hang gave to Moonlight Cat. But he heard Song Wei's somewhat stern voice. Counterattack? If I hadn't blocked this attack for you, Lan would have been seriously injured if not dead. Song Chi-hang's pupils shrank and his body couldn't help but stop. He naturally believed what his father said. Song Wei was already a diamond-level beast master, and was one of the most powerful people in the entire Wushan city. His judgment is naturally not comparable to that of a novice beast master like myself. But the question is, how could Etion Monkey's stick be so terrifying? At the same level, the greater the potential of the beast tamer, the stronger its physical strength will be. The Moonlight Cat has potential 2 levels higher than the Stone Monkey. Is Etion's monkey really a harmless beast like the Stone Monkey? How could it be so outrageous? After the surprise comes the frustration. He lost. A complete defeat. Not only is his breakthrough speed not as fast as Etienne's, but even his combat power, which he is proud of, is not as good as his. On the other side, Etienne was somewhat surprised. What? Just pick any weapon and take it away. That's what you said. It just so happens that the Monkey King needs a weapon to improve his proficiency in the 8-directional staff. Isn't this like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy? As for sparing Song Qinghang, it was no big deal in Etienne's opinion. There is no conflict between the two, and the challenge is just to a certain extent. To be honest, he didn't know that the Monkey King's 8-sided staff would be so powerful. It was my first actual combat, and I overestimated my opponent, so it was inevitable that I was a little unsure of my position. Nodding is not pretentious. Thank you, Uncle Song. After hearing Etienne's agreement, Song Wei's expression finally relaxed. I should be the one thanking you. My son Hanger has always been arrogant. I have to thank you for giving him a blow and letting him know that there are always people better than you. On the side, Song Qinghang blushed. If Song Wei had said this to him before, he would have refuted it at least. But after seeing the outrageous behavior of his peer Etienne, he was now unable to refute anything. Song Wei looked at Etienne with admiration. Young people today are really amazing. If I'm not mistaken, your stone monkey is using a bronze skill with mastered proficiency, the 8-direction staff, right? When the great sage swung that blow, a terrifying momentum exploded, completely surpassing the early bronze stage and faintly touching the bronze perfection. Only martial arts at the mastery level can do this. Song Wei appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Mastery-level skills are not scary, and bronze-level skills are not even worth his attention. But the problem is that the great sage has only been contracted by Etienne for 3 days. During these 3 days, my level broke through to bronze, and my skills broke through to mastery. This is simply not something a human can do. Even though he was well informed, he had never seen such an outrageous beast master. Chapter 16. An unexpected surprise, choosing a stick, Song Wei's friendship. Back then, when Song Wei had his first beast tamer, it took him 2 months to improve his entry-level skills to proficiency, and a year to improve from proficiency to mastery. Even so, the teacher still praised him as a genius. What's more, the stone monkey has no innate attack skills, and the skills he learned later in life have to be practiced from the beginner level, which is 1 level higher than himself. On the side, Song Qinghang exclaimed directly. Fuck! What? Mastery level! Then his loss was indeed not unfair. It is extremely difficult to cultivate skill proficiency, and every level increase is a transformation. It was like 2 kids fighting. Song Qinghang was taller, and had greater innate strength. But Etienne was holding a knife in his hand. Song Wei hired a teacher to help him improve his skills. According to the teacher's plan, it would take at least another year for him to acquire proficient skills. The look he gave Etienne was even more horrified. I'm convinced. He no longer doubted the truth that Etienne helped the stone monkey break through to the bronze level, because he discovered something even more outrageous. Etienne smiled modestly at Song Wei. I just got luckier. Song Qinghang. Haha, why don't I have such good luck as you? After completely accepting his failure, he walked up to Etienne and asked. Etienne, I have another question. Can you tell me how your stone monkey dodged the initial attack? It can be said that the change in the battle situation started with the monkey's escape. Etienne was too lazy to hide it, and said it directly. Because my great sage has also mastered the skill of being drunk at the skilled level. Drunk? Song Qinghang recalled the description of this move he had learned in a book. I understood why the monkey drank before starting a fight. It turned out to be to speed up. Skills at the proficient level, haha, he has become numb. In fact, this move is extremely risky to dodge. After all, there is a gap in the basic qualities of the 2 sides. If he hadn't dodged it, Etienne might have been the loser this time. Potential is too important. It's okay facing Song Qinghang now, but if I face an enemy with the same skill proficiency in the future and my potential is not as good as his, I will most likely lose. Etienne thought so in his heart. The desire to find a new evolutionary path for the great sage became stronger and stronger. Song Wei praised Etienne for a while, and according to the agreement, prepared to let him choose a weapon to take away. Your stone monkey likes to use stick weapons, right, old Ma? Songwei waved his hand and Ma Bang came over immediately. Go and take inventory of all the stick weapons in our store and let Etian choose carefully. Okay. Ma Bang was extremely surprised. Brother Wei really values this kid too much. From what he meant, I should not hide the true situation of the stick weapons in the store. The problem is, the store has gold-grade sticks, each worth over 1,000,000 dragon coins. If Etian wants it, just give it to him? No matter what you think, you still have to do what Songwei says. Soon, a booklet as thick as a palm was handed to Etian. It was all the stick weapons in the store. Etian was in a good mood and started to look through the books with great anticipation. Killing stick silver level. Description: made of black rock iron as the main material, weight 8. Sky star stick gold level. Description: made of meteorite iron mixed with spiritual metal, weighs 20, and has metallic attack properties. Light spirit rod gold level. Description: made of wind spirit wood as the main trunk, weighs 2, has wind and wood attribute attack characteristics. Etian discovered that all gold level sticks have attack properties. That is to say, it has some damaging energy. For example, the star stick will naturally burst out golden energy when it is swung to assist in the attack. Cool and powerful. It makes people drool just by looking at it. They're all good stuff. Song Qiheng watched from the side, and his heart ached every time Etian turned over. This is our own asset. Songwei was much more generous and said with a smile. Student Etian, please don't be polite, and don't feel embarrassed. This is what you deserve. Choose at least a gold level stick. After hearing what Songwei said, Etian felt relieved. He was actually a little worried that he would not admit it. Took a while to choose. Finally, the Tianqing stick was chosen. The reason is that the great sage likes the appearance of the heavenly star stick very much. Okay, Lao Ma, go get the stick for Etian. Soon, a golden stick was placed in front of the Monkey King. Monkey King, starry eyes. Etian stroked the surface of the stick and felt a sharp touch at the tips of his fingers. Is this a gold level weapon? The great sage picked up the stick and started practicing directly. Buzz. The air vibrates. Ripples continued to spread outward from the great sage. The heavenly star stick was 2 meters long, more than 4 times the height of the Monkey King, but in his hands it became a nimble toy. It's like nothing. Song Qiheng couldn't help but sigh. This monkey has become stronger again. If the Monkey King, equipped with a gold-level weapon, also uses the 8-directional staff, the power will at least increase by more than 2 times, and this is just a conservative estimate. His Moonlight Cat was no match to begin with, and now the gap was even bigger. Especially when I thought that this stick was given to me by my father, I felt even more depressed. In addition to the stick, Songwei also gave Etian a long box that could be used to store the stick. I originally wanted to invite him to dinner, but he declined and I could only wave goodbye. Etian left with a brisk back, obviously in a good mood. Song Qiheng also added Etian's contact information, and then under the supervision of his father, he honestly transferred 100,000 dragon coins. Wait until Etian's back completely disappeared. Ma Bankai couldn't help but speak to Song Wei. Brother Wei, are you too nice to this kid? Song Qiheng also agreed. Yes. Dad, you treat Etian better than you treat me. You never gave me a gold-level weapon. Song Wei rolled his eyes. You are such an ungrateful person. Who gave you the cat? A gold-level weapon, even if I give it to you now, you won't be able to control it. Wait until you can master a skill like Etian one day. Song Qiheng looked bitter. Ah? Mastery level is too far out of reach. Song Wei looked at Ma Bang again. I wasn't too nice to him, I even felt a little inadequate. Ma Bang was confused. Brother Wei, no matter how you say it, our Song family is still a big family in Wushan City. No matter how powerful Etian is, he is just one person. Song Wei shook his head. What about the big families in Wushan City? In the eyes of the truly strong, we are no different from little ants that can be crushed to death at any time. And in Etian, I see the hope of becoming that kind of person. You must not be hostile to this kind of genius. Invest in him before he has fully grown up. If he grows up in the future, it can be regarded as a favor. Chapter 17 Song Wei's Advance Investment. News about the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. Song Wei smiled. A gold-grade stick is nothing. Just think of it as an early investment in Etienne's future. I won't do business that will lose money. Mabin hissed. Brother Wei, you are so optimistic about him. But his first beast was just a stone monkey. Song Wei curled his lips and asked back. Have you ever seen such an outrageous monkey? And you also said that this is only his first beast. I guess Etienne must be someone with a special talent for taming beasts. At his current rate of improvement, he will soon be able to reach the standard of contracting a second beast. Then I can just find a beast master with good talent. Mabin was convinced. His makes sense. Song Wei patted Song Qihang on the head again. Hanger, you should also try your best to get along well with Etienne. It would be best if we could become close friends. Song Qihang didn't say anything. I haven't recovered yet. On the other side, Etienne returned home excitedly. The gains from this trip far exceeded our imagination. He originally went there for the 100,000 dragon coins, but he didn't expect to get a gold-level stick back. The conditions for upgrading the Monkey King's 8-directional staff have also been met, and in the data panel, the proficiency level has directly reached perfection. Unfortunately, he wanted to test it, but he didn't dare. The mastery level is so scary, I'm worried that the perfection level will just destroy the whole house. At this time, another reminder sounded. Ask if you want to simplify from perfect to masterful, which requires 500,000 dragon coins. Reject without hesitation. I really don't have that much money. Adding the 10 that Song Qihang just gave, the total balance was only 22, not even half. What's more, Etienne discovered that after the simplification, he still needed to meet certain conditions to be promoted, and the conditions also cost money. Make a decision in your mind that you will never simplify your finances until your savings reach $100. At the same time, he was looking forward to becoming a professional beast master. Only professional beast masters can take the initiative to make big money. I checked the time of the next professional assessment, and it's about half a month later. It will be a few days later than the Institute's assessment. Taking into account the Monkey King's current improvement speed, the plan to evolve him into the Stone Monkey King is ready. According to the professional assessment requirements, Beast Masters must reach the silver level or above to be eligible to register. There is still time. I paid the registration fee directly and entered the Monkey King's information. The level is written as silver. Anyway, we have to go to the site to check. I wonder if the perfect level 8-sided staff can give the great sage the strength to pass the test? Shaking his head, Etienne decided not to think about it. Let's pass the graduate school exam first. Keep reading. No, just continue to stare at the book. 4 days passed in this way, and nearly half of the knowledge in the 2 big books had been engraved in the great sage's mind. Then it was synchronized to Etienne's brain. These days, Etienne went out to purchase a batch of wine for the great sage. The Monkey King's level progress is also steadily improving. Race, Stone Monkey. Level, Bronze, 9. Potential, Bronze. Skills, Drunken Master, 0, 8-sided Staff Perfection, 0. The great sage has reached the late Bronze stage, and the speed of improvement has begun to slow down. And being drunk finally evolved into a mastery level skill. Gulp. The Monkey King was drunk and his steps were staggering, but his movements were very fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little monkey kept moving around in the small room, leaving behind a lot of afterimages. So fast. Etienne couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, his eyes lit up. If you had mastered the drunkenness level when fighting the Moonlight Cat before, dodging would have been much easier. Even if he didn't take action, Moonlight Cat would never be able to touch the Monkey King at all. Seeing the Monkey King having so much fun, Etienne's mood also became happy. He stroked his chin again and thought. The house now is a little too small. The great sage can't use it at all. Well, once I pass the career assessment and earn money, I must change my place of residence first. In the evening, after dinner, I suddenly received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Xiao Tian, how is your great sage's progress in cultivation? Are you confident that he can reach the silver level within 2 months? This is to show concern for Etienne. Etienne thought about it and responded, it was already in the late stage and 2 months would be more than enough. Have faith. Zhou Tiangang laughed twice. He was happy to know that his student was so talented. Only Etienne dared to say that he had confidence. If it were anyone else, Zhou Tiangang would not even believe it. For most people, it's hard to go from infancy to bronze in 2 months, let alone silver. After laughing, let's get to the point. I have good news for you. In 2 months, the ancient battlefield's secret realm of our Wushan city will be opened, and only silver-level beast masters can enter. There are various rare beasts in there that can be contracted. But the secret realm is only open for 1 day, so you must make sure that you can break through to silver level in 2 months. Etienne's eyes moved slightly, and he recalled the information he had learned about the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. The secret realm is a small world independent of this world, and the reason for its creation is unknown. Every discovered secret realm has unique entry rules. For example, the rule for the ancient battlefield's secret realm is that it opens once every 5 years and for 1 day each time. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield, although the word battlefield is in its name, it has little to do with fighting. This name was chosen because when the secret realm was first discovered, the first scene the researchers saw when they entered was a wasteland that had experienced a battle. After hundreds of years of development, this secret realm has been transformed into a special secret realm for contracting beasts. Once you walk in, you'll stand on a platform and present yourself to the secret place. If a beast in the secret realm takes a liking to you, it will also come to the platform and allow you to make a contract. Etienne's evaluation of this is blind date platform. Every time a beast master advances 2 levels, he will get a chance to contract a new beast. For Etienne, silver is not far away, and it is time to consider the next beast to be controlled. However, 2 months is a bit long, so it can be used as a backup option. If you find a suitable one within 2 months, you can sign a contract. If you can't find a suitable one, you can try your luck in the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhou for telling me the news. Etienne responded that after all, it was the other person's good intentions. Zhou Tiangang smiled and sighed. Unfortunately, it is also my fault as the principal that I did not discover your talent earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't be allowed to contract a stone monkey. After a pause, he continued. Xiaotian, when you contract the second beast, you must choose carefully. You naturally have 1 less combat beast than other beast masters of the same level, so the second beast is particularly important. Etienne felt helpless. Great sage, you are looked down upon again, did you know that? If you just say that the Monkey King can actually fight and his fighting ability is not weak, I'm afraid Zhou Tiangang will find it hard to believe it. In order to save trouble, Etienne chose to be perfunctory. Okay, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your advice. Chapter 18. Becoming the spokesperson for the Song Chamber of Commerce, Etienne also comes to take the exam? Zhou Tiangang changed the subject. My Qiong is also preparing for the entrance exam to graduate school. I asked her to make a copy of her notes for you. If you rely on studying on your own, your efficiency will be too low. When she adds your contact information, remember to approve it. Etienne nodded. It seemed unnecessary, but refusing would seem too unkind, so he could only respond with an okay. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang. Here it comes. Click to approve friend request. Looking at the avatar, it's a cute little bear. Zhou Qiong, hello, I'm Zhou Qiong. My father told me about you. Document. Zhou Qiong, come on. Zhou Qiong, tried to pass the exam within 2 years. I will wait for you at the research institute. Work hard. She is more confident in herself than Ying. Ying said 10 years, while Zhou Qiong said 2 years. Etienne typed a lot of words and then deleted them. Finally sent it. Thanks. I closed the chat window with Zhou Qiong and opened the class group out of habit. Most people are still talking about how to get started practicing martial arts. At this time, Etienne was already preparing to pass the professional examination. Shake your head. It's really drifting away. The days that followed were dull, with the graduate school exam date just 2 days away. Songwei called again. Student Etian, I have a business I want to do with you. See if you are interested? Etian was a little confused and continued listening. Our Chamber of Commerce would like to invite you to be its spokesperson. The request is very simple. Just let your stone monkey cooperate with us to take a group of photos. The reward is 500,000 dragon coins, and the time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, you can choose to continue to cooperate with us, or terminate the cooperation. The Song Weapons Chamber of Commerce only has 10 stores in Wushan City. It is not a large national company. Paying 500,000 dragon coins for a year's endorsement is a reasonable price. For Etian, it was just a matter of asking the Monkey King to take a set of photos, and it wouldn't cost him anything, so he thought this business was worth doing. So I agreed and made an appointment to go to the shooting location to take pictures tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Songwei nodded with satisfaction. It's settled. Then he looked at Mabon. Old Ma, go and make the arrangements. Make sure you provide good service to Etian. Good. But Brother Wei, there are some things I don't understand. If you want to give money to Etian directly, why don't you just find another reason? Let him become our spokesperson. What if it affects sales? Our Song family has several competitors in Wushan City. As he spoke, a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Songwei laughed out loud. Old Ma, your business acumen is not as good as mine. Giving money is secondary. I really want to cooperate with Etian. Ma Bang was even more confused. Songwei explained. Have you ever seen a bronze-level stone monkey with stronger combat power than the Moonlight Cat? Mabon shook his head. Songwei said. That's it. Etian is still unknown now, but a genius like him will surely soar to the sky soon. Who would have thought that a seemingly weak stone monkey could burst out with such terrifying power? We use Etian's stone monkey as our spokesperson to maximize the gimmick and contrast. When Etian soars to the sky, we will also benefit. 500,000, I still think it's not enough. That's why they added the clause that only 1 year of endorsement rights is purchased. Mabon rode. Then why don't we buy it for a few more years? According to what you said, Brother Wei, isn't this a sure win? Songwei laughed. In my eyes, economic benefits cannot compare to the relationship with Etian. A year later, if Etian's net worth skyrocketed, but he still received an endorsement fee of 500,000 dragon coins, what do you think he would think? Even if he is open-minded, we must never let him feel that we are taking advantage of him. Ma Bang nodded, not quite understanding. Ding-dong, the alarm clock rang, and the day of the Institute's admission assessment finally arrived. Yesterday, it only took one morning to complete all the filming matters, and then the Song family readily transferred 500,000 yuan. Excluding the expenses of buying wine for the great sage during this period, Etian now has a total of 700,000 dragon coins, and the great sage's realm is getting closer and closer to bronze 100. He waved to Ying. Sister, I'm going out. What are you going to do? Go take the graduate school exam. Ah? Ying's eyes widened in confusion. On the other side, after Etian went out, he turned on his mobile phone for navigation and took a taxi to the Research Institute in just half an hour. Wushan City branch of the Beast Breeding and Evolution Research Institute. You still need to walk up a long ladder to reach the gate. Magnificent and domineering. It is over 100 meters wide, but only about 5 stories high. Beep beep. After passing the entry instrument inspection, I walked in and a staff member immediately came over to ask what I wanted to do. After stating your identity as a candidate, you will be directed to a special room, and your information will be verified before you officially arrive at the location where you will take the exam. The first round of assessment will be held in a large auditorium that can easily accommodate several thousand people. Etian was in a daze in the waiting area when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Xiao Tian, why are you here too? Turning around, it turned out to be Zhou Tiangang. Behind him, there was a girl who looked very similar to him. If I'm not mistaken, she is Zhou Qiong, the cute little bear avatar. Mr. Zhou? Etian greeted and then said, I signed up and came to take the test. Zhou Tiangang raised his eyelids slightly, feeling a little surprised. It has only been 10 days since Etienne last heard about the research institute, right? So brave? Looking around, Etienne was definitely the youngest among all the references. People of his age are basically still struggling to train their beast masters to break through the bronze level. But then I figured it out. Etienne should be trying to gain experience and feel the exam atmosphere, right? When you think about it this way, his motives make sense. So he smiled and said, "It's good to be able to experience it in advance." Etienne sighed and was too lazy to explain. Then Zhou Tiangang pointed at Zhou Qiong next to him and introduced him. "This is my daughter. I am here to accompany her to take the exam." The two greeted each other. Zhou Qiong looked at Etienne with some curiosity. Is he the peerless genius his father mentioned? Apart from his handsome looks, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. But when he saw the Monkey King on Etienne's shoulder, he couldn't help but be surprised. What a strange stone monkey. The Monkey King is always drunk, just like the other stone monkeys. However, there was a sharp light in his eyes. This kind of light is usually only possessed by combat-type beasts. Chapter 19. You can ask me for advice, a resume that is just a joke. Overall, Zhou Qiong had a good first impression of Etienne, that he was a polite little brother. So he smiled. "I'm 6 years older than you, so I'll follow my dad's lead and call you Xiaotian. You can call me Sister Chou or Sister Qiong. Xiaotian, in the future, when your beast is learning, cultivating, and evolving, feel free to ask me any questions you have." He put his hands on his waist, feeling a little proud. "I have been studying these two subjects since I entered the Beast Taming Academy. It has been 6 years now. I got more than 60 points in the 2 previous exams. Unfortunately, the practical operation later on was not up to standard, so I failed the exam." Etienne was a little confused when he heard this. "Sister Qiong, is it difficult to get 60 points? Zhou Qiong. I rolled my eyes in my heart. Is this what human beings say? But think about it, this is Etienne's first time taking the exam, so it's normal that he doesn't know the difficulty. Of course. The full score is 100, and you need to score more than 60 points to enter the second round of assessment. Every time we take the exam, we can eliminate candidates who score more than 90 points in the first round. I'm sure you've seen those 2 ridiculously thick books. Although the key exam content only accounts for 10% of the 2 books, the amount of content that needs to be memorized is still huge." Etienne. "What?" "The key exam content only accounts for 10% of the book, and no one told me. But, come to think of it, it makes sense. When he got the book, he was still thinking that if he could write down the entire 2 books, it would be impossible for a beastmaster to do it. Xiaotian, this is your first time here, you don't know the specific rules of the exam yet, right?" Zhou Qiong began to explain for Etienne. The exam is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round of written examination, questions will be randomly selected from the book. There are 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 1 point. You need to answer 60 questions correctly to enter the next round. The first round is just an admission ticket, the second round of practical assessment is the real deal. This round, you can choose to cultivate or evolve in any direction, select the test questions, and complete them to pass. The test questions are different every time, so I can't give you too much advice. At this time, Zhou Tiangang also spoke up to explain the structure of the institute to Etienne. The Research Institute is divided into 2 parts, the Beast Tamer Cultivation Department and the Beast Tamer Evolution Department. The 2 departments each have their own responsibilities. The Breeding Department is responsible for researching how to better breed the beasts. The Evolution Department is responsible for studying the possible evolutionary paths of the beastmen. So the second round of assessment will be divided into 2 directions. Only those who complete the corresponding assessment can enter the corresponding department. Etienne nodded. So that's how it is. If I break it down further, my goal would be to enter the Evolution Department of the Research Institute first. Zhou Qiong said. My father is a member of the training department, and my goal is to join the training department. Etienne was a little curious. Why don't you want to join the evolution department? Zhou Qiong said. Because it's too difficult. For a mortal like me, cultivation can still be done with some effort, but the study of evolution is the domain of geniuses. just as the three of them gathered together to chat, on the other side. Research Institute, monitoring room. A group of people were sitting in front of a large surveillance screen, looking up from time to time, and flipping through the papers in their hands. Two middle-aged men were sitting on the front two chairs. Zhang Xing, Deputy Director of Research Department. Wang Tingsong, Deputy Minister of the Department of Evolution. This assessment is jointly responsible by both of them. In their hands are the detailed information of these registered people. Wang Tingsong nodded from time to time. The quality of this batch of candidates is pretty good. As he was flipping through the pages, he saw a person and couldn't help but exclaim, then turned his head to look at Zhang Xing. Old Zhang, does your nephew want to go back to Wishan City? At this moment, the information booklet in his hand was fixed on the page of a man who looked a little gloomy. Zhang Qixing. Male, 28 years old. Graduated from Shanwu Beast Academy, Department of Cultivation Research, has won the first prize of the Western United Provinces Research Conference many times, and has Department of Interest, Evolution Department. More than half of the entire sheet of paper was devoted to introducing his brilliant resume. When I saw the end, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, you still want to join our evolution department? Such an outstanding talent. Of course, our evolution department welcomes him extremely. When registering, each candidate will fill in his or her preferred department. Hearing Wang Tingsong's words, Zhang Xing gritted his teeth. He snorted and said nothing. He wanted his nephew to inherit his legacy and enter the research department. The internal recommendation quota has been prepared for him. But this guy didn't want it. He insisted on taking the exam through his own efforts. Just take the exam, and make sure you take the evolution department. Zhang Xing was so angry that his liver ached. No matter how much I try to persuade him, it's useless. I can only let him go. Speaking of which, he had just had a quarrel with his nephew that day, and Zhou Tiangang happened to call him and asked for an internal recommendation quota. That's why Zhang Xing's attitude was so bad, because he directly used Zhou Tiangang as an outlet to vent his emotions. He was just a small second-level researcher, so Zhang Xing didn't take it too seriously. As for the identity of a high school principal, he didn't care about it at all. Zhang Xing knew a lot of presidents of beast-taming colleges. Seeing Zhang Xing being humiliated, Wang Tingsong laughed twice, feeling somewhat happy. The two departments often compete for resources, so naturally their relationship is not good. Why not disgust an old rival? Continuing to flip through the pages, some people's resumes might be considered good if placed elsewhere, but for their research institute, they are just average. In their evolution department, there are more than a dozen PhDs, and each of them has won national awards. Zhou Qiong. Female, 24 years old. Graduated from Shanwu Beast Master Academy, Cultivation and Research Department, recognized as an outstanding graduate by the Academy, and has won Intended Department, Research Department. Zhou Tiangang's daughter, is she here to take the exam again? I hope she succeeds this time. Gao Su, Lu Bo, and Yan Pei all have very good test records. I'll go. When he turned to a certain page, Wang Tingsong was suddenly stunned. It's not because the information is so brilliant, but because it's so rubbish. How dare you? Etienne. Male, 18 years old. A senior high school student at Shanwu No. 2 High School, who was awarded a bottle of iced black tea. Department of Interest, Evolution Department. Wang Tingsong? Outrageous. Are you here to experience the atmosphere? He's a very brave little boy. Among all the candidates who have registered in the past, there are very few who are under 20 years old. At least they would have achieved some academic success before they dared to try. The Research Institute is a holy place in the minds of countless people. Iced tea reward? Are you really a show? In fact, Etienne didn't want to fill it out like this at first, but when registering, the column for honors must not be empty. And he had never won any honor, so he had to take a desperate measure and accept such an honor that was like a joke. This is how the page of paper appeared in Wang Tingsong's hand. Chapter 20. Etienne, come to experience the atmosphere? Zhang Xing noticed Wang Tingsong's abnormality and couldn't help but take a look at his hand. Then he was also stunned. Etienne? Shanwu Ergale. Isn't he the student that Zhou Tiangang mentioned to him before? Is this guy really coming? He really didn't know whether to praise Yi Tian for his bravery or ignorance. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't ask to allow Yi Tian to be recommended. Although internal referral does not mean direct entry into the research institute, an interview is still required. But if other interviewers knew that Yi Tian was pushed here by themselves, it would be socially devastating. Does he still want to keep his reputation in the research institute? This is not the way to recruit people with connections. It seems that Zhou Tiangang is really getting old and confused. If I remember correctly, he said that Yi Tian's beast is just a stone monkey, right? He shook his head, quite speechless. In any case, both deputy ministers were very impressed with Yi Tian. However, it's not a good impression. In the hall, Yi Tian and his companion suddenly heard some noise at the entrance. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at the same time. At the source of the noise, a man with bangs almost covering his eyes was walking in. The noise was caused by many people greeting him at the same time. Brother Xing, are you here to take the test as well? Or are you here to be the examiner? Brother Xing, are you back in Wushan City? Brother Xing, do you still remember me? 3 years ago, we attended a seminar together in Qinghe City. When Yi Tian was wondering who this great man was, Zhou Qiong introduced him to him. That man's name is Zhang Qixing. He is a senior who is 4 years older than me. He graduated when I entered the college. He left many brilliant achievements in the school. He was the one who led the establishment of a research group in our school. After graduation, he first went to another city for further studies. Later, I heard that he joined a local research institute. I didn't expect him to resign and return to Wushan City for re-examination. As he spoke, his eyes revealed admiration and a hint of envy. If there is anyone among all the candidates who can guarantee that he can pass, it is only him. Yi Tian nodded. It sounds really amazing. Zhang Qixing greeted everyone politely, then walked to the wall, picked up his phone and started doing something. He didn't seem to want to socialize, and others were tactful enough not to bother him. The exam will last for 1 day, with a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon and evening. It will soon be time for the exam. Those who accompanied the examinees could only continue to wait in the rest area, while the examinees sat in their seats at the front of the hall according to their examinee numbers. Qiong, don't be nervous. You've taken the test twice. You will definitely pass it this time too. Zhou Tiangang waved his hand, not at all the majestic look of a principal, but more like a kind father. Zhou Qiong clenched his fists. Zhou Tiangang looked at Yi Tian again. Xiao Tian, you should also experience the atmosphere of the exam and prepare for the future. Yi Tian nodded, unwilling to explain. Good. This is not a completely fair test. At least a silver-level beast master has a greater advantage than a bronze-level beast master. There is no limit on the number of beasts you can tame when doing the test. In other words, a silver-level beast master can have 2 beasts and himself answer questions together at the same time. After I sat down, a test paper was quickly handed out, and the 2-hour timer began. Only those who passed the first round can enter the second round. For the evolution of the great sage, fight hard. Start question-solving mode. From the first question, I saw someone scratching his head with his beast. After the ginseng flower breaks through to the silver level, 3 color petals will grow on the top of its head. When the red petals shake, it represents it. After just one glance at the question, Yi Tian immediately searched his memory. Simple and easy. It wants to bask in the sun. Question 2? Simple and easy. Question 5. Question 50. Question 100. Brush, brush, brush. Yi Tian filled it up very quickly. It took about 20 minutes to fill in all the answers. Unfortunately, according to the rules, I couldn't hand in the paper early, so I could only sleep on the table out of boredom. Is this what it feels like to be a top student? Yi Tian didn't expect it to be so smooth. He didn't know whether the test questions were beyond the syllabus, or whether they were key knowledge. He only knew that all the questions came from those 2 books. At the same time, the 2 deputy ministers in the monitoring room noticed Yi Tian's abnormality. He was so conspicuous. Among thousands of exams, he was the only one lying there. It was hard not to notice him. Wang Tingsong laughed. Giving up so early? Zhang Xing also shook his head. I knew it. Ding Ling. The exam is over. Yi Tian stretched, stood up full of energy, and walked back to the rest area. A wailing sound was heard in my ears. This is too difficult. It's over. I've wasted my registration fee again. Who asked this question? Do you dare to give me the address? Dude, the director of the institute gave the questions. His office is upstairs. Go ahead. Haha, forget it, just spare his life. Only a few people remained calm. For example, Zhang Qixing is the calmest one. Now there is a group of people around him asking questions. Brother Xing, do you remember how to fill in the fourth question? Zhang Qixing was smiling. I filled in 25 cultivation environments. 25? I filled in 8. I'm done. I was wrong. Many people are accustomed to comparing answers, and Zhang Qixing has become the standard answer. Someone else asked. Brother Xing, how many points do you think you can get? Zhang Qixing thought about it. The questions this time were really difficult. Many of them were beyond the syllabus and not based on the key points in the book. I'm unsure about 10 questions. I estimate I'll get 90 points. Hiss! There was a cry of surprise. Brother Xing, you are really awesome! 90 points! I can't even get that many points in an open book exam. Why do I feel like the questions are getting harder and harder? It's over. I'm going to never pass the exam. I wish I had half the brains of Brother Xing. Yi Tian finally met Zhou Qiong in the crowd. There was some anxiety on Zhou Qiong's little face. Seeing this, Zhou Tiangang couldn't help but ask. Qiong, how difficult do you think this time is? Zhou Qiong sighed. It's much harder than the previous times. I was confident that I could get 40 points on the questions, and there were dozens of questions I was not confident about. I didn't know if I could get 60 points. Zhou Tiangang touched her head. It's okay. If you fail, Dad will come with you next month. Zhou Qiong nodded obediently. Zhou Tiangang looked at Yi Tian again. Xiao Tian, what do you think? You've experienced the atmosphere, right? Ha! Chapter 21, Zhang Qixing is second. Who is first? Zhou Qiong also looked at Yi Tian, and for some reason, she felt much better. Although I know rationally that this is Yi Tian's first time taking the exam, there is a high probability that he will not be able to answer any of the questions. But if there is someone who is much worse than you next to you, you will feel better even if you fail the exam. People are formed by comparison. Yi Tian Dao. Well, it feels okay. Zhou Qiong asked slyly. Xiao Tian, how many points do you think you can get? Zhou Tiangang looked at her with some blame. Aren't you just bringing up something that is not relevant? Yi Tian did not hide anything. 100 points. Phew. Zhou Qiong couldn't help laughing. Xiao Tian, you are such a good person. You know that my sister is unhappy, so you tried to make her happy. Yi Tian. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. He is really confident that he can get 100 points. In the monitoring room, Zhang Xing looked at his extremely confident nephew on the screen and couldn't help but straighten his chest. Snort. Even if my nephew enters the evolution department, the knowledge he learns belongs to our Zhang family. Said leisurely. The first place is most likely my nephew. Wang Tingsong also said leisurely. It's a pity that your nephew will be a member of my evolution department in the future. He is my nephew. He is my subordinate. The two men stared at each other, either willing to admit defeat verbally. The researchers who followed have long been accustomed to this. Anyway, they have been bickering for a long time. The test papers of all candidates will be sent to the monitoring room and graded on the spot by on-site researchers, and the results will be announced after the grading. Then those who did not score 60 points can go home and rest early. It's time to live. A pile of papers were brought in. The researchers began to mark the papers. Sun Ting, 40 points. Zhang Lun, 57 points. Lu Feiyu, 60 points. Finally, there's someone who's over 60. A researcher couldn't help but sigh as he rarely saw a person who passed the test. Come and see, I've graded Zhang Qixing's paper, one person suddenly said. Many people were attracted to it. Wow, he's really good. I may not be able to answer these questions better than him. Zhang Qixing, 94 points. Without a doubt, he got the highest score in this exam. The examination papers were marked in full swing, and after each batch was completed, the staff responsible for entering data would enter a copy. The two big guys, Wang Tingsong and Zhang Xing, sat leisurely on their chairs and commented. Yes, the number of candidates who passed the first round this time will be at least over 100. Wang Tingsong smiled. Our evolution department has a very high threshold, and we have always been short of staff. I hope we can have 2 more people pass the second round of assessment this time. Zhang Xing ignored Wang Tingsong's versailles. Oh, the threshold is too high. Doesn't this mean that the evolution department is more powerful than the breeding department? It is now May. This time of year is the time when students from various beast taming academies graduate. Therefore, there are a lot of people taking the assessment this time. The more people there are, the greater the probability of talented people emerging. According to the pattern of previous years, the number of people who pass in May is at least 3 times that of other months. However, starting from this time, the practical assessment will be reformed, so it is hard to say how many people will pass this time. What the hell? Just as the session was coming to an end, a researcher suddenly stood up. What? The others looked over curiously. What the hell? What the hell? Who is this guy? He's so fierce, isn't he? A group of people stood there in a daze. Even Wang Tingsong and Zhang Xing were attracted. Puzzled, he stood up and walked towards the researcher in the center. 100 points! They both raised their eyebrows at the same time. On the test paper, correct answers will be marked in red and incorrect answers will be marked in green. In the hands of the researcher, it was pure red. Both of them were puzzled. It shouldn't be. When you look through the candidate's information, don't you see any great geniuses? Who is it? The two of them snatched the test paper and looked at the name in the upper left corner. Then, everyone was stunned. Is it him? In the hall. The waiting process is somewhat tormenting. Many candidates couldn't help walking around to relieve their inner tension. At this time, Zhou Qiong was somewhat envious of Yi Tian. Look how calm he is. Since I didn't think I could pass, I naturally had no expectations and naturally didn't care about the results. In previous exams, the marking time didn't take this long. Logically, the results should be out by now, right? Zhou Qiong clenched her fingers in front of her and muttered to herself. She didn't want to be eliminated without even having the chance to practice practical skills. Just then, someone shouted. It's coming out! It's coming out! There is a huge screen right in front of the hall. A data table appeared, and each entry was a test score. Only candidates with scores above 60 will be selected, and the results will be displayed in a rolling order from low to high. Number 121, Zhou Qiong, 60 points. Yeah! Zhou Qiong jumped up suddenly. Very good! Her score was just over 60 points. Although she was ranked last, it was fine as long as she passed. The results continued to come out. Some candidates who are self-aware have begun to leave the venue in an orderly manner. Some people are like Zhou Qiong. They have done many questions but are not confident. They are the main force of expectations. But when the score reached 70 points, these people also realized the fact that they had failed the exam. For a moment, there was a lot of sighing. 9th place, Ma Hang, 70 points. Number 7, Gao Su, 71 points. 7th place, Meng Jie, 71 points. 3rd place, Lu Bo, 75 points. A candidate named Lu Bo was ecstatic. Haha, I passed! As the results were gradually announced, more and more people gathered around Zhang Qixing. I have nothing to say about Brother Xing except that he is awesome. I don't know who is the 2nd place. The 3rd place only scored 75 points, which is 15 points short of the 90 points you expected, Brother Xing. To be able to get 70 points this time is already a very impressive result. I'm afraid the 2nd place will hardly get more than 80 points. They have already assumed that Zhang Qixing is definitely the number 1. Zhang Qixing said modestly. The results haven't come out yet, so it's still unclear who will be first. At this moment, the screen jumped again and the second place information appeared. Second place, Zhang Qixing, 94 points. I guessed right. The person who spoke just now was stunned when he saw this result. Zhang Qixing himself was visibly stunned for a moment. He said that he didn't care, but he had already reserved the first place in his heart. The score was higher than he expected. But how come it's second place? The whole audience was stunned. What? Zhang Qixing only ranked second with 94 points? Chapter 22. Who is Etian? Everyone is stunned. Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for the next beat. They were extremely curious about who had suppressed Zhang Qixing and taken first place. Finally, the first place appeared. First place, Etian, 100 points. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Point. What kind of outrageous result is this? Some candidates who have taken the test many times go crazy. They wouldn't even dare to dream of getting such a high score. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve. In every exam, although most of the questions come from the key content in the book, there are about 20 questions that are truly randomly selected from the book. It can be said that in the entire history of Wushan City's Research Institute assessments, there has never been such an outrageous result. This exam depends entirely on memorization. How can you get 100 points on two such big books? Are you a reincarnated computer genius? Then, everyone had a common question. Who is Etian? Their circle is not particularly large, and anyone who has achieved something is more or less famous. That's why when Zhang Qixing first walked in, so many people recognized him and greeted him. But the two words Etian. Never heard of it? Zhang Qixing frowned tightly and searched frantically for the name in his mind. Nothing was found. Who is it? Looking around, excluding those who have been seen before, he guessed one by one who might be Tian. He knew Zhou Qiong, she was his junior. There was a strange man next to Zhou Qiong. Too young to be him. It takes a lot of time to memorize knowledge. A tough guy who can get 100 points in the exam must be no younger than 30 years old. I scanned them one by one, but they all looked ordinary. The focus was on those few strangers who looked older. Which one of you will it be? Zhou Qiong and Zhou Tiangang looked at Etian fiercely at the same time. All four eyes were about to pop out. The corner of Zhou Tiangang's mouth twitched. Xiaotian, Etian, isn't it you? Zhou Qiong's mentality exploded. Ha ha, Xiaotian, tell me quickly that you and the first place have the same name. Etian sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, that would be me. He said before that he could get 100 points. Don't you believe it? Do you believe it now? For some reason I felt proud. Zhou Qiong grabbed his head with both hands, with a crazy look on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't accept it. Zhou Qiong studied hard for 6 years and tried her best to barely get 60 points in the exam. And Etian defeated all her years of hard work in just 10 days. The worldview collapsed directly. I can't believe it. Zhou Tiangang didn't know what to say. I totally don't understand. It may take more than 10 days to read through 2 books that big, right? Is it true that some people can remember everything they see after just one glance? Both father and daughter felt that their worldview had been challenged in an unprecedented way. Everyone present was looking around and asking around. Brother, do you know who Etian is? Unfortunately, most people have never heard of this name. At this moment, someone said tremblingly. I might know. Everyone looked at him. The man's face was filled with shock. When I was taking the exam, there was a guy sitting next to me who fell asleep after only 20 minutes. I felt very strange, so after the test, I took a special look at him. His name is Etian. The man accurately found Etian in the crowd and then looked at Etian. Everyone followed and looked over. Is it that girl? No, it's the boy next to him. The boy, is he over 20? His. Everyone was silent. According to the person who pointed out Etian, this young man, who looked less than 20 years old, finished the exam in just 20 minutes. Then I got 100 points in the exam. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, he must have cheated. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Cheating? Yes, if you didn't get the standard answer long ago, how could you do it so quickly? The test questions must have been leaked before the test. More and more people think this statement is reasonable. Zhang Qixing also nodded. This is the only explanation. It seems that he is still number one. The inside story! One person started shouting, and then many people started shouting together. But just as they gathered together and prepared to approach Etienne to put pressure on him, a domineering voice resounded throughout the hall. Who is questioning the fairness of our institute? A middle-aged man in a loose robe walked in from a small door on the right. The momentum of one person directly overwhelmed all the candidates. I am the chief examiner of this exam, Wang Tingsong. We have verified that candidate Etienne showed no signs of cheating. Many people were directly discouraged. Wang Tingsong is an authority to them. Since the authority has spoken, the matter has been settled. Etienne did not cheat, he relied entirely on his own strength. Wang Tingsong snorted coldly. The dignity of the institute cannot be challenged. Anyone who causes trouble again will be put on the blacklist, and will never be allowed to take the exam again. After these words were spoken, everyone was completely speechless. Those who failed the assessment began to leave. In fact, Wang Tingsong was no less shocked than anyone else present. When they saw Etienne's results, the first thing they thought of was cheating. Then, dozens of them gathered in front of the screen and replayed Etienne's test records. During the exam, there are cameras on all sides recording the entire process. It can be clearly seen that Etienne kept both hands on the table and did not carry any instruments on his body. During these 20 minutes, he has been concentrating on doing the questions. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see anything fishy. The examination hall is special, with partitions that isolate vibrations. Neither modern instruments nor beast-taming energy can affect what's inside. If all impossibilities are eliminated, there is only one possibility. Etienne did take the exam honestly and got 100 points based on his own ability. Behind Wang Tingsong was Zhang Xing. He doesn't look very good now. Etienne's performance was so unexpected that it made him feel shaken. At that time, he did not give Etienne a chance because he was angry with Zhou Tiangang, which might have been a wrong choice. He shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. Etienne is only 18 years old this year. If he started studying those two books from a very young age, he could get full marks. Although it is outrageous, it is not impossible. However, this is only the first round of assessment, and passing the assessment only gives you an admission ticket. The second round is the key. If it were before today, Etienne might have had a chance of passing. But starting from this time, there will be reforms and the exam questions will be more closely related to beast taming. It is absolutely impossible for the stone monkey in Etienne's contract to pass the exam. Chapter 23: The second round of exams with a higher difficulty. After the two examiners left, the atmosphere at the scene was very strange. Now no one dared to question Etienne's achievements. But I could still hear someone speaking sourly. So what if you got full marks in the first round? Judging from the results, what's the difference between that and us getting over 60 marks? Etienne looks too young, with a student-like face. He seemed so out of tune with everyone present. But unfortunately, he was the first in the first round of assessment. Under the huge contrast, many people couldn't help but look at Etienne a few more times. Zhou Qiong stood beside Etienne and suddenly remembered what he had said to Etienne before. What does it mean that, judging from the notes she summarized, there is hope of passing the exam within 2 years? If you have any questions, you can always ask her, a senior, for advice. I just felt extremely embarrassed. She actually called a top student, saying that if you have any questions, you can ask her anytime. Zhou Qiong, aren't you showing off your skills in front of an expert? Zhou Tiangang, on the other hand, had a look of delight on his face. He patted Etienne on the shoulder and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Etienne was his student, and it was because of him that he knew about the existence of the research institute. No matter what, he also deserves the credit for the recommendation. The better Etienne performs, the more face he will gain. I passed the first round, Is the second round far behind? Even if he fails this time, Etienne is a beast master with special talents, and he will definitely pass if he takes the test a few more times. Shout Yan, how on earth did you do that? After the joy, Zhou Tiangang couldn't help but ask in confusion. No matter how you think about it, it seems a little unbelievable. Just 10 days. I was able to get full marks thanks to luck. Even if I didn't memorize all the 2 books, I at least memorized 50% of them. Etienne pondered for a moment and said, Maybe it was just luck, the content on the test paper happened to be what I memorized. Zhou Tiangang rolled his eyes, it was as if he hadn't said anything. But he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has his or her own secrets. Since Etienne doesn't want to tell, he can't force Etienne. After the first round of assessment, the candidates were given 2 hours to have lunch and take a nap. The second round of assessment officially began at 1 p.m. In the cafeteria, 3 people were feasting. Zhou Tiangang enjoyed free meals because he was a member of the research institute, and the other 2 enjoyed the same treatment because they were candidates. Hello, Teacher Zhou. While he was eating, suddenly a slightly fat man in the distance shouted to Zhou Tiangang. He looked up, somewhat puzzled. Then, the man introduced himself. Teacher Zhou, it's me, Lu Bo. You were my student 5 years ago. You were not the principal at that time, and you taught me. Zhou Tiangang searched his memory and found that there was indeed such a person. It's Xiaobo. Long time no see. A few years ago, Lu Bo was still very thin, which was very different from now, so Zhou Tiangang did not react immediately. No wonder I felt this name sounded familiar when I saw the results. He put down his chopsticks and patted Lu Bo on the shoulder. To be able to come in third in the first round, Xiaobo performed very well. Lu Bo was delighted. It was a happy thing for him to be recognized by his former teacher. Still modest. Just good luck, just good luck. After saying that, he glanced at Etienne and asked, Is this my junior fellow student? Zhou Tiangang nodded and laughed. Yes, he is only in his 3rd year of high school now. Lu Bo nodded, it was indeed true. He came to say hello to Zhou Tiangang. Recognizing his teacher was secondary. The most important thing was that he wanted to get to know Etienne. For a tough guy who can get full marks in the first round, I believe the second round will not be too difficult for him. There is a high probability that the 2 of them will be colleagues in the research institute in the future, so it will never go wrong to establish a relationship early on. Lu Bo sat down next to Etienne in a familiar manner, looking at the Monkey King on his shoulder with some curiosity. Brother Etienne, is this your pet? Not every beast will be contracted by a beast master, and many beast masters have the hobby of raising additional pets. Etienne shook his head. This is the beast I contracted. Forehead. Lu Bo was stunned for a long time before he reacted and spoke intermittently. Haha, junior brother Etienne, you are really special. After knowing that Etienne's beast was a stone monkey, Lu Bo's attitude was obviously not as enthusiastic as before, but it was also polite. Etienne also expressed his understanding of this. In the adult world, it is normal to order dishes according to the conditions. After dinner, Etienne took a thorough tour of the research institute under the guidance of Zhou Tiangang. The time came to nearly 1 o'clock. The location of the second round of assessment was different from the first round. After saying goodbye to Zhou Tiangang, Etienne and Zhou Qiong entered the room together. What you can see are test benches. Neatly distributed in the room, there are various instruments and utensils on each table. At the front of the room was a huge bookshelf, but there were no books on it. Instead, there were many materials that Etienne had never seen before. There are solids, liquids, and even gases, among others. With 5 minutes left before the test began, the 2 examiners finally entered the room. Zhang Xing will introduce the rules of this assessment. Hello, candidates. Let me introduce myself first. I am Zhang Xing, one of the examiners of this test, and also the deputy director of the training department of the Research Institute. Next, I will introduce the assessment rules to you. Everyone listened with great concentration, because the content of each assessment was different, so they had no previous cases to refer to. The more they listened, the uglier many people's faces became. The rules of this assessment seem to be more different from what I've experienced before. A candidate who had taken the test several times muttered to himself. As per convention, the second round of assessment will still have 2 questions, corresponding to the 2 departments. The training topic this time is: candidates will receive a silver level skill and are required to bring the beast taming to entry level within 5 hours, and provide a material ratio that can increase the skill training speed by more than 10. Discussion is allowed 2 hours before the exam begins. Any discussion after 2 hours will be considered a violation. The materials on the bookshelf can be used by the candidates present at the venue for experimental testing. To be fair, the silver level skill chosen as the question is a brand new skill that was just discovered in a secret realm and has not yet entered the market. At the same time, this skill has very few restrictions and is suitable for most beast tamers to learn. The evolution question is: candidates need to acquire a skill to explore evolution factors and are required to explore at least one evolution factor within 5 hours. The evolution factor is the key thing in the body of the beast that can find a new evolutionary path. The candidates were talking about it. Damn, no matter which topic you choose, you have to make the beast master learn the skill within 5 hours. Isn't this too difficult? Yes, we are researchers, not beast taming geniuses. My intention has always been to join the training department. I have also practiced the problem of finding material ratios before, but that time it only required an increase in training speed by 8, and in the end only 2 people passed the test. Adding the entry requirements for beast taming skills and raising the required ratio, the difficulty this time is at least 5 or 6 times higher than that time. Can anyone really pass the test? Are you sure the institute is full and doesn't need to recruit people, but they have to go through the process, so they're playing tricks on us? Yes, this is really outrageous. I have experienced evolution assessments before, and I only needed to use instruments to simulate and find evolution factors. This time, we are asked to search directly from the body of the beast. Chapter 24. Choose 2 questions at the same time. Want to get first place in both? Etienne's confusing speech. Even Zhang Qixing couldn't help but frown when he heard the assessment rules. Others had expressions of impossibility written all over their faces. Zhou Qiong said worriedly. It's over. I'm likely to fail again this time. This difficulty is totally different from before. Quiet! Zhang Xing let out a low shout, and his voice instantly overwhelmed the entire audience. When everyone stopped talking and looked at him, he continued. If you don't want to take the exam, you can leave now. I can tell you clearly that from now on, the difficulty of future assessments will be similar to this one. Pause. This is a matter decided by the Manhwa General Research Institute. If anyone has any objections, please go to them. I also have good news for you all. As the difficulty increases, the Institute has decided to award points to the top 3 in each type of assessment. The first place winner will receive 100 Academy points, the second place winner will receive 50, and the third place winner will receive 20. When these words were spoken, many candidates exclaimed. Etienne nudged Zhou Qiong with his elbow out of curiosity. Sister Qiong, what are the Institute points and what are they for? Zhou Qiong explained. Institute points are the unique currency of the Institute. They can be used to trade items or ask for help. If converted into Dragon Country currency, 1 point is approximately equal to 10,000 dragon coins. Hiss! Etienne took a breath of cold air. Wow, if you rank first, you can take away 1 million directly? You should know that his total net worth is only 700,000 yuan now. Etienne's eyes lit up. He must fight for this first place. The Monkey King's 8 directional staff's hope of another breakthrough depends on it. Oh my god, this is indeed a research institute, so generous, a 100-point reward. No, the total is 340 points. Get first place and become rich instantly. My beast needs a good weapon. If I have 100 points. Brother, stop dreaming. Wake up. This is the pie the Institute has painted for us. You can't even pass the assessment, so what's the point of getting anything? Everyone. That makes a lot of sense. Now that the rules have been explained, it is time for examinees to choose questions. According to the ranking of the first round, they came forward one by one to receive it, and Etienne was the first one. The chief examiners Zhang Xing and Wang Tingsong stood side by side, each with a box in front of them. There is a stack of books in each box, which must be the skills needed for the assessment. Etienne stood in front of the two of them, looking conflicted. It was Zhang Xing who interrupted him with a cold snort. Make your choice quickly and don't waste other candidates' time. Only then did Etienne walk up to Zhang Xing. Examiner, I want to ask you something. Wang Tisong also looked at Etienne curiously, wanting to know what he was going to ask. Etienne left a very deep impression on him in the first round. Etienne Dao. I want to ask, can I choose 2 test questions at the same time? Okay, at your own risk. Many candidates choose 2 subjects at the same time with the mentality of giving it a try and thinking, if nothing works out, there's always another way. However, according to historical experience, those who can truly pass the assessment are basically those who have clear goals from the beginning and work hard wholeheartedly. Etienne asked again. So if I get first place in both exams, can the points be accumulated for me? Wan Tingsong? Zhang Sheng? Other candidates? They were really shocked. Good guy, you have a bold idea. While others are struggling to pass the assessment, you have already started thinking about how to get first place. I'm thinking of taking both together. Could you please not be so outrageous? This was not the first time that Wang Tingsong and Zhang Xing were invigilating an exam, but it was the first time that they heard a candidate ask this kind of question. I don't know whether Etienne is confident or stupid. The two believe that the latter is more likely. Zhang Xing felt that Etienne was wasting his time, so he was a little angry. It was Wang Tingsong who answered first. According to the rules, it is possible. Only then did Etienne smile. That's good. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he took a book each from the box in front of them. One is called Waiting for the Opportunity, and the other is called Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Version. He is so short of money. Zhang Qixing stood in his seat, glanced at Etienne, and shook his head slightly. Just a clown seeking to attract attention. The first round is nothing. Now is the time to truly test your abilities. The corner of Lu Bo's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his palm and gave Etienne a thumbs up. Zhou Qiong opened her mouth slightly. I have to say that Etienne is really courageous. The others also had different expressions. Some admire it, while others ridicule it. After Etienne has made his selection, it will be the turn of other candidates. Most people only chose one book, and a few did the same as Etienne. However, none of them dared to ask a question as awesome as Etienne's. In fact, Etienne didn't want to be in the spotlight. His original goal was to enter the evolution department. But plans cannot keep up with changes. I didn't expect that the test questions of the training department would actually require learning silver-level skills, and there would be money for ranking in the top 3. He really couldn't resist the temptation. Isn't it great to have such free skills? Now the great sage doesn't have any silver-level skills. Ding-ling-ling, with the sound of a bell coming from the radio, the second round of assessment officially began. Etienne stretched his body, picked up Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Edition, and began to read it. As mentioned above, the complete version of the book can only be studied by entering the Research Institute, while the simplified version can only be explored by selecting Area 5 of the beast's body. At the same time, the book can only improve the beast's taming skills to the entry-level proficiency level at best, and cannot be improved further. System, simplify it for me! After reading the whole book, Etienne shouted in his heart. Sure enough, the familiar prompt sound rang. Detected. Evolution Factor Exploration, Simplified Version. Target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 10,000 dragon coins to simplify? Just dragon coins, spend it. Simplification completed. Exploration of Evolutionary Factors, Simplified Version. Improvement. This simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to entry level at most. As the prompt sound ended, the Monkey King was surprised to find that even though he had done nothing, knowledge appeared out of nowhere in his monkey brain. So Yaya told Etienne about this magical feeling. In response to this, Etienne responded. Basic Operation No. 6. Looking at the data panel, the Evolution Factor Exploration, Simplified Version, is slowly improving. Roughly estimating the time, it will take half an hour. Etienne was not idle either. He immediately picked up another silver-level skill book. Ready to go. And began to read it. I see. He watched and nodded frequently. Chapter 25 Crazy Simplification. 30% of the formula. Zhou Qiong was stunned. The skills of beast taming can be roughly divided into attack, body movement, defense, auxiliary, special, and so on. Factor exploration is a special type of skill that has unique functions. Waiting for the right opportunity is an auxiliary skill. It does not have the ability to cause damage directly, but needs to be used in conjunction with attack skills. For example, before using the 8-sided staff, the Monkey King can first use the waiting for an opportunity to accumulate strength, so that he can burst out with greater power when attacking. The longer the charging time is, the higher the damage bonus will be. The maximum charging time is 10 seconds. Detected to be ready to attack, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? The first time I simplified the 8-direction staff, I only spent 10,000 dragon coins. It seems that the higher the quality of the skill, the more it costs to simplify it. Of course, Etienne chose yes. Simplification completed. Squat down and put your hands on your head while waiting for the opportunity. Tip: this simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to mastery at most. Etienne issued instructions to the Great Sage as requested. So the Great Sage squatted down, holding his head with a blank look in his eyes. Race: Stone Monkey. Level: Bronze 97. Potential: Bronze. Skills: Drunk Alcohol Mastery 1, 8-sided Staff Perfection 0. Evolution Factor Exploration, Simplified Version, Not Started 0, Waiting for an Opportunity Not Started 0. Etienne nodded with satisfaction. Oh yes! The training test also requires finding a material ratio that can increase the training speed by more than 10. It has been tested before that any study or research related to beast taming can trigger the simplified system. The question is how to trigger it. Etienne thought for a moment, walked to the front bookshelf, and picked up a few materials at random. Then he returned to his laboratory table and roughly fused several materials together using a vessel. I silently said to myself, I need to find the combination that will improve the Great Sage's cultivation and prepare for the opportunity. To his surprise, it actually worked. Research on improving the speed of waiting for an opportunity to practice has been detected. Target: Etienne. Do you want to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? So expensive? Etienne felt a little painful, but still chose yes. As long as you can get first place, you can earn 100 immediately, so what does 20 mean? Simplification completed. Research process: do addition and subtraction within 1,000 times. Etienne. Although I was a little speechless, I still did it. He immediately picked up the black pen on the stage and began to write and draw on the paper. The system only requires you to do the questions, but it does not require you to get them right. Etienne's main character is rebellion. Every time I finish a question, a sound of improvement rings in my ears. Research process, current progress 1. Research process, current progress 2. Research process, current progress 3. The man and the monkey kept approaching their target. About half an hour later, Etienne let out a breath. Finally done! At this time, the white paper was already densely covered with numbers. As the last prompt sounded, a stream of information immediately appeared in Etienne's mind. He wrote down the recipe directly with a pen. For barbarian bone powder, 3 sunflowers, 1,000 dark clay, mix evenly and apply to the whole body of the beast. 200 grams of dirt cleansing spiritual liquid, 4 grams of golden cordyceps, mix and stir, take 30 grams before training, and 70 grams after training. Well, that's about it. It can increase the training speed by 30, which is far more than the 10 requirement to pass the test. After copying the recipe, Etienne finally had some free time to observe other people's performance. Most people's expressions were not happy. I even saw a guy slapping himself while doing an experiment. Bang! Suddenly, I heard a small explosion not far from me. I looked over and saw that it was the table where Zhou Qiong was sitting. The two had a good relationship, and Etienne quickly trotted over to see what was going on. At this time, Tears were welling up in Zhou Qiong's eyes, and her whole face turned black because of the explosion just now. Sister Qiong, are you okay? Zhou Qiong wiped her tears with her sleeve and said stubbornly. I'm fine. It was just an experiment that failed. Sigh. With the assessment reform, I definitely have no hope this time, and the next time and the next time will also be hopeless. Alas, I don't know when I can pass. She was frustrated and ready to give up. Etienne thought about it. He directly picked up the pen on Zhou Qiong's desk and wrote down some of the most important materials for her. Of course, the specific dosage is not written, because it would be too obvious if it was written. Sister Qiong, try to do an experiment with the materials I wrote for you. I once saw a skill similar to waiting for an opportunity in a book, and the ratio of the auxiliary materials is what I wrote for you. Free communication is allowed 2 hours before the training assessment. Most of the projects in the Institute require the collaboration of 3 or more researchers. Therefore, team communication skills are very important. But for most people, there is only 2 hours and there is not enough content to communicate. Moreover, even if someone is willing to share and dare to speak out, others may not dare to believe it. Who knows if they will deliberately give false data? It takes time to do experimental verification. The assessment lasts a total of 5 hours, and every minute and every second is extremely precious. Zhou Qiong had sent him some information before. Although he didn't use it, it was out of kindness, so he might as well consider it as a way of repaying her. For me, it's just a piece of cake. Leaving the ratio behind, Etienne returned to his own laboratory bench. Zhou Qiong was a little dazed. Have you seen similar skill formulas? Want to try it? After a little thought, I decided to give it a try. Even if I failed, there would be no worse results. Zhou Qiong followed the recipe left by Etienne and went to the bookshelf in front to get the ingredients. Adjust the specific dosage according to your own experience. Soon, the production was completed. Dahe, come here. Zhou Qiong didn't dare to let Dahe try the oral medicine for the time being, so she applied the external mud all over the black bear's body first. Then let him practice according to the skill book. At the same time, a small clip is clipped on the black bear's ear, and the small clip is connected to a small screen through a wire. You can use the numbers on the screen to see how much faster your cultivation speed is than normal. 2 minutes passed. Displayed on the screen. Zhou Qiong covered her mouth in surprise. How can it be so high? Is what Etienne said true? Has he seen similar material ratios? 12 in the first experiment, there is still room for improvement. In a typical research process, one of the most troublesome steps is finding materials. There are hundreds of thousands of known materials. You can imagine how difficult it is to combine and match multiple materials. If you know all the materials, then finding the specific amount is not that difficult. Chapter 26. Exploring the evolution factor, Etienne really gave up. The other side. The great sage has successfully mastered the art of waiting for the right opportunity, and is steadily making progress towards proficiency. Etienne calculated the time needed for each upgrade, and there were still 4 hours left. After dividing the two, it was enough. Good news came one after another, and the evolution factor exploration, simplified version, was also successfully introduced. Etienne immediately asked the great sage to start using his skills to explore the evolutionary factors in his body. The evolution factor is hidden in the body of the beast, storing the possibility of the beast's evolution. So far, scientific research has not been able to give a clear answer to why evolutionary factors exist. Evolution factor exploration process detected. Target: Monkey King. Do you want to spend 50,000 dragon coins to simplify? Select yes. Etienne had long guessed that the exploration process could also be simplified. But to his surprise, the simplification failed. Simplification failed. Tip: beast taming potential is too low, skill proficiency needs to be improved. Etienne was stunned. This is the first time that simplification has failed. Fortunately, after the failure, hints were given and directions were pointed out. Do you need to improve your skill proficiency? But the booklet I was given only records the knowledge required to get started. If you want to continue to improve, there is only one way, which is to pass the assessment and obtain more complete skills. But if I don't improve, I won't be able to pass the assessment. Isn't this a dead end? Etienne scratched his hair, feeling helpless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. No, there is another way. The skill of evolution factor exploration was created by humans. Perhaps I can simplify the process of creation and deduce a higher level of proficiency. When Etienne had this thought, a familiar prompt sound rang out and Etienne was ecstatic. Skill deduction process detected. Target, Etienne. Do you want to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? Now Etienne still has 440,000 dragon coins left. He gritted his teeth and realized that there would be no gain without pain. It took. Although he knew that after simplifying the deduction process, even if the skills were deduced, he would need to spend money to simplify the Monkey King's learning process, but Etienne wanted to take a gamble. Simplification success. Collect 7 materials with different attributes during skill deduction. This is easy. Etienne goes directly to the bookshelf in front and picks out materials with 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, and light. Complete the simplification plan. Race, stone monkey. Level, bronze, 97. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunk alcohol mastery, 1, 8-sided stick perfection 0. Introduction to evolution factor exploration, deduction version, 0. Introduction to waiting for the opportunity, 0. In the Monkey King's data panel, the simplified version in the suffix of the evolution factor exploration skill has become the deduced version. Continue to simplify the cultivation process. Evolution factor exploration detected, deduction version, target, Monkey King. Do you want to spend 200,000 dragon coins to simplify? At this point, Etienne has no way back and must spend the money. Simplification completed. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, take 100 spiritual stones. Tip 1. This simplified solution can improve skill proficiency to proficient at most. Hint 2. This skill is missing data and cannot be deduced further. Etienne clenched his fists. Great! The bet was right. According to the rules summarized by Etienne, the simplified solutions can be divided into 2 types. One is the time type, which requires spending time doing something in order to improve. For example, spending time drinking, spending time daydreaming, spending time doing addition and subtraction, etc. There is also a collection type, which requires collecting specified items to upgrade. For example, when upgrading the 8-direction stick to perfection, you need to collect sticks above the silver level. Another example is that you are now required to collect 100 spirit stones to use it. What we need to do next is simple. Spirit stones are also provided in the examination room, limited to 50 per person. This is not a problem for Etienne. Run directly to Zhou Qiong and make a request. Sister Qiong, can you take 50 spirit stones and give them to me? Zhou Qiong agreed readily. She is now extremely grateful to Etienne and would definitely not refuse such a small favor. He took the spiritual stone, put it in a container, ground it into powder, and had the great sage take it. Spirit stones can increase the speed of beast taming training, but usually they are just kept nearby. I have never heard of taking spirit stones internally. But the system requires it, so I have no choice but to do it. Whether you can enter the evolution department and get an extra 100 points depends on your proficiency level and whether you can explore the evolution factor. According to the prompts given by the system, the skill can no longer be deduced further. If it doesn't work now, you can only go home and prepare more money and come back to take the test next month. When the great sage took the spirit stone powder, the data panel changed again. Race, stone monkey. Level, bronze, 97. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunk alcohol mastery, 1, 8-sided stick perfection 0. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, proficient 0, waiting for the opportunity to begin 9. The great sage closed his eyes and began to use the evolution factor exploration skill. In fact, this process can be simplified, but Etienne really has no money. There are more than 4 hours left, and it depends on whether the Monkey King can find the evolution factor. About an hour passed. The great sage suddenly opened his eyes with joy and sent a telepathic message to Etienne. Oh! Found it! Etienne was a little surprised. He found that when the great sage used this skill, he could share the sense of what was happening inside the great sage's body. There was a golden spot of light shining between the great sage's eyebrows that only he could see. Is this the evolution factor? I don't know yet what this thing will be used for. It seems I still have to enter the research institute first to gain relevant knowledge. Etienne breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he would definitely pass the test. Very good, next let's try to find as many factors as possible. This time, the assessment almost bankrupted him, leaving only 40,000 dragon coins in his family's savings. I don't know how the others are doing? Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Etienne sat comfortably on the chair. In the eyes of others, his action meant that he had given up on the assessment and started to give up. Not far away, Zhang Xing noticed Etienne's behavior and nodded. Just as I expected. However, it is not easy to persist until now before giving up. He thought that Etienne would give up at the very beginning of the assessment. Now it seems that when choosing the topic, Etienne's actions were indeed to attract attention. The other side. You gave up after less than an hour? Zhang Qixing glanced at Etienne, chuckled, and then looked away. After all, Etienne defeated him in the first round and took first place, so naturally more attention would be paid to him. When Zhang Qixing saw that Etienne's beast was just a stone monkey, he had already anticipated the outcome. Etienne's actions now only confirmed his guess long ago. Chapter 27 Test Results. How dare Etienne stand up? Brother Sheng, how are you doing with your skills? Are you confident that you can pass the test? Just then, Zhang Qixing heard a deep male voice coming from behind him. When I turned around, it turned out to be Lu Bo. The two had no interactions originally, but after the last round, Lu Bo took the initiative to chat with him and exchange ideas, and that's how they got to know each other. Zhang Qixing smiled and said directly, there was nothing to hide. According to my estimate, it will take another 2 hours to learn the basic skills. With more than an hour left, it won't be that hard to find an evolution factor. Lu Bo looked at him with some envy. As expected of you, Brother Sheng. The conversation turned to himself. It will take another 3 hours for my Beastmaster to get started, which will leave me only half an hour to explore. I can only pray that I'm lucky enough. Who would have thought that the assessment content would be reformed? I was full of confidence. I should have signed up last time if I had known. Zhang Qixing first comforted Lu Bo before speaking modestly. My Beastmaster has learned other simplified factor exploration skills before, so I can learn by analogy. That's why I'm practicing faster than you. If we start from the same point, who knows who will be faster between us? Among the candidates on site, not many chose evolution as the test question, no more than 10. Seeing the two of them discussing, they all gathered around. If it is unknown whether Lu Bo can pass the test, then the rest of the people are basically certain to fail. According to the instrument's calculations, my beast taming will take another 8 hours to get started, hee. I'm 16 hours. Haha, I'll take 20 hours. After this group of people's mentality became completely ruined, they even started to compare the time it took to get started. What do you think? If we get started with this skill this time, will we have an advantage in the next assessment? We can skip the learning phase and spend all our time exploring the factor. Someone asked the question and many people nodded with anticipation on their faces. Zhang Qixing poured cold water on him. Unfortunately, no. The skill of exploring evolutionary factors has gone through hundreds of years of research and improvement before it became what it is today. It can be said that it embodies the lifelong efforts of countless predecessors. It contains countless changes, which are difficult to exhaust. If you randomly pick out less than 1% of the content, it will become the skills we are learning now. Presumably, the person who set the test won't let us take advantage of loopholes, so even if we still have to learn this skill in the next assessment, the name will be the same, but the content will be completely different. I have learned a similar abridged version of skills before, so I can only say that it has some reference value, but not much. Hearing this, everyone wailed even more. It's over. If that's the case, then I will never be able to enter the research institute in my lifetime. Compared with the candidates who chose evolution as the test question, those who chose cultivation as the test question had no intention of walking around at this moment, let alone chatting with others. They are all conducting experiments in full swing, hoping to find a formula with a higher ratio. Time passed quietly. During the process, many people chose to give up and started to sit on the chair and give up like Etienne. The only thing that comforted them slightly was that they were not the first to give up, but Etienne Kai was. They will be able to save face when explaining to others after they go out, and they have already thought out the words. The questions in this test are really too difficult. Even the first place winner of the first round of the test chose to give up. In fact, I persisted longer than him. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang, and everyone and the Beastmaster stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Zhang Xing stood at the front. Next is the time to test the results. First examine the question of cultivation, then the question of evolution. Zhang Xing said loudly. Candidates who feel confident that they can pass should come to the front. Most people are unable to meet the passing requirements, so in order to save time, not everyone is required to take the score test. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately moved. Zhou Qiong glanced at Etienne, smiled at him, and then walked forward. Etienne also followed along. The people behind looked at the back of the person in front with envy. What kind of monsters are these people? You can pass such a difficult test? 1, 2, 3, 5. Someone stretched out his fingers and counted, and there were 5 people in total who thought they could pass. Normally, fewer people pass the evolution test than the cultivation test. So the total number of the two would not exceed 10 people, while the number of people who signed up for this assessment is several thousand. A pass rate of less than 1% is simply terrifying. Suddenly someone noticed something was wrong. Why did Etienne go there too? As the first place in the first round, Etienne naturally attracted a lot of attention. The problem is, everyone saw that Etienne started to give up in less than an hour. How did he have the courage to stand up front and embarrass himself? Could it be that he really felt confident that he could pass? Zhang Xing also stared at Etienne in confusion, and then repeated his words. I'm saying that those who are confident they can pass the test should stand at the front. I explained the rules in case Etienne didn't understand. There are 2 requirements for passing the assessment. One is that your skills must reach entry level, and the other is to research a formula that increases your cultivation speed by more than 10. The other people also followed Zhang Xing's gaze and looked at Etienne. Except for Zhou Qiong, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Seeing that Etienne was still unmoved, Zhang Xing had no choice but to let him go. The process of checking the results is very simple. The Beastmaster only needs to connect the beast to the instrument, and use the skills to judge the proficiency. The formula was written down and given to Zhang Xing, who would test it using a beast called a simulated beast to get the result. There were only 5 people in total, and Zhang Xing randomly selected them for testing. Gao Su, you go first. Good. Gao Su is a well-mannered young man wearing glasses, and Yusho is a pitch-black cat. The black cat connected to the instrument, and was ready to go under Gao Su's command. You can vaguely see that a twisting but transparent thin layer is immediately covered around the cat's body. Then, a yellow light came on the instrument. Passed! Gao Su clenched his fist. As long as a yellow light appears on the screen, it means that the skill has been mastered. Gao Su handed the formula he had developed to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing waved his hand, and a ball of blue slime appeared in front of everyone. This is a simulated beast, a beast specially bred for various experiments. A staff member prepared a tube of medicine according to the recipe provided by Gao Su and fed it to the simulated animal. Then let it start practicing and wait for the opportunity, and numbers will soon appear on another instrument. Good! Gao Su cheered. Chapter 28 Optimal Ratio 24%. Instrument failure? Although Gao Su already knew the result, he still couldn't help but get excited when it was confirmed. Zhang Xing nodded. Good, you passed. In the back, many people couldn't help but exclaim. That's amazing. I really want to replace it. I heard that Gao Su is a beast-taming genius and has already obtained the badge of a professional beast-tamer. He devoted himself to the research industry out of his passion. I see. No wonder he was able to master silver-level skills in just a few hours. After Gao Su finished the inspection, Zhang Xing continued to check people. The two boys who came after that also passed without any problems. Their formula could only increase the speed by 10, which was just enough to pass. Zhang Xing also expressed his understanding of this. Being able to develop 10 formulas in such a short time is already a rare talent. Speaking of which, the skill of waiting for the opportunity to strike is the best combination developed by him and his team. It took 2 months to deduce the best result, 24. You should know that it becomes increasingly difficult to increase the efficiency of the ratio by 1, especially as you go further in the process. This result allowed his team to directly win last year's Best Team Award. It's Zhou Qiong's turn. As expected, the skill proficiency showed a yellow light, while the recipe ratio shocked everyone. 20! What the hell? Why is it so high? Zhou Qiong raised his eyebrows at Etian, as if to say, I'm awesome, right? She was extremely lucky today. After getting the material list from Etian, she tested out a good ratio in just a few hours. Zhang Xing was shocked and confused. Is it luck? Back then, it took their team 2 weeks to increase the ratio to 20, while Zhou Qiong only took 5 hours. He had an impression of Zhou Qiong, as he had come to participate in several assessments before. His ability is okay, but according to Zhang Xing's estimation, Zhou Qiong will not pass this time. It was surprising that she could stand in the front. I didn't expect that I could achieve such an outrageous result. Are we really taking the same assessment? Many people in the back grabbed their hair and doubted their lives. Haha, he must be cheating, right? I don't believe it. The few people who had passed the assessment before were also confused. The distance to 10 seems to be only twice, but anyone who knows a little bit about the business knows that the difficulty difference between the two is at least 10 times. Gao Su was originally full of confidence and thought he would secure first place, but he didn't expect a monster like Zhou Qiong to appear. What a disappointing result! Gao Su sighed, frustration written all over his face. You're fine. Zhang Xing let out a breath, calmed himself down, and stared at Zhou Qiong with burning eyes. No matter what subject you are researching, there is always an element of luck. But it still cannot conceal Zhou Qiong's excellence. Zhou Qiong passed. Zhou Qiong just smiled and didn't get too excited. Because she was already excited. Now all that's left in my heart is gratitude towards Etian. Xiaotian, you really gave your sister a big gift. Entering the research institute has been her goal for many years. In order to achieve her goal, she studied when others were playing and even when others were dating. It can be said that almost all of my time is spent working towards this goal. However, due to the reform of the assessment content, the goal that was originally within reach suddenly became distant. It can be said that if it weren't for Etian, she would have to spend at least 2 years preparing again. Maybe it was because Zhou Qiong's results really shocked Zhang Xing. He also talked more to Zhou Qiong than to others. Zhou Tiangang really gave birth to a good daughter, haha. Zhang Xing stroked his sparse beard, completely forgetting the previous unpleasantness with Zhou Tiangang. The best ratio for waiting in the wings is 24. Your score is very close to this number. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Xing's words caused another uproar. 24? That means Zhou Qiong is only 4 points away from reaching the optimal ratio? My goodness, I seem to see a new star rising in the breeding world. Etian was stunned for a moment. What? The optimal ratio is 24? Isn't it 30? I see, 24 is the limit found by Zhang Xing's team, not the limit of the ratio. Listening to the exclamations coming from all directions, Zhang Xing seemed very satisfied. Yes, it is 24. This is the best ratio that I led my team to research last year. Zhang Xing looked at Etian. Candidate Etian, it's your turn. He deliberately left Etian to the last. Don't you want to embarrass yourself? Then I will let you embarrass yourself last. At this moment, Zhang Xing felt a little disgusted with Etian. I think he is wasting his time. But due to the process, he had to be allowed to undergo the test. Etian nodded, ignoring Zhang Xing's gaze. Let the Monkey King connect to the instrument, and issue instructions to him to wait for the opportunity. Soon, like everyone else, a light came on the screen. But the difference is that the light that the Monkey King lights up is red. Haha, see, I told you he wouldn't make it. Several candidates in the back were talking about it. Etienne left a deep impression on them. Frankly speaking, they didn't want to see Etienne succeed, seeing that the yellow light didn't come on. Many people feel happy. But some candidates also had doubts. If it fails, shouldn't the light be off? What the hell is this red light? Suddenly someone shouted. Fuck! He stared at the Monkey King as if he had seen a ghost. If I remember correctly, when a skill reaches proficiency it will light up red during the test, right? Everyone was stunned. Not only the candidates, but also the two examiners finally realized what was happening. How is that possible? Because Zhang Xing never expected to see a candidate improve his skill proficiency to proficient during the assessment, he did not react immediately when he saw the red light come on. With only 5 hours, even the most talented beastmaster wouldn't be able to cultivate a silver-level skill to proficiency, right? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhang Xing chose not to believe it. Haha, there must be something wrong with the testing equipment. So he looked at Etienne, his voice quite anxious. Candidate Etienne, there may be something wrong with the instrument just now. So you test it again and see. Etienne chuckled. It seemed that the examiner didn't quite believe him. Chapter 29 Beyond the Optimal Ratio. Passing the Cultivation Assessment. True gold is not afraid of fire. Try it again, and try it again. The candidates stared at the screen expectantly, and many of them prayed silently in their hearts that there must have been something wrong with the instrument. But to their disappointment, the light that came on was red again. Zhang Xing still didn't believe it, so he tried 2 different instruments to test the Monkey King, and the results were the same every time. Now he couldn't help but believe it. It's actually true! All the candidates in the room were stunned. The whole scene seemed to be paused. The Monkey King's test results were truly beyond their comprehension. That's a stone monkey. Isn't it said that this kind of beast has no potential? Stone monkeys are very common beasts in Wushan City, and here is the largest monkey wine base in the entire Dragon Kingdom. According to statistics, 1 out of every 10 beast tamers here has a contract with a stone monkey. But I've never heard of any stone monkey being able to learn combat skills. The most outrageous thing is that the learning speed is so fast. It only takes 1 hour to raise the skill to proficiency level, and it is a silver level skill. Etienne's youthful appearance, coupled with the fact that the stone monkeys were a race with no potential, formed a sharp contrast with the achievements they had made. No one present could have anticipated what was happening now. This is too unreasonable. Even Zhou Qiong couldn't help but widen his eyes and twitch the corners of his mouth. Because her recipe was given by Etienne, she had already anticipated that the great sage could master the skill. But what was unexpected was that the Monkey King's ability to wait and see reached a level of proficiency. With each level of skill proficiency increase, the difficulty increases at least tenfold. Please be a human being. After Zhang Xing recovered from his shock, he looked at Etienne as if he were looking at a dazzling jewel. He was filled with ecstasy. I really found a treasure this time. The previous disdain for Etienne had long since disappeared. There may be some misunderstandings between the two of them, but since it is a misunderstanding, it would be fine if it was resolved. He is the vice president, and Etienne will work under him after entering the institute. We still have a long time to spend together. Zhang Xing had already made up his mind about such a talented person. Even if the formula provided by Etienne did not meet the requirement of 10, he would still make an exception and admit him. Even if Etienne has no research talent, he is a good research subject just based on his talent in taming beasts. Not bad. Although he was shocked in his heart, Zhang Xing kept a calm expression on his face. But anyone with eyes can see that his attitude towards Etienne has changed. He had a stern face 2 minutes ago, but now he was smiling so hard that his wrinkles were all piled up. After confirming the results of his skill training, Etienne took out the formula he had prepared long ago. Pass it to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing somewhat hoped that the formula Etienne gave would not reach 10. Then when he makes an exception and admits Etienne, he will definitely be grateful, and it will be easier to carry out his future work. At the beginning, everyone thought that Etienne was just trying to attract attention, but now they no longer dare to think so. Everyone stared at the front with anticipation. They also want to know whether Etienne can pass the test? Soon the staff prepared 2 medicines according to the formula given by Etienne, one for internal use and the other for external use. It is to use simulated animals as test subjects. What the hell? When the test results came out, the whole audience was stunned again. A 3 and a 0, together they equal 30. Because of the Monkey King's good performance just now, many people began to think that Etienne had a hope of passing. But isn't this number 2 scary? Zhang Xing seemed to have his throat strangled and couldn't speak. Both eyes were fixed on the screen. Muttering to himself. How is that possible? The best ratio he researched was only 24, while Etienne's test results exceeded the best ratio by 6, which means that their research is far from reaching its limit. The candidates thought of what Zhang Xing had said before and realized this one after another. They couldn't help but gasp and their hair stood on end. Fuck, Etienne is too awesome, right? How could the result he gave actually exceed the standard answer? When the Research Institute studies skill matching, it is done by a team, but Etienne is alone. The most outrageous thing is that it only took him 5 hours? Please be a human being. Zhang Qixing felt that his worldview was impacted, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate that Etienne had chosen the topic of cultivation. If he had chosen evolution, he would have been able to acquire basic skills very quickly and have had plenty of time to explore evolutionary factors. If this were the case, his first place might not have been so secure. Originally, he had a feeling of disdain towards Etienne. Now it has turned into a vague sense of admiration. I thought to myself that I must find an opportunity to make friends with such talented people. Zhou Qiong was also shocked. Even if she knew the ingredients, it was outrageous to be able to find such a high ratio within 5 hours. Then, he clenched his fists, feeling proud. Before Etienne's results were announced, many people were pointing fingers at him. Some say he is overestimating his own abilities, others say he is just trying to attract attention. When Zhou Qiong heard these words, he felt angry. Now you know how powerful Xiaotian is! Zhang Xing's face was stiff, and he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly he felt someone tapping his shoulder. It's that old guy Wang Tingsong. Haha, you've been slapped in the face, right? 24 dared to say that he was the best match, but now he's been killed instantly by a junior who's not even 20 years old, and just casually researched it. I've lost all my face. If I were you, I would be embarrassed to continue to stay in the position of deputy minister. Zhang Xing's face turned red and he angrily slapped Wang Tingsong's hand away. Etienne is about to join our cultivation department. This is an internal matter of our cultivation department. What does it have to do with you, an old man in the evolution department? Wang Tingsong shrugged. He looked at Etienne with some admiration. From the moment he checked his resume, Etienne left a very deep impression on him, and he got full marks in the first round of exams. Wang Tingsong had some expectations for him. But less than half an hour after the second round of assessment began, Etienne started sitting on his chair, looking like he was giving up. When Wang Tingsong saw this scene, he was disappointed for a moment. He didn't expect that he would get such a big surprise in the end. It's just a pity that this kind of talent does not belong to their evolution department. Zhang Xing tidied up his appearance, took a step forward to Etienne, and forced a smile. Congratulations on passing the test. Chapter 30. Etienne stood up again. The whole audience was stunned. This is not a surprising result. The beast taming skill only requires the entry level of practice, but the great sage practiced it to proficiency, far exceeding the requirements. The subsequent matching gave a result that exceeded the standard answer. It would be unacceptable if Etienne couldn't pass the test. Etienne nodded. He was not surprised by the result at all. He was the last person to come forward for the test, so he asked Zhang Xing. Examiner, I am number 1, right? Zhang Xing laughed. No doubt. Etienne continued to ask. When will the promised first place reward be distributed? Zhang Xing answered. We will send them out after the entire assessment is over. Don't worry. Etienne was very satisfied and walked back to the crowd, waiting for the second round of result testing to begin. Xiaotian, you are so awesome! When Zhou Qiong saw Etienne coming back, he rushed over immediately. Then we will be colleagues in the same department from now on. But then I heard Etienne say faintly. We may not be able to be colleagues in the same department. These words made Zhou Qiong a little confused. It was obvious that Yi Tian had already passed the level. Did he intend to give up this opportunity? He was just about to persuade him with some words, but was confused by Yi Tian's next words. I plan to enter the evolution department? Ah? While the two were talking, Wang Tingsong had already replaced Zhang Xing's position, stood in the front of the crowd, and spoke loudly. Next is the evolution department's performance test. Candidates who are confident in themselves, please stand in front of me. When Yi Tian heard this, he quickly waved to Zhou Qiong. Sister Qiong, I'll go over first. Zhou Qiong? Yi Tian's actions also caused exclamations. Wang Tingsong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He noticed Yi Tian walking towards him. An extremely absurd thought came to his mind. Is he still planning to take part in the inspection of the evolution department? Looking back, Yi Tian did choose 2 questions at the same time at the beginning of the second round of assessment. But the problem is that he has already achieved such brilliant results in the research department. How could he have spare energy to work on the topics of the evolution department? And their evolution department had already studied the stone monkey, a beast that had extremely low potential, and their entry-level exploration skills were simply unable to discover any evolutionary factors. This was a matter that had been decided long ago, so Yi Tian had no chance to enter the evolution department from the very beginning. His actions can't help but make people puzzled. Not far behind Wang Tingsong, Zhang Xing also frowned. What does Yi Tian mean? He also knew about the stone monkey's situation. Rationally speaking, there is absolutely no way Yi Tian could pass the assessment of the evolution department. But for some reason, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Oh my God! Brother Tian is quite aggressive. He also wants to get involved in the exam of the evolution department. In the art of taming beasts, the most proficient one comes first. Although Yi Tian is the youngest in the audience. But this does not prevent those who admire him from calling him Brother Tian. That's impossible. Some people rub their eyes, thinking they might be hallucinating. It's incredible that Yi Tian can pass the training department's assessment. In my opinion, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a miracle. Could it be that he wants to create another miracle? The number of people who chose to take the assessment was even smaller than that of the previous training department, with only 3 people including Yi Tian. The remaining 2 are Zhang Qixing and Lu Bo. The 2 men couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yi Tian, who was standing side by side with them. A series of question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. Although they didn't know that the stone monkey had already been thoroughly studied by the research institute, they knew that human energy is extremely limited. You obviously got first place in the training assessment. How could you still have the energy to work on evolutionary questions? Looking through the entire history of Wushan City Research Institute, there has never been a ruthless person who can pass 2 tests at the same time. Could it be that Yi Tian wants to make history? Lu Bo's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis. If there were only him and Zhang Qixing, he would be second at best. But that's not necessarily the case now. Although Zhang Qixing was surprised, he did not feel the same sense of crisis as Lu Bo. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Yi Tian could pass the test, he would definitely not be able to surpass him. Yi Tian could be said to be doing 2 things at once. If someone could discover more factors than him in this situation, Zhang Qixing might as well just find a building and jump off. Wang Tingsong adjusted his expression to be calm and decided to continue with the process. Whether Yi Tian can pass the assessment will be clear after 1 test. Who will go first? He did not choose by himself like Zhang Xing did, but gave the initiative to the candidates. Lu Bo stood up immediately. I'll go first. His results are definitely not as good as Zhang Qixing's. If he is assessed after Zhang Qixing, he will inevitably be compared with him. Just take the test first. I'm here to throw out some ideas. The test is simple and still requires connected instruments. At the end of the instrument is a large screen. When the instrument is connected to the Beastmaster, the outline of the Beastmaster immediately appears on the screen. Lu Bo ordered his beast to use its skills. Soon, a golden dot appeared on the screen, near the head of the beast's outline. The function of this instrument is to project the evolutionary factor. Wang Tingsong nodded. Good, passed, next one. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qixing stood up. Anyway, he was confident that he was first, so he wanted to finish the test as early as possible, but Lu Bo got there first. Wang Tingsong waved his hand, and immediately a staff member came forward and connected the instrument to Zhang Qixing's beast. His beast is a gray ball as big as a human head, with a pair of small white wings on its back. Etienne remembered that it seemed to be called Chestnut Ball. The round outline of the chestnut ball was immediately reflected on the screen, and as it used its skills, spots of light quickly lit up. 1, 2, 5. The candidates behind stretched out their fingers and counted the light spots. Count to 13 before stopping. Zhang Qixing stood proudly, feeling the admiring gazes coming from all directions. Isn't Brother Xing too strong? No wonder he resigned from the cultivation department of the research institute in another city and came back to take the exam for the evolution department. It turns out that Brother Xing's talent in evolution is truly powerful. I believe that after Brother Xing enters the research institute, he will be able to produce results soon. There was some pride on Zhang Xing's face. No matter how rebellious Zhang Qixing is, he is still Zhang Xing's nephew. Good. It was a rare moment for Wang Tingsong to smile. Because of the high threshold of their evolution department, they are always short of people. He was naturally happy to recruit a genius today. Zhang Qixing, congratulations on passing the test. I look forward to your future performance. Zhang Qixing raised his head slightly. I will definitely not let the deputy minister down. Congratulations on the birth of my brother! At the back, several candidates seemed to have planned it long ago and shouted together. Next, it was finally the turn of the last candidate in the entire examination to take the test. With the help of the workers, the outline of the Monkey King was soon projected onto the screen. Chapter 31, Still Number 1, The Competition Between Two Deputy Ministers. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The great sage only needs to find an evolutionary factor to create an unprecedented record. Even one factor is more valuable than Zhang Qixing's dozen. Zhang Qixing looked like he didn't care on the surface, but his eyes, which couldn't help but look at the screen, betrayed his inner thoughts. The Monkey King begins to use his skills. In just a moment, a bright spot appeared on the screen. Impossible! Wang Tingsong's body froze. What the hell? The other candidates screamed in surprise. Zhang Qixing couldn't help but raise his eyelids and lean his body towards the screen. The first highlight is just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking air could be heard coming from the great sage's body. One after another, spots of light began to appear rapidly. Soon they connected into a large area. There is no need to count at all, just one glance can tell that there are more than Zhang Qixing. There are at least hundreds of them, right? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Qixing's face turned pale. Zhou Qiong opened his mouth so wide that a fist could fit in. Wang Tingsong slapped himself to make sure it was not an illusion, and immediately looked at Etienne. Etienne, how did you do it? This is impossible. How can an entry-level exploration skill find the evolution factor of the stone monkey? Zhang Xing also stared at Etienne. The entry-level skills cannot explore the potential of the stone monkey. This has been studied for a long time. What on earth is going on? Seeing the two examiners' strong reactions, the other candidates all looked at Etienne. Etienne said calmly, Yes, the entry-level exploration skills cannot find the evolution factor of the stone monkey. He paused and continued. So my beast tamer uses skills based on proficiency. Everyone? They were even more confused. Wang Tingsong frowned. But the skills provided in the test can only be cultivated to the entry level at best. Etienne Dao. Yes, so in order to pass the level, I derived higher level skills myself. If you want to get through, you can't hide these things at all, so just say them out loud. Everyone? Wang Tingsong? Zhang Sheng? They now wonder if there is something wrong with their ears. What kind of outrageous nonsense is this? In order to pass the level, you have to develop a skill that is only at the entry level to a proficient level? The corner of Zhang Qixing's mouth twitched. He considers himself a genius and a man of profound knowledge. But what Etienne said really touched upon his blind spots in knowledge. Wang Tingsong's voice trembled. In theory, this is possible, Coco. If the facts were not laid out before him, Wang Tingsong would never have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The assessment time is not 50 years, not 5 years, but 5 hours. Moreover, Etienne not only completed the evolution test questions, and after perfecting the skills, it also takes time to explore the factors. The examination room was silent for 2 minutes before people gradually recovered from their shock. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Mom, don't ask me why I kneeled down to watch Brother Tian show off. Show, what a show. Brother Tian, you are my god. In this life, I will never submit to anyone but Brother Tian. Zhang Qixing was also awakened by the noise of the crowd. He realized a serious problem. It seemed that his first place was snatched away by Etienne. How could this be the result? Zhang Qixing couldn't accept it. He was actually under a lot of pressure when he came back from other cities. So he vowed to get first place and show those gossipers that he, Zhang Qixing, is the best wherever he goes. As a result, Etienne suddenly appeared and took away everything from him. He was beaten in both the first and second rounds. I was so angry that I was about to get angry. Bang! Zhang Qixing fainted immediately. Qixing! Zhang Qixing found his nephew fell to the ground, and immediately went forward, preparing to pick him up and send him to the infirmary. Suddenly he thought of something and stopped what he was doing. Etienne successfully passed both assessments, but according to regulations, a person can only enter one department. That is to say, Etienne must choose one of their 2 departments to join. If he left at this time, what would happen if Etienne was bewitched by Wang Tingsong again and joined the evolution department? If the minister knew that he had lost such a genius, he would definitely scold him. So he can't leave. Qixing, I have to inconvenience you for a while. Zhang Qixing quickly took 2 steps to Etienne, and at this time, Wang Tingsong was already there. Etienne, I'm a few years older than you, so it's not too much to call you Xiaotian, right? Xiaotian, I remember that on your resume, you wrote that you intended to join our evolution department, right? Wang Tingsong's eyes were narrowed into slits, and he looked a bit like a weird uncle with bad intentions. Xiaotian, your talent deserves you to join our training department. Zhang Qixing directly pushed Wang Tingsong away. Don't listen to Lao Wang's nonsense. Intentions are just for fun. Wang Tingsong was angry. Xiaotian's talent is definitely more suitable for our evolution department. The 2 men glared at each other, their auras colliding, and a faint hissing sound of collision could be heard. Then they started to spray each other. The more he spoke, the more unpleasant it became, and by the end he was obviously getting angry. Whoosh! Several white lights lit up in succession. The 2 of them actually summoned their beasts and confronted each other. These 2 people are both diamond-level bosses, and each of them has 3 beasts. Each of them has a terrifying aura. The examinee felt as if he had a mountain on his back just by looking at the beast masters. Etienne, who was closest to the 2 of them, felt his hair stand on end. The body shakes uncontrollably. Is this the aura of a diamond-level beastmaster? That's amazing. Etienne could feel the boundless energy like the sea in the body of each beast through the air. If this energy exploded, it would probably raise the entire examination room to the ground. Oh no! The 2 deputy ministers are about to fight. Go and get the minister. The staff at the scene realized that something was wrong and ran away. The candidates looked at Etienne with envy and jealousy. They also want to be robbed by the big guys. In everyone's impression, the research institute has always been high and mighty, a holy place that countless people are eager to enter. This is the first time I have seen a saint come down to earth to snatch someone away. But they could also understand Wang and Zhang. Etienne's talent was so outrageous that it was against the sky. I believe that no matter which department you enter, you will quickly become the backbone of the department. It is even possible to lead the department to the national and even international stage. You bastard, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Wang Tingsong no longer looked like the gentleman he once was. Zhang Qixing is not much better. His white hair stood up and his eyes began to turn red. Chapter 32, Zhang Qixing's regret for choosing the evolution department. Just as the 2 were about to fight, 2 voices, one male and one female, came from outside the door at the same time. Do you want to destroy the institute? Why don't you stop? The two ministers have arrived. The man was wearing a white research suit and had obviously just been called over from the laboratory. He is Su Changlin, director of the training department. The woman was wearing a black suit on the upper body and black stockings on the lower body. She is Chu Ying, the head of the evolution department. Both deputy ministers snorted coldly. They also knew that this fight could not start. They looked at each other with disgust and turned their heads away. What on earth is going on? Su Changlin was at the most critical moment of the experiment and was called over. He couldn't help feeling a little angry. The staff member who went to call him earlier was unable to tell him what had happened because of the urgency of the time. Minister, this is what happened. When the staff member saw the two deputy ministers stop and put all the beasts back into the beast-taming space, he told them the whole story. Chu Ying hummed in surprise. You said that the two deputy ministers were competing for a candidate? What? This candidate passed both tests at the same time? That's not the case, is it? When she first heard it, Chu Ying felt a little confused. The more I listened, the less doubts I had, and what replaced them was shock. In order to pass the evolution assessment, you force yourself to master the skills that were originally only entry-level, and even discovered hundreds of evolution factors? In the training assessment, if a result exceeding the optimal ratio is given, the skill can also be trained to proficiency? Are you telling a story? Chu Ying and Su Changlin both instinctively chose not to believe it. But seeing that the staff member said it with great confidence, and no one else around him refuted it, it was also confirmed by two deputy ministers. I finally believed that all this was true. They understood. Don't say any more. Etienne can only enter the evolution department and cultivation department. There was a fire of war in the eyes of the two ministers. Staff? So I shouldn't have called you at all? He was very worried that the two ministers would fight. The other candidates present were already numb. It was clearly a game for a group of people, but how come Etienne was the only one who became the protagonist? Fortunately, both ministers exercised restraint and did not directly summon the beasts. Everything has to have a conclusion, right? Su Changlin stared at Chu Ying. So what do you think we should do? The two discussed for a while and decided to give the choice to Etienne. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In the past, they would go to the department in which they had taken the exam. There is no room for candidates to choose. Everyone stared at Etienne. The eyes of several ministers were full of anticipation, as if they were saying, "Choose me, choose me." Etienne felt a lot of pressure when he was stared at. Ahem. He cleared his throat and then said, "I choose the evolution department." The reason why he came to the research institute was to find the future evolutionary path of the great sage. Of course, we must not forget our original intention. The reason for doing the training department's test is entirely to obtain reward points. Okay, that's a wise choice. Chu Ying patted Etienne's shoulder appreciatively. And Su Changlin sighed. Xiaotian, would you like to reconsider this? As soon as these words came out, Chu Ying's fierce gaze was immediately met. Although he really wanted Etienne to join his department, he could do nothing if Etienne was unwilling. Things have finally come to a conclusion. Xiaotian, before you leave, come to my office. My office is on the 3rd floor. After saying this, Chu Ying left. From the way she walked, it could be seen that she was in a good mood. There was no point in Su Changlin staying, so he left too. The next step is to make identity cards and award rewards. Each candidate who passed the assessment received an identity card with his or her photo. According to Wang Tingsong, this is a symbol of their identity in the institute. The sign also stores identity information, points information, etc. There was also a sign hanging on the chest of both people. But the difference between them and the candidates who had just received the badges was that the badges of the two vice presidents were green, while theirs were red. The institute divides members into different levels according to their contributions. The lowest level is the 3rd level researcher, above which are the 2nd level, 1st level, special level, and senior engineer. Corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan respectively. The two vice presidents are colored green, which means they are top researchers. Very good! Zhou Qiong couldn't help but jump. Her long-cherished dream finally came true. From today on, she is a great third-level researcher. Xiaotian, thanks to you. From today on, you are my biological brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me and I will help you. Etienne smiled helplessly. Etienne. At this moment, Etienne suddenly heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Qixing waking up from his coma. Zhang Qixing knew that Etienne had also joined the evolution department. Although he was unwilling, he considered that the two would be colleagues in the future. Moreover, Etienne's talent is so incredible that one can only make friends with such a person. So I can only force myself to deal with him. Hello, what can I do for you? Etienne said politely. Zhang Qixing forced an ugly smile. We're all going to work together in the future, so let's add each other's contact information. This way, it will be more convenient. Etienne nodded and did not refuse. Zhang Qixing was far inferior to himself, but he was also a talent, and there had never been any unpleasantness between the two of them. Since it was his request, he would just give him the extra money. Etienne. As soon as Zhang Qixing left, Lu Bo came again, with the same reason. Add. Those who had entered the research institute all came over together. Add. Obviously, they were all newcomers who entered the institute at the same time, but these people treated Etienne as if he were a respected senior. After adding a wave of contact information, the institute also prepared a small award ceremony for the newcomers. Etienne was naturally the undisputed first in both assessments. The two people in the evolution department were fine, but several people in the breeding department had their teeth broken. Humiliation. It's such a humiliation. They actually let a person from the evolution department take away the reward that should have belonged to their breeding department. That's 100 points. Zhang Xing sighed, and his body became more hunched. He thought of the phone call Zhou Tiangang had made to him before, and his heart was filled with regret. If I had agreed to let Etienne be directly recommended, would he have been a member of our training department? Zhang Xing has lived for decades and met countless people, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big setback at the hands of Etienne today. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for Etienne to pass any of the tests. But the result is totally unreasonable. Chapter 33, Zhou Tiangang, the snitch, gets a surprising reward. There was a hint of superiority in Wang Tingsong's eyes when he looked at Zhang Xing. The two departments have been fighting for years and it has been evenly matched, but today was a small victory. After the awards were presented, the assessment officially ended. The candidates were also released from the examination hall. Zhou Tiangang had been waiting in the rest area outside for a long time. Logically speaking, my daughter and Xiaotian should have come out more than 10 minutes ago. I don't know what happened. He also noticed that the ministers of the two departments had entered the examination room for some time. Did something unexpected happen? Zhou Tiangang was a little nervous. Only when he saw the two people did he feel relieved and immediately went to meet them. Qiong, Xiaotian. Earlier, while waiting in the rest area, he chatted with others and learned that the assessment had been reformed and made more difficult. According to his estimation, there was a 99% chance that his daughter had failed the exam. As for Etienne, he never thought that he could pass the level. So Zhou Tiangang did not ask the two about the outcome, for fear of causing secondary harm to them. But to his surprise, as soon as his daughter saw him, she hugged him and looked very happy. Dad, I passed! Ah? Zhou Tiangang exclaimed in surprise. Then, Zhou Qiong told Zhou Tiangang the story again. Zhou Tiangang was stunned on the spot. Good fellow. Etienne's talent for taming beasts once again exceeded his imagination. After realizing what was happening, he thanked Etienne. Xiaotian, if it weren't for you, Qiong wouldn't have passed the test. Thank you so much. Etienne waved his hands quickly. You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. Sister Qiong has been very nice to me, so it's my duty to help her. Besides, it's just a casual move, it doesn't take much effort. Zhou Qiong. It's so heartbreaking. That's right. Zhou Tiangang suddenly gave a wicked laugh. Xiaotian, the chance for revenge has come. Etienne? Just as he was wondering, he saw Zhou Tiangang take out his mobile phone and start editing. Minister, I want to give you some feedback. I guess Etienne was unwilling to choose our training department partly because of Deputy Minister Zhang Xing. Real name report from Zhou Tiangang. Call out. An extremely long message was quickly edited by Zhou Tiangang and then sent out. The goal of receiving information is obvious. When Etienne looked at Zhou Tiangang again, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be this kind of principal. Office of the Director of Cultivation Department. Su Changlin leaned back in his chair somewhat depressed. After returning from the examination room, he didn't even have the heart to do experiments. He has a project on hand, but he can't find a suitable person in charge. And the talent that Etienne showed today perfectly met his needs. Unfortunately, Etienne chose to join the evolution department. What made him even more depressed was that the resources of the research institute were limited and the two departments were in competition. This time, the enemy's strength increased while my strength decreased. There will be an assessment of new employees at the end of the year, and the assessment results will be related to part of the resource allocation. It seems that their training department doesn't have to worry about this part of resources this year. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly lit up. I picked it up reflexively and saw a long text message. After a moment, Su Changlin finished reading the message and couldn't help but feel veins bulging on his forehead. Immediately called Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing, come to my office for a moment. Soon, Zhang Xing stood in front of him. Su Changlin's faint voice came. Zhang Xing, I heard that Etienne originally wanted to join our department through internal recommendation. And you rejected it outright? Zhang Xing's heart skipped a beat. On the other side, Etienne said goodbye to Zhou's father and daughter, and came to Chu Ying's office as Chu Ying had requested before. Chu Ying was leaning back in her chair with one leg crossed over the other, browsing messages leisurely. Only when he saw Etienne coming in did he sit up straight. So young! This is her most profound impression of Etienne. As soon as she returned to the office, she pulled out Etienne's resume, which seemed like a joke. It is clearly written above that Etienne is only 18 years old this year. Chu Ying recalled that when she was 18 years old, she had not even started to memorize books, let alone enter the graduate school. It was only after she entered the Beast Taming Academy that she became interested in research. She spent 4 years studying and passed the graduation exam at the age of 22 to enter the research institute. Because of his outstanding talent and willingness to work hard, it only took him 1 year to advance from a third-level researcher to a second-level researcher. Then I continued to improve. When I just turned 30 this year, I became the director of the evolution department. Even in the entire history of the institute, he is one of the youngest ministers. While Chu Ying was looking at Etienne, Etienne was also looking at her. With a delicate face, fair and translucent complexion, she looks as young as Etienne's 18-year-old female classmate. But there is a more mature charm in her. Etienne couldn't describe what kind of feeling this was. It always made people feel itchy inside. Xiaotian, you are very good. Chu Ying spoke. I can say responsibly that you are the most talented beast master and researcher I have ever seen. Chu Ying first praised Etienne, which made him feel happy. Then we get to the point. It turned out that Etienne was called here because they wanted to give him some special treatment. I have entered the information about your research into the system. Of course, I entered it as a researcher. According to the Institute's regulations, any researcher who makes a breakthrough contribution to research can receive a considerable amount of points subsidy. Etienne opened his eyes wide in ecstasy. This is such a pleasant surprise. I also understood what Chu Ying meant by giving special treatment. Etienne submitted the formula just to pass the assessment. At that time, he was not yet a researcher. So logically speaking, no rewards can be obtained. Chu Ying has advanced his researcher status to before the mating ratio. Etienne couldn't help but ask curiously. How much reward can that minister get? Chu Ying said. Not much. Hearing this, the expectation in Etienne's eyes faded a little. Come to think of it, there are so many silver-level skills, so there definitely can't be too many rewards. But Chu Ying's next words surprised him so much that he almost jumped up. It's only 200 points. Points, that's equivalent to 2 million dragon coins. That's not much. Chu Ying couldn't help but smile when she saw Etienne's reaction. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In the Research Institute's reward system, rewards are given based on the formula ratio. If it is less than 30, 100 points will be given, and if it is greater than 30, 200 points will be given. You're lucky, you just got stuck at this point. Etienne nodded. So that's how it is? And asked curiously. Dean, will the rewards for the teams that received them previously be taken back? Chewing said. If the record you create is broken within a year, then it will be. He paused and continued. It's not even been a year since Zhang Xing started recording this. It's really cruel. Etienne thought so. Chapter 34 Directly becoming a second-level researcher. 4 million dragon coins. Zhang Hao's misunderstanding. That's right. Chu Ying hadn't finished her words yet. The standard for a level 2 researcher is to accumulate 300 points. You have already met the requirement. Remember to change your ID card before you leave. Etienne. Before coming to Chu Ying's office, he had learned about the Institute's welfare system. It can be said that every time you move up a level, your salary will improve qualitatively. Specific manifestations include mobilizable resources, discounts on exchange materials, monthly national subsidies, etc. Taking the monthly national subsidy as an example, a third-level researcher would receive 40 million dragon coins even if he did nothing. For the second level, it costs 10,000 dragon coins per month. Although subsidies are only the smallest part of researchers' income. But from now on, he is also a person who receives a salary from the state. What a surprise. The two chatted for a while, and Etienne came out of the office. I first went to get a copy of the Research Institute's notes, and planned to take it back to study. I also went to get the full version of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. Finally, I downloaded the mobile forum of the Institute and linked the points to the trading section. 1 point was worth 10,000 dragon coins. They were sold out in less than 2 minutes. In the Research Institute, points are allowed to be traded, but the traded points cannot be counted as points accumulated by the researcher. It can only be used to exchange materials, but even in this case, it is still difficult to get 1 point. After walking out of the gate of the Research Institute, this trip was considered a successful end, and Etienne felt that he had gained a lot. His goal in coming to the Institute for assessment is to obtain the exploration of evolutionary factors, so that the great sage can find the path of evolution after studying it. This goal was perfectly achieved. In addition, I also obtained the status of a second-level researcher. Zhou Tiangang had been working for more than 10 years, but he was only at level 2, whereas Etienne was at the same level as him when he first arrived. Come to think of it, it makes sense, because the assessment reform increased the points reward, and Etienne also got double first place. Even more fortunately, the submitted ratio also brought him 200 points. You have to know that other people shared points as a team, while Etienne had it all to himself. The speed at which points are accumulated is very fast. What surprised Etienne the most was the 4 million dragon coins in his bank card. If the Monkey King wants to continue upgrading his 8-directional staff, he'll need 500,000 dragon coins. Isn't that what's here? Moreover, Etienne discovered that simplifying the system is good in every way, but it just costs money. Now, my hope of passing the career assessment is even greater. Maizizi walked to the side of the road and was about to stop a car. Suddenly he heard a voice calling him. Etienne? Long time no see, what are you doing here? Oh, it turned out to be Zhang Hao, the most active class monitor in the class group. Zhang Hao is a big guy with short hair. Etienne pointed to the huge building behind him. Just came here to do something. Zhang Hao chuckled when he heard it. I see. You must be here to buy the concentration potion as well, right? You're doing something, but you're being so mysterious. If someone doesn't know, they'd think you went in to do something big. Focus potion? Etienne frowned slightly and thought. By the way, there is a trading area in the Research Institute, where materials that can assist in beast taming training are often sold. I guess the concentration potion is one of them. Obviously Zhang Hao misunderstood. But Etienne was too lazy to explain. Even if he did, Zhang Hao would not believe it. So he said, Yes, I'm here to buy medicine. What puzzled Zhang Hao was, he understood Etienne's situation. His family was poor, so where would he get the money to buy medicine? Besides, the stone monkey has no value in cultivation, so is it necessary to buy medicine? But there can be no other explanation for Etienne coming here. I heard that there is an assessment for researchers today. It is impossible that Etienne is here to take part in the assessment. Zhang Hao cares about Etienne now. How is your stone monkey? Have you learned the breathing technique? Etienne Dao. Well, I'm getting started. Zhang Hao chuckled, unable to resist the urge to show off. My Taishan is about to break through to bronze. That's why I came to the institute to buy medicine. I plan to make a final push today and report the results tomorrow. Etienne bowed. Congratulations, then. Oh, I'm just lucky. Although he said that, Zhang Hao couldn't hide the smile on his face at all. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then a taxi stopped in front of Etienne. He said goodbye to Zhang Hao and got in the car and left. After seeing Etienne leave, Zhang Hao shook his head. This kid, I'm afraid he took a taxi just to save face in front of me. Etienne was frugal for 3 years in school. His house is not far from here, and there is a bus stop next to it. Why bother? Zhang Hao tidied up his appearance, and was inevitably a little nervous before entering the research institute. Keep going. Just as I was about to go up the stairs, I saw an acquaintance coming towards me. Brother Lu? The man whom he called Brother Lu stopped and looked at Zhang Hao with some confusion. Zhang Hao continued. It's me, Brother Lu. Have you forgotten that 10 years ago, we both lived in Kanxiang Garden Community, and I always liked to play with you at that time? Oh, I remember now. It's you, little mouse. I haven't seen you for 10 years. You've grown so big. Brother Lu, whose full name is Lu Feng, is 10 years older than Zhang Hao. The two lived in the same community before. Lu Feng liked to train animal tamers in the yard, while Zhang Hao liked to pester him to play. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Zhang Hao asked curiously. Brother Lu, why did you leave the research institute? Are you going to buy medicine as well? Lu Feng said. No, I'm here to take the researcher assessment. Brother Lu is so awesome! Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng with admiration. He also knew something about the research institute. I know that those who dare to apply for the exam must be outstanding people. Lu Feng shook his head. What a joke, I didn't even pass the exam. When talking about this, he couldn't help but complain. I had prepared thoroughly, but the assessment was changed this time, and it is at least 5 times more difficult than before. Zhang Hao took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, it's so scary, is there anyone who can pass it? Lu Feng nodded. Yes, it was only after this assessment that I realized that there are always people who are better than you. I just know what a true genius is. When saying this, Lu Feng's lips couldn't help but tremble. It seemed like he was recalling something terrible. Oh? Zhang Hao asked. I am a little curious about how powerful someone like you, Brother Lu, would be. In Zhang Hao's heart, he had great respect for Lu Feng, otherwise he wouldn't have kept twisting him when they were kids. Lu Feng was a famous little genius at that time. Lu Feng sighed and began to describe what he saw and heard today. Zhang Hao was shocked. He finally understood why Lu Feng said he saw a genius. That's not a human being, it's clearly a monster. Lu Feng is already someone that Zhang Hao looks up to. What kind of demeanor must it be to be someone that Lu Feng looks up to? Zhang Hao swallowed and asked. Brother Lu, can you tell me the name of that genius? Lu Feng's expression was solemn. Of course, remember, his name is Etienne. Etienne? Zhang Hao was stunned. Chapter 35, Great Sage Breaks Through Silver, System Upgrade. Etienne asked the taxi driver to drop him off at a large shopping mall very close to his home. Decided to do some shopping before going home. In less than 10 minutes, Etienne came out of the mall with a big bag in his hand. Through the translucent film, you can see bottles of wine piled up inside. This is Etienne's goal. A bottle of silver-grade wine. One bottle cost him 10,000 dragon coins, and he spent a total of 20. Before, this was a horrific expense that he could not even imagine. The great sage is about to break through to the silver level, and by then the bronze level spirit wine will have no effect on him. So you need to prepare silver level wine for him in advance. The better the wine, the greater the improvement effect on the great sage, so Etienne initially wanted to buy gold-level wine directly. But after looking at the prices, the cheapest one is 50 per bottle. Let's just forget it. The gold-grade spiritual wine not only tastes richer than silver, but also has various beneficial effects on the human body, or on taming beasts. And most importantly, it is extremely difficult to refine. Even the most outstanding stone monkey king might have to refine wine 100 times before he can accidentally refine a golden-grade spirit wine. Due to many reasons, the price is naturally extremely high. This is not wine, it's clearly a luxury product. In the setting sun, Etienne was holding a glass of wine and the monkey king was squatting on his shoulders. Both the man and the monkey looked like they were enjoying the evening. Etienne just felt full of expectations for the future. Looking up and watching the sun slowly setting over the mountain, Etienne suddenly discovered. The clouds in the sky seemed to be different from usual. Today's clouds are long and narrow, just like human ribs, evenly distributed across the sky. Etienne recalled the knowledge he had learned, and wondered what this was called. Oh yes, this is called an earthquake cloud. Is there going to be an earthquake? Etienne wasn't sure, but he quickened his pace and prepared to go home early to make preparations. Soon Etienne returned home. While packing up the important things, he let the great sage drink silver-level spiritual wine. About half an hour later, just as Etienne finished cleaning up, he received good news. Race, stone monkey. Level, bronze, 100. Potential, bronze. Skills, drunk alcohol mastery, 4, 8-sided stick perfection, 0. Evolution factor exploration, deduction version, proficient, 0, waiting for the opportunity, proficient, 3. The Monkey King's level finally reached the bronze limit, and the silver level wine he just drank exceeded 500. Both evolutionary conditions are met. A layer of white light appeared on the great sage's body. Evolution begins. It can be seen with the naked eye that the Monkey King's body has become larger, and the monkey hair on his body has become longer. It didn't take long before the white light disappeared and the Monkey King was almost 1 meter tall. Ouch! The Monkey King jumped around the room excitedly. He felt a power he had never felt before. Is this what evolution feels like? At the same time, a warm current appeared in Etienne's body, and the warm current flowed throughout his body. Etienne clenched his fist. Because the great sage broke through to the silver level, I also received feedback. He felt as if he could smash a stone with one punch. This was not over yet. Etienne suddenly felt a pain in the center of his eyebrows. Then I saw a space opening up in my body. Is this the beast control space? As soon as Etienne thought about it, the great sage disappeared out of thin air and then appeared in the beast taming space that had just been opened up. After arriving at the beast taming space, the great sage became even more excited. Because he felt comfortable all over, and had a hunch that if he practiced here, the effect would be twice as good with half the effort. Finally, when I take the great sage out from now on, I won't have to carry him on my shoulders all the time. Speaking of which, the great sage is getting heavier and heavier now. I can hardly hold him up anymore. Just when Etienne thought that was the end, surprises came one after another. A familiar mechanical prompt sounded. Detected that the beast control space has been opened, the system can be upgraded. Do you want to spend 1 million dragon coins to upgrade? Etienne. Oh boy, can the system be upgraded? 1 million dragon coins was a sky-high price for Etienne a day ago. Although it hurts now, it is within my tolerance range. Everything he has comes from the system. If the system has the opportunity to continue to improve, then of course he will choose it. Crash. Etienne heard the sound of gold coins flowing out of his body. In just a moment, the reminder sounded again. The system has been upgraded. A stream of information entered Etienne's brain, allowing him to understand the difference between the upgraded system and the previous one. I see. Etienne nodded, somewhat surprised by the changes in the system. Before, he had to meet certain conditions to trigger the system to give a prompt sound to ask whether to simplify. It's a completely passive state. But now it has become something that he can actively trigger. Etienne can generate a simplified task in his mind and let the system judge its feasibility. Etienne tried it immediately. I want to simplify the process of the great sage's 8-sided staff from perfection to perfection. As soon as I had this thought, a reminder sound rang. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 500,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, defeat 100 beasts of the same level 0. Etienne nodded and had a new understanding of the system after using it. Before, if he wanted to improve the great sage's 8-directional staff to perfection, it would take at least 2 steps. One is to spend 50 to get a simplified plan, and the other is to collect materials according to the plan. Now it is directly classified as 1. This is equivalent to breaking down the overall goal into small goals before. Etienne needs to complete each small goal before knowing the next small goal. Now, it knows the requirements of all small goals from the beginning. If you are undergoing an evolution assessment, you will have this function. Etienne does not need to go through several steps to achieve a proficient level of evolution factor exploration. It's a lot more convenient. Etienne was very satisfied with the results of this upgrade. This is worth 100 flowers. After studying the changes in the system, Etienne finally had time to continue observing the changes in the Great Sage. After summoning the Monkey King from the beast taming space, the data panel has undergone great changes. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver 1. Potential, Silver. Skills, Drunk Alcohol Mastery, 4, 8-sided stick perfection 0. Evolution Factor Exploration, Deduction Version, Proficient 0, Waiting for the Opportunity Proficient, 3. Introduction to Winemaking 0. The Monkey King's race finally changed from Stone Monkey to Stone Monkey King, and his level and potential also reached Silver. There is also an additional skill of brewing wine. It is because of this skill that so many people choose to contract a beast like the Stone Monkey, which has no fighting potential. For ordinary people, the Stone Monkey King is just a tool to make money. For Etienne, he will definitely improve this skill in the future. The Monkey King needs to drink alcohol to upgrade, but the alcohol sold outside is too expensive. If you brew it yourself, you can save a lot of money. But I don't plan to use this skill for the time being. According to his plan for the Great Sage, he still had to aim at taming combat-type beasts. Chapter 36 Requirement, Diamond Grade Bones, Song Qingheng's Destined Enemy. The Monkey King was having fun in the room. I saw him lift a table that was half a person's height, and 1 meter long and wide with one hand. This would have been absolutely impossible before evolution. It seems that the Great Sage's basic attributes have also improved a lot. With the combination of waiting for the opportunity and the 8-direction staff, I wonder how strong the Great Sage is now. Speaking of which, Etienne already has an idea on how to further improve the 8-direction stick. The place where Etienne will go to take the professional assessment in a few days is called the Professional Beast Tamer Management Bureau, or Professional Home for short. The professional house is responsible for the management and assessment of professional beast masters, and also operates some man-made secret realms. It allows beast masters to enter secret realms and train beasts. The requirement to upgrade the 8-direction stick is to defeat 100 opponents of the same level. If Etienne has to find them one by one, it would be a waste of time. And the man-made secret realm just happens to meet his needs. Although Etienne has never been there, he heard that one can choose the level and number of opponents there. Let's go to the career house tomorrow. It can be considered as a place to check out before taking the career assessment. The Great Sage is already at the silver level, and has improved his stick skills to perfection. I wonder if he can pass the professional assessment? All of this is unknown, but we must always work towards our goal. Great Sage, please be safe when playing. Etienne saw that the Great Sage was letting himself go a little too much, and couldn't help but remind him. He was a little worried that the Monkey King would lose control and tear down the house. At this moment, the Great Sage truly has this ability. It's time to put the issue of changing houses on the agenda. The Great Sage let out a howl, but it was unclear whether he would obey. After tidying up the room, Etienne took out the complete version of Exploration of Evolutionary Factors. It's a locked booklet. A fingerprint is required to unlock the door. If it is not touched for more than 1 minute, it will be locked again. According to the regulations of the Institute, this booklet must not be leaked to other people. If leaked, the researcher will be expelled and will not be admitted again for life. You may also face lawsuits and compensation. It is enough to see its preciousness. I want to simplify the evolutionary path to create the great sage. Etienne generated the task in his mind, and immediately a prompt sounded. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, evolution factor exploration, already met. Requirement 3, diamond level beastmaster bones, 0. This is the benefit of system evolution. If it were put before, Etienne would need to first improve his skill level, then simplify the exploration process, and then simplify the evolution path generation process. Now we only need to meet all the simplified conditions to achieve the final goal directly. Etienne suddenly wanted to try a more outrageous goal. I want to simplify the Monkey King's breakthrough to diamond. After waiting for several minutes, there was no response. Well, it looks like it failed. The system is just a tool, it is not omnipotent. Etienne shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If the great sage wants to obtain a new evolutionary path, he needs to collect a diamond-grade beast bone. It just so happened that Etienne passed the assessment of the Research Institute today, and the Research Institute has a trading platform. Etienne directly opened his mobile phone and clicked on the trading platform of the Research Institute. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. It seems that it is gone. Seems like I can only ask for help. Etienne dialed Songwei's phone number first. Uncle Song, I want to ask you something. Songwei is a businessman, and he runs a chamber of commerce, so he must be well informed. After hanging up a minute later, Etienne's face didn't look very good. According to Songwei, diamond-grade beastmasters are extremely rare, and if they are bred by the beastmaster himself, both parties have feelings for each other, and will never sell the beastmaster's bones. Therefore, the diamond beast bones that can be seen on the market are basically from beasts that have not been contracted in the secret realm. This kind of beast is full of treasures. If it occasionally appears on the market, it will definitely be snatched up by all parties. The last time he appeared was at an auction in Wushan City 2 years ago, where all his body parts were sold for more than 30 million dragon coins. It's a bit tricky. Etienne didn't expect that diamond-level beast bones would be so difficult to obtain. First, it rarely appears on the market, and second, even if it does appear, you may not be able to afford it. The joy of having just gained 4 million dragon coins was gone. Haha, I am still poor after all. Etienne did not give up and called Chewing again. Minister, I want to ask you something. What? Diamond beast bones, what do you want this for? Chu Ying's somewhat surprised voice came from the receiver. Etienne made up a random reason out of curiosity. Although Chu Ying was confused, she still explained it to him. We researchers don't have bones, but we have other parts of diamond-level beasts that are not listed on the trading platform. You need to reach the level of a first-level researcher before you can explain your authority. Etienne sighed. Is there none in the Research Institute too? He asked again. Then, Minister, do you know where it is? Chu Ying said. I remember that Career House grabbed a portion of it 2 years ago. I don't know if it's been used up yet. They might have it there. Hearing this, Etienne's eyes lit up. This is also a clue. After a few words of thanks, the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ying's eyes were full of confusion. Why is this kid asking about the diamond beast bones? It is already night, that is, Etienne. If any other researcher called her, she would definitely scold him. But Etienne had just arrived after all, and he was so young, and his talent was so terrifying that it was against the sky. Chu Ying was worried that scolding him too harshly would hurt him. If Etienne couldn't bear it and quit the institute, she would be in tears. On the other hand, Etienne also had a goal. It seems that I still need to pass the professional assessment first. After cleaning the room and feeling tired after a day of hard work, Etienne lay on the bed and started browsing his phone. Open moments. Looking at everyone's colorful life, Etienne felt a little envious. He added a group of members from the Research Institute today. From their circle of friends, we can see that they are all quite wealthy. The life I usually share is about enjoying exquisite food, beautiful scenery, and the like. Song Chi-hang? When Etienne saw the circle of friends posted by Song Chi-hang, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There are no pictures, just a very childish sentence. My destined enemy Etienne, I will definitely defeat you. Etienne? You're 18 years old. Can you stop being so immature? And the object of my immature love is him. How embarrassing, okay. My fingers were shaking as I closed the moments. It was too much to bear. Then let's see what the class group is talking about recently. As soon as I clicked in, I saw someone there. Chapter 37 Earthquake, Lu Bo's Invitation, Rejection. Squad Leader Zhang Hao, Etienne, let me tell you, today I found out there is an unrivaled genius with the same name as you. Sad Bottle, oh? Monitor, tell me in detail, what is this genius method? Class Monitor Zhang Hao, balabala. Sad Bottle, so scary. Poor computer, gasp. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me, this boy has the potential to be an emperor. Plastic Bag, Class Monitor, you said that you first met Etienne coming out of the Research Institute, and then heard that a candidate named Etienne was dominating the Research Institute today? Plastic Bag, is it possible that Etienne in our class is the genius? Squad Leader Zhang Hao, oh, that's impossible. I asked Etienne, and he went to buy medicine. Plastic Bags, well, that's not really possible. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Yes, if that person was Etienne, I would eat my coffee table on live broadcast. Sad Bottle, haha, stop dreaming. At this moment, Zhang Hao sent another screenshot to the group. Etienne was stunned. Isn't this Song Qinghang's circle of friends? Fuck you. Squad Leader Zhang Hao, Etienne, your name is quite common. There is another Etienne here, haha. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Oh my god, who is this Etienne? He actually became Song Qinghang's target. Judging from his tone, he is probably not as good as Etienne, so he wants to surpass him. Class Monitor Zhang Hao, I was also very curious, so I asked Song Chi-hang, but he didn't reply to me. Right at this moment, the conversation in the class suddenly changed. Squad Leader Zhang Hao, damn, I feel my bed is shaking. If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Smirk. Brother Hao is not honest, is this something I can say? If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Oh shit, that's not right, my bed started shaking too. Plastic Bag, me too, could it be an earthquake? Etienne looked at the ceiling and watched the chandelier begin to sway from side to side, thinking of the sky he saw when he came back today. It was an earthquake. He jumped up from the bed and wanted to run away with the packed package without even putting on his shoes. But when I ran to the door, I found that it was no longer shaking. Look at the class group again. Plastic Bag, hey. It seems to have stopped. Squad Leader Zhang Hao, it's the same for me. Has it stopped? Etienne suppressed the urge to run away. The earthquake came and went quickly, so it looked like it wouldn't be very powerful. After standing for a while, I didn't wait for the aftershock and simply went back to bed. I hadn't been lying down for 2 minutes when I received a call from Zhou Tiangang. Hey Xiao Tian, did you feel the earthquake just now? I feel it. I have some bad news to tell you. I just received the news as well. Etienne couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhou Tiangang's voice continued to be heard. Well, it's like this. Because of the earthquake, the opening time of the ancient battlefield ruins will be advanced. Etienne's brows relaxed again. This seems to be a good thing for me. Asked. Does Mr. Zhou know when it will open? Zhou Tiangang said. What is being detected now is 6 days later. 6 days? Etienne estimated the time. The professional assessment will be in 4 days, and I will enter the ancient battlefield ruins after a day of rest after the exam. Zhou Tiangang expressed his concern for Etienne again. After hanging up the phone, Etienne's eyes were burning. Then it's clear what to do next. First, go to the man-made secret realm, upgrade the Monkey King's 8-directional staff to perfection, and accumulate strength. Then take part in the professional assessment 4 days later. After the assessment, go to the ancient battlefield secret realm to contract a new beast. Perfect. In the evening, Ying returned home, sat at the dining table, and prepared to have dinner with Etienne. I couldn't help but tease. Xiao Tian, did the test go well today? Etienne nodded. It went very smoothly. I am now a level 2 researcher. Ying laughed out loud. She didn't think Etienne had psychological problems as she did before, but instead thought Etienne must be joking. In her eyes, a third-level researcher was already unattainable, let alone a second-level researcher. But my younger brother is a genius. Maybe after a few years of practice, he will have a chance to pass. Etienne was helpless. Alas, it's also my fault for being too outstanding. If he were Ying, he would definitely have the same reaction. It's like a primary school student saying he has completed a PhD. Who would believe it? I guess even if I pull out my ID card, it will be considered a fake, so if I want to prove it, I have to wait a few days for the Institute's official website to update the researcher's information. By the way, Xiaotian, I won't be back for dinner tomorrow night, so take care of yourself, Ying suddenly said. His face looked a little worried. Alas, our leader insists that I go meet a blind date. They mean well. I've refused several times, and it's hard to refuse again. I plan to have a meal with him and then talk it out so that he won't bother me again. Etienne frowned. Who is the other party? Ying said. An outsourced staff member of the Research Institute. Etienne thought about what he had seen and heard today. In the Institute, researchers are only a minority, and there is still a lot of basic work that needs to be done. So we hired a group of outsourced people. Their work goal is to enable researchers to do their work better. When it comes to choosing a spouse, Etienne doesn't want to restrict Ying. As a younger brother, he will not object as long as it is Ying's choice. Of course, unless that person has a very bad character. Still the Tao. Would you like me to go with you? No, I can handle it. Early the next morning, Ying went to work, and Etienne prepared to go to the career home. Just as I was about to go out, I suddenly received a call from Lu Bo. I was a little confused as to why this guy was looking for me. I gave him my contact information purely out of courtesy. But I still picked up the phone and listened to what he had to say. Etienne, I'm Lu Bo. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Lu Bo got down to business. We have a new topic in the evolution department. Are you interested? If the project is successful, there will be a reward of 200 points. Let's work together and split the profits 50-50 after it's completed. I have sent you the materials for the project via email. You can take a look at it if you have time. Lu Bo's tone was somewhat expectant. Etienne pretended to hesitate for a moment, then refused. I'm a little busy lately, let's do it together next time. The subtext is don't come to me next time. For Etienne, does he need to work with other people on a project? And he has been really busy recently, and there are several things he hasn't finished. How about a 60-40 split? You're 6 and I'm 4. Lu Bo did not give up. Etienne is still the Tao. I'm sorry, I'm really busy lately. Chapter 38 Man-Made Secret Realm, Ranking. Lu Bo sighed with some regret. After a few more persuasions, Etienne was really not interested, so he had to give up. As a newcomer to the Research Institute, he has relatively little experience, and his talent is not as amazing as Etienne's. So I wanted to find old members to do it, but no old members were willing to join me. However, it is difficult for him to be responsible for a project independently. So he turned his attention to Etienne. But Etienne was unwilling to play with him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. In fact, he has another target, Zhang Qixing. But Zhang Qixing was Zhang Xing's nephew, so he was given special treatment as soon as he entered the institute, and was led by the senior researchers to start working on big projects. I have average talent and no background, it's difficult. Lu Bo was helpless. Although he was rejected by Etienne, he was still very enthusiastic towards Etienne. Well, that's a shame. Etienne, if you are interested in doing a project someday, you can contact me at any time, Etienne said politely. Okay. Then the two hung up the phone. By the way, you can also check and take up research topics in the Research Institute. You can earn points by completing assignments. It is equivalent to a task platform. After this period of time is over, I can do more. Anyway, for Etienne, with a simplified system, no matter what research he does, it won't take too much time. But the feedback received was very generous. Points can be exchanged for Wanlong coins. Shaking his head and putting the matter aside for the time being, Etienne took a taxi and headed towards Career House. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Unexpectedly, I ran into an old acquaintance, Song Chi-hang, as soon as I got off the car. Song Chi-hang just happened to get out of a black car. Judging from the shape of the car, the price is probably not cheap. Etienne felt a chill and thought of the circle of friends that Song Chi-hang posted. He was about to turn sideways and pretend that he didn't see it, but Song Chi-hang called out his name. Etienne, why are you here too? Etienne had no choice but to face it, and he was too lazy to hide it. I want to train my great sage's combat ability, so I want to try it in the man-made secret realm. Song Chi-hang nodded. Then our goals are the same. Then the two of them naturally walked side by side into the Career House. There is a big difference between the styles of professional homes and research institutes. The research institute is a whole large building, while the career home is more like a business district. There are many different buildings inside. Is this your first time here? Right. Then come with me. I'm familiar with this place and I come here often. Etienne nodded. That's good, so he doesn't have to ask the staff how to get there. As they walked, Song Chi-hang introduced the man-made secret realm to Etienne. The man-made secret realm is just a nickname. Its full name is actually the Beast Taming Trial Secret Realm. Let me tell you the specific rules. When you enter the secret realm, it will automatically judge and match you according to the realm of the beast you summoned, allowing you to enter secret realms of different difficulties. For example, our beast masters are both bronze level, so we will enter a bronze level secret realm. After judging the difficulty, you can also choose the number of beasts you want to face in the secret realm. There are 3 modes in total, 1 versus 1, 1 versus 10, and 1 versus 100. Etienne's eyes lit up. Isn't that perfect? I only need to take the Great Sage into the secret realm once to complete the simplified plan of the 8 directional staff. No matter what, Song Chi-hang helped him, and Etienne also expressed his gratitude to him. Song Chi Channel? You are welcome. At this moment, in Song Chi-hang's mind, Etienne had become a person who was both an enemy and a friend. It is the goal he wants to surpass. And his father also told him to try his best to have a good relationship with Etienne. Not long after they walked, they entered a red wooden house. There is a bronze door right in front of the room, and on the left is a reception desk where a female staff member is standing, answering questions for those who want to enter the secret realm. If you want to go in, you need to register with her and then pay the fee. The fees will be divided according to the level of the beast. A bronze level beast master requires 200 dragon coins to enter once, while a silver level beast master requires 1,000 dragon coins. The two walked to the front desk together, and the young lady was introducing rewards to a customer in front of them. Award? Etienne was no longer sleepy when he heard these 2 words. He nudged Song Chi-hang with his elbow. Didn't we pay to enter the secret realm? Why is there a reward? Song Chi-hang rolled his eyes. Not everyone can get the reward. For most people, it is just a matter of spending money to enter the secret realm. Coincidentally, the young lady talked about this part. This customer, it is like this. In order to encourage beast masters to train beasts better, we have prepared a considerable reward for beast masters who can achieve good results. Etienne pricked up his ears and listened. Each level of secret realm has a ranking list. The list is sorted by the time when the secret realm is cleared, and only the top 100 beast masters in history are selected. Of course, there is a prerequisite that the beast master must challenge the highest difficulty of 1 versus 100. At the same time, we will continue to display the rankings to motivate future beast masters. As she spoke, the young lady pointed to a screen behind her. When he first came in, Etienne saw the screen, but the words on it were so densely packed that it hurt his eyes, so he looked away. It turned out to be a ranking list. Now look carefully at the past. The screen is divided into 3 areas, left, middle and right, corresponding to bronze, silver and gold respectively. Each list has 100 names from top to bottom, and their clearance times. Etienne saw that the person currently ranked first in the Silver League had cleared the secret realm in just 30 seconds. That's 1 to 100, worthy of being the first. The man in front of the two asked. Then, according to what you said, doesn't it mean that the later people challenge the secret realm, the more disadvantages they will suffer, and the more seniors they will face? The young lady nodded. In theory, that's right. So what are the specific rewards for entering the leaderboard? The man asked. The young lady took out a booklet from behind her and handed it over. The rewards vary according to the rankings, and the details are all recorded here. Ahem, can I have one too? Etienne interrupted. The young lady turned her head slightly and saw a handsome, youthful boy. Said with a smile. Of course. So Etienne got the booklet. Song Chi-heng looked at Etienne speechlessly. Etienne, it's useless for you to look at it. Why waste your time? Etienne didn't even raise his head. I'm curious. You go in first. I'll do some research and then go in. Song Chi-heng shrugged. Oh well. At the same time, I thought to myself, haha, I value time more than you do. I've spent all my time getting stronger, so it seems like it's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Then I paid 200 yuan and got a green wooden sign. With this sign, you can enter the secret realm. Chapter 39, The Masterful Eight-Sided Staff, A Terrifying Blow. Wave to Etienne. I'm leaving first. This time I'm going to challenge the 1-on-10 secret realm. Etienne, do you want to compete in speed? Etienne said casually. Forget it. They are at different levels, so there is really no need to compare them. But to Song Chi-heng, these words seem to imply fear. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, this is Etienne's first time here, so it's normal for him to have no confidence. Afterwards, Song Chi-heng entered the secret realm, and Etienne finally felt his ears became much quieter. Look at the booklet in your hand. Etienne felt a little heartbroken. What a huge loss! What a huge loss! The rewards in the booklet made him extremely jealous. Now that the great sage is already at the silver level, he can only challenge silver-level secret realms. In other words, he will never be able to make the bronze list in this lifetime. If he had known that there would be rewards in the secret realm, he would have brought the Monkey King here long ago. This is the loss caused by information asymmetry. Etienne quickly adjusted his mentality. It has come to this. If the bronze level reward is gone, then it is gone. Silver level is better. According to what is written in the booklet, each person at each level has only one chance to receive a reward. That is to say, you can fail to enter the leaderboard for 10 consecutive times, and when you enter the leaderboard for the 11th time, you will receive a reward. When you achieve a better result for the 12th time, your ranking will change, but you will not receive any more rewards. This is also to prevent people from brushing rewards from 100th place upwards. Etienne saw that as long as he entered the top 3, he could choose a silver-level skill for free and get a bonus of more than 500,000 dragon coins. My heart is beating so fast. Set a goal, at least to be in the top 3. After flipping through the booklet, Etienne returned to the front desk lady. The young lady gave him a form and asked him to fill in his information. Age 18. Name Great Sage. Realm Silver. Beast Tamer Race, Stone Monkey King. It was quickly filled out and returned. It is not mandatory to fill in your real name when filling in your name here, so Etienne wrote the name of the Monkey King. The young lady got the information to be filled in and started entering it. When I saw the column about Etienne Realm, I was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and glanced at Etienne. Years old? Silver level? Stone Monkey King? Why does this feel so outrageous? To be honest, she has been working at the front desk here for 2 years, and this is the first time she has seen such a strange beastmaster. But out of professionalism, she quickly hid the surprise in her eyes and continued to complete her work. Soon, Etienne also got a wooden sign, but unlike Song Chi-heng, his sign was white. Walk to the bronze door with the sign and it will open automatically. A light screen appeared in front of Etienne, and he needed to choose the difficulty. Choose 1 to 100 without hesitation. When the light curtain disappeared, he took a step inside, and in just a moment, he arrived at a different space. Looking around, there's a small stadium here. Etienne sat in the audience seats, while the great sage stood in the center of the stadium. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of white light flashed in the air. Soon after that, scarecrows appeared around the Monkey King and surrounded him. The full name of the scarecrow is Trials Scarecrow. It is a man-made beast tamer, specially used for trials and tests of beast tamers. In the sky above the stadium, a huge white 3 suddenly appeared. The next second it became 2. This is a countdown. When the countdown is over, the scarecrow will launch an attack. The great sage's entire body tensed up. He had little actual combat experience, and it was also his first time facing so many enemies. Great Sage, come on! Etion waved to cheer up the Great Sage. The Great Sage summoned his stick from Etion's beast-controlling space and held it in his hand. He raised it and roared. The battle is vigorous. The countdown ends and the battle officially begins. 3 silver-level scarecrows rushed over at the same time. The Great Sage had already prepared a move while the countdown was on. At this moment, with the perfect level 8 direction stick, it burst out directly. Sweep! Boom! The stick swept through the air, making a rumbling sound. Then it swept over the few scarecrows closest to it. Bang! A scarecrow touched by a stick is like an egg hit by a stone. In just a moment, it was torn into pieces and body parts scattered everywhere. This is not the end yet. The wind created by the stick continues to rush towards the scarecrow behind. Several more scarecrows exploded. Good! Etion stood up and clenched his fists. A sense of pride as an old father appeared on his face. The Great Sage's power was somewhat beyond his expectations. I didn't expect that the combination of waiting for an opportunity and the 8 direction staff would be so effective. Of course, the gold-level stick also played a role. If it were any other beast, after seeing the Great Sage's terrifying attack, they might have retreated. But the scarecrows had no emotions and were indifferent to the death of their companions. The scarecrows at the back continued to rush towards the Monkey King. Gurgle. The Monkey King took a big gulp of wine and immediately became drunk. With a light jump, he escaped from the scarecrow's encirclement. Meanwhile, continue to use waiting for your opportunity. After the 3 seconds of waiting for the opportunity, another move of the 8 direction stick was made. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant horrible crashing sounds in the center of the gymnasium. The Monkey King is like a god of death. Any scarecrow he touches will be killed instantly. At the same time, the Monkey King's data panel began to jump continuously. 15. 16. 90. 99. Boom! Finally, the last scarecrow fell down. 100. The Great Sage was already out of breath. The continuous use of the combination of 8 direction staff and waiting for the opportunity to strike had somewhat overdrawn his physical strength. Good! A prompt sounded, indicating that the Monkey King's 8 directional staff had finally reached the highest level of his skill. Absolutely superb. The Monkey King stood there in a daze, with countless experiences and memories flooding into his mind. After a while, when it opened its eyes, there seemed to be no change, but Etion felt something vaguely. The Monkey King has completely become one with the stick in his hand. At the same time, a female voice sounded above the venue. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for completing the challenge. You will be back in 5 seconds. Second. But Etion still has one thing he wants to do. He wanted to test the maximum damage the Great Sage could unleash. If I go out, it will be difficult to find a suitable place to perform. Great Sage, can you deliver another blow? I can. Having just achieved a breakthrough in skills, the Monkey King is still in an excited state. Seconds of waiting. A shadow of a stick seemed to pass through time. Etion's entire mind was attracted by the stick. It seemed as if there were endless stick shadows entangled on the stick, but it also seemed as if there was nothing. Boom! There was an explosion with a shocking sound. The wind raged outward from the point where the stick met the ground. Even though he was dozens of meters away, Etion's clothes were rustling in the wind, and his hair was all standing up and heading backwards. How terrible! When the sound gradually subsided, a huge hole had appeared at the place where the Monkey King had just attacked. And you can see with the naked eye that there are cracks extending outward at the edge of the hole. More and more. Etion's heart skipped a beat. Oops. Will the great sage cause any problems in the secret realm? In just 1 or 2 seconds, the crack had extended to almost half the size of a football field. Chapter 40. Gaining Skills. Song Chi-hang was ecstatic. I won? Just as Etienne was thinking this, 5 seconds passed and he was teleported out of the secret realm. The lady at the front desk happened not to receive the new beast master and saw Etienne reappear. I was stunned for a moment at first. Etienne had only been in there for less than a minute, right? How come he came out? If a beast master admits defeat, or his beast is injured, or is judged to be in danger by the secret realm, he will be teleported out. But it came out in less than a minute. This situation rarely happens. Even if you can't beat it, you can still do it by persisting for a while, right? There is another possibility. Unless Etienne challenges a difficulty beyond his ability. As soon as Etienne came out, he walked towards the young lady with a sign in his hand. Then give it to her. The sign records the results of your challenge. The young lady couldn't help but ask curiously. Is your challenge a 1 versus 100? Etienne was a little surprised. How did she know that? He couldn't hide it, so he nodded. The young lady looked as if she knew it. That makes perfect sense. But when she put the sign against the recognition machine, she jumped up. Passed? Shouldn't Etienne be teleported out because he failed? How could it pass? After a little reaction, the young lady realized something horrible. The brand's records are absolutely impossible to be wrong, which means Etienne passed. Moreover, it took less than a minute. To be more specific, 45 seconds. The screen behind the young lady began to flash automatically. In the silver level list, a name appeared directly in second place. Great Sage. 2 seconds less than the current third place, and 15 seconds more than the current first place. The Great Sage has just broken through to the silver level now. If he waits until he reaches the silver limit before challenging him again, he will have a good chance of getting first place directly. But for Etienne, there is no need to wait. The rewards for the first and second place are not much different. Both have silver level skills, but the first place reward is 700,000 dragon coins, while the second place is 600,000 dragon coins. The young lady rubbed her stiff face. The Beast Tamer's house has existed for 500 years, while the man-made secret realm is a product that appeared 200 years ago. In other words, those on the list now are the silver-level beast masters accumulated over 200 years in Wushan City. The young lady has been working for 2 years, and this is the first time she has seen someone make the list. And he went straight to second place. The most outrageous thing is that the person who accomplished this horrific achievement was an 18-year-old boy. At 15, shouldn't he still be a high school student who has just signed a beast-taming contract? The young lady's heart was beating wildly. She thought of a possibility that in some large families, the physical and mental strength of their offspring would be cultivated from an early age so that they could sign a beast-taming contract earlier. I guess Etienne is this kind of person? I just don't know which family he belongs to. Just looking at the information he filled out, the name he filled in was Monkey King, which is obviously a fake name, and nothing can be seen. But this does not prevent the young lady from increasing her favorability towards Etienne. Congratulations on achieving the second place on the silver list. Etienne nodded and asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. Where can I get the reward? The young lady immediately took out another booklet. There are silver-level skills that you can choose from here. As for the dragon coins, please leave your account number, and we will transfer it to you immediately. According to the young lady's guess, given Etienne's family background, he would definitely look down on this reward. So he must have asked this question just to satisfy his sense of accomplishment. Etienne took the booklet and began to read it in front of the young lady. There aren't many to choose from, less than 50. When he saw one of them, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. It's quite suitable for the great sage. So he pointed at it and looked at the young lady. I want this. Okay, please wait a moment. I have sent a message to other staff members and it will be delivered to you soon. The efficiency of Career House is very high. In less than 2 minutes, Etienne received the skills. Close your eyes and rest. When using skills, the beast's physical strength can be quickly restored. After this battle, Etienne discovered a flaw of the great sage that was not really a flaw. That's because you don't have enough physical strength. He was almost exhausted after dealing with 100 scarecrows. If there were more scarecrows, he would definitely lose. That's why I chose the only skill within the range that can restore physical strength. That's right. Etion recalled the scene before he left and looked at the young lady. I have something to share with you. Before my Beastmaster left, he used a move on the ground, creating a big hole. There are still many cracks. I'm worried that the secret realm will be destroyed. The young lady smiled proudly. Don't worry, the secret realms created by the career house have strong self-repair capabilities, and we have also arranged special staff to conduct regular inspections. So there won't be any problem. Etion let out a breath. That's good, that's good. He was really worried that he would ruin the secret realm and then be asked to pay compensation by the professional house. He can't afford to pay for it. The young lady coughed twice, attracting Etion's attention. Then her face turned slightly red, and she looked around to make sure that there were no other Beastmasters nearby or about to approach before she spoke. I don't know your name yet. Etion was stunned. Didn't you say you can remain anonymous? The young lady lowered her head slightly. I want it myself. You don't have to say it. After a pause, he continued. I'll take a day off tomorrow. After saying that, he looked directly into Etion's eyes. Etion was very confused. What do you want to do with your rest tomorrow? It has nothing to do with me. But I felt it would be impolite not to reply, so I just said. Congratulations, then, Miss. After saying that, Etion left. The purpose of coming to the career house this time has been fully achieved, and I have gained new skills and 600,000 dragon coins. He was now a little impatient to go home and asked the great sage to teach him some skills. As soon as Etion left, Song Qingheng's figure was teleported out. The first thing he did when he came out was not to look for the front desk, but to see if Etion was there. Seeing that Etion was not there, he cheered. A look of ecstasy. Haha, I won! Although Etion was unwilling to compete with him, he was secretly comparing himself with him in his heart. It is always a happy thing to be able to suppress Etion in some aspect. After being happy, he walked to the front desk and proudly took out his sign. Hello, please help me enter the results. Then print out a certificate. Although he was challenging 1 versus 10 and it was impossible for him to be on the leaderboard, he could ask the front desk to print out a certificate of clearance. Song Qingheng wanted to post a circle of friends to show off. At the age of 20, he can command the beast tamers and defeat 10 beast tamers of the same level within 4 minutes. Isn't that worth bragging about? He was ready to accept the admiring gaze of the receptionist. Young geniuses like me must be rare, right? Chapter 41 Song Qingheng's sense of superiority. The secret realm was destroyed by a gold-level Beastmaster? But to Song Qingheng's surprise, the young lady didn't even raise her head. Just pick it up, drop. Leaning on the instrument, a paper certificate was soon printed out. Pop. He slapped the certificate on the table and continued to stare at the computer screen, looking like he didn't want to talk. Song Qingheng frowned. Can you show some professionalism? Clearly, the young lady was fine before he entered the secret realm, but when she came out, she looked as if she was heartbroken and hurt. Shake your head. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Holding the certificate, Song Qingheng walked out of the professional home happily. Before leaving, he took a special look at the bronze level list and made a vow. One day, he will definitely be on the list. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Song Qingheng was stunned. He saw the figure he least wanted to see right now. Etion was hailing a taxi on the curb. Etienne! Why are you here? Song Qingheng exclaimed. Shouldn't Etienne still be trapped in the secret realm? Etienne looked puzzled. I can't be here. Song Qingheng's face looked as if a seasoning table had been overturned, and it suddenly became extremely complicated. He understood. He lost again. No, not necessarily. Song Qingheng walked up to Etienne and stared into his eyes. Etienne, tell me honestly, did you choose the difficulty of 1 versus 10? Etienne was helpless. No. Song Qingheng let out a breath. So that's how it is. That's right. No wonder Etienne came out so quickly, it turned out to be because he chose 1 versus 1. The sense of superiority returned and the smile remained. I killed 10 bronze level opponents in 4 minutes, what can you compare with me? When Etienne saw Song Chi-hang grinning foolishly, he thought he was mentally ill. Just then, a taxi stopped in front of Etienne. He said goodbye and got in the car and left. Song Chi-hang was left behind, still grinning foolishly. Career Home, Operation and Maintenance Department. The Operations and Maintenance Department is responsible for the operation and maintenance of Career Home, and its responsibilities include regular inspection and maintenance of the secret realm. Department head Zhao Dongnong was leaning on a chair and doing nothing with her big belly. Their job is usually quite leisurely. They just need to glance at the big screen at the front of the room from time to time to make sure everything is running normally. Zhao Dongdong was thinking about what to eat for lunch when he suddenly caught a glimpse of red light out of the corner of his eye. Looking at the screen, it turned out that there was an artificial secret realm sounding the alarm. Silver Secret Realm Number 1, current status, faulty. Zhao Dongdong was a little confused. Secret realm number? It shouldn't be. He clearly remembered that he had checked it yesterday, and everything was normal. How come it broke down just after 1 day? There are more than 10 secret realms of each level, and a single failure is not a big deal, but according to regulations, the problem must be solved in a timely manner. Zhao Dongdong stood up helplessly. Pick up the toolkit and rushed towards the man-made secret realm. Soon, he arrived at the front desk of the man-made secret realm. Xiao Xie, give me the sign for the Silver Secret Realm Number 3. Something went wrong inside, and I need to go in and take a look. For the beast masters who come to take the trial for money, the secret realm badges are randomly allocated. But as an operation and maintenance personnel, Zhao Dongdong can directly specify the secret realm to enter. Ah? The lady at the front desk was a little surprised, because she remembered that the secret realm number 3 was assigned to Etienne before. How come the operation and maintenance manager came right after I left? She suddenly remembered what Etienne had said to her before, saying that the secret realm might have been damaged. An absurd thought came to my mind. Could it be that what Etienne said was true? The young lady immediately took out the sign and handed it to Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong took the sign and entered the secret realm directly. Don't be startled once you enter. My goodness, who did this? At this time, the secret realm had collapsed into pieces, and there was almost no place to stand. Zhao Dongdong took out a blue rectangular box, pressed a button, and immediately a number appeared on the small screen. The reason for the collapse was that he took an attack that was beyond his tolerance? Could it be that this is a prank by a gold-level beastmaster? This is the only possibility. This is too tasteless. Zhao Dongdong was a little angry. It has been confirmed that the failure in the secret realm was man-made. Isn't this just giving him something to do? My good mood was ruined. Cursed. For this kind of person, he must pay the price. We must find him and make him pay. While cursing, he summoned his own beast. His beast is a blue ball. When the blue ball appeared, miraculously, the space stopped collapsing. Obviously, Lan Tuanzi and Zhao Dongdong have a good understanding. Zhao Dongdong only gave Tuanzi a look, and he knew what he should do. Immediately, blue mist overflowed from its body. The fragments that were touched by the fog actually began to gather together. Just like a broken mirror mended, within 2 minutes the secret realm returned to normal. After taking the beast back into the space, Zhao Dongdong walked out of the secret realm angrily. I went to the front desk to return the sign and asked at the same time. Xiao Xie, show me the information of the last person to enter the secret realm. I want to know which bastard is so bored. A gold-level player pretends to be a silver-level player to enter the secret realm. Gold! The young lady was stunned again. The fact that Etienne is a silver-level player is already a huge shock to his worldview, so why does Zhao Dongdong say that he is even more powerful? Zhao Dongdong was a little confused when he saw the young lady's reaction. You are shocked. Baffling. After the young lady reacted, she handed the information filled out by Etienne to Zhao Dongdong. Then Zhao Dongdong was also stunned. 18 years old? You call that 18 years old? It was obvious that the man had not only faked his realm, but also his age. Zhao Dongnong simply asked the young lady directly. Please describe to me what this great sage looks like and how old he looks. It must be over 30, right? The young lady shook her head stiffly. He really looks like a high school student. Zhao Dongnong didn't believe it, but no matter how he asked, the young lady insisted that Etienne did not lie about his age. Etienne didn't leave a phone number, his name was fake, and I couldn't get any information from the front desk. Zhao Dongnong was a little annoyed. But he didn't want to give up just like that. I really don't believe it. I don't know why the front desk clerk lied to protect Etienne, but Zhao Dongnong has already thought of another way. In his hand, he was currently holding a small black piece with several cracks on it. This is the surveillance video information of Silver Secret Realm number 3. Although it was damaged due to the shattering of the Secret Realm, there are people in their operation and maintenance department who can repair it. As long as he can repair the little black piece, he will know what happened in the Secret Realm and who that tasteless person is. Watching Zhao Dongnong leave, the lady at the front desk fell into deep thought. Should I have been more proactive from time to time? She felt a little regretful. Chapter 42. The director is shocked. He must find this genius. On the other hand, Zhao Dongnong found a professional and repaired the black film in just half an hour. After putting it into the playback device, a video appeared on Zhao Dongnong's computer screen. Unfortunately, although the fix was done, the video quality was affected and the video is very blurry. You can only see the general color and shape. But this did not affect Zhao Dongnong's concentration on watching the video. The video finished playing in less than a minute. Zhao Dongnong froze immediately. It wasn't until the cigarette on his finger burned out that he woke up. Fuck! What kind of beast is this? Why does it look so much like a stone monkey? No, it can't be a stone monkey. This beast is indeed only at the silver level, but his final attack unleashed a destructive force even more terrifying than that of a gold-level beast. How did you do that? When did our Wushan city produce such a beast-taming genius? From Etienne's outline, it can be seen that he is indeed very young. Could it be that Xiao Xia at the front desk did not lie? Zhao Dongnong stood up suddenly, with a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to blame Etienne. He murmured, No, this matter must be reported to the director. He must be in great need of a beast-taming genius right now. Home of Careers, inside an office. Director Wang Lin was looking at the list on the computer screen with some worry. This batch of young professional beast masters in Wushan City is of average quality. Not to mention compared with those big cities, there is still a certain gap even compared with several nearby sister cities. The exchange competition will be held soon. If your grades are bad, you'll get fewer resources next year. The fewer resources you have, the harder it is to train a strong beast master. Isn't this a dead end? Wang Lin rubbed his head, which had only a few sparse hairs. Except for a small part of the resources of the career home that are obtained by ourselves, most of them need to be allocated by superiors. Every city has a home for professions. Everyone is in competition with each other. According to the rules set by the headquarters of the career house, Longhua is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The area where Wushan City is located is the West District. Each region holds a youth professional beast tamer exchange competition every year, used to test the performance of career homes. Each city must send 10 beast masters to participate. The result of the competition not only concerns the glory of each city, but also determines the allocation of resources to each branch by the beast master house headquarters in the following year. Those with better grades will get more resources. Those with poor performance will naturally have a certain proportion of resources reduced. Wushan City has had poor performance for 3 consecutive years. The lack of resources means that professionals are treated worse than professionals of the same level in other cities. Everyone has feet. If this continues, how can Wushan City retain its talents? The most important thing is that I am the director of the professional home, and I need to take responsibility. Some people have long been dissatisfied with me. If I don't produce good results, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this position for many more days. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly heard a knock on the door. He sat up straight and then spoke to the outside. Come in. The person who came in was holding a tool bag in his hand. It was Zhao Dongnong, who had just come out of the man-made secret realm. Wang Lin was a little surprised. Why did Zhao Dongnong come to see him now? Director, I found a talented beastmaster. And there's a good chance he's only 18. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. According to the rules, beastmasters who are selected to participate in the competition must be under 25 years old. Isn't it a little too small? But with the mentality of trying everything possible, he let Zhao Dongnong continue speaking. Zhao Dongnong turned on his mobile phone and played the video directly. Soon Wang Lin saw the scene of Etian fighting in the secret realm. Watch and comment. Yes, to be able to complete a 1-on-1 100 challenge at the silver level, you are indeed a genius. There haven't been many like that in the entire history of the career house. It's a pity that the video is too blurry, and I can't tell what kind of beast it is. See, the Monkey King killed the last scarecrow. Wang Lin nodded, then shook his head. He nodded because he admired the great sage, and shook his head because although the great sage had potential, it had not yet been fully developed, and he could not help him. According to the rules of the competition, any beast tamer under the age of 25 can participate. Basically, each city sends out 10 gold-level beastmasters. The great sage can be said to be very powerful among the silver level, but he has to go up a level and fight other beast tamers. He is okay at fighting against ordinary beastmasters, but he is powerless against geniuses from other cities. Wang Lin turned around and patted Zhao Dongnong on the shoulder. I appreciate your kindness. It's a pity that the beastmaster in the video can't help me for now, Zhao Dongnong said. Chief, don't worry, the video hasn't finished yet. Wang Lin was a little surprised. Could this beast tamer be even stronger? Then he saw the Monkey King deliver the final blow. The video was silent and blurry, but even so, Wang Lin could feel the horrific destructive power of this attack. Zhao Dongnong's voice sounded at the right time. Director, the last attack of this beast was so powerful that it caused the secret realm to shatter. Wang Lin stood up with a bang. His face was shining. Perfect level skills? Or is it even more than this? The destructive power of the Great Sage's final attack has surpassed that of several beastmasters on his current list, and the Great Sage is only a silver-level beastmaster. The video was blurry, so the two couldn't see the Monkey King's realm in more detail. But thinking about it, to be able to exert such a powerful force, he must be close to the peak of silver. There is still some time before the competition starts, and the Great Sage who is at the peak of silver level has a good chance of breaking through to gold level during this period. Every time a beast is upgraded to a higher level, it is a qualitative transformation. Wang Lin saw in the Monkey King the hope of achieving good results in this competition. We have to find this beastmaster first. Then Zhao Dongnong told Wang Lin all the information he had learned. Wang Lin thought for a while and said to Zhao Dongnong, I have a task for you. Go investigate the beastmasters who have just graduated from the major beast academies. See if you can find a beast that is similar to a stone monkey. He certainly didn't think that the Monkey King was just a stone monkey. There were actually many kinds of monkey beasts. I guess the one in the video must be a very rare species. It just so happens that now is the graduation season for all the major beast taming academies, and Wang Lin feels that Etian might be a recent graduate. The other side. Etian returned home and immediately looked through the skills he had just acquired. After reading it through, create tasks in your mind. I want to simplify the process of closing your eyes and resting your mind. Soon a prompt sound rang in his ears. Chapter 43 Ying is entangled and deals with Lu Bo. As a rule, simplification can only be done to the mastery level, after which additional tasks will need to be created. The simplified solution is that the Monkey King only needs to close his eyes to improve his proficiency in meditation. It can be said that it couldn't be simpler. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Ying returned home. Etian was washing dishes when he saw his sister come home. He keenly noticed that Ying looked unhappy. What's wrong? Ying forced a smile. Nothing. As he spoke, his thoughts returned to tonight's dinner. From the beginning, I made it clear that I had no plans to fall in love for the time being. But I don't know what's wrong with the other party. He likes me and is determined to marry me. This made Ying very depressed. It is foreseeable that we will have to face persistent attacks for a long time to come. But there is no need to tell Etienne these things. He is just a student and knowing them won't help him. The other party is a staff member of the research institute. Although he is not a formal employee, according to him, he has accumulated a lot of connections after working there for 5 years. Among them are many researchers of high status. And Ying was worried that Etienne would do something impulsive. Etienne's future should not be dragged down by himself. Just then, Ying's phone dinged, which was the message alert tone. Then, a message box lit up on the screen. Ying hurriedly pressed the power button to turn off the screen, but Etienne still saw the man's name. Hu Xiang, huh? Based on Etienne's understanding of his elder sister, no matter how much he asked, he would not be able to find out the truth. But since he knew the other person's name, and could tell from Ying's actions that she was troubled by that person, then he must take care of this matter. After washing the dishes, I leaned back on the sofa and read the news while picking up my phone to edit messages. Lu Bo, have you found project members for your project? Alas, not yet. I'd like to join. That's great, you be the one in charge and I'll help you. You can be the person in charge, but I need you to do me a small favor. As long as I can do it, leave it to me. Help me check this person, his name is Hu Xiang, he is also a staff member of our institute. I want to know if he has gone on a blind date recently, and what happened with the blind date. Hu Xiang. I know him. He is now assigned to work under me. Etienne raised his eyes and thought, isn't this an easy problem? He then told Lu Bo that his sister might have been harassed and asked him to help investigate. Putting down his phone, Etienne stretched his body. Strictly speaking, he was not asking Lu Bo for help, but rather engaging in an exchange of interests. Sis, I wonder when you'll stop worrying me. Lu Bo was very efficient, and received a reply in less than half an hour. Etienne, I asked him, and it is true. I have asked him to apologize to your sister, and swear never to harass her again in his life. Do you think we need to fire Hu Xiang? As Hu Xiang's direct supervisor, Lu Bo has the power to directly appoint and dismiss people. In his opinion, Etienne must be much more important than Hu Xiang. If he can improve his relationship with Etienne, there is no harm in sacrificing Hu Xiang. Etienne thought about it, and felt that Hu Xiang had not done anything substantially bad. Then he replied, Forget it, tell him it won't happen again. Okay, by the way, Etienne, the project I'm looking for is being established, and it will probably take another half a month. I'll bring you into the project then. Can. After finishing the conversation with Lu Bo, Etienne felt a little emotional. It's really a realistic world. His status is higher than Hu Xiang and his value is greater than Hu Xiang, so Lu Bo is willing to fire Hu Xiang directly for his own sake. In order to avoid being mistaken for Hu Xiang in the future, I really have to become stronger. On the other side, Ying was complaining about what happened today with her bestie when suddenly a message from Hu Xiang popped up. I frowned subconsciously. Here we go again? Didn't I tell him that I'm not free tomorrow? But when I opened it, I was shocked. Is this a message of apology and reassurance? After reading it, Ying was confused. She didn't understand Hu Xiang's motive for apologizing. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. As long as Hu Xiang doesn't bother you again in the future, that's enough. Her bad mood disappeared. Ying opened the door and sat next to Etienne to watch TV together. Etienne smiled. Hey, what good news makes you so happy? Ying said. Oh no, I'm in a good mood today. Etienne shrugged. Whatever you say, that's what it is. 2 more days passed. There was good news on this day. The great sage had finally mastered the art of waiting for the right opportunity. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 200,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, wear a black coat 0. The improved system can now indicate the specific time required to complete a plan. Hours? It will take less than 5 days to reach the next level, which is not a long time. So Etienne immediately went downstairs and bought a black coat for the Monkey King to wear. At this time, the Monkey King was wearing a black coat and carrying a long stick on his back. His eyes were closed, and he held a wine jug in one hand, taking a sip from it from time to time. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver 3. Potential, Silver. Skills, 8-sided staff mastery, max level, drunk mastery, 34, waiting for the opportunity mastery, 35. Close your eyes and rest your mind, 15, introduction to winemaking, 0. Once you become proficient in closing your eyes and resting your mind, it will start to take effect. After the great sage was exhausted from every activity, he didn't need to sleep or enter the beast-taming space to recuperate. Just close your eyes and you will be fully recovered in half an hour. This made Etienne look forward to it. If this skill reached the highest level, would the Monkey King be able to recover all his strength in the blink of an eye? Etienne thought again. You can find another sensing skill for the Monkey King so that he can move normally even without using his eyes. If you keep your eyes closed during the battle, the Monkey King will really become a perpetual motion machine. 1 mastery level, 2 proficiency levels, and 1 proficiency level. Etienne also didn't know how powerful these skills could be combined together. Tomorrow is the professional assessment, so Etienne finished washing up early today and prepared to have a good rest. Just as he was browsing his phone before going to bed, he suddenly received a call from Chuing. Minister. Xiaotian, the career house found a brand new skill in a secret realm a few days ago. Leave it to us and let us find the best ratio for auxiliary skill training. Are you interested in trying it? Hearing this, Etienne was a little confused. Minister, isn't this the job of the cultivation department? Chapter 44, Developing the Best Ratio in One Night? Chuing is crazy. Chuing explained. Our evolution department and cultivation department only have different focuses in their research content, but we actually conduct research in both the cultivation and evolution directions. So we can also take on projects that study skill matching. But before you came, we were always behind them in this area of research. Etienne's performance during the training assessment was outrageous. So Chuing wanted him to try and see if he could create another miracle. Skill matching research is one of the core businesses of the training department. If we can beat them in this regard. After that, when applying for resources from the dean, there will be something to talk about. What is this called? This is called defeating the enemy in the area where he is best. Etienne thought about it and agreed. You can get a new skill for free, so why not? Anyway, Chuing didn't set a time limit, so it must be completed. Just let him try, it doesn't matter if he can't find it. Okay, then I'll send you all the information about the skills. Please check your mail. By the way, because this skill is special, the points awarded are more than other skills. As long as you can find a 20 matching ratio, you can get 200 points. 30 and above, 400 points. Hearing about points, Etienne became more interested. After hanging up the phone, Etienne started reading the information about this skill, just as a bedtime reading. The Secret of the Great Dream. Silver level, special skills. After mastering the skill, you can enter the dreams of other beasts. Etienne was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen this type of skill. However, he did not choose to let the Great Sage learn. According to his plan for the Great Sage, he would be a combat-type, strong and powerful beast tamer. Each skill position needs to be planned carefully. Another reason is that it is very expensive to improve skills, so money should be spent wisely. After reading it once, generate simplified tasks directly in your mind. I want to simplify and find the best combination of skills. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 500,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, sleep 0. The project bonus is at least 2 million dragon coins, and the investment of 50 is completely worth it. What surprised Etienne the most was the second requirement. Is it enough to just sleep for 10 hours? Turn off your phone and go to sleep. The next day. Because he went to bed early yesterday, Etienne got up according to his usual habit. It also satisfied 10 hours of sleep. At this time, the proportions of the Great Dream technique had been deeply engraved in his mind. I wrote down the ratio and edited an email to Chuing while eating breakfast. Send. After doing all this, Etienne took a taxi to the career home again. follow the staff's instructions and arrive at the assessment location. It was a small, empty gymnasium. You have to hand in your cell phone before entering. After handing in the phone, I received a small wooden sign which recorded the information I filled in when I registered with Etienne. When I walked in, there were already quite a few people waiting inside. Etienne even saw a few familiar faces. He was the candidate who took the exam with him when he participated in the graduate school examination before. At the same time, Research Institute, in the office of the director of the evolution department. Chewing arrived at work on time, just sat down, and made herself a cup of coffee. According to her work habits, she would enjoy her coffee while checking the work emails that needed to be processed. With a swipe of the mouse, I soon saw the emails sent by Etienne. Why did Xiaotian send me an email? When you click on it, the email contains a long list of materials and the amounts used. There was more confusion on Chu Ying's face. Could this be the research that I asked Etienne to do yesterday? But only one night had passed. Even if Etienne worked all night, he wouldn't be able to come up with any results, right? But she forwarded the email to another researcher with some doubts, and then called. Xiao Ma, go and prepare the medicine according to this ratio and let the simulated beast use it. 2 minutes passed. Chewing picked up the phone and heard an excited voice. Minister, this is amazing! How did you do it? 35% improvement. You must have done it yourself, right? Puff. Chewing sprayed a mouthful of coffee directly onto the screen. What did she hear? I couldn't believe my ears. In just one night, Etienne actually achieved a ratio of 35. Even if it's not the best ratio, it's probably pretty close. According to the requirements put forward by Career Home, if you can exceed 28, you will be qualified. In other words, this project can be completed directly. Outrageous. After hanging up the phone first, Chewing immediately called Etienne. She felt as itchy as if being scratched by a cat, and had so many questions she wanted to ask Etienne. Drop. The user you dialed has turned off the phone. Please try again later. Chewing. Tang. She stood up from her chair instantly, not even bothering to care about the coffee on the screen, and put on her coat and walked out of the room. Etienne left his home address when filling out the information. She planned to go directly to Etienne's house to find him. While walking, he called the person he had just called. Xiao Ma, take this formula and go to finish the project. Make sure to finish the project today. Okay, Minister, who should I fill in as the project leader? Fill in Etienne. Ah. Xiao Ma's surprised voice came from the phone. Chewing said sternly. Fill it in if you asked me to. Okay, Minister. Who are the project team members? There are no other members. Ah. The pony screamed again. On the other side, Etienne didn't know that Chewing was about to go to his house to arrest someone. I found an area, leaned against a wall, summoned the Great Sage, and stroked its back. The Great Sage also enjoyed Etienne's behavior. Makes comfortable sounds from time to time. Etienne? Why are you here? When I was bored, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Lu Bo? Are you also here to take part in the Professional Beast Master assessment? The corners of Lu Bo's mouth twitched slightly. The word is used very well, expressing Etienne's intention. The question is, isn't Etienne's beast a stone monkey? But on second thought, Etienne's stone monkey is indeed different from other stone monkeys. But isn't Etienne only 18 years old? And the last time he saw the stone monkey, he was only at the bronze level, right? I sensed it again. Oh, it has turned into silver. You dare to take part in the career assessment when you just entered silver level? Lu Bo didn't understand and couldn't help but say. Etienne, the requirement for the professional assessment is that your beast taming strength must be at least gold level. Etienne nodded. I know. Lu Bo looked at Etienne's confident look and began to doubt his life. When it comes to research, he admits that Etienne is a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to pull Etienne into the project. But the professional assessment doesn't care whether you are a research genius or not. It only looks at one thing, and that is the combat capability of the Beast Master. Think about Lu Bo, who started a beast taming contract at the age of 18 and is now 23 years old. It took him 5 years to cultivate a thunder leopard to the gold level. Only then did I dare to take the assessment. So he really couldn't understand how Etienne dared to do that. Chapter 45. Don't get involved if you haven't reached the middle stage of the Golden Age. Powerful Dragon Guard. Now both of them are members of the Research Institute and work in the same department. Out of good intentions, Lu Bo dissuaded Etienne now. Etienne, your stone monkey is already at the silver level and meets the registration requirements for the assessment. But after all, it's not long since I broke through to the silver level. During the assessment, I will face a gold level beast. What if the opponent can't contain any of them? Your stone monkey is likely to be injured, and it is even possible that. He patted Etienne's shoulder again. I am a few years older than you. Listen to my advice. At least wait until you have trained your beast to the peak of silver level before taking the test. Etienne felt a little helpless, but considering that the other party was well-intentioned, he said so. Thanks for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. Now that I'm here, I'll feel a little unwilling if I don't try. I will pay attention to what you say. If you encounter danger during the assessment, you must surrender immediately. Seeing Etienne's firm attitude, Lu Bo stopped trying to persuade him. Let's talk about another topic. By the way, Etienne, the reward for the project I mentioned a few days ago has been finalized. With my strong efforts, I can get 200 points after finishing it. After saying this, Lu Bo stared at Etienne's face, but unfortunately, the expression he wanted to see did not appear. A little disappointed. That's 200 points. Even if they are divided 50 to 50, each person will have 100. But when I thought about Etienne's incredible gains during the previous assessment, I had to admit that people are indeed different. Fortunately, at least in terms of cultivating beastman's combat effectiveness, Etienne is definitely not as good as himself. At least there is one that can hold him down. Thinking about it this way, I feel a lot more balanced. Outside the examination room, Wang Lin was taking Zhao Dongdong towards the examination room. One can see a hint of anxiety between Wang Lin's brows. The deadline for submitting the list is approaching. Haven't you found the Beastmaster yet? Not even a clue? As he walked, he asked Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong said bitterly. No. During these few days, he only did one thing, which was to look for the great sage. He first set his sights on the graduates of the Beast Taming Academy, but when he couldn't find any, he turned his attention to the current students. A genius like Etienne could not have appeared out of thin air. He was most likely a ace trained by that academy. But Wang Lin looked through the students' information until his eyes were almost blinded, but he couldn't find anyone who met the requirements. He searched not only the colleges in Wushan City, but also in several other nearby cities. Just not. Now there is only one hope left. That is today's professional assessment. That Beastmaster might come for reference today. Zhao Dongdong was originally the head of the operation and maintenance department, and had nothing to do with professional assessment. But because he was the first person to discover Etienne, he was designated by Wang Lin as the deputy examiner of this assessment. The purpose is to let him find it among the candidates. Wang Lin served as the chief examiner. As usual, this kind of thing just needs to be done by the people below. The time came to nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. The candidates were all ready and each received a number card. It is said that the assessment will be conducted in order according to the numbers drawn. A rough estimate of the number of candidates on site is around 500. Lu Bo is number 10, and Etienne is number 223. The assessment is about to begin. The rules are simple. There is a ring in the center of the gymnasium. The candidates took turns to go on the stage and fight with the Beastmaster who was responsible for testing their combat effectiveness. As long as you can hold out under his hands for 1 minute, you'll pass. Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong sat on the podium, both with anticipation in their eyes. If you still can't find it, you can basically give up. You must show up. Wang Lin thought to himself. The Beastmaster on the ring is ready. With a wave of his hand, a beast in human form but with a dragon's head appeared in front of everyone. There are upright triangular scales on the exposed skin. It also held a big knife in its hand. Oh my god, the beastman being tested for combat power this time is a dragon guard? Or gold level? Among the examinees, someone exclaimed and recognized the species of the beast. Etienne recalled what he had learned. Dragon guard. Potential, gold. There is a common sense in the beast taming world. Any beast with the word dragon in its name is not to be trifled with. We have really bad luck. Yes, in order to be fair, every time we conduct a professional assessment, we will randomly select one of the 8 types of beasts to be tested. The dragon guard is the strongest one among them. Attack, defense, speed, etc., it is almost all-dimensionally powerful, without any weaknesses. It's difficult. Complaints may be enough, but now that things have come to this, the candidates cannot just give up just because the enemy is a dragon guard. Lu Bo was visibly nervous. Because he was drawn earlier in the order, he will be on the court soon. The time has arrived at 10 o'clock. The assessment begins. Xiao Dongdong is responsible for calling out numbers. Candidate number 1, please go to the ring and prepare. The countdown will start in 10 seconds. Just as he finished speaking, a man who looked to be around 30 years old came on stage. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a standing black bear. Also gold level. Roar! As soon as the black bear came out, he started pounding his chest. On the other hand, the dragon guard on the opposite side did not move, with a hint of disdain on his face. It is not in a good mood today. Next, it will have to face 500 weaklings, which may waste several hours of its time. The countdown ends and the battle begins. Bang! The dragon guards chose to attack directly. With a big leap, it appeared in front of the black bear and swept its dragon tail. The black bear shot out backwards and away from the ring. The battle was over in just a moment. Black bear? Black bear tamer? Damn, that's fast. The black bear tamer only felt a flash of yellow light, and his own beast flew out of the ring. Most of the candidates below were also frozen. What the hell? It's over? Isn't this dragon guard too strong? Many people were still guessing who would win between the black bear and the dragon man the moment before, and saw the outcome the next moment. A beast master who had participated in the professional assessment before snorted coldly. Why do you think the rule is to last for 1 minute instead of beating the examiner? Someone else said. Don't underestimate the career assessment. The dragon guards are among the most powerful among the gold level ones. If you don't have the strength of a mid-gold level, don't even try. Most of the people at the scene were newcomers taking the exam for the first time. Most of their beasts are at the early gold stage, and there are even many at the peak silver stage. Just wail out loud. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come. It's a waste of time and registration fee. After witnessing the battle of the dragon guards, they had begun to retreat. Lu Bo was also stunned, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. He is also a newcomer who is registering for the first time. I'd better go back to the institute and be a researcher. The higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it is to upgrade. His thunder leopard was able to break through to the gold level, but it had already used up its potential. I originally wanted to get a professional beast master badge and get some subsidies. It now seems that subsidies are not so easy to get. Chapter 46. This monkey is so fast. Candidate number 2, please go to the ring and prepare. The countdown will start in 10 seconds. Xiao Dongnong continued to fulfill his responsibilities. But at this moment, his voice was indeed so harsh in the ears of the candidates. Test number 1 was solved in just a moment, just like test number 1. The following ones are similar. The most powerful one could only last 1 move and was knocked away with the second move. Soon we arrived at Lu Bo. As expected, he was killed instantly. Lu Bo came off the field with an ugly look on his face. After calming down, he tried to persuade Etienne now again. Etienne, my thunder leopard is already at the gold level, but after being attacked by the dragon guard, I was still seriously injured. I estimate that it will take at least a week for the recovery in the beast taming space to be fully recovered. The beast taming space also has the function of healing beasts. Your monkey is only at silver level. If it gets hit by a dragon man, it will most likely die on the spot. You should think about it carefully again. This was his final persuasion, if Etienne still didn't listen. Then you should die and be buried. The assessment continues. After seeing the miserable plight of their predecessors, many candidates simply chose to give up. Those who dare to continue sending beast masters forward are either stubborn or have real talent. The one who had lasted the longest had lasted for a full 30 seconds before he was defeated. His beast was a floating cloud that could scatter the enemy's attacks, but it was still beyond its capacity under the continuous bombardment of the Dragon Man. When candidate number 135 was called, there was a sudden commotion at the scene. It's Ma Fei. He's here to take the test too? He should be able to pass, right? Etienne looked at the candidates who were walking forward. He is a man with short blonde hair and a very sturdy build. Lu Bo seemed to know that man too. Oh, is it junior brother Ma Fei? Seeing Etienne looking at him, he pointed at Ma Fei and explained. He is also a student at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. He is 2 grades younger than me and should be a junior now. But he is a combat major. I heard that his beast taming ability ranks among the top 20 in the school. Etienne nodded. I see. From what he knew, there were thousands of students in each class at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, and being able to rank in the top 20 among thousands of people was indeed impressive. Ma Fei's beast is a rainbow horse. As soon as the countdown ended, they started fighting with the dragon guards. Hi, that's amazing. The rainbow horse can actually fight the Dragon Man back and forth? Many people were amazed. In the end, Rainbow Ma lasted 2 minutes before being defeated, and Ma Fei naturally became the first candidate to pass the test. As soon as Ma Fei came off the stage, cheers broke out at the scene. The assessment continued, and after Ma Fei, 3 more people passed, but they all passed within 1 minute. The value of the two is obviously not on the same level. On the rostrum, Wang Lin sighed. It's almost halfway through, why hasn't he shown up yet? With each candidate he examines, the probability of him finding the beast tamer becomes smaller. Zhao Dongdong comforted. Director, there is good news. I think Ma Fei is very good, and he chose Wushan City as the test site, which shows his intention. It's worth cultivating. Maybe in a few years, I'll be able to shine in the exchange competition. Beastmasters can freely choose to take assessments at professional houses in different cities. Wherever they take the assessment, they will be considered a professional from that city. Because Wushan City is not considered a city with strong beast taming power, most outstanding young beast tamers will choose other cities. To sum it up simply in one sentence, it can't keep people. Wang Lin felt somewhat relieved. Ma Fei is a good kid. He shook his head again. Unfortunately, he can't help us now. Zhao Dongdong continued to perform his duties as the candidates went on stage one by one, and then left the stage one by one. Finally it was Etienne's turn. When he summoned the great sage, Wang Lin and Zhao Dongdong stood up instantly. Is it him? But when the two saw the Monkey King's appearance clearly, they sat down again in bitterness. It's not him. The Beastmaster couldn't have contracted an ordinary stone monkey. Come to think of it, Etienne's body shape is quite similar to the Beastmaster in that video, but that's all. Stone monkey? Isn't the stone monkey a functional beast? Yes, I often drink the wine brewed by the Stone Monkey King. Wow, this guy is awesome. I'd like to call him the strongest today. It's so funny. How dare he do that? Is he looking for death? Haha, did you see that? Both examiners couldn't help but stand up in shock. That monkey is holding a stick. Could that be his weapon? Lu Bo covered his face and muttered to himself. I don't know him well. I don't know him well. It's so embarrassing. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. Even the dragon guards were stunned for a moment. I feel a little conflicted. Should you be gentler? It turned around and looked at its own Beastmaster, and the Beastmaster gave it feedback. Do it the same way as before, don't let anyone off the hook. The Beastmaster who chooses to take the stage will naturally have to bear the price of taking the stage. A dragon and a monkey, standing opposite each other. In fact, Etienne and Dashing were also a little nervous. The Dragon Guard is definitely the strongest opponent the Great Sage has ever faced. Remember to stay drunk at all times. Great Sage, find the right opportunity and attack with all your might. If you feel you can't win, I will help you admit defeat immediately. It would be best if you can pass, if not, you can try again later. I know! The countdown is over. The battle begins. An afterimage instantly appeared where the dragon guard had originally stood. A yellow light fiercely pounced towards the great sage. It's still such a terrifying attack. I thought the dragon guards would let us go. Looks like that little monkey is in trouble. Some audience members felt sorry for the Monkey King. He followed an unreliable master, and there was a high probability that he would die here. There were even timid beast masters who covered their eyes. Great Sage, get out of the way! Etion clenched his fists at both sides of his body. Bang! A dragon's tail passed through the Monkey King and smashed directly to the ground. The dragon guard felt that there was something wrong with the touch. He looked at his tail, then turned his head and discovered it. The Monkey King actually jumped and moved behind it. What the hell? You managed to escape? This monkey is so fast? The audience was shocked. Wan Lin also let out a sound, then stood up again. This monkey. Different from ordinary stone monkeys. The Dragon Man is actually much faster than the Monkey King, but it has no speed-related skills. The Great Sage has reached mastery in drunkenness. In comparison, the speed is just on par with that of the Dragon Man. But the Monkey King has an extra advantage, which is his small size and greater flexibility. He thought that one move could decide the outcome, but it didn't, which made the Dragon Man a little angry. Boom, boom, boom. The tail blasted towards the Great Sage again. Great Sage, keep dodging! Etion issued an order. Ready to go is not ready yet, but at the mastery level it takes 5 seconds to be ready. In return, the explosive power is nearly doubled. Chapter 47. It's him, it's him, it's him. The Monkey King jumped back with ease, avoiding the Dragon Man's tail. After several consecutive moves, the Dragon Man didn't even touch the Monkey King. Why? Zhao Dongdong was puzzled. Stone Monkey, even if you are the Stone Monkey King, you shouldn't be so fast, right? Wang Lin's voice came from the side. No, not necessarily. Stone Monkey is born with a skill called Drunk, which can increase movement speed. I once saw a 50-year-old Stone Monkey who was drunk to the master level and was about the same speed as this little monkey. Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened. Director, are you saying that this little monkey has also reached mastery of drunkenness? Wan Lin said. That's the only explanation. He was astonished by the Monkey King's performance, but unfortunately, he was still far from the monkey in the video. The people in the audience who had laughed at Etion before now realized that Etion was truly capable. Many people looked at him with admiration. Even Ma Fei couldn't help but nod frequently. To be able to train a stone monkey to this level, this beast master has some skills, but it's a pity that he chose the wrong beast. On the stage, the dragon guards gradually became irritable. The Great Sage's strength seemed extremely weak to him, but he was always just a step away from touching it. It made him feel like he was being teased. Roar! The dragon guard roared, and instantly a violent storm swept through the entire stadium. It is ready to use its skills. A layer of green energy immediately enveloped its sword. Call out. This move is called Gale Slash and is a range attack skill. Let me see where you can hide now! Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the stage, countless wind blades appeared out of thin air. The dragon guards need to be serious. The audience below the stage stared at the ring. Even Ma Fei had not been able to force the dragon guard to use his skills before, but the little monkey that was looked down upon by everyone in the beginning did it. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Yes, I predict that the Stone Monkey's Beast Master will admit defeat soon. This battle was an honorable defeat. Wang Lin also sat down again. He really hoped that Etion was the person he was looking for, but unfortunately, he was not. Now! The time is up and we are ready to go. Great Sage, use the 8-directional staff! Boom! Last time in the man-made secret realm, I was only proficient in waiting for an opportunity, but now I have taken it to the next level. The power will naturally be greater. Carrying countless wind blades, the stick swept towards the dragon guards. The dragon guard regained his disdain. Are you finally not hiding? It's too late. Boom! The wind blade collided with the stick's shadow. Something happened that terrified the dragon guard. The wind blade he summoned was shattered as soon as it came into contact with the shadow of the stick. Unlike the expected wind blade that would cut the stick into pieces, the stick did not even slow down and continued to come towards him. At this time, the beast master guarding the dragon also discovered something was wrong. Fuck, how could this monkey possess such terrifying power? Not good! It only took him a moment to recover from his shock, and he quickly made the best choice. Brother Long, quickly use the dragon scales to protect your body. Brother Long was the name he gave to the dragon guard. The dragon guard's scales immediately shone with white light. White light shines through the body. In just a moment, it was organized into a suit of armor and attached to the body of the dragon guard. Boom! The stick finally hit the dragon guard. Bang! The dragon guard heard a very crisp sound of shattering. Then I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Bang! The armor was smashed directly, and several ribs of the dragon guard were also smashed. The violent force knocked it away. It drew a graceful arc and landed outside the ring. Bang! At this moment, the only sound left in the venue was the collision of the dragon guards and the ground. Everyone seemed to have the pause button pressed, their mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out. The dragon guard lost? The monkey wins? How is that possible? Clearly the dragon guards had a huge advantage just a moment ago, but how did the situation completely turn around in just a moment? From everyone's perspective, the monkey just swung his stick and knocked the dragon man away. I totally don't understand what happened. The assessment rules are to withstand the attack of the dragon guards for 1 minute. Do you have any misunderstandings about the rules? Lu Bo slapped himself. He didn't want to admit what he saw. Etion killed the dragon guard who could kill the thunder leopard instantly. Ma Fei looked pale. I really can't understand why the stone monkey can be so strong. The beast master guarding the dragon was also stunned, and after he reacted, he yelled, feeling Brother Long rushing towards him. Brother Long! Nothing can happen to you! He ran over quickly, checked the wound, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, only a few ribs were broken, no other internal organs were injured. Woo, Brother Long, you scared me to death. Fortunately, he was decisive enough when he asked the dragon guard to use defensive skills. If he had hesitated for just 1 second, he would probably be holding a corpse. Zhao Dongdong made a hoarse sound in his throat and jumped up suddenly, pointing at Etian. Fuck, it's him! There were only a few hairs left on Wang Lin's head, and he pulled out a few of them himself. He stood up, his eyes full of shock. Not to mention others, even Etian himself was confused. Great Sage, are you already so strong? He had never had a good opponent to serve as a reference, so naturally he didn't know how strong the Monkey King was. There is no doubt that Etian won. After a few seconds, loud cheers suddenly broke out at the scene. Great! So great! I've been annoyed with that dragon guard for a long time, so this monkey can be considered as revenge for me. After the cheers, there was a lot of doubt. How on earth did the monkey do that? What kind of skill is that? It's so powerful? At this time, someone in the crowd said weakly. If I'm not mistaken, the monkey is using the 8-sided stick. 8-sided staff? Impossible? My cousin's Beastmaster has also learned the 8-sided staff and is very proficient in it, but he's not this strong. Is it possible that it is above proficiency? Mastered? I don't know. No Beastmaster around here has ever reached this level. Wang Lin brought Zhao Dongnong down from the stands and approached Etian, looking at him with burning eyes. As the director of the professional house, Wang Lin is also a diamond-level expert. What kind of genius has he not seen? But he had never seen anyone like Etian. Etienne, your stone monkey is using the 8-directional stick at the superb level, right? Wang Lin's tone was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Even if the 8-direction staff is only a bronze-level skill, being able to practice it to perfection is already terrifying. It's hard to imagine that this is something a young person can do. Not only did he recognize the skill used by the Monkey King, he was also able to tell at once how proficient he was in that skill. Chapter 48. I asked you to take the exam, so how did you become the examiner? Etian was a little surprised. There's something about this guy. Nodded. That's right. Hiss. The conversation between the two was not deliberately hidden, and other people present also heard it. The whole audience inhaled simultaneously. Superb? Fuck, no wonder he's so fierce? This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone use a skill at such a superb level. Who isn't? How did he do that? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such an outrageous dream. Ma Fei touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. As an outstanding student at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, he only has 2 proficient skills. At their age, the focus of training beasts is still on improving their levels. Few people spend a lot of energy on improving their skill proficiency. As far as he knew, in the academy, the mastery level of skills was close to the ceiling, and there might only be 1 or 2 people who had the perfect level. I didn't expect to see such superb skills here today. The difficulty of improving skills is no less than that of improving levels. Instead of spending all the time on improving a skill to perfection, you should focus on increasing its level. Maybe you can even train a beast tamer from bronze to diamond. It is enough to see the preciousness of superb level skills. And I heard that from entry level to perfection, it can be achieved through continuous practice. But to be perfect is different. It requires a long period of time to comprehend the skills and find that moment of inspiration. In addition to hard work, what is more tested is the beast master's understanding. So, what is the stone monkey's right? While the difficulty is terrifying, the power it can exert is naturally great as well. It can be said that mastering the skills is enough to allow the beast man to have the ability to surpass his level. But what about reaching the level of perfection? Ma Fei didn't know. Because this was the first time he saw it. Seeing Etienne nod in confirmation, Wang Lin's heart was filled with turmoil. Judging from Etienne's appearance, he's probably not even 20 years old. What many beast masters cannot accomplish in their entire lives, he accomplished at the age of 20. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared. Wang Lin patted Etienne on the shoulder. Asked again. When you swung your beast tamer's stick, it seemed you used other skills? There was a small name tag hanging on Wang Lin's chest with his name on it. Etienne knew about the career home, so he naturally knew who Wang Lin was. Only then did he realize that the examiner this time was actually the director of the career house. Replied. That's right. When the great sage used the 8-sided staff, he also used the waiting for the opportunity to strike. Wang Lin said. If I'm not mistaken, your proficiency has reached mastery? Etienne nodded. Mr. Wang has a keen eye. The gleam in Wang Lin's eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Etienne really gave him a huge surprise. The skill of waiting for the right opportunity was brought out by Wang Lin and his team from a secret realm. Calculating the time, it's less than 10 months. The product was put on the market and put on sale 2 months ago. He didn't know how long the 8-directional staff great sage had been practicing. But that means that it only took Etienne 2 months at most to improve his skill of waiting for an opportunity to master it. The candidates in the audience exclaimed again. What? This monkey also has other mastery-level skills? But with the example of the 8-sided stick, it seems that it is not so unacceptable. Lu Bo trembled. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling emerged. It seemed that a few days ago, Etienne also appeared out of nowhere and created miracles just like now. Zhao Donglong applauded. Stunning! Etienne, you really gave us a lot of insights today. Etienne scratched his head shyly. Zhao Dongdong also had a lot of questions in his mind, so he asked the question that concerned him the most. Etienne, are you from Wushan City? Etienne was puzzled. Why does this examiner ask such a question? I grew up in Wushan City, so I am naturally from here. It was Zhao Dongdong's turn to be confused. Then why can't I find you even after searching Shanwu College and the beast taming colleges in several other cities? Or did you never go to the beast taming academy at all? Etienne Dao. Ahem, I'm still a high school student. I still have a month before the college entrance examination, and then I have to fill in the application form. Zhao Dongdong. Wang Lin. They thought Etienne looked childish and thought he just looked young. I didn't expect that she is really young. The candidates in the audience were stunned once again. What the hell, a high school student? Say you're lying. I'm 30 this year. I've lived like a dog for 30 years. Ma Fei squatted down with his head covered, unable to believe it. I was beaten up by a high school student. In any case, there are still many candidates who have not taken the exam and the assessment is still going on. But now there is a problem. The examiner who was originally responsible for assessing the candidates came running to Wang Lin and cried, "Director, my brother Long can no longer serve as an examiner." Wang Lin was speechless. This was indeed a problem. Look at Xiao Dongdong and say, "Hurry up and contact the beast masters who have served as examiners before. Whoever is free should come." 2 minutes later, Xiao Dongdong came back with a grim look on his face. "Director, those who served as examiners have all entered the secret realm. Should we call another gold-level beastmaster?" Wang Lin shook his head. "Never mind. Look at Etienne again. Etienne, how about this? You go be the examiner, and I will give you 50 points as a reward." "Etienne? Dragon Guard Beast Tamer? Why is it that my beast tamer only has 10 points as an examiner?" Wang Lin also felt a little embarrassed as he looked at the Dragon Guard Beast Master. "Ahem, isn't this an emergency? Special circumstances require special treatment." In fact, he was looking for a reason to do Etienne some favors. This beast-taming genius must be firmly grasped in the hands. Besides, if we ask other beast masters to be examiners, they have no experience in being examiners, and it would waste time if we asked them to be examiners now. It would be better to let Etienne go. Etienne hesitated. "Isn't this a bit bad? He was a candidate 2 minutes ago, and now he has become an examiner. It always feels a bit strange." Wang Lin shook his head. "What's wrong with that? You are more than capable enough to serve as an examiner, and you have already passed the assessment and are now a professional beast master." Only then did Etienne nod. The redemption ratio of the points in the career home is similar to that of the points in the research institute, both of which are 1 to 10,000 dragon coins. For the sake of points, I rushed. "That's right," Wang Lin suddenly said. "You need to suppress the beast's strength and keep it at the same level as the previous dragon guards." Etienne nodded. "Okay, I understand. Dragon Guard Beast Tamer. Why does he feel humiliated?" When Zhao Dongnong announced that Etienne would continue to serve as the examiner, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was blown away. "Did I travel through time? Isn't this too fast? That beastmaster just passed the test, but he became the examiner right away. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Some people also spoke up for Etienne. "His strength is there. If you are not convinced and you are better than him, then you can become the examiner, and I will not question anything." The candidates who had taken the exam before were fine, but the candidates who had not finished the exam were wailing. "We're done for. We couldn't hold out for even a minute against the Dragon Guards, and now here comes a stronger one." Chapter 49 City Exchange Competition. Obtain Diamond-level Beast Tamer Bone Powder. No matter what everyone thinks, the exam continues. Candidate number 224 stood in front of Etienne, feeling a little nervous. Still raised his hand and waved. "Hello, examiner." Etienne gave a warm smile. "Hello? Examiner, please show mercy." Etienne did show mercy. Only let the great sage use the 8-direction staff, not the waiting for an opportunity to strike. On the stage, the gold-level beast masters were beaten to tears by a silver-level beast master. The scene was strange, yet inexplicably harmonious. It can be seen that Wang Lin is in a good mood. He kept stroking his beard and his eyes were narrowed into slits. "Good, good," Xiao Dongdong also said at the right time. "Congratulations, Chief." Apart from anything else, the power displayed by the Monkey King now is even greater than in the video. The first few names on the current 10-man list are almost the same. Even if it does not improve its realm, it is enough to represent Wushan City in the battle. And one of the pieces of information that the great sage has shown now is that he learns skills very quickly. Wang Lin has already started planning for the great sage on how to properly combine skills. As long as Etienne is willing to stay in Wushan City and play for the professional home. Wang Lin suddenly felt that it didn't matter even if his grades were not good this year. Even if it means sacrificing his reputation, he can still stay in this position for another year. He was confident that as long as the great sage was given another year, his strength would definitely undergo a drastic change. When the time comes, he will take back everything that Wushan City has lost, everything that he has lost. What's even more terrifying is that Etienne is now a high school student, estimated to be 18 years old. The competition is open to all beast masters under the age of 25. Etienne can represent Wushan City in the 7th session. Wan Lin suddenly said. Etienne just joined our professional home today, and we asked him to take on such hard work. Afterwards, we still have to compensate him more. Zhao Dongdong nodded quickly. The chief is right. Dragon Guard Beast Tamer? Why haven't I seen you compensate me before? Double standard. Wang Lin thought for a moment, and looked at Xiao Dongdong. Go get some recovery potions from the logistics department. Etienne's great sage isn't even at the gold level, so he definitely won't be able to sustain the test until the end. During the break in the test, go give him the potion and let the great sage take it. After accepting the task, Xiao Dongdong took action immediately. At the same time, I feel a little jealous. A bottle of recovery potion costs 30,000 dragon coins, at least he is reluctant to use it. Just give it away like this. This is enough to show how much the director values Etienne. It seems that I have to curry favor with Etienne more in the future. At least I can't ruin my relationship with him. Soon, Etienne had 5 more tubes of potion in his hands. I heard that it can instantly restore the beast's physical strength, but it cannot be used continuously and must be used at least 2 hours apart. Nice one. Etienne raised his eyebrows and put the potion into the beast taming space. The Monkey King now has the skill of closing his eyes and resting his mind. In between battles, he would close his eyes and rest. Totally able to handle it. This time, the Monkey King really enjoyed the fight. Although more than half of the beast tamers chose to surrender directly, the remaining people still added up to more than 100 people. A variety of beasts. In the end, only 5 were approved. What made the other candidates grateful was that the great sage did not launch his strongest attack when fighting them. Etienne is such a good person. Everyone has completed the assessment, and a total of 9 people passed this time. Wang Lin held a licensing ceremony for them, and the professional assessment was successfully concluded. Etienne was holding the identity card of Career Home and was filled with emotion. From today on, I am also a professional beast master. When he first arrived in this world, he had set a goal to become a professional, but he never expected to achieve it so soon. After becoming a professional beast master, you can enjoy many preferential treatments. For example, with an ID card, you can use more than 90 public service facilities for free. The most important thing is that you can take on various tasks through the Career Home platform to make money, and you can also trade with other professionals. Although with his current abilities, even if he is not a professional beast master, he can still lead Ying to live a good life. But when I got the certificate, I couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, professionals are also divided into levels, just like researchers. According to the accumulated points, they are divided into Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, and Special Level. Etienne is now at Level 3. After receiving the certificate, each person also received a booklet which detailed the responsibilities and obligations of the professional. Etienne took a rough look and found that as long as he became a second-level professional, he could apply for a free suite. The higher you go, the better the benefits. After the licensing ceremony, the other candidates went back home. Etienne followed Wang Lin to his office. The other candidates also knew Wang Lin's identity at this moment. Everyone was extremely envious, jealous, and resentful of Etienne's ability to chat and laugh with Wang Lin. Xiaotian. Wang Lin sat on the chair, poured a cup of tea for each of them, and said, Although your beast is only silver in rank, its strength is no less than that of an ordinary gold beast. Are you interested in representing Wushan City and participating in the City Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition? City Youth Beast Tamer Exchange Competition? What the hell is this? Then Wang Lin explained to Etienne what this competition was, and how much reward you can get if you achieve good results in the competition. Etienne thought about it and said, Can. He swore that he did it for the honor of Wushan City, not because he heard that there would be a reward of 500 points for entering the top 10. This kind of activity can not only train the great sage's practical ability, but also increase his knowledge and make money. Of course, we will take as many as we can. Wan Lin was overjoyed. Good! And then said, But Xiaotian, don't have too high expectations for this competition. Just treat this competition as a chance to experience the atmosphere. Your future lies in the next competition. Etian did not comment. Wan Lin encouraged Etian a few more words, but Etian did not forget that he still had something important to do. Asked, Director, I want to ask you something. Does our professional family have diamond-level beast bones? Wan Lin was stunned. Yes, there is. Why are you asking? Diamond level is not something Etian should inquire about now. Etian was ecstatic. That's good. So how can I get it? Wan Lin said. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 bone powder. Etian felt a lot more relaxed all over. Affordable. It turned out that in the House of Occupations, the bones had been ground into powder and sold by the pound. The requirement for simplifying the path only requires the bones of a diamond-level beast, and there is no requirement for the weight. He breathed a sigh of relief as he was able to complete the task with just the points. The two chatted for a while before Etian Kai came out of the office. The first thing to do when you come out is to download the Career Home app, and then use the ID card you just received to register as a member. Chapter 50 Rejecting the Academy, Etian's Girlfriend? Etian looked at the personal center column and found that he already had 50 points. Find them all, then find bone powder through search, fill in the address, and place an order. Perfect. As mentioned above, the goods will be delivered to your home within 2 hours. When walking out of the professional home, Etian's steps were floating. So wonderful. At the age of 20, he is both a researcher and a professional. He seemed to have seen the golden future beckoning to him. As soon as I walked out the door, I found Lu Bo waiting for me to come out. There were 2 other people beside him. A blond man, who, upon reflection, was Ma Fei. There is another one I don't know, but his face looks familiar. Etienne. Lu Bo waved. Etienne walked over, and Lu Bo immediately pulled Ma Fei and another person to introduce them to Etienne. These 2 are my junior brothers in the Beast Taming Academy. This one is Ma Fei, he is a junior now, and this one is Song Yuan, he is a freshman now. It was visibly visible that the young man named Song Yuan was a little nervous when he saw him. Etienne finally remembered why he felt he looked familiar. Song Yuan followed Ma Fei to broaden his horizons. His beast taming had also reached the silver level, so he also signed up. But his luck was not very good as he drew number over 300, which was one of the candidates he was testing. If it were normal, Etienne wouldn't mind chatting with a few people for a while. But now, he couldn't wait to go home and complete the Monkey King's simplified task. He was very curious about what evolutionary path the great sage could find. Then he spoke directly. What do you want from me? Long story short, I'm in a hurry. Ma Fei did not look angry at all, but smiled. Etienne, I saw that the senior knew you, and I asked him to introduce you to me. My purpose in looking for you is very simple. I hope you can join our Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. You're going to take the college entrance exam soon, right? As long as you are willing to join, you can be directly recommended, and talents like you will be given generous admission rewards by the academy. Song Yuan looked at Etienne with some envy. Not every beast tamer can attend the Beast Taming Academy. According to statistics, the national average admission rate was less than 1 last year. Thinking back to how he had fought so hard to get this opportunity, it was now so easily presented in front of Etienne. A little frustrated. But he was truly convinced. Etienne was only a senior in high school, but he was already countless times stronger than he was when he was a freshman. Etienne frowned. It turned out that they wanted to recruit me into the college. After a little thought, he refused. Sorry, I don't have any plans for now. Is it necessary for him to go to school now? Etienne thinks not. And even if you want to go to the Beast Taming Academy, you don't have to go to Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. There are still a few better ones in the entire Dragon Country. If you're going, then it's best to go. Ma Fei shook his head, seemingly not surprised by the result. Well, I knew that a genius like you might not be interested in our academy. Scratching head. Don't blame me, Etienne. I had no choice. I joined the student union of the college and will be responsible for some of the recruitment work. If the minister knew that we didn't recruit the genius we encountered, he would blame me. Etienne nodded. It's okay. I'll go first. Etienne turned around and left, and Lu Bo followed immediately. Etienne, wait for me, let's discuss the project. I watched the two figures gradually disappear into the distance. Ma Fei looked relaxed. Today is also a day for doing our duty. Song Yuan on the side rolled his eyes. You obviously didn't recruit seriously. Of course, he also knew rationally that the probability of recruiting Etienne in this way was very small. Countless people are scrambling to get into the Beast Taming Academy, and now the opportunity is right in front of Etienne. But he just ignored it. This world is really unfair. On the other side, Etienne turned on his mobile phone while walking. Dozens of warning sounds rang out instantly. On the screen, there is a series of missed call messages. My goodness! Is the minister crazy? The person who called was Chu Ying, who couldn't find Etienne. Lu Bo also noticed the abnormality on Etienne's mobile phone, but he did not read the notes clearly. Jokingly said, Oh, isn't it your girlfriend? I couldn't find you all morning. Are you so anxious? Etienne was too lazy to refute and called back directly, intending to ask what he wanted. Drop. The call was connected very quickly. Chu Ying's angry voice came from the receiver. Etienne! What have you been doing? Why didn't you turn on your phone all morning? I couldn't find you at your house. Etienne was helpless. I came to the professional house to take the professional beast tamer assessment. Chu Ying sneered. You're kidding me. Your little stone monkey? Just be a researcher and stop dreaming about becoming a professional beast master. Etienne was speechless. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain. At this time, Lu Bo finally discovered something was wrong. The voice I vaguely heard sounded so familiar. Oh shit! Isn't this the minister's voice? Etienne's girlfriend is a minister? No way, no way! Lu Bo immediately pricked up his ears, with an expression as if he had discovered a big secret. But unfortunately, it was not as he thought. Etienne asked. What does the minister want to see me about? Chu Ying said. Of course it's because of the ratio you provided. Is there a problem with the ratio? There is a problem. It is a huge problem. Tell me honestly, how did you do it? Etienne thought about it. It's like this, isn't the great dream technique related to sleeping? So I slept for 10 hours. When I wake up in the morning, the ratio automatically comes to my mind. Etienne could swear that everything he said was true. But obviously, Chu Ying didn't believe it. Haha, do you think I believe it? I guess you pulled an all-nighter yesterday to get this result? So you didn't answer the phone this morning, and you didn't open the door when I knocked. Is it because you were catching up on some sleep? Etienne sighed. Why is it always like this? He always tells the truth, but no one ever believes him. But he had long been accustomed to this situation. The minister is really very foresight. After a round of flattery, Chu Ying's voice became much gentler. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, for the sake of the research institute, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Okay, you're good. Chu Ying praised Etienne a few more times before getting to the point. I have uploaded the recipe and the result has been approved by the career house. I am going to hold a closing meeting this afternoon. As the project leader, you need to attend. By the way, let me introduce you to other researchers in our department. After hearing this, Lu Bo finally understood. Obviously, Etienne has made some remarkable achievements again. The look he gave him was even more envious. Are you still a human being? Chapter 51, Evolve Towards the Monkey King. Etienne Dao. Minister, can I not attend? I have something to do this afternoon. Nothing is more important than the Monkey King's evolutionary path now. Lu Bo was stunned for a moment. I don't understand why Etienne would refuse. Is this kid addicted to rejection? It would be fine if he rejected Ma Fei, but how could he dare to reject Chu Ying's words? In Lu Bo's mind, Chu Ying is the authority, and her words cannot be rejected. I couldn't help but think somewhat darkly in my heart. The minister will definitely be furious, and will be unhappy with Etienne from now on. No matter how talented Etienne is, he is just a newcomer to the research institute. To offend your leader is tantamount to destroying your future. But unfortunately, Chu Ying's next words directly refuted Lu Bo's idea. What's up? Well, I'll help you run the meeting. Have a good rest. That's it. I'm hanging up now. Okay, thank you, Minister. Drop. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bo looked constipated. That's it. Is the minister so easy to talk to? But the next moment, he didn't think so. Because he received an email from Chu Ying. Hello, colleagues. All researchers in Shanwu City from the Evolution Department are requested to gather in the conference room on the third floor of the Institute at 2 p.m. today. For those who cannot attend the meeting, please send me an email with detailed reasons. Lu Bo's face was full of question marks. The management of the Institute is relatively loose, and such formal emails are rare. Once an email is sent, it must be a big deal. What outrageous thing did Etienne create? And based on Chu Ying's wording, she is not an easy person to talk to at all. If you don't want to attend a meeting, you have to send a formal email explaining the detailed reasons. Why can Etienne just say something casually, and even be so perfunctory as to say, I have something to do? Can geniuses have privileges? So cold. That's right. Etienne suddenly thought of something and paused. He picked up the phone again and called Chu Ying. Lu Bo was curious. Was he realizing that he was rude to his leader and was going to call to apologize? Ding, the call is connected again. Minister, I have something else I would like to ask you for help with. Oh? It's like this, I have a sister, and I want to help her find a good and easy job. I heard that our institute can provide accommodation for the relatives of researchers, but I don't know what channels to use. The Research Institute had distributed a welfare booklet before, and Etienne discovered it after studying it. There are also benefits for arranging jobs for relatives. But the booklet didn't tell me who to contact specifically, and I happened to be in touch with Chu Ying, so I asked this question. That's it. Chu Ying's clear and beautiful voice came. I see. Send me your sister's information and I'll have someone arrange it for you. Okay. Etienne was extremely happy, even happier than when he passed the professional assessment. Ying was unwilling to use his money, saying that she wanted to save it for him to use in breeding beasts and to find a wife in the future. Ying wants to be independent and work to earn a living. Then he would find Ying a better job. Lu Bo's teeth were about to break from biting. Who do you think the minister is? Why would you ask her to do such trivial things? The minister's time is precious, don't you know? The most outrageous thing is that Chu Ying's attitude is so good. Even willing to take care of such trivial matters personally. Lu Bo stood there, looking up at the sky. He really wanted to become Etienne. When he woke up from his fantasy, he found that Etienne had disappeared. Bang! Etienne finally got home, closed the door and drew the curtains. Then I silently said in my heart, finish it for me. As the 1,000,000 dragon coins and bone powder disappeared, he finally heard that familiar and pleasant voice. The requirements for generating evolutionary paths have been met. It is detected that the target does not have an evolutionary path. Please customize the evolution direction. Etienne was stunned for a moment. What does customization mean? But he knew it the next moment. A light and shadow appeared out of nowhere in his mind. It was the Monkey King. The Monkey King's appearance can change as his thoughts change. It's amazing. Etienne sighed. Just as he was thinking about making the Monkey King bigger, the Monkey King's shadow really did get bigger. Become taller than the sky. The Monkey King's shadow and light expanded rapidly, but stopped at only 10 meters, and then a prompt sound was heard. The potential limit of this evolutionary direction has been reached. The current path can improve the beast taming potential to gold level. Is it solidified? Etienne shook his head. Of course he chose no, he wanted to try again. According to the information he had obtained, once the path was solidified, there would be no other choice from now on. It only stops at 10 meters, it seems that customization also has its limitations. Etienne stroked his chin and thought. After finally completing the simplification task, we naturally hope to achieve the best results and find the strongest evolutionary path. After much thought, there was only one best image of a monkey in his mind. Etienne licked his lips. The light and shadows in my mind changed rapidly. He is standing on the somersault cloud, holding a rui stick in his hand, wearing golden armor, and a red cloak fluttering in the wind behind him. There was fire in its eyes and 2 long feathers on its head. "It's you, the Monkey King!" But the shadow of the Monkey King lasted less than a second before it quickly dimmed. Then a reminder tone sounded. The potential of the evolutionary goal is too huge, and the evolutionary energy is insufficient. Etienne. Instead of being sad about the failure, he was excited. That is to say, it is really possible to evolve in this direction. The tip did not say that the limit had been reached as before, but rather that the potential was too great and it could not be achieved now. A grand plan came into Etienne's mind. Since the goal is too far away, break it down into small goals and complete them one by one. With a thought, the shadow of the Monkey King appeared again, but this time there was no cloak behind him. The result was still failure. I don't want the feathers on my head either, it's still a failure. No more golden armor. Failure. I don't want the somersault cloud anymore. The current path can improve the beast taming potential to diamond level at most. Is it fixed? Etienne was ecstatic. Cure. Cure now. Since the Monkey King cannot evolve into the great sage equaling heaven in one go, then he will evolve a few more times. Etienne believed that one day he would become what he imagined. Please name the beast race. The evolutionary path created by Etienne does not exist in this world, so he can have the right to name the race. The light and shadow retain the golden hoop and the flaming eyes. Etienne thought for a while. The Monkey King with the golden hoop and fire eyes. No, that sounds ugly. Golden Fire Monkey King? No, it still sounds ugly. After considering dozens of names, they finally decided on Rui Monkey King. This also represents Etienne's expectation for the future. Hope everything goes well. The simplified version of the Rui Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The complete version of the Monkey King evolution path is being generated. Estimated time, 48 hours. Etienne raised his eyebrows. It turned out that there were simplified version and complete version. The simplified version is equivalent to a version that only he can use. As long as the simplified conditions are met, the evolution can be completed. The complete version is the same as the evolutionary path sold outside, which is a complicated process. Chapter 52, Simplified Plan released. Wang Lin, let me tell you something interesting. I don't know if the stone monkey's evolutionary path is worth the money. Etienne's eyes gradually lit up. Half an hour passed quickly in anticipation. With a ding sound, a new simplified task popped up in front of Etienne. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, Diamond Grade Active Metal 1000 0. Requirement 2, 10 Fire Spirit Stones 0. Requirement 3, Reach Silver Level 100. As long as these conditions are met, the Monkey King can evolve into the Rui Monkey King. The third condition is not a big deal, as it is a must. As for the first two, Etienne had never heard of them. Open the search software and enter the trading platforms of the Research Institute and Career Home respectively. I'll go! Etienne's eyes twitched. He had expected that evolution wouldn't be cheap, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. Active metal is a special metal with high ductility. Diamond-grade active metal is sold on both platforms. The price is very uniform, 10,000 dragon coins per GB. In other words, he needs 10 million dragon coins to complete the first requirement. It's so expensive! Among the requirements, another material called Fire Spirit Stone could not be found on the trading platform. According to the information found, this material is an extremely rare refining material. Only exists in secret realms with fire attributes. Moreover, this material has a strong demand for the environment. Once it leaves the secret realm, it will quickly lose its spirituality, so the platform cannot be found. Despite all the complaints, Etienne quickly calmed down. It's not difficult for me to make money. I'll wait until the complete version of the evolution path comes out and sell it to the research institute. If you're still short of money, take on a few projects. As for the fire spirit stone, I need to research first to find out where there is a secret realm with fire attributes. By the way, professional beast masters often enter various secret realms, and the professional home must have relevant information. Stretch yourself. There's no need to be so anxious. The Great Sage is still a long way from reaching Silver 100. Buzz. Etienne was just thinking about taking a shower and relaxing when the phone rang. The call was answered by Wang Lin. Xiaotian, I have already reported your name. Etienne naturally knew what he was talking about. Wang Lin continued. The exchange competition will begin in half a month. Before the official start, we have arranged a 5-day training camp. On the one hand, we invited professional trainers to improve the actual combat ability of the contestants, and on the other hand, it also allowed the contestants to get to know each other. I have sent you the location of the training camp. It is a secret place 100 kilometers outside Wushan City. Of course, participation is voluntary. Hearing the word secret realm, Etienne's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Director, what kind of secret realm is this training camp in? Wang Lin said. Gold, fire, and wood. All 3 attributes are present. Only a few secret realms have a single attribute, and basically all of them have multiple attributes mixed together. Etienne nodded. The secret realm has fire attributes, which meets the growth conditions of fire spirit stone, so there may be fire spirit stone. So, you want to go? Wang Lin said nothing, waiting for Etienne to make a decision. Etienne frowned. If I go, the downside is that school will start in a few days, and then the college entrance examination will be held a month later. Training camps will take up time from school. Oh no, that doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Etienne discovered the blind spot. The purpose of the college entrance examination is to enter the Beast Taming Academy. Not to mention anything else, as long as you are willing, you can enter the Beast Taming Academy without taking the exam. Besides, there is really no point for him to continue staying in school now. When the time comes, I will just ask Mr. Zhou for leave. I believe he will understand me. The advantage is that you can enter the secret realm for free, and there may be something you want in the secret realm. It can also enrich the life of the Great Sage. No matter how you think about it, it's more cost-effective to participate. So he agreed. Okay, Chief, I will definitely go to the training camp. Good. Wang Lin's joy could be felt even through the phone. After encouraging Etienne a few more words, Wang Lin suddenly smiled. By the way, Xiaotian, I encountered an interesting thing today, and it has something to do with you. Etienne was puzzled. What? Haha, you know about the research institute, right? I know. Our career home and the institute are considered to be sister units, and we often have business dealings with each other. For example, if we find new skills in the secret realm, we will hand them over to the research institute and ask them to find the best ratio for skill training. Some time ago, we found a skill called Great Dream Technique and handed it over. Unexpectedly, within a week, the other side gave us the best match. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, do you know the name of the person in charge of the institute who completed this project? Etienne was silent. He seemed to know. Wang Lin's voice continued to be heard. Haha, his name is Etienne, exactly the same as yours. Etienne laughed dryly twice. Just as he was about to reveal his cards, Wang Lin spoke first. Xiaotian, find an opportunity. I'll invite the people from the research institute, and we'll have a meal together. I can tell you that getting along well with them will only bring benefits, not harm. Okay, that's it. I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Then he hung up the phone. Etienne ignored what Wang Lin said next and rubbed his temple. Since I became a beast master, things have become more complicated. But this busyness does not make him feel anxious. Instead, he lives a fulfilling life every day. Let me think about what else I need to do. Well, tomorrow, I'm going to the ancient battlefield secret realm to contract a new beast. The contract is back, and the complete version of the Great Sage's evolution path should be out. I need to ask the minister how much it can be sold for. In a few days, school will start. After all, these may be the last few days of my college life. I should go and ask for leave from Mr. Zhou in person, and then say goodbye to my student days. After taking the leave and resting for 2 days, it's time to go to training. Oh yes, there is also the previous transaction with Lu Bo. It's really busy and fulfilling. Things have to be done one by one, and the current focus is to complete the contract with the new beast. Etian touched the Monkey King's head. How about it, great sage? Are you looking forward to new companions? Huh? Companion? The Monkey King had confused eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't quite understand what his companions meant. Etian explained patiently. A companion is an animal that you can drink with. Drink? When he heard the word, drink, the Monkey King immediately became excited. Etian couldn't help but sigh. How naive he was. Speaking of which, this second beast really needs to be chosen carefully. Chapter 53 Mysterious Project Closing Meeting, 5,000 Failures. Looking back, I really had no choice when I signed the contract with the Great Sage. Although Etian has a system, no matter how weak the beast is, he can cultivate it into a divine beast. There's no need to make it more difficult for yourself. I want to cultivate beast masters with low potential and beast masters with high potential to the same level. It must be that the beast tamers with low potential will cost more. The cost includes money and time. If the Great Sage had the potential to be a diamond, he wouldn't be in so much trouble now. To summarize tomorrow's goal, the higher the potential of the beast master in the contract, the better. Etian glanced at the time. It's getting late. Ying will be home soon, go cook. Give her a big surprise tonight. Etian is ready for a showdown with Ying, and he hopes to demonstrate his abilities. Let Ying stop worrying about herself. At the same time, it also makes Ying happy. Forget it, let's just cook a meal. Now that I have money, I can just order takeout. Make it more sumptuous. Just as Etian was thinking about what to eat tonight, in the large conference room of the Research Institute. On the large screen at the front of the conference room, the projection was ready, with 5 large words written on it, Project Completion Meeting. A group of researchers have already taken their seats, waiting for the meeting to begin. In the Research Institute, the number of people in the Evolution Department is much smaller than that in the Cultivation Department, with a total of just over 100 people. Excluding those who went to other cities, there are about 80 left, and they are all here. In addition to the members of the Evolution Department, the director of the Cultivation Department Su Chalin and the deputy director Zhang Xing were also present. Zhang Xing frowned. What exactly does Minister Chu mean? Why do we have to come together? And why do you say it's an extremely important project? What extremely important project do they have in their Evolution Department? How come I don't know about it? According to the Institute's rules, no matter which of the 2 departments holds the final meeting, the other department must send someone to participate. It not only serves the purpose of mutual supervision, but also the purpose of synchronizing messages. But normally, ministers are not called to participate, but people from the lower levels are randomly selected. Today, Chuing specifically called them both and invited them to attend the meeting. When asked what the project was, she refused to tell them, only saying that it was very important and would definitely shock the 2 ministers. Although the 2 departments did not get along, they still had to give each other some face, so the 2 of them came. Su Chanlin smiled. It's nothing more than finding the evolutionary path of a certain beast. Shake your head. Xiao Chu is still young after all, and he can't help showing off when he has achieved a little success. Let's just think of it as satisfying the little girl's sense of superiority, haha. Chuing is younger than these 2 people, so there is nothing wrong with them calling Chuing a little woman. Zhang Xing snorted. What a waste of time. The skills sent by the career house have already reached the critical research stage. Speaking of this, Su Chanlin couldn't help but express his concern. What's the current progress? The skill of Great Dream Technique is a special skill, and researching the best combination is more important than other types of skills. It is a good opportunity to show the strength of their training department. Zhang Xing smiled proudly. It reached 24 yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, it will break 25 today. And within a week at most, we can reach the delivery standard of 28. Su Changlin patted Zhang Xing on the shoulder. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work during this period. The subject suddenly changed. By the way, I heard that Chuing also took on this project yesterday. Zhang Xing showed sarcasm. Don't worry, Minister. Based on my understanding of the evolution department's strength, even if we give them 2 months, they still won't be able to reach our current level. Not to mention completing the project faster than we did. Okay, your words are enough. Other members of the evolution department were also discussing this. What does the minister mean by that? He didn't even send the topic of the meeting in the email, he just said the meeting was important. Yeah, does anyone know what happened? Everyone looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Lu Bo did know some news, but at the moment he had his head buried deep in his chest. Dejected and depressed. Etian and he came in at the same batch. Now that Etian has achieved such great success, it is inevitable that he feels hit. The more I think about it, the more desperate I feel. Not far away, Zhang Qixing looked annoyed. On his right sat a bald, middle-aged man with glasses and a somewhat pale face. I failed again. What is the right path? Zhang Qixing had just experienced a failed experiment. The middle-aged man advised. Xiao Zhang, one failure is nothing. This is how experiments work. We must learn to accept failure. The most I ever failed was 5,000 times before I found the right evolutionary path. 5,000? Zhang Qixing widened his eyes and took a breath. The middle-aged man laughed. Yeah, you heard it right. That's the evolutionary path that took gem corals from silver to gold. Although I failed many times and it took me 5 years to find it, the ending was very happy. Because of this path, I went from being a second-level researcher to a first-level researcher, and I received numerous praises. When the reporter interviewed me with the microphone, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. And this sense of accomplishment is accumulated from 5,000 failures. Zhang Qixing nodded, not quite understanding. The irritable mood was also swept away. If a middle-aged man can fail 5,000 times without giving up, then Zhang Qixing can do it too. I still have decades, even hundreds of years, and I can afford to waste it. Yes, finding the evolutionary path is a difficult road. Didn't he know this when he decided to join the evolution department? The process of searching usually takes years. He has only failed a dozen times. In comparison, what does it matter? His mood returned to normal and Zhang Qixing looked around, as if he was looking for someone. Zhang Qixing frowned. Where's Etian? Why didn't he come? Researchers have the right to act freely, but the Institute undoubtedly provides the best research environment. Therefore, many aspiring researchers will choose to stay in Research Institute. Etian, whom he regarded as his opponent, has never appeared since the assessment that day. This made Zhang Qixing feel very complicated. On the one hand, I feel that Etian shouldn't be so depraved. He obviously has potential and talent, so he should realize his potential and talent. On the other hand, there is some joy. Zhang Qixing was making progress all the time, but Etian was standing still. I believe he will be able to catch up with Etian soon. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from far away. Everyone fell silent immediately. Looked toward the door. Soon, Chuing walked into the meeting room with a smile. Chuing smiled at Su Changlin, and Su Changlin smiled back. Pop. Chuing put the materials in her hand on the table. The meeting officially begins. Chapter 54 Ying, I was scammed. The other party said they would arrange a job for me at the Research Institute. Everyone looked at Chuing with some curiosity. It can be said that there are relatively few researchers in the evolution department, and everyone is familiar with each other. Everyone has a more or less idea of who is in charge of what project recently, and how far the project has progressed. I haven't heard of any project being completed soon. Chuing glanced at the participants and said a few polite words first. Then the meeting process officially began. According to the rules, the first step of the project closing meeting is to briefly introduce the project and the project team members. Chuing flipped through the pages on the big screen and entered the first page. On the left is the project introduction and on the right are the project members. Exploration project on the best ratio of Deming Ju. Time 18 hours. Scale 35. Project leader Etian. Project members none. Impossible! Zhang Qixing and Zhang Xing stood up suddenly at the same time. The corner of the bench rubbed against the ground, making a teeth-grinding sound. Creak. The old door opened and Ying came back. Sitting on the small bench at the door, he took off his shoes and complained to Etian. Xiaotian, scammers are really rampant recently. And there are more and more names. Someone called me this afternoon and said he was a recruiter for the Institute and wanted to recruit me to join the Institute. Humph, luckily I was smart enough to hang up the phone immediately. Otherwise, he will definitely find all kinds of excuses to ask me to pay. Etienne. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke. Sister, is it possible that what they said is true? Isn't this a misunderstanding? Etienne didn't expect that Chuing was so efficient. Just a few hours after he told her about helping Ying find a job, she had already arranged a contact person. Ying shook her head. How can such a good thing happen? I have never sent out a resume and I have no background. It's impossible even if I use my toes to think about it. As he spoke, he took off his socks and wiggled his toes. Etienne Dao. To be honest, sister, I am your background. I told you before that I was going to the graduate school to take the exam, but you didn't believe me. In fact, I really went there that day, and I passed the test. There is a benefit in the Institute. Researchers can arrange for their family members to work in the Institute. So, the call you received this afternoon may be true. For some reason, Etienne felt a little excited when he talked about his achievements in front of his family. Ying stood up and said confidently, I don't believe it. Then Etienne took out his ID card from the Research Institute. Ying took it and muttered, and it looks very presentable. She had some idea of the difficulty of the graduate school exams. I heard that there was a senior who took the exam for 10 years but never passed it. And my own younger brother, who lives under my nose every day, clearly has not even studied. He took the test with his head. However, Ying remembered that there seemed to be a period of time before when the Monkey King stared at 2 books every day. You won't tell me that this is just learning? Etienne pointed to a QR code on the lower right corner of his ID card. Sis, you can scan and verify the authenticity. The identities of all researchers can be found on the Institute's official website. Ying frowned. Rationally, she didn't believe it. But Etienne said it so seriously that an absurd possibility emerged in Ying's mind. Could it be true? Just give it a try. Drop. The scan is successful and the phone immediately jumps to a new page. In the middle of the page is Etienne's photo, introduction, and the time when he entered the Institute. Ying clicked on the Back to Homepage button in the upper left corner of the page, and saw the homepage of the Institute's official website. Is this true? When all the evidence was laid out in front of her, Ying had no choice but to believe it. Etienne put his hands on his hips. Ying screamed, immediately hugged Etienne's hand, and jumped up excitedly. Xiaotian, you really entered the Research Institute. That's great, that's great. After a brief moment of excitement, Ying actually started sobbing. Etienne quickly patted her on the back. Sister, what's wrong with you? This should be a happy thing. Ying said. Yes, I am just too happy. Xiaotian has made progress. I just thought, it would be nice if our parents could see this. Etienne remained silent. These 2 words were somewhat unfamiliar to him. But when I heard it, my heart couldn't help but beat fast. Etienne sighed. Sister, our future will be better and better. Ying nodded vigorously. I will. Etienne comforted Ying, and when she stopped crying, he pulled her to the dining table. My sister found a good job, and we have to celebrate today. The small dining table was bearing a weight that he had never borne before. More than a dozen large dishes are arranged in 3 layers. Ying swallowed and blamed Etienne now. Xiaotian, you are drifting. Why such extravagance and waste? Why not use this money to train a great sage, or save it for marrying a wife in the future? Etienne chuckled. If you want to splurge once in a while, I'm rich now, your brother. Ying patted Etienne's shoulder gently and didn't say anything else. The brother and sister sat opposite each other, chatting and eating. Sister, please call back as soon as possible. Forget it. I think my current job is pretty good and enough to support myself. Are you stupid if you don't take a job that's easy and pays well? I don't know anything. If I go to the research institute, people will gossip about me, right? I told you were stupid, but you still didn't believe me. Didn't I tell you that this is a benefit provided by the institute to researchers, to take care of their families so that they don't have to worry about anything? You don't want to fight, right? Then I'll help you fight. Etienne picked up Ying's phone. There was only one call record in the afternoon, so he called back immediately. Then I found out that Ying had blocked that person. Etienne. Ying felt a little embarrassed. I don't think he's a liar. Etienne handed the phone to Ying. You'd better do it yourself. Oh. For some reason, Ying suddenly felt that her brother had grown up a lot. Although she is the older one, she feels like she is being taken care of by adults. According to Etienne, he first unblocked the number, and then called back. 5 minutes later, hang up the phone. Ying couldn't help but show joy on her face. All right? Etienne asked. Ying nodded vigorously. The Human Resources Department of the Institute gave me 1 month to hand over my current job. 1 month later, let me bring my ID information and report directly. Etienne nodded. That's good. He picked his teeth, looked around the old room and said, I'll move to a new house in a few days. He had this idea when the Monkey King almost broke the wall with his stick. Firstly, it is to facilitate the great sage to perform his magic, and secondly, it is to improve the living conditions of the two. Chapter 55. A beast worth 100 million? Ying said. I think it's pretty good now. It would cost a lot of money to change houses. Etienne was too lazy to pay attention to her. Ying is used to being poor, so it will probably take her a long time to change her mindset and adapt. It was late at night, when most people in the city were falling asleep. Outside the city of Wushan, on a small hill near the secret ancient battlefield. There are 3 figures standing here strangely. Leading the group was a masked man with gray hair. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was of burly build, with his upper body naked, and his chest and back were covered with various mysterious patterns tattooed on them. The woman had big wavy red hair and her delicate face and red lips reflected an alluring light in the moonlight. The burly man looked in the direction of the ancient battlefield's secret realm, somewhat puzzled, and asked the man in front of him. Boss, it's just a simple mission, you don't need to send both me and Jiaxing at the same time, right? Jiaxing also echoed. Yes, boss. In my opinion, I will go in alone tomorrow. If I go with Scorpion, the risk of being exposed will be even greater. We are both still on the bounty lists of all the major professional houses. The man who was addressed as the boss shook his head. In order to catch that thing, we even used our great power to cause an earthquake, forcing the secret realm to open earlier. It's a huge investment. There is no room for any accidents in this matter. You two should go together. Scorpion shrugged. All right. Jiaxing and I are both at the gold level. Even if we suppress our levels to enter the secret realm, we are still at the peak of silver. Don't worry, boss. We promise to complete the task. The boss nodded. I hope so. After he finished speaking, a layer of black mist covered his body, and then he turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared in front of the 2 people. Scorpion couldn't help but shudder and muttered. Every time I see the boss just disappear out of thin air, it gives me the creeps. He nudged Jiaxing with his elbow. Jiaxing, what level of Beast Master do you think the boss is? Diamond? Or maybe even higher? Jiaxing shook his head. I don't know. The boss is too mysterious. He comes and goes without a trace. Apart from issuing us missions, there is no chance for us to have any contact with him. After saying that, Jiaxing changed the subject. There are less than 10 hours left before the secret realm opens. Let's make an action plan. The Scorpion laughed twice. We are both gold-level beast masters. Even if we suppress our levels, who in the secret realm can be our opponent? Most of those who enter the secret realm are rookies who have just reached silver level, and there are only a few who are at the peak of silver level. According to me, after we go in, we will go straight to the destination, quickly catch the thing, and then leave quickly. Keep it simple and don't think too much. Jaixing nodded. That's true. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield only allows silver-level beastmasters to enter. In order to ensure the success of the mission, the boss paid a great price to forcibly suppress the levels of the two to silver. Although the level has been lowered, the strength of the beast has not changed much. What's more, each of them has two beasts. No matter how I think about it, I don't think there is anyone in the secret realm who can interfere with their actions. Hey, what on earth is this thing that the boss asked us to catch? Scorpion suddenly became curious. I roughly estimated that the money for launching the earthquake, plus the money for forcibly suppressing our levels, is definitely more than 100 million dragon coins. The highest level of beast control in the ancient battlefield secret realm is no more than silver. Spending 100 million just to catch a silver beast, how powerful must this beast be? Jaixing had no expression on his face. Don't ask too much about the organization's affairs. We are only responsible for completing the mission according to the boss's requirements. Scorpion rolled his eyes. Boring. The next morning, both the brother and sister got up very early. Etienne asked Ying while eating breakfast. Sister, what level is your fluffy sheep? Ying said. Just entered silver. Etienne nodded. Ying's talent is only slightly better than mine, but he was able to train his beast tamer to silver level in just 2 years. He must have been very hardworking. I'm going to the ancient battlefield secret realm today to contract a new beast. Do you want to come with me? Ying's level has reached silver, and she is qualified to enter the secret realm. Hearing Etienne's words, Ying said subconsciously. No, the registration fee to enter the secret realm is too expensive. As soon as she finished speaking, she discovered her blind spot. Why did Etienne go to the secret realm of the ancient battlefield? Wasn't the great sage under contract for even less than a month? Don't tell me it's already silver. Ying looked at Etienne fiercely. Xiaotian, is the great sage silver? Etienne was stunned. It's been a long time since I entered Baiyin. Haven't you noticed it? Ying? Etienne patted his head. I blame you for not telling me. For a beastmaster's first beast, the sign of entering the silver level is that it can be taken into the beast taming space. But because the Monkey King didn't like staying inside, and in order to make drinking more convenient, he always stayed outside. Call out. Etienne thought about it, and the Monkey King, who was holding the table leg, disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ying again. Ying's mouth opened wider and wider, and then her whole body froze. Plop. The half-fried dough stick in his hand fell directly on the table. She suddenly wondered if Etienne was not her biological brother. When his parents gave birth to him, they took the wrong baby, actually another family's child. The family's genes shouldn't be so good. Raising a beast from its infancy to silver in less than a month is something I have never seen or even heard of. Etienne patted Ying on the shoulder. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you last night. As he was talking, Etienne took out a small sign from his pocket and placed it in front of Ying. I managed to pass the professional assessment by luck a few days ago. Now I am a professional beastmaster. Ying! Isn't the Monkey King a stone monkey? Shouldn't the beasts contracted by professional beastmasters have to have at least gold-level combat power? But there are too many impossibilities that Etienne created. Therefore, the news that should theoretically be questioned has become completely impossible for her to question. Xiaotian, you! Ying pointed at Etienne and took a deep breath. She seemed to want to say something. But the next moment, Etienne heard a plop. Ying was so excited that she fainted and fell off her chair. Etienne was so scared that he hurried to help. This was an amazing breakfast. In the end, Ying decided to go to the secret realm of the ancient battlefield together after being persuaded by Etienne. It costs 10,000 dragon coins to enter the ancient battlefield secret realm. If you make a contract with a beastmaster, after you come out, you will need to pay the corresponding dragon coins according to the level of the beastmaster. Bronze level is 50,000 dragon coins, and silver level is 200,000 dragon coins. Chapter 56 Song Wei, My Excellent Nephew. Entering the secret realm of the ancient battlefield could be a profitable deal, or a losing deal. Take the silver level for example. The price of a silver level beast master on the market starts from 5, and there is no upper limit. It is true that there are many rare beasts in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield, but there are also many ordinary beasts. If you go in and make a contract with a beast that is only worth 5 in the outside world, but it costs 20 when you come out, it will be really heartbreaking. Moreover, Ying knew her own talent, and there was a high probability that no rare beast master would be interested in her. So according to her original plan, she was going to save $5 and go to the market to buy a beast to sign a contract. But he couldn't resist Etienne's constant nagging. Finally, after Etienne showed off his wealth of millions of dragon coins, Ying made up her mind to follow him. Wushan City is a medium-sized city, but the two live close to the suburbs. Take the special bus and arrive at the gate of the ancient battlefield's secret realm in less than an hour. In the open ground stands a bronze gate over 10 meters high. Near the door, there were several staff members from the career house, holding instruments in their hands. Before entering the secret realm, everyone must be checked by the staff. On the right side of the gate, there is a small separate room. If you want to enter the secret realm, you need to register in the house and pay first. While managing professional beast masters, the House of Occupations also takes on some of the work of managing secret realms. When the two arrived, there were already quite a few people at the scene. A rough estimate is over 300 people. Some lined up outside the small house, and some lined up in front of the bronze door. Not every silver-level beast master who has not yet signed a beast-taming contract will choose to make a contract in the ancient battlefield's secret realm. For example, Ying, if Etienne hadn't insisted on asking her to come, she wouldn't have been willing to come. First, the secret realm only opens once every 5 years. Unless it is a coincidence, few beast masters are willing to adjust their time to match the time of the secret realm opening. Secondly, the beasts in the secret realm are too random. Before entering, no one can guarantee that they can contract the beast they want. Let's go and line up. Etienne pulled Ying towards the cottage. Halfway through, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Uncle Song? Is it Xiaotian? Song Wei was very surprised. He never thought that he would meet Etienne here. Didn't Etienne just recently make a contract with the stone monkey? But when I think of Etienne's feat of nurturing the great sage from childhood to bronze level in just one day, it seems that this is not so unbelievable anymore. After all, Etienne is a person with special talent in cultivating beast-taming levels. But still confirmed. Xiaotian, are you here? Etienne said honestly. I'm lucky. My beast has broken through to silver, so I came to the secret realm to try. Oh yes. Etienne took Ying and introduced her to Song Wei. This is my sister Ying. She will go in with me. He also introduced Song Wei to Ying. This is Uncle Song, a classmate of mine at school, and Song Qinghong's father. Song Wei looked at Ying and praised her a few words. Ying was stunned for a moment. She knew Song Wei. Song Wei has a cooperation with the boss of her own company, so she visited her company. Did she remember that Song Wei was not the boss of the Song Weapons Chamber of Commerce? How could my younger brother know him? And judging from their relationship, they are very close. Haha, Xiaotian, I have to thank you. My boy wants to surpass you, so he works very hard every day to train beasts. I've never seen such tenacity in him before. Song Wei patted Etienne on the shoulder. Etienne said a few humble words, and Song Wei said again. By the way, is the weapon that the great sage chose earlier still easy to use? If it doesn't work for you, just tell me and I'll give you another one. I just got a batch of gold-level sticks. Do you want to take a look at them sometime? Etienne said quickly. Uncle Song, you're welcome. My Monkey King really likes the stick I picked last time. He holds it every day and can't let it go. The two of them talked back and forth, and Ying was stunned. It can be seen that Song Wei values his younger brother very much. In Ying's eyes, Song Wei has become an unattainable big shot. He is the owner of a chamber of commerce. Ying couldn't help but feel proud that her younger brother was valued by such a person. My Etienne is really excellent. As they chatted, they talked about why Songwei came here. I have a nephew who is also at the silver level now. I came here with him. When talking about his nephew, Songwei's face showed a look of pride. Xiao Yuan has gone to queue up. I'll introduce him to you later. He is currently a freshman at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy, and his beast taming level is at the peak of silver. In fact, he could have broken through half a month ago, but he suppressed his level for half a month just to try his luck in the secret realm. Etian echoed. That's really excellent. He wasn't lying. According to official statistics, it takes an average of 20 months for a bronze beast master to break through to silver. It takes an average of 18 years for silver to break through to gold. And this data is the data that filters out those who have no hope of breaking through. Songwei's nephew is only a freshman in college, which means that he has completed the journey that takes others nearly 20 years in just over a year. Songwei was obviously very happy that Etian praised his nephew. He laughed twice and said again, when the time comes, you can add him as your contact information. If you have any questions about training, you can ask him. My nephew has experience in taking professional assessments. Although I didn't pass, it's still valuable experience. Xiaotian wants to become a professional in the future, right? I'll ask him to pass on his experience to you. Vocational examination. Hearing these 4 words, the Yi siblings were both stunned. Then their expressions became strange. Ying remembered that her younger brother seemed to have passed the professional assessment. Etian was frantically searching his memory to find out who might be Songwei's nephew. Hey, here I come. At this moment, Songwei suddenly raised his eyelids and waved in a direction. Xiao Yuan, come here quickly, uncle will introduce someone to you. Etian turned his head in the direction Songwei was looking. Then he saw Song Yuan, who was shivering beside Ma Fei. Oh, it's him. Song Yuan didn't see Etian at first, until he walked over and found that there was another person in front of Songwei. At first glance, oh shit, boss Etian? I was stunned on the spot. Why is Etian here? Oh yes, Etian's monkey seems to be silver too, so it makes sense for him to come here. Just when he was about to say hello to Etian, he felt a big hand patting his back, and then he heard Songwei's voice. Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Etian, your cousin's schoolmate. Come to think of it, I am your junior. Etienne has some questions about career assessment that he wants to ask you. Please add his contact information later. Chapter 57, Etienne is a candidate? Beast Taming Talent Test. The corners of Song Yuan's eyes twitched wildly, and countless question marks slowly appeared in his head. Uncle, are you kidding me? Etienne, there will be questions about career assessment, asking me? Song Yuan is going crazy. Uncle, do you want to take a look at what you are saying? Song Wei seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Song Yuan's reaction and increased the force of his slapping. Xiao Yuan, say something, why are you just standing there? Song Yuan was embarrassed. But it was Etienne who chuckled and helped him out. Uncle Song, it turns out that your nephew is Song Yuan. I have known him for a long time. Oh? Is that so? Song Yuan looked at Etienne gratefully and said quickly. Yes, Etienne and I have known each other for a long time. The few of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Etienne waved his hand. Uncle Song, my sister and I will go to queue first. Then the two of them left. Song Wei asked Song Yuan in confusion. Xiao Yuan, tell me honestly how you got to know Etienne. Song Yuan usually stays in the academy. Logically, there should be no room for him to have any intersection with Etienne. Song Yuan Dao. Uncle, didn't I tell you that I was going to take the professional assessment before? Song Wei nodded, suddenly realizing something. You and Etienne met during the career assessment? Did he also take the exam? Song Wei's pupils trembled violently. He was already confused by Etienne's breakthrough to the silver level, but he actually took part in the professional assessment. Although he was optimistic about Etienne's future, he couldn't help but ask himself, are you worthy of it? Song Yuan continued. During the career assessment, I encountered an outrageous examiner. Song Wei interrupted. You mentioned this before. Are you and Etienne both being examined by this examiner? No, Etienne is the examiner. What? Song Wei was petrified. On the other side, Etian and Ying finally entered the cabin. I was pleasantly surprised to find a sign on the table which read, "Professional beast tamers can enter the secret realm for free with their ID cards." Etian was ecstatic. I didn't expect this benefit, every bit of savings counts. But Ying's money still needs to be given. After paying the money, each of them received a small wooden token, which allowed them to enter the secret realm. Ying skipped out and Etian smiled. Maybe it was because of the pressure of life before, so Ying always looked very mature. There is no way that she could do what these little girls do. Seeing the changes in Ying, he was also happy. Bang! When the two were about to walk out of the cabin, they didn't see each other because of the door curtain, and someone happened to come in from outside. Ying accidentally bumped into a burly man wearing black clothes and a black mask. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Ying quickly apologized. The man in black snorted coldly, his eyes fierce. It was obvious that the person on the other side was not someone to be trifled with, so Etian quickly pulled Ying behind him. At this moment, there was another shorter man in black behind the man in black, who pulled the person in front of him with his hand. She shook her head gently at him again. The man in black in front then passed Etian and the other man and continued moving forward. This was just a small episode and Etian didn't take it to heart. But Ying said with some fear, "The look in that person's eyes just now was so scary, it looked like he was about to attack me." Etian comforted. "No, there are many professional home security forces nearby, it's very safe." But he was also very curious about the origins of these two people. All in black, very mysterious. As I walked out of the door, there were more and more people outside. In the crowd, I didn't see Songwei again. Soon, it was time for the secret realm to open. There were 8 lines of people lined up in front of the bronze gate. As the door opens, go forward one by one. Etian only felt that he had passed through a layer of transparent film and entered a completely new space. I looked down and stepped hard again. It was a ground close to cement. If you look down from the sky, you can see that the place where everyone is standing is a huge circle. Even with hundreds of people standing on it, it still seemed a bit empty. At one of the boundaries of the circle, there is a narrow path, and at the end of the path is another circle. There are 3 circles in total, connected by 2 paths. Just like a string of candied haws. The 3 circles are called 1, 2, and 3 respectively. The further back you go, the smaller the circle becomes. Outside the 3 circular platforms is a dense forest. The beasts that can be contracted are hiding inside at the moment. All the people who just came in are now in one seat. And near the left side of each circle, there is a square protrusion. The beast masters who come in will demonstrate on it to attract beasts. Come on, let's move forward. After coming in, everyone's first reaction was to walk forward and head to stage 2. By displaying on the second stage, the quality of the beasts attracted will be relatively higher. Of course, the 3 are definitely the highest. However, there is a layer of inspection membrane on the way from each circle to another circle. This membrane is said to be able to determine each person's talent for taming beasts, and thus conduct screening. Only those beast masters who are recognized by the secret realm and have high talents can continue to move forward. The beast masters who entered the secret realm had different talents, but no one was willing to just be a contract beast master without being tested. Etian and the other man also followed forward. Boss Etian. Song Yuan saw Etian from somewhere, and came over and walked side by side with Etian. With your talent, you can definitely reach the 3rd platform easily, right? I can't do that. According to the information I have, I'm afraid I can only go to Channel 2. Etian nodded and said nothing. Others may not know, but doesn't he know it himself? In fact, he is not a beast-taming genius at all. So I was very worried about whether I could continue to move forward. But now that I'm here, I have to give it a try. Song Yuan took Etian's silence as consent. In just a few minutes, a large group of several hundred people approached the edge of a platform. It can be clearly seen that there is a passage in front of the crowd, and there is a layer of green light at the entrance of the passage. I'll go first. A beastmaster volunteered. This is a boy who looks childish. He stood at the entrance of the passage and tried to stretch his hand forward to touch the green light. Just at the moment when the fingertips touched the green light, The green light solidified into a solid entity, and the finger could no longer move forward. Does that mean my talent didn't pass the test of the secret realm? The boy was a little discouraged and kicked hard at the green light that had solidified into a thick layer of glass. Then he turned and returned to the crowd. The secret realm will be open for a whole day, so he is not in a hurry to return to the display stand. I'll do it. As soon as the boy came back, another person came forward. Sadly, the result is still the same. More than a dozen people came forward one after another, but not even one of them passed the secret realm test. Chapter 58: Breaking the Protective Shield with a Stick. The boy who failed at first was a little depressed, but after seeing so many people fail, he felt much better and said coldly, "I'm afraid no one can pass the test." But in the next moment, a man in black easily stepped over the obstacle. To him, green light is indeed just green light. Boys. Etienne raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized the person he had just passed. He was the mysterious man he had met before. Not only him, another man in black also passed by right behind him. This also let everyone at the scene know that someone could pass. One after another, people kept coming forward to try. Soon 200 people were tested, and only 4 passed. This pass rate is too low. Many people were talking about it. Song Yuan looked at Etienne. Boss Etienne, I'm going there too. I'll wait for you at the second station. After saying that, he gave a brilliant smile and stepped forward to try it. Etienne smiled. Song Yuan was quite confident. But he is indeed the best among his peers. Sure enough, he passed the test easily, and now the number of people who passed became 5. Let's go and try it. Etienne took Ying forward. Ying went first, and as expected, failed. Queen Etienne came on stage, and as expected, she still failed. Isn't it possible? Etienne shook his head. Ying was a little surprised. This shouldn't happen. My brother is such a genius, is he blind to this secret realm? But to everyone's surprise, after Etienne failed, he did not go back immediately, but stood there in a daze. He stretched out his hand and felt the texture of the thick protective shield in front of him. Hey, big brother in front, if you fail, come back quickly and don't waste everyone's time. Yeah, it's useless to be unwilling. You can't get into the second stage if you don't have enough talent. Etienne pretended not to hear it. Directly summoned the great sage. He wanted to try to break the protective shield by force. Great sage, go all out, and use the waiting for the opportunity and the 8-direction staff. Ouch! The fighting spirit burned in the great sage's eyes. The crowd behind was in an uproar. Oh my God, what does this brother want to do? Is he crazy? I heard that the protective shield has a strong rebound force. All the beasts that attacked the protective shield before suffered the consequences and were injured by the rebound. Hey, that's not right, isn't that the Stone Monkey King? Someone recognized Etienne's beast. My goodness, this guy is absolutely crazy. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield has existed for hundreds of years. Countless predecessors have used their personal experience to forge iron rules. If you fail to test your talent, just accept your fate. Etienne's actions are undoubtedly a challenge to this iron rule. Haha, what an arrogant and stupid person. Many people shook their heads and made such comments about Etienne. Now they were not urging Etienne to come back quickly. They all wanted to see what would happen if Etienne challenged the iron rules of the secret realm. Xiaotian, what are you doing? Ying didn't know much about the secret realm before, but through other people's words, she roughly understood that Etienne was doing something dangerous. Etienne turned around. Don't worry, I'll try. Having said this, the great sage had already prepared for the opportunity. Boom! The shadow of the stick swept towards the protective shield. The collision between the two made a loud noise. Many people were forced to cover their ears because of the sharp sound. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, a white hole appeared at the junction of the stick and the protective shield. If you look closely around the hole, you can see a lot of tiny cracks. Ouch! The great sage continued to exert force. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking glass gradually came from the protective shield. The cracks have expanded to the point where they are visible to the naked eye. What? The shield is cracked? Many people exclaimed. This is not the end yet. Cracks soon spread throughout the entire shield. Then everyone present heard a sound of pitting. The protective shield was completely shattered into countless small pieces. The whole audience seemed to have pressed the pause button, and everyone opened their mouths and eyes wide, watching this incredible scene. Did he really break the shield? Pop. Someone slapped himself hard. Check if you are hallucinating. Etienne was a little surprised. He just tried it and didn't expect it to work. It seems that the protective shield also has its limits. Roughly speaking, as long as one can unleash power close to that of the late gold stage, one can break it. Etienne carried the great sage and entered the passage in one step. Then instead of going straight forward, he shouted to Ying. Sister, come over here and try again. Ying was still in a daze. It was the first time she saw her brother take action. This shocking blow was beyond her understanding. Hearing Etienne's call, he quickly ran 2 steps. But just as she was about to cross the broken hole, a new protective shield was generated. Etienne frowned. No? It seems that in addition to testing talent, the secret realm also leaves a way out for those with poor talent. That's going beyond the limits. Anyone who can do it can also pass. But you can't help others cheat. Etienne was a little bit skeptical and asked the Monkey King to break the protective shield again. But as soon as Ying gets close to the nearby air, a new protective shield will be generated. Ying said. Xiaodian, go by yourself. I am already very satisfied that I can enter the secret realm. Etienne shrugged. All right. Then wait for me at stage 1, and we'll go out together then. Ying raised her eyebrows and smiled. Good. Then, Etienne walked forward, while Ying returned to the crowd. At this time, the other people at the scene recovered from their shock and started to rejoice. I didn't expect the shield could be broken. That's great, that's great. Since that guy can do it, there's no reason why we can't do it. Everyone come together. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't defeat a protective shield. What lies in everyone's mind is not only the protective shield. There are also iron laws accumulated over hundreds of years. But now, this iron rule was broken by the Monkey King with one blow. Therefore, the spark of hope was rekindled in the hearts of those beast masters who had failed before. We are all human beings. Why can you, Etienne, do it, but the rest of us can't? My pretty lady, can I be your friend? Ying Gang had no interest in continuing to watch and was about to walk towards the display stand when he was stopped by a man who was about 30 years old. And around him, there were many people gradually approaching him. Ying shook her head and walked right past the man. Sorry, not interested. She also knew the purpose of these people, which was simply to make friends with her brother through her. Otherwise, no one would have come forward after standing there for so long, and now that they see Etienne is so awesome, they come to get close to him. Ying insisted on leaving, and these people did not dare to stop her. They were really frightened by the Monkey King's stick. Chapter 59 Capturing the Target, Setting the Flag of Scorpion. On the other side, Etienne walked for about 5 minutes before he finally walked through the passage. Song Yuan was waiting for him at the entrance. Boss Etienne, I knew you could do it. As he spoke, he made faces. Etienne was speechless. But I'm too lazy to explain. Just call me Etienne, don't add the suffix, it feels weird. Okay, Boss Etienne. Etienne. The two continued to move forward, and Song Yuan also wanted to see if he could enter Santai. The range of the second station is much smaller than that of the first station, and the whole picture can be seen at a glance. Etienne counted the number of people and found that there were 2 fewer people than those who entered the second platform before. It's those 2 mysterious men. I couldn't help but become more curious about them. Who are they? Soon the 2 arrived at the passage from stage 2 to stage 3. Song Yuan went forward to try first, but was defeated in less than a second. Oh, I knew it! He took 2 steps back and looked at Etienne. Boss Etienne, it's up to you to perform from now on. Etienne was speechless. You have a lot of confidence in me. Before trying, Etienne suddenly patted Song Yuan on the shoulder. Song Yuan? What? Do you know what it means that my fate is in my own hands? Song Yuan was a little confused and didn't know what Etian meant by this. Then, within 10 seconds, he saw the great sage smash the protective shield with a fierce blow of his stick. Then Etian walked in leisurely. He also waved to me. Although I couldn't hear what he said, from his lip movements, I could tell he was saying goodbye. Song Yuan! Fuck! Boss 666! Etian left, leaving Song Yuan with his back. Song Yuan's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, an emotion called admiration arose in my heart. Damn it, you're pretending! Before the Song and Yuan dynasties, no one dared to think about breaking the protective shield. Seeing Etian succeed, he moved forward again with some reluctance. Then, the beast at home was injured. Da-da-da. The passage was extremely quiet, and only Etian's footsteps could be heard. 3. The two men in black finally took off their masks. They were Scorpion and Starpicking, who were scouting the area nearby last night. In fact, according to their talents, it is impossible to judge through channels. But the organization has a magical technology that can seal the level while causing the secret realm to misjudge the sealed level and turn it into the potential of the beast tamer. Of course, this technology costs millions each time it is used. Under normal circumstances, it's totally not worth it. Let's get started. Jiaxing took off her black coat, and a wave of heat rose up from her, at the same time revealing her proud figure. Good. Scorpion immediately took out a star plate about 1 meter long and a red candle from the beast taming space. The two walked to the display stand not far away. First place the astrolabe on the ground, then insert the candle in the middle of the astrolabe and light it. A strange fragrance immediately filled the air. According to what the boss said, we should wait for more than 10 minutes, Scorpion said. As he spoke, there was an expectant look in his eyes. He wanted to see what a beast worth 100 million looked like. Time passed by minute, and the two of them did not show any impatience. Just when the candle was almost half burned, the sound of grass rubbing against each other could be heard faintly in the forest not far away. Pay attention, the target is coming. Scorpio got serious. Get ready to summon the beast. Receive. The friction sound became louder and louder, and the target was getting closer and closer. Call out. Just when the two were completely ready, small red dots suddenly emerged from the grass. When the little red dot came closer, the Scorpion finally saw what it looked like. It is a small red bird the size of a palm. That's it. Scorpion subconsciously felt that the little red bird was not their target, but just a beast that had bad luck and took the wrong path. Just as he was about to drive him away, he heard Jiaxing speak hurriedly. That's it. The astrolabe is responding. The originally dark star disk suddenly lit up. Besides the two of them, there was only the little red bird present, so it must have been the cause. Although confused, Scorpion still acted according to his original plan. When the little red bird was attracted to the star plate by the scent of the candle, he immediately summoned his beast, the ice elf. There were faint sparks burning on the wings of the little red bird, and it was obvious that it was a fire-attributed beast. At this moment, Scorpion finally understood why the organization sent him to take action. As we all know, ice overcomes fire. As soon as the ice spirit was summoned, it infused ice power into the star disk under the instructions of the Scorpion. The star disk immediately turned blue. Then a net rose up and directly tied up the little red bird. Successful? Scorpio found it a bit boring. This mission is not challenging at all. But just when he thought he was safe, a terrifying scorching energy shot up into the sky from the center of the star disk. Fuck, you call this a silver-level beast master? The Scorpion was startled. He has 2 gold-level beasts, but just by looking at the aura emitted by the little red bird, one can tell that he is only able to fight alone. None of them is a match for the little red bird. You know, the little red bird is only a silver-level beast. It turns out that the boss required 2 people to act, not because he was worried about being influenced by other beastmasters, but because he was worried that one person could not control the little red bird. Scorpion and Jiaxing looked at each other. They summoned a total of 4 beasts in tacit understanding. The 4 beasts surrounded the little red bird. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific impact ravaged the entire circular platform. The trees not far away were blown to and fro by the wind. It took about 2 minutes for the fighting to stop. The little red bird lost. In a cross-border situation where one was fighting 4 people at the same time, it was defeated miserably. Only one breath left. In fact, it wanted to self-destruct at the last moment, but failed and was trapped by the star disk. Seeing that the little red bird had no strength to resist at all, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss had foresight. If the two of us hadn't acted together, it might have gotten away, Scorpion said. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box as big as a human head from the beast taming space. The box has the function of hanging life. He roughly grabbed the little red bird from the astrolabe and threw it into the box. Mission accomplished, let's go, Scorpion said easily. It's great. The reward for this mission is very generous. The reward for 1 mission is more than completing 10 missions before. Turning to look at Jaixing. I plan to stop after this 1 vote. I have worked for the organization for so many years, and it is time for me to quit and enjoy life. Jaixing gave Scorpion a charming look. Don't say stupid things like do the last vote. It's easy to stand. Don't take it lightly until you get out of the secret realm. The Scorpion laughed. Don't worry. Wishan City is just a small place, and the level of Beastmasters is generally low. I said it last night, no one can stop us. Humph, if the boss hadn't told us to keep a low profile, we would have been able to kill all the Beastmasters who entered the secret realm. Chapter 60, Monkey King vs. White Bear. Scorpion looked towards the entrance of the passage, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and looked disdainful. Look, apart from the two of us, there isn't even one Beastmaster in the entire Wishan City who can enter Santai. Just after he finished saying this, before Scorpion put down his hand, the two heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the passage. Not long after, a handsome-looking young man entered the Santai. Scorpion. My dear brother, this is a bit disrespectful of you. He had just finished saying that no one could enter the 3rd stage, and someone came in. Wasn't that a slap in his face? And I have some impression of this Scorpio. Before entering the secret realm, his companion bumped into him. The person who came was Etian. For some reason, the situation suddenly became awkward. I always feel that the way these two people look at me is a little strange. Etian chose to ignore the two of them and raised his leg to walk towards the display stand. After all, this is why he came here. Puff. Jaixing looked at Scorpion with seeming mockery, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Scorpion's dark face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Scorpion let out a breath, pretending not to see Jaixing's look, and asked, "What to do?" As he spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Jaixing shook her head slightly. "Forget it, let's spare his life. The target has been achieved, so let's not make things more complicated." Scorpion frowned. "But he saw the two of us." The star-picking road. "So what do you say we should do?" The Scorpion licked his lips and showed a murderous look in his eyes. "I've been holding back for a long time, I have to feel better." "Kill, I'll do it." Jaixing weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, hurry up then." The passing rules of the secret realm completely test talent, but talent is not equal to strength. Looking at Etian's young face, he is probably not even 20 years old. There is absolutely no way he can be a match for a Scorpion. Jaixing felt a little sympathetic to Etian. If nothing unexpected happens, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, he ran into the most bloodthirsty Scorpion in the organization. Scorpions are not only bloodthirsty, but also enjoy torturing their victims. Thinking of this, Jaixing reminded Scorpion. "I'll only give you 5 seconds." Scorpion snorted. "No." "Call out." A 5-meter-tall white bear appeared out of nowhere. Scorpion looked at Etian. "Hey, kid over there." Etian turned his head in confusion. "Are you calling me?" Scorpion smiled and nodded. "Yes." He paused and said, "Go to hell." Boom. As he finished speaking, the big white bear jumped towards Etian. At the same time, a palm bigger than a manhole cover fell from the sky. Turn into minced meat, poor thing. Jaishin crossed her hands in front of her chest and shook her head gently. Still so tasteless. On the other side, Itian was stunned. Is this person seriously ill? What did you do? He wants to kill himself right away. Quickly give orders to the great sage. Great sage, save me! Ouch! He wanted to kill his beast master right in front of him. The great sage couldn't bear it. Even if Itian didn't say it, it would not let the big white bear succeed. Buzz! There was no time to wait for the opportunity to strike, and he immediately used the magical 8-direction stick. Still want to resist? The scorpion smiled. Since you are so loyal, you should die first. The great white bear's paw is even bigger than the entire Monkey King. The scorpion had already seen the miserable death of the great sage in the next moment. Boom! The stick and the bear's paw collided. The vibrations even caused the entire platform to tremble a few times. Surprisingly, the beast that looked like a stone monkey was able to temporarily resist the giant white bear's paw. The disdain on Scorpion's face slowly dissipated. Interesting. Wrong! The scorpion's eyes suddenly widened because he heard the painful howl of his own beast. The next moment, in his astonished eyes, the stick goes straight up. Boom! Puff! A terrifying column of blood appeared on the back of the bear's paw. The Monkey King's stick actually poked a big hole in the bear's paw. Scorpion stared at the wound on the white bear's hand, somewhat incredulous. What? Jaishing was also stunned. What is the origin of that monkey? It can actually withstand the attack of a gold-level beast master, and even fight back? The secret realm limits the level of the beast that can be tamed. Could it be that besides the two of them, there are other people who have used similar methods? I immediately put away my contempt, and for some unknown reason, a feeling of regret grew in my heart. Shouldn't they provoke Itian? Great sage! Come on! Itian was very angry. The disaster he suffered was completely unprovoked. The other party is here to kill him, so he will not show any mercy. Kill! The great sage seemed to sense Itian's anger. With one leap, he soared into the sky. Boom! The 8-sided stick swept across and smashed hard on the big white bear's head. Not good! Defend quickly! Scorpios make the best decision quickly. The polar bear has very low agility and cannot escape the attack range of the stick in a short time, so it can only choose to defend itself. Fortunately, the great white bear has a very strong defense. I believe I can block the monkey's attack. Meanwhile, Scorpion has summoned his ice spirit. Just wait for the polar bear to successfully resist, and then the two will cooperate to attack together. Roar! The white bear let out a terrifying roar. The other intact bear paw was immediately raised and placed in front of the head. At the same time, a layer of ice armor quickly condensed on the bear's paw. Great sage, go around! Ouch! The Monkey King is always drunk and extremely flexible. He kept the attacking posture, jumped onto the bear's paw, and then jumped onto the white bear's shoulder. Right now, attack the white bear's eyes. Ouch! Got it! Boom! The stick stabbed out like a spear. No! Scorpion's heart was pounding, and he had a bad feeling. Then I saw the stick piercing into the white bear's eyes. Roar! The white bear roared in pain. The two bear paws slapped the body desperately. But the pain lasted only a few seconds. Boom! As the stick was pulled out, the white bear fell backwards. The body came into contact with the ground, creating a big hole. The white bear is dead. A few seconds ago, before Scorpion was about to attack Itian, he never thought that the seemingly weak monkey would be so terrifying. After 2 battles, he killed the beast he had trained for many years. I want you to die! The death of the white bear made the beast's master Scorpion spit out blood. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice was hoarse, and he looked at Itian with hatred. Reach the stars! Let's go together! At this moment, his heart was filled with anger. Good! Jaishing also realized that Scorpion alone could not be a match for the monkey. They have already offended Itian to death. Seeing Etienne's decisive look in his killing move, they knew that this matter would not end well. He quickly summoned his two beasts. A big blue bird and a dandelion. Both are at the peak of silver while retaining gold-level combat power. Chapter 61, 1 versus 3? Choice. Evil God? Superior! Following Scorpion's command, the three beasts moved forward at the same time. 1 against 3? Etienne was a little nervous and excited. He also realized at this moment that the Beastmaster on the opposite side was not an ordinary silver Beastmaster. Great Sage, do you have faith? Ouch. Then go ahead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two sides clashed with each other, and the air was faintly distorted. Oh, that's not right. Just as the two sides were about to come into contact, Etienne suddenly raised his eyebrows. Things don't seem simple. The woman with big red waves walked to the side of the Scorpion at some point. Bring it here. He snatched the wooden box from Scorpion's hand. Then he retreated violently. The two beasts she summoned also retreated violently. Etienne? Scorpion? Scorpion was stunned and turned his head in disbelief. At this moment, the great sage's stick had already hit the ice elf. As early as when he finished attacking the white bear, the Monkey King began to use the strategy of waiting for the opportunity. Therefore, this attack is the current limit of the great sage's power. Boom! The ice elf was smashed to pieces. Puff! The two beasts died one after another in a short period of time, bringing terrible backlash to the Scorpion. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person collapsed to the ground in an instant. Shaixing just mounted his own beast. Seeing the miserable state of the ice elf, his eyes widened instantly, his lips turned pale, and he couldn't stop shaking. I didn't expect that the move the monkey used to kill the polar bear was not its full strength. He reacted quickly and hurriedly urged his beastmaster to go. Shaoqing, run away! As he spoke, Shaixing gritted his teeth. It's all because of that stupid Scorpio. He never does anything good but always causes trouble. If he had listened to me at that time and not provoked Etienne, the two of them would probably have left Santai by now. It was obvious that Etienne had no intention of taking action at that time. How could it be possible for a Beastmaster who could enter the third stage to be simple? Moreover, Shaixing had already seen it through the initial battle between the Monkey King and the White Bear. The monkey's fighting power is even higher than that of the little red bird. If one of them loses his fighting power, there is a high probability that they will lose even if they work together. It was obvious that Scorpion was mad because his Beastmaster had died. Shaixing was unwilling to follow him to die. So he made a quick decision, sold out his teammates, and escaped alone. But what she didn't expect was that the Scorpion's ice elf was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand the monkey's attack. Great Sage, catch up! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Monkey King jumps flexibly. Quickly approached the two fleeing beasts. The realm was suppressed, which had some impact on the two gold-level beast masters. And because Shaixing can only escape by riding on the big bird's speed is further reduced. All the unexpected things have led to the current situation, and Shaixing feels a little desperate. The exit passage was just around the corner. As long as she could get in, she could take out the treasures in the beast-controlling space, and use the narrow passage to stop Etienne. But it would take at least 5 seconds to enter the passage, and that damn monkey would definitely catch up with me during this time. It's over. Wrong! Shaixing suddenly found a chance to survive. Take a gamble! Call out. Shaixing directly threw the wooden box in his hand away from the Monkey King, and yelled at Etienne. Here is the most precious beast in the entire secret realm. Now it is dying and must rely on the wooden box to survive. If the box breaks, it will die within 5 minutes. She only needs 5 seconds, and for these 5 seconds, Shaixing would rather fail the mission. If the mission fails, you may die in the future, but if you are stopped by the monkey, you will die now. Now, the choice has come to Etienne's side. Etienne frowned. His purpose of coming to the secret realm was to contract a beast. If it was true as the woman said, it would be a pity if the beast inside died. But he knew very well that one should not let a tiger go back to the mountains. It was obvious that this woman was not a good person. She had ruined their plans for no apparent reason. If she were allowed to escape, she might become a disaster in the future. Even if he didn't care, Ying was too weak and had no ability to protect himself. No, we can't let her go. Etienne made a quick decision. Great Sage, ignore the box and keep chasing. There are so many rare beasts in the world, and Etienne doesn't believe that if he misses one, he will never find another good one. Ouch! Got it! The Great Sage continued to move forward. Shaixing wailed. Finally, in her desperate eyes, the Great Sage first smashed Bluebird's head with a stick, causing her to fall to the ground in a mess. Then another stick hit the dandelions and scattered them. Bang! However, the box broke into several pieces of wood as Shaixing said. A little bird covered in blood was revealed inside. At this point, the battle was completely decided. Etienne won. The scorpion was lying in a pool of blood, making hoarse roars from his throat, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. He never imagined that the small ant he thought he could easily crush to death turned out to be a terrifying wolf. He now feels regretful and desperate. It would have been great if I hadn't provoked Etienne at that time. Shaixing is now filled with regret. She hates herself very much for not firmly stopping Scorpion from taking action at that time. She didn't expect Etienne to be so powerful, nor did she expect that Etienne would be able to make a decision in an instant and go all out to kill her. Under normal circumstances, even if all of a Beastmaster's beasts die, the Beastmaster himself will not die. But both of them were given a special curse when they first entered the organization. As long as all the beasts die, they will die too. So the two of them are now doomed to die. Etienne didn't know this, so he asked the Great Sage to carry the two of them to a distance of more than 10 meters and have them lie side by side. The reason why he didn't approach the two of them in person was because he was worried that they might have some deadly tricks up their sleeves. After coughing twice, Etienne asked the two of them, "If you don't want to die, tell me who you are? What is your purpose in entering the secret realm? Why do you want to kill me?" His heart was truly filled with doubts. Etienne felt very innocent. He had done nothing, but suddenly a madman wanted to kill him. The scorpion had a painful expression and its body was twitching, but it was laughing in a creepy way. "I'm already dead, haha." Shaixing groaned in pain and stretched out a hand, trying to get close to Etienne. Her eyes were filled with fear. "Save me." Etienne was even more confused. Just as he was stunned, Shaixing spat out another mouthful of blood, then his outstretched hand dropped and slammed to the ground. The pupil quickly loses focus. It looks like he is dead. The scorpion might be stronger and could hold out longer than Shaixing, but its voice was also getting weaker and weaker. "I'll wait for you in hell. In 3 months, the evil god will surely descend upon Wushan City." Then, he fell down and died. Etienne? Chapter 62, Contract with the Red Spirit, Potential is a question mark? From Etienne's perspective, he had just entered Santai and saw a man and a woman, and the man wanted to kill him. Then he fought back and killed one of the man's beasts, and then 3 of the beasts tried to kill him. Afterwards, the Great Sage killed the 3 beasts one by one. Then, the man and woman died? Who can tell me what happened? Also, what is the evil god? He shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. In short, those 2 people are not good people. He was forced to defend himself, and managed to survive. Knowing too little information, Etienne couldn't come up with any conclusion, so he decided not to think about it for the time being. I rubbed my temples and felt a little headache. "Go out and ask Director Wang. He's well informed and might know something." Etienne walked to the dying bird. The little red bird was chirping faintly but sadly. I tried to identify it, but I couldn't match its appearance with any of the beasts I remembered. Etienne used the beast communication method he learned in high school to establish a communication channel with the little red bird. "Thanks," the little red bird said. Etienne responded. "You're welcome. I'm just trying to protect myself." Etienne stroked his chin and thought. The man and woman before were most likely members of a mysterious organization. And their target is the injured little red bird in front of them. Therefore, this seemingly petite bird is most likely not ordinary. This made Etienne a little curious. Just as the thought. It would be nice if I could see the message from this little red bird, flashed through his mind. A familiar prompt sound rang out. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1: 100,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Etienne was very surprised. This is also possible. Normally, if you want to know more about a beast, you need to take it to the professional house and measure it with professional instruments. I didn't expect this process could be simplified. Doesn't that mean I can see the data panels of all the beasts I control in the future? But 100,000 dragon coins was a price so high that Etienne felt a little distressed. After a little hesitation, I decided to take a look. It is not difficult for him to earn 10 now, but if he doesn't watch it, his curiosity may keep him awake at night. Wow, 100,000 dragon coins were gone, and the little red bird's information also appeared in front of Etienne. Race: Suzaku seal. Level: Silver seal. Potential: Skills: Sparkfall, Fire Wings. Etienne was stunned. What does seal mean? Why is potential a question mark? The word Suzaku reminded Etienne of a creature in mythology. He never expected that there really was a beast-taming race called Suzaku. I vaguely remember that the 4 symbols are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. I don't know if the little red bird is related to the 4 symbols, or if it's just a coincidence. As for the lack of potential, Etienne guessed that it might be because it exceeded his current understanding. Etienne only knew that above silver was gold, and above gold was diamond. Could it be that there is a higher level above diamond, and the potential of this little red bird is above diamond? Thinking of this, Etienne's heart was burning with excitement. If this is true, this bird is indeed too terrifying. No wonder it became the target of the mysterious organization. It's a pity that the bird is dying, otherwise we could have learned more about it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to me. Etienne raised his eyebrows. Would you like to try a simplified system? Then immediately recite it silently in your mind. Generate me a simplified plan for curing little red bird. It actually works. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1: Starfire 0. Requirement 2: 2 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Dragon coins are easy to explain, but what are starfires? Etienne scratched his head. This road is obviously blocked, and the little red bird won't be able to hold on for much longer. How can it have the time to understand what starfire is, let alone find it? Then change your thinking. Give me a simplified plan that will allow the little red bird to survive to the minimum extent possible. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1: 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2: Complete a contract with any Beastmaster and enter the Beastmaster space, unsatisfied. Etienne looked at the little red bird with burning eyes. After seeing the terrifying potential of the little red bird, he had already thought about signing a contract with it. Little red bird, I can save you, but I want you to be my beast. Are you willing? Although he was tempted, the contract required a two-way commitment. A forced melon is not sweet. If the little red bird doesn't want to do so, Etienne won't force it. The little red bird was silent, as if it was thinking. Etienne was not in a hurry either, as he should not be the one who was in a hurry now. Although the little red bird is only at the silver level, its IQ far exceeds that of the great sages of the same level. It knew that it was Etienne who helped it. If it weren't for Etienne, its future would probably be more painful than death. Human, what is your name? Etienne, do you have a name? My name is Qiling. Qiling paused and said, Etienne, I am willing to make a contract with you, but my life is slipping away rapidly and it is impossible for me to survive, so even if you make a contract with me, you can only get a corpse. So I won't make a contract with you. Qiling's tone was very sad. Etienne smiled. As long as you make a contract with me, I will ensure that you will not die. Impossible. I can sense that you are still very weak and cannot save me. The corner of Etienne's mouth twitched slightly. You, a bird, look down on me? This is simply unbearable. Trust me. Qiling seemed to sigh. Are you still not giving up? Then I'll help you. Don't worry, I will take the initiative to cancel the contract with you before I die, so that you can contract with the next beast. It is not an easy thing to take the initiative to terminate the contract, especially for Qiling now. It could have survived for a few minutes, but once it took the initiative to terminate the contract, it would instantly die of overdraft. But Etienne is its benefactor, so just consider it as repaying the favor. Etienne was overjoyed to see Qiling agreed. The second beast is decided to be you. Etienne stretched out his hand and cast the contract spell. A white light overflowed from his fingertips and entered Qiling's body. Soon, a sense of connection was felt that connected the two parties. Even without using communication skills, Qiling's voice can still be heard directly in Etienne's heart. Etienne, you felt it too, right? My life has come to an end. Incomparable sadness spread in Etienne's heart. Finally, thank you. Goodbye, I hope you find a better beastmaster. There was a red light beating in Qiling's heart, and it was ready to cancel the contract. At this moment, Etienne grabbed Qiling. Haha, you want to die, do I agree? Go in. Quickly open the beast taming space and throw the red spirit in. Qiling? Chapter 63 Everyone, if Etienne can do it, then so can we. Bullshit. Qiling was a little confused. It never expected that Etienne would interrupt it at the most critical moment. Does he know that this is his only chance to terminate the contract with himself? But just when Qiling entered the beast taming space, he suddenly found something wrong. My life force. It doesn't seem to be going on any longer. It was covered with wounds, and before entering the space, blood would continuously flow out of the wounds. But now it was as if the pause button had been pressed, and the blood from the wound was stagnant in a state where it was about to flow but didn't. Qiling's eyes widened slightly as he felt his body. It seemed as if a magical force appeared out of nowhere, curbing the loss of vitality. What a weird power! Qiling remembered what Etienne said to him. Can he really save himself? I couldn't help but feel a little more curious about Etienne. Its perception would not be wrong, Etienne was just an ordinary silver-level beastmaster. But Etienne actually did it, something that even diamond beastmasters find difficult to do. At this moment, Etienne's voice sounded in its heart. I told you I can help you, okay, just stay here quietly for now. Wait until I get out of the secret realm, and then I'll find a way to help you recover completely. Qiling was somewhat grateful. I thought I was going to die, but there was a sudden turn of events. Okay, thank you very much. Etienne smiled. You have been contracted by me. From now on you, me, and the great sage are a family. There is no need to thank me. The great sage's voice suddenly sounded. Ah? Etienne, why are we not one family of monkeys? Etienne Kai only discovered this after he contracted the red spirit. All the beasts he has contracted can communicate with him at the same time, just like a chat group. Hearing the words of the great sage, Etienne's mouth twitched. It's no wonder that Qiling has a higher IQ than you. You see, people don't ask questions like why are we not one family? But he still patiently explained to the great sage. Great sage, I was just making an analogy. Ah? Who is that? Etienne, why did you hit him? After a brief discussion, Etienne decided to give up. He directly took out an unopened bottle of wine from the beast taming space and threw it into the sky. The great sage leaped into the air with a roar and caught the wine. With wine to drink, it seemed to have forgotten that Etienne had not answered its question yet. Puff. Qiling smiled, but then grimaced because of the pain from the wound. It suddenly felt that being contracted by Etienne might be a good choice. Etienne stretched lazily. This journey to the secret realm is almost over. Before coming in, Etienne's goal was actually to be able to contract a beastmaster with gold-level potential. Unexpectedly, he was accidentally involved in the actions of a mysterious organization, and ended up contracting with the Red Spirit, whose potential is a question mark. Far exceeded the target. Very good. Unfortunately, perhaps because Qiling is now on the verge of death, after contracting it, he did not receive any power back. According to Etienne's estimation, he will get feedback only when he cures Qiling. After we get out, ask the Minister and Director Wang. They should know what Starfire is. If it doesn't work, ask a healing beast master to help. I don't believe it can't be cured. After taking a final look at the two bodies, Etienne walked into the passage. Soon, we returned to Channel 2. Hey Etienne, you finally came out. Song Yuan was waiting for him, and next to him, there was a turtle spraying water. This must be the beast he contracted on the second stage. Etienne searched his memory, and quickly found the information of the bastard. Race, water turtle. Potential, gold level. The turtle is not very big, not even as big as a palm. Song Yuan placed it in the palm of his hand and stroked the tortoise shell with his other hand. It's the beast I just contracted. What do you think of it? Etienne nodded. Great. His tone was sincere. According to past historical experience, it was great to be able to contract a beast tamer with gold level potential. And from what he knew, the water spout had the potential to continue evolving into a diamond level. Song Yuan chuckled twice. He was very happy to be praised by Etienne. As the two walked back, Song Yuan asked curiously, Etienne, where is your contracted beast? Take it out and let me open my eyes. Etienne shook his head. Not yet. Qiling now needs to rely on his beast controlling space to survive. Once he comes out, his vitality will continue to be lost. Well, what level has your contracted beast taming potential reached? Etienne shook his head again. I don't know either. Song and Yuan. His face looked normal, but he had already started cursing in his heart. Stingy! Not only did he not show it to me, but he also didn't tell me about my potential. He was very curious about what kind of beast Etienne had contracted. But if Etienne didn't say anything, he really had no choice. According to his estimation, at the very least, it should be gold level, maybe even diamond. In fact, it's not Etienne's fault. He really doesn't know what level of potential Qiling has. The two returned to one stage. Etienne raised his eyebrows and looked at the huge crowd and the beasts, feeling confused. Why are so many beasts injured? There is no need to fight in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. Also, why do most people look at themselves with such resentment? Why is the atmosphere so depressing? Shout Yan! Are you back? Ying came over and held Etienne's hand. Behind her, there was a white cloud that looked like cotton candy. Race, healing cloud. Potential, silver. This is what Ying gained this time. Although its potential is weak, this cloud is just like its name suggests, it can perform healing skills, making it a very useful beast tamer. The two chatted for a while. Ying was very satisfied with Yun, and Etienne was relieved. By the way, sister, what happened on the first stage? Why are so many beasts injured? Etienne asked curiously. He wondered in his heart, could it be that the mysterious organization had more than just the two he encountered? There might be other members? Ying covered her mouth and smiled. It's all because of you. Etienne was stunned. What does it have to do with me? Only then did Ying tell everything that happened after Etienne left. Other people at the scene saw that Etienne was able to break the protective shield. I think they can too. So they took turns to fight, but all failed. Later, someone suggested that we all go together. Some people think it is not reliable to go in together. After all, the channel can only allow one person to enter at a time, but many people decide to give it a try. These people worked together to attack the protective shield, and then it became what it is now. All the beast tamers who participated were either slightly injured or seriously injured. There were even a few beasts that were in critical condition, and the beast master had already left the secret realm to seek treatment. On the side, Song Yuan heard Yi Ying's story and lowered his head silently. Recalling my own experience. Chapter 64 The Beast God Meeting coming in 3 months? Etienne felt a little unhappy. No wonder these people look at me with such resentment. Quickly take Ying out of the secret realm. He was worried that others would be unable to resist and join in. After leaving the secret realm, he paid the money honestly and said goodbye to Yi Ying and Song Yuan. Etienne was surprised to find that the detailed version of the Monkey King's evolutionary path had been completed. The flow of information is being stored in one's brain. Resisting the urge to contact Shuing immediately, Etienne first came to career home and entered Wang Lin's office. Wang Lin was a little confused. Etienne, what's the matter? You have to see me before you tell me. As soon as Etienne came out of the secret realm, he called Wang Lin and asked him if he was in the office today. But when Wang Lin asked him why he was looking for him, he refused to say. Etienne looked around. Director, have you ever heard of the evil god? Wang Lin exclaimed, sat up straight abruptly, stared at Etienne, and asked instead without answering. Where did you hear these two words? Then Etienne told about his experience today. Etienne knew too little information about the mysterious organization, and Wang Lin was the head of the professional house, representing the official position, and was one of the city guardians of Wushan City, so he was trustworthy. Each city has 3 or more guardians, who must reach diamond level, and each of them is a tested hero. However, Etienne also concealed some things. For example, he did not expose any system information. Instead, he fabricated false information that his own beast-taming space might have special abilities that could stabilize injuries. Wang Lin frowned and looked uneasy. It took a long time before he said this. Xiaotian, your talent for training and taming beasts is the most terrifying of all the geniuses I have ever seen. There are some things you will definitely come into contact with in the future, so I can tell you something in advance. Then Etienne knew that the original purpose of establishing the career house was to resist the Beast God Society. The belief of the Beast God organization is the evil god. They want to enslave all beast men, as well as other humans. Thousands of years ago, a great war took place between the Beast God Society and the professional house. In the end, the occupational house won, but the Beast God Society was not completely destroyed, but moved to the dark. Quietly accumulate strength, and do something occasionally. According to Wang Lin, this is a secret that only diamond-level beast masters can know. Etienne couldn't help but feel confused. Why not make it public? After making it public, it will be easier to discover the conspiracy of the Beast God Society, right? Wang Lin shook his head. Because there are too many idiots in the world. After the existence of evil organizations is made public, they don't think about stopping them, but joining them. You know, protecting is much harder than destroying. Etienne asked again. Director, according to what the 2 beast masters I killed said, they will come to Wushan City to cause trouble in 3 months. How can we prepare in advance? He was mainly worried about Ying, as it was difficult for him to protect her all the time. Ying is the only relative he has in the world, and he must not let anything happen to her. Wang Lin shook his head again. Without any defense. Seeing Etienne's puzzled expression, he explained. Any beastmaster from the Beast God Society will say something similar before they die. Either the evil god will come in a month, or in 2 months, or 3 months. These are just smoke screens they are putting out. You hear similar statements in hundreds of cities each year, but in reality, the situation they say may not be heard for years. Etienne asked. What if what you say is true? Wang Lin pondered for a few seconds. That's just bad luck for us. We can't stay on guard all the time. Wushan City can't afford it. Wang Lin suddenly smiled relaxedly and patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm the city's guardian. If that day ever comes, I will stand in front of everyone in Wushan City. Even if we die, we must hold on until the masters from other cities come to support us. Etienne said nothing more. By the way, summon the beast you contracted in the secret realm and let me see it. Wang Lin said. I have healing abilities, maybe I can help you. Etienne's eyes lit up. That's great. If Qiling were in the outside world, he could still survive for a few minutes. Then Qiling appeared in Etienne's hands. Hey, what kind of beast is this? His. Such a serious injury. Wang Lin frowned. His right hand was immediately covered with a layer of green light, and he gently placed his hand on Qiling's body. Etienne sensed that a very warm and pure power entered Qiling's body. Looking at Wang Lin with some envy. When a Beastmaster reaches diamond level, he will gain some of the Beastmaster's abilities. About half an hour passed before Wang Lin took his hand away. The wounds on Qiling's body have completely healed. Wang Lin's face didn't look very good. Etienne, your beast's origin is damaged. I can only heal its external injuries. That is to say, your Sekirei can live normally, but cannot fight or use skills. Etienne asked. Then how can we restore the essence of the red spirit? Wang Lin shook his head. It will take time. According to my estimate, it will take at least 10 years. He felt a little regretful. Etienne is the junior he most hopes for. But the crucial second beast will have to wait 10 years before it can be properly cultivated. Years is enough time to change a lot of things. But fortunately, Etienne still has the great sage. Just this one beast tamer is worth 10 other beasts. Etienne nodded, and did not show the frustration that Wang Lin expected. This made Wang Lin look at him with higher regard. Etienne Dao. Thank you, Chief. In any case, Qiling can now move freely in the outside world. Wang Lin smiled. It's just a piece of cake. Wang Lin changed the subject. Etienne, do you want points? The occupation house is also responsible for collecting information on beast-taming species. Your red spirit should not have been included yet. If you are willing, we will use professional instruments to test the data of the red spirit. After the data is collected, you can reward 50 points. Wang Lin was somewhat curious about what kind of beast master could be targeted by the Beast God Society. Etienne thought about it and said, Can. Points, that's 50, don't miss it. He was also very curious about the extent of Qiling's potential. Etienne did not have the idea of hiding it just because Qiling's potential might be terrifying. First, as Qiling grows up, he will definitely not be able to conceal it. Second, maybe he can get more training if he reveals his potential. Seeing Etienne agreed, Wang Lin immediately called Zhao Dongdong. Dongdong, bring a beast measuring instrument over here. As for the specifications, 1 meter will be enough. Chapter 65 King Beast, Gold Level Spirit Wine. Etienne, do you want to be a teacher? Soon, Zhao Dongdong came over with a square mechanical box in his hand. According to his introduction, you only need to put the beast inside and turn on the switch, and you can see the detailed information of the beast on the screen outside the mechanical box. Etienne did as he was told. As Zhao Dongdong turned on the switch, the screen began to flicker. All three of them were looking forward to it. Then, suddenly there was a loud bang and the machine box exploded. Etienne? Wang Lin. Zhao Dongdong scratched his head in embarrassment. My problem, is that I came in such a hurry that I just picked up a random machine. The machine must be broken and needs repair. I'll go and replace it with a machine that has just been overhauled. Etienne looked at Zhao Dongdong's receding back. An absurd thought came to my mind, maybe it has nothing to do with the machine. It's because Qiling is so awesome that he made the machine blow up. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhao Dongdong came in like a flash. There was sweat all over my forehead. He patted his chest and made the promise. There will definitely be no problem this time. This machine was just overhauled this morning. Wang Lin nodded and glanced at him. It would be better this way. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here today, otherwise it would be a huge loss of face if any of the broken machines were allowed to be used by others. Etienne looked at Zhao Dongdong weakly and said, Ahem, Mr. Zhao, I want to ask, does this machine have a detection range? What happens if it exceeds the range? Maybe it can't be detected. Zhao Dongdong laughed. It's impossible to exceed detection. This type of machine has been in use for more than 20 years and has never had any problems that could not be detected. Etienne nodded, and he felt relieved. I guess the first time it was really a problem with the machine itself. Then put the red spirit in the designated position and turned on the switch. The three of them once again looked at the screen expectantly. And then, boom! The machine exploded again. Etienne. Wang Lin. Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong became anxious. It's over. I messed up twice in front of the director in a row. You will be in trouble in the future. I'll get another one. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to save the situation. Just as he was about to raise his foot, he was stopped by Wang Lin. Don't worry yet. After 2 consecutive machine explosions, Wang Lin realized something was wrong. There can't be such a coincidence. Maybe it's a problem with the test subject, Qiling. He looked at Etienne. Etienne, did you hear any other information about Qiling from those 2 people? Etienne said in a simple and honest manner. Some. When I first entered Channel 3, they all had their backs to me and didn't see me because they were chatting. I seem to hear what they are saying, potential, above diamond. Of course, Etienne would never reveal the fact that the system can view information. Wan Lin was stunned. Above diamonds? Zhao Dongdong expressed his doubts. Isn't the highest level of beast control diamond? Etienne also looked at Wan Lin in confusion. Director, is there a higher level above diamond? Wan Lin nodded. Yes, if that's the case, it would explain why the machine broke down. This machine can only detect diamond level potential at best. Above the diamond is the king beast. Zhao Dongdong looked at Etienne in shock. Although he didn't know the specific concept of a king beast, as a gold level beast master, he knew that diamond was already his dream. And the king beast is even beyond his dream. This guy Etienne is getting more and more outrageous. Although potential does not equal strength, Etienne has undoubtedly opened up a road to heaven, and he just needs to keep moving forward on it. And for most people, there is no road ahead. Sure enough, after Wan Lin said the words King Beast, Etienne discovered that in Xiling's data panel, the potential column was finally no longer a question mark. Instead, it turned into the two words King Beast. It turns out that the highest level a red spirit can reach is a king beast. However, behind Xiling's race and level, there is the word seal. Etienne still didn't know what it meant, nor did he know whether these two words would affect Xiling's potential. Etienne wanted to ask more, but Wan Lin just said that he would know when the time came, and he said no more. Afterwards, Etienne asked again about the Starfire. Wan Lin knew what this thing was, but the career house didn't have it yet, and said that the research institute might have it. Because the career house currently does not have a machine that can detect the information of the red spirit, the collection of the information can only be put on hold for the time being. But Wan Lin still gave Etienne 50 points and made an appointment for Etienne to wait for notification and take the test again. After Etienne left and drove Zhao Dongdong away, Wan Lin couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Great! A beast master with the potential to become a king has finally appeared in our Wishan city. No, I have to report this immediately. A beast master with the potential to become a king is even rarer than a benign mutated beast master. Originally, Wan Lin felt sorry for Etienne, thinking that he would have to wait 10 years before he could start training his beast. But I don't think so now. It would be great if I could have a beast master with the talent to become a king. I would be willing to wait for 20, 30 years, not to mention 10 years. For most beastmasters, diamond is the end point of their evolution. The same goes for Wan Lin's own beast. The qualifications to become a king depend purely on talent. Hard work is of no use at all. I'm really envious. Wan Lin gritted his teeth. This was the first time he had felt such emotions towards a junior since he became the director of the career house. 10 years from now, it will be the time for Etienne to take off. Wan Lin thought so. On the other side, Etienne walked out of the professional home. He picked up his phone and entered the trading mall with some hopelessness. After searching, there was indeed no Starfire. Through Wan Lin's introduction, he learned that Starfire is actually a kind of stone that contains the power of fire. But there are other discoveries while shopping in the mall. In the recently added column, I found a bottle of gold-grade spirit wine. The price is 50 points. Take it decisively. I opened the Institute's shopping mall again and searched, and found Starfire. Etienne was ecstatic. Great, with this, I can completely cure the red spirit. But the embarrassing thing is, Starfire is sold for 1,000 points each, which Etienne cannot afford. Moreover, Starfire has purchasing permissions requirements, and one must be a first-level researcher or above, which Etienne is not satisfied with. But it's not completely hopeless. It depends on how many points the Monkey King's evolutionary path can be sold for. He remembered that the requirement for a first-level researcher was to accumulate 1,000 points. It is impossible for Etienne to really wait for 10 years for Xiling to recover slowly. He picked up the phone and was about to call Chuing when Chuing called him too. Connected. Before Etienne could say anything, he heard Chu Ying's clear voice coming from the receiver. Etienne, do you want to enter Shanwu Beast Taming Academy? Etienne Dao. Minister, I have no plans to continue my studies for the time being. Chuing said. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, do you want to be a teacher at Shanwu Beast Master Academy? Easy day. What? Chapter 66. Zhang Qixing stood up again. According to Chu Ying, the Research Institute and the Beast Taming Academy are in a cooperative relationship. The institute sends teachers to the college every year. I have just joined the institute and am only a second-level researcher. I wonder if I can convince others. Yi Tian had some concerns. Chu Ying smiled and said, including the ratio you worked out in the previous assessment, you have completed 2 projects independently, and both gave an excellent ratio of over 30. Not to mention our evolution department, even in the cultivation department there are few people who can achieve this level. The capable are the first. You are certainly qualified to be a teacher. Most projects are undertaken by a project team, and there are very few who complete them entirely on their own like Etienne. Etienne asked about the teaching content again. Chu Ying said that if Etienne entered the college, he would be responsible for taking practical training courses. Once a month. Other teachers would teach students how to do experiments in advance. Etienne only needed to stay in the laboratory and keep an eye on the students to prevent them from having any accidents. Etienne thought about it and thought that this was simple. Then he asked the question that concerned him most. Minister, being a teacher can't be for nothing, right? How is the salary? Chu Ying chuckled. I knew you would ask this question. The Research Institute provides an additional 3 points of subsidy every month. The salary at the academy is 20,000 dragon coins per month. And you can share the college's resource base. This is the salary for the first 2 years. If you are willing to take more classes after 2 years, the salary will increase. If you contribute to the college, there will of course be additional rewards. Etienne rubbed his chin in thought. The total cost of both sides is 50,000 dragon coins per month, and you only need to take 1 class, so it's a good deal. The key point is that the college's resource library can be shared. In other words, Etienne can exchange materials from the college resource library. For him, breeding beasts in the future will inevitably require various materials. Multiple channels, multiple paths. How is it? Have you made a decision? I do. Okay, please take some time to come to the institute. I have already prepared a letter of recommendation for you. After you get the letter, you will need to ask the training department to sign it. Okay, I'll come now. Etienne changed the subject. By the way, Minister, I have a question. I have researched an evolutionary path that can break through from silver potential to diamond potential. I wonder how many points it can be sold for? Silence, a long silence. I seemed to hear the sound of a cup breaking coming from the other end of the receiver. Minister, are you still there? Etienne Dao. Only then did Chu Ying's voice come back. Are you kidding me? No. So which race did you research? The Stone Monkey King. Silence, another silence. After a long time, Chu Ying's voice finally came faintly. Come to the institute, now! If it were someone else, Chu Ying would probably have hung up the phone after the first sentence. But this person is Etienne. Too many impossible things have happened to him. So Chu Ying couldn't help but have absurd thoughts in her mind. What if it is true? Institute, Evolution Laboratory. Zhang Qixing was staring at the screen in front of him. Around him were several researchers in white lab coats. Behind the screen is a container-like mechanical box that is more than 3 meters long, wide and high. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly, stirring the guilty conscience of everyone present. Finally, the number stopped at 100. Boom! Everyone cheered instantly. Successful, haha, we succeeded! People jumped and hugged each other. Zhang Qixing also clenched his fists, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. The experiment passed the test, which means we successfully found a completely new evolutionary path. Next to him, the bald middle-aged man, Feng Huan, who was also the project leader, patted Zhang Qixing on the shoulder. Qixing, you did a good job this time. If it weren't for you, it might take us at least a week to find the path. Zhang Qixing rubbed his huge dark circles and responded with a smile. Just luck. He wasn't lying, he was just lucky. In the process of finding the evolutionary path, there are too many steps that rely on luck. Yesterday, because he was stimulated by Etienne, Zhang Qixing worked all night. All the previous steps of the evolutionary path that their project wants to study have been completed, and the only thing left is the last step, finding the most suitable environment. Among tens of thousands of simulated environments, Zhang Qixing was extremely lucky and found the correct answer after testing only 10. What everyone just did was to verify the entire process. The machine in front of them can simulate the process of beast evolution, using 200,000 dragon coins each time. When the number on the screen shows 100, it means that the evolutionary path is feasible. Feng Huan laughed. When doing experiments, luck is actually part of your strength. Qixing, you can't be so modest. Zhang Qixing lowered his head slightly. I still want to thank Brother Feng for giving me the opportunity. A researcher wearing glasses at the side pursed his lips when he heard this. His face remained unchanged, but he looked down on others in his heart. You should thank your uncle Shangxing. The project team members are basically determined from the beginning and will not change later. But other people had been working on this project for several months, and Zhang Qixing only joined in when it was almost finished. Moreover, he can start the experiment right after he comes in. If it were any other newcomer, this would be absolutely impossible. Other newcomers have to work for at least 2 months before they have the opportunity to practice. Who would believe that Zhang Qixing's face was not behind this? The step of finding an environment suitable for the growth of the beast requires absolutely no technical content, and is purely based on trial and error. Even without Zhang Qixing, they could have tried it out in a short time. To put it bluntly, Zhang Qixing was here just to pick peaches. So apart from the man with glasses, several other researchers present also disliked him. But on the surface, everyone was still in harmony. Feng Huan smiled again. Every year our department selects the best newcomer. I think you will definitely be the best newcomer this year. Zhang Qixing said modestly. Qixing is still self-aware. I think the best newcomer is Tian Kai. Feng Huan curled his lips in disdain. We are in the evolution department. Then Tian's talent is all in cultivation, so it doesn't count. I guess the minister recruited him to attack the training department. Zhang Qixing was still being modest, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. In the field of scientific research on beast taming, there is of course a chain of contempt. And evolution has been on the upswing of nurturing. Some researchers in the evolution department even look down on the cultivation researchers completely. Tian has a terrifying talent for finding skill combinations, but so what? Chapter 67, The Evolutionary Path of Thunderball, Winning Prizes is Within Reach. Zhang Qixing felt that he had finally won a game. He now wished Tian was by his side, and he really wanted to know what Tian's expression would be. Feng Huan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. All of you colleagues have worked hard recently. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Longfu Restaurant, let's celebrate. Everyone come, we won't leave until we are drunk. I'll submit our project for the award, and when we get the prize money, we'll celebrate again. The crowd cheered again. Everyone also knows what Feng Huan means by awards. The Longwu Western Evolutionary Path Assessment Competition, referred to as the Awards Competition. It is held every 6 months and hundreds of cities in the western part of Longwu can participate, including Wushan City. Each regional research institute can report new evolutionary paths developed within 6 months. Put them together for comparison. If you can enter the top 10, you will receive rewards. If you can enter the top 3, the City Research Institute where the project is located will also benefit. Feng Huan and the others had almost calmed down, nodded with satisfaction, and continued. Everyone has worked hard, please go and have a rest first. Just then, I heard someone knocking on the door outside the laboratory. Come in. It turned out to be Chu Ying's secretary Yang Tong. Xiao Yang? What's going on? Feng Huan asked doubtfully. Yang Tong greeted Feng Huan first before speaking. Engineer Feng, this is what happened. The minister is going to use the laboratory next, so I wanted to see if there is anyone there. Have you finished yours? Feng Huan said. It's all gone. And a little curious. Xiao Yang, do you know what experiment the minister is going to do? Yang Tong shook his head. I don't know about that. But from what I see, the minister seems to be quite anxious. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Feng Huan had no choice but to give up. A group of people walked out of the laboratory. The man with glasses looked at Feng Huan with some concern. Brother Feng, do you think the experiment conducted by the minister will not affect the evaluation of our project? Feng Huan smiled. Probably not. I haven't heard of any project the minister is in charge of before. Maybe he just did an experiment on a whim. And you should have confidence in our results. The man with eyes nodded. I think what Feng Huan said makes sense. The evolutionary path they found was to evolve a beast called Thunder Dumpling from silver to gold. It is a remarkable achievement. That's why I have the confidence to participate in awards competitions to be compared with other urban research institutes. As we all know, two dimensions are mainly considered when judging awards. One is the extent of improvement, and the other is the scope of application. Most of the paths studied range from bronze to silver, with silver to gold being rare, and gold to diamond even rarer. According to historical experience in awards, the path from silver to gold has a high probability of making it into the top 10. If you are lucky, you may even be able to get into the top 3. The second dimension, the scope of application, mainly depends on how many beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom have signed contracts with the beast. The more contracts there are, the wider the scope. If a beast tamer is only contracted by 10 beast tamers, then the benefits of finding out the evolutionary path will definitely not be as good as a beast tamer that can be contracted by 100 beast tamers. As history moves forward, basically all the common beast taming evolution paths on the market have been discovered by our predecessors. The lightning ball they developed is already a beast that has a slightly larger number of people contracted with it. According to the last statistics from Dragon Country, about 1 in 10,000 beast masters have contracts with Thunder Dumpling. It may seem small, but considering the population of billions in Dragon Country, that would mean hundreds of thousands of lightning balls. Feng Huan's eyes were burning. The economic value that hundreds of thousands of lightning balls can bring is a terrifying number. Not to mention anything else, the money earned from selling evolutionary materials and paths can definitely be calculated in billions. So whether it is from the extent of improvement or the scope of application, he is very confident in his research results. This is the most satisfying work in my career so far. The group separated at the entrance of the institute. Zhang Qixing had just taken 2 steps outside when he saw a familiar figure approaching the research institute. Etienne? Etienne responded politely. Zhang Qixing was still thinking a few minutes ago about how to find an opportunity to show off to Etienne, and now the opportunity has come. Stop, Etienne. Long time no see, what have you been busy with recently? Etienne was a little impatient and answered casually. Busy. Zhang Qixing's eyes suddenly lit up. How do you know that our project team has found an evolutionary path? Etienne? His face was full of confusion. Are we chatting in the same dimension? How irrelevant this is. Zhang Qixing really couldn't hold it in any longer. He has been an excellent student since he was young, ranked first, and has had a smooth journey. No one has ever given him such a great sense of frustration as Etienne did. So he was eager to prove himself in front of Etienne. Etienne thought for a few seconds before reacting. This kid, is he here to show off? He chuckled and bowed. Congratulations, then. Zhang Qixing chuckled. Well, it's not just my credit, although I did make an indelible contribution to the project. Seeing that Zhang Qixing wanted to keep him chatting, Etienne decisively found an excuse and ran away. Looking at Etienne's fleeing back, Zhang Qixing laughed heartily. On the other side, Etienne came to Chu Ying's office. Chu Ying had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as I saw him, I took him to the laboratory. Said seriously. Etienne, this machine in front of you costs 100,000 dragon coins to use once. Let me confirm again, are you sure? Etienne smiled. Certainly. Chu Ying still had some doubts. This matter is a bit too ridiculous. How long has Etienne been in the research institute? Forget about the simple things like figuring out the best ratio, which is something only the breeding department is willing to do. How come they even figured out the evolutionary path? And according to him, it was directly from silver to diamond. Normally evolution occurs step by step. This kind of leapfrogging evolutionary path will not appear even once in 100 paths. The most outrageous issue is the racial issue. The stone monkey, as one of the most common beasts to be tamed, has long been studied thoroughly. Over the centuries, countless research teams have tried to discover the evolutionary path. But they all failed. So we come to the conclusion. The stone monkey has no potential to evolve again. But Etienne said that he found the evolutionary path of the stone monkey. Chewing hoped very much that what Etienne said was true. If it's true, then our Wishan Research Institute will take off. Etienne stood in front of the instrument. There are clear operating instructions on the screen. He followed the instructions step by step. Chapter 68, One-Time Bonus Plus Profit Sharing, Becoming a Millionaire is just around the corner. First, choose the race of the beast. Then set the conditions step by step according to the evolutionary path in your mind. 100 days. Daily use. Oh, by the way, you must be able to use the 8-sided staff at the perfect level or above. A lot of operations went on. It took about 10 minutes to complete all the settings. Next, just wait for the instrument to automatically run the simulation. This thing is really a good thing. Unfortunately, the cost of using it once is too high. Otherwise, why would these researchers have to work so hard on experiments every day? They could just use the instruments to simulate. Although I know that the evolutionary path in my brain can definitely take effect. But before the instrument results came out, Etienne felt inexplicably nervous. And Chewing next to him was even more nervous. Look at Etienne's confident and calm expression when he inputs various parameters. It also made her believe more and more that what Etienne said was true. If Etienne can succeed, this is the moment to make history. And she, Chewing, is the witness of history. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The instrument hummed and was running at high speed. You can see that a virtual stone monkey king has been simulated on the screen. It is constantly changing according to the conditions set by Etienne. But it's a sped-up version. It would take Etienne 100 days to complete the input, so of course they couldn't wait here for 100 days. It only took half an hour, and it was almost over. Chewing could clearly see that the monkey on the screen had undergone tremendous changes. Especially his eyes, which were extremely sharp and did not look like a stone monkey who could only make wine. Another minute passed. The result finally came to fruition. Appears on the screen. Good! Chewing was stunned for a moment, then cheered out loud. It succeeded, it really succeeded. Half an hour later, in Chuying's office. Chuying's face was about to break from laughing. I really found a treasure. Logically speaking, as the Minister of Evolution, she should be well informed. It's not necessary to be so out of control. But Etienne's achievements were so amazing that she couldn't help but get excited when she thought about the huge profits that the Research Institute would bring in the future. After the evolution path is studied, the profit model is different from the optimal skill combination. The best match is a one-time deal. Do it, get the reward, that's it. The evolutionary path is not like that. The evolutionary path is a one-time reward plus profit-sharing model. First, an assessment will be made by people from the institute, and points will be awarded to the team that finds the path. Afterwards, the evolutionary path was sold on the market through various channels. For every copy sold, a portion of the sales will be taken as commission. There are 50 research teams being upgraded, and 50 research institutes where the research teams are located. This is a stone monkey. As a low-level beast tamer, the number of stone monkeys who are beast tamers is simply outrageous. Especially some beast masters, when they were young, had poor family conditions and were forced to contract with stone monkeys. When life gets better, he has money, but there is no way to upgrade the stone monkey. Chewing alone knows of several such people. Who could have thought that a low-ranking beast like the stone monkey would have a chance to rise again? During this half hour, Chewing also introduced the award competition to Etienne. When Etienne learned that he would receive extra bonus if he won the award, he decisively chose to participate. According to Chewing, he only needs to take half a day to introduce and demonstrate. If we can make a name for ourselves in awards competitions, it will be easier to sell the subsequent evolutionary paths on the market. Of course, Etienne is willing to do this kind of thing which requires no effort and brings huge benefits. Then I'll help you report your evolutionary path first, and then help you sign up for the awards competition. The awards competition will be held in 15 days. After the awards are given and the brand is known, we can officially promote the listing. What do you think? Etienne nodded. You are an expert in this method. It is entirely up to the minister to arrange it. Chu-Ying said again. In order to maximize your interest, the one-time reward will also be given to you after the award is evaluated. How about that? The amount of this one-time reward needs to be assessed jointly by the Research Institute and the Superior Research Institute. If Etienne can get a good title in the awards competition. If the evaluation is conducted again at that time, Chu-Ying will be more confident that Etienne can get more points. Seeing Etienne was a little hesitant, Chu-Ying asked. Xiao Tian, judging from your appearance, is there something wrong? Etienne Dao. Minister, this is it. Then he talked about his need to buy the stone worth 1,000 points. Of course, Etienne wanted to cure Qi-Ling as soon as possible. He would have to wait for days to get the points, which made him a little conflicted. He was wondering whether he should take less but get it as soon as possible. Chu-Ying smiled. Just this little thing? How about this? I'll buy the stone for you. When you get the points, just pay me back. Etienne looked at Chu-Ying with gratitude. Thank you, Minister. This is indeed a good solution. Chu-Ying's work efficiency is as high as ever. In less than 5 minutes, the starfire was delivered to Etienne's hands. The outer packaging is a jade box. If you open the box a little, you can smell the burning breath coming from inside. He closed it immediately, and then put the box into the beast taming space. I don't know what will happen when Qi-Ling recovers. In order to avoid trouble, let's wait until we get home. When he walked out of Chu-Ying's office, Etienne breathed a sigh of relief. Qi-Ling, I will be able to cure you soon. The purpose of coming to the Institute this time has been fully achieved. Successfully obtained the starfire that can heal the red spirit, and learned how to convert the evolutionary path into points. The one-time reward plus commission method made Etienne particularly surprised. Haha, as long as I can continue to sell evolution paths, I can make money just by lying at home. Becoming a millionaire is just around the corner. Etienne moved his arms. Why are there so many things to do? Does this mean that with great power comes great responsibility? Speaking of which, the time for the award competition may conflict with the time for subsequent training. Then I will have to ask for leave. Etienne did not leave the institute immediately. He still had one thing left to do. At this moment, he was holding a letter of recommendation from Chu-Ying in his hand. Only with this letter of recommendation could he enter the college as a teacher. The letter needs to be signed and recommended jointly by researchers from 2 departments at the level of deputy minister or above. I just asked someone and found out the location of the minister's office. I knocked on the door, but no one was there. After asking other people, I found out that Minister Su Chonglin had gone out to attend a meeting. Then we can only ask the deputy minister to sign. Speaking of which, Deputy Minister Zhang Xing has a close relationship with me. Bang, 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 Etienne knocked on the deputy minister's office. Come in. A somewhat deep male voice came from the office. Chapter 69 Zhang Xing's request. Qi-Ling recovered. Etienne pushed open the door and saw Zhang Xing processing official documents. Next to Zhang Xing stood a young woman in uniform, who should be Zhang Xing's secretary. Hearing someone coming in, Zhang Xing looked up and found that it was Etienne. He was visibly stunned. Etienne, what are you doing here? Now he has complicated feelings towards Etienne. Because of Etienne, he has lost face several times. Now the entire training department knows about it. There was once a training genius who wanted to join the training department, but because he didn't give him an internal referral quota, he ended up joining the evolution department in a fit of anger. Especially before, Etienne completed the project he was working on in a very short time. Everyone else in the project team was shocked. They worked hard for a long time, and when the harvest time was about to come, Etienne appeared out of nowhere and took away everything. And everyone blamed the fault on him. Even the usually well-mannered minister Su Chonglin scolded himself. The secretary also looked at Etienne. Is he Etienne? He is really as young as the rumors say. Etienne politely called Minister Zhang, and then explained the purpose of his visit. And put the letter of recommendation on Zhang Xing's desk. Zhang Xing was a little surprised. Did Chuing actually give this year's spot to Etienne? But it makes sense when you think about it. He didn't make things difficult for Etienne. He just picked up the pen and signed his name on the letter of recommendation. Etienne picked up the letter, said goodbye, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Zhang Xing. Etienne, don't leave yet. Is there anything else, Minister Zhang? Zhang Xing stood up with a conflicted look on his face. He hesitated for several seconds before he seemed to have made up his mind. Etienne, if you entered the evolution department because I didn't give you an internal recommendation before, I apologize. The secretary next to him widened his eyes. She has been with Zhang Xing for almost 2 years, and Zhang Xing acts superior to most people. Few people can talk to him on an equal footing. This is the first time I have seen someone apologize to someone like this. Isn't Etienne too awesome? Etienne smiled. Minister Zhang, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm not angry with you at all. Put yourself in their shoes. I'm afraid it's hard for me to believe that a high school student who has contracted a stone monkey is capable of entering the research institute. Zhang Xing looked at Etienne seriously. Etienne, come to our training department. Your talent shouldn't be wasted in the evolution department. This is Zhang Xing's ultimate goal. During the previous assessment, Etienne found the best ratio for the first time, and it can be said that he was extremely lucky. But a few days ago, I found the best ratio of the Great Dream formula. This definitely couldn't be luck. Etienne's talent for finding ratios far exceeds any genius Zhang Xing has ever seen. If Etienne is willing to join the training department, perhaps in the future he can bring the Wushan City Training Department to a first-class position in the country, or even the world. As long as you are willing to join the training department, I can apologize to you again in front of the whole institute. Zhang Xing's words were powerful. The secretary next to him couldn't help but cover his open mouth. Is Etienne so powerful that he can make Zhang Xing willing to give up all his dignity? Etienne felt helpless. Minister Zhang, this is not a question of whether to apologize or not. My purpose in entering the research institute has always been to conduct research on evolutionary pathways. Zhang Xing frowned. You are wasting your talent, Etienne retorted. Then how do you know that my talent for evolution is not as good as cultivation? These words left Zhang Xing speechless. He remembered that Etienne's performance was equally outrageous during the evolution assessment. I can only say it with gritted teeth. You can find the best combination of skills within a day or even a few hours. But even if you were given 10 times the time, could you find an evolutionary path within 10 days? Etienne was silent for a moment. It seems he really can. Ahem, to be honest, I have found it. Zhang Xing chuckled. Even if you don't want to join the training department, you don't have to make up such a lie. Etienne shrugged. Minister Zhang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As for whether I can do it, you just wait and see. I don't know whether Zhang Xing will participate in the award competition. But by then, the news will definitely be made public, and Zhang Xing will definitely know it. Etienne left. Zhang Xing looked at the closed door, a determined look on his old face. One day, I will get you back on the right track. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the notes on the screen, it turned out to be an old researcher from the institute. Xie. When Zhang Xing first came in, Xie was already there. Even Zhang Xing had received a lot of favors from him, so even though Zhang Xing is now a deputy minister, he still maintains due respect. Connected. Zhang Xing was just trying to show some concern for Xie, but he heard him scolding him. Zhang Xing, I heard that you abuse your power and force the talents who originally belonged to our training department to go to the evolution department? Let me ask you, how dare you? Zhang Xing was speechless and hung up the phone skillfully. This is the 20th similar call he has received recently. On the other side, Etienne first handed the recommendation letter to the designated location before walking out of the institute. I took a taxi and headed back. Looking forward to it. He got home quickly and found that Ying had resigned and had not returned yet. Summoned the red spirit and the box containing the starfire at the same time. As soon as I opened the box, I heard a familiar prompt tone. The simplified solution has been met. Then we saw the starfire rising into the air and quickly melting into a ball of red liquid. Fly into Qiling's body. Race, Suzaku. Level, Silver 0. Potential, King Beast Seal. Skills, Sparkfall Mastery, 3, Fire Wings Basics 3. As you can see, in the data panel, race and level are displayed normally. However, behind the potential column, there are still the words seal. Chiu! Qiling was surprised to find that all his strength had returned to him, and he let out a loud cry. Excitement was flying around the room. Then Etienne discovered that the room began to heat up rapidly. On the chopping board, the meat that had just been taken out of the refrigerator to thaw became soft in a very short time. It's hot. Etienne and the great sage wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. Some of them can't stand it anymore. I didn't expect that the restored normal Qiling would be so powerful. Even though he didn't do anything, he could naturally affect the surrounding environment. Qiling, please put away your magical powers. Etienne stretched out his hand and shouted. Qiling flew into Etienne's hand. I'll go. Etienne simply threw it away. This is too hot. Rinse with cold water immediately. This feeling is not much different from touching boiling water. Only then did Qiling realize that something was wrong. Apologize quickly. Etienne, I didn't mean it. Chapter 70 Qiling's Confusion. How can I become stronger without practicing? A man, a monkey, and a bird surrounded a small coffee table. Qiling has restrained all the overflowing energy and is lowering his bird head. Etienne held an ice pack in his right hand and applied it to the place on his right hand that had just been touched by Qiling. Qiling, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. Qiling has never lived with humans, so he has no sense of propriety at all. Etienne didn't blame it. Speaking of which, that was just an unconscious action of the red spirit. If it could consciously control its own power, how powerful would it be? By now the red spirit had fully recovered, and Etienne had time to ask about its origins. Qiling, have you lived in the secret realm of the ancient battlefield since you were a child? That's where I contracted you. Etienne always felt that the red spirit was not a species that could be bred in the secret realm. He checked the data over the years and found that there were only a few people who could contract diamond-level beast masters in the secret realm. The official conclusion is that diamonds have the highest potential in the secret realm. Qiling shook his head. I forgot. I just remember it was pitch black all around me, and I don't know how long I stayed in this state. When the darkness dissipates, I am in the secret realm. Not long after, I suddenly smelled a scent that made me feel intoxicated. I followed the scent and ran into those two bad guys. Etienne was in deep thought. Have you forgotten? In other words, Qiling only has memories for a very short period of time, so it is naturally impossible for it to know why the two people from the Beast God Society want to capture it. It reminded me of the word seal in the data panel. Could this be related? He shook his head. There was too little known information and nothing could be deduced. Let it be. That's right. Etienne suddenly thought, since the red spirit is sealed, could it be possible to unseal it? I immediately said in my heart, I want to simplify the process of unlocking the seal of the red spirit. There really was a reminder sound. Simplification failed. Please train the beast to a king beast first. The bad news is that it failed. The good news is that it really works. The king beast? Etienne stroked Qiling's little bird head. Qiling, one day, I will help you break the seal. Qiling was puzzled. What is the seal? Nothing. Etienne suddenly said. Qiling, after dinner I will take you to a place to test your strength. After finally curing Qiling, he was also looking forward to seeing how strong the beast tamer that was chosen by the Beast God Society would be. A test of strength? A battle? Qiling became inexplicably excited at the thought of fighting. Yes. Then, a burning breath came to my face again. Etienne glared at Qiling, and Qiling restrained himself again. Etienne went to prepare dinner. The great sage began to chat with Qiling. Qiling was a little serious. We are both Etienne's beasts, but there must always be a distinction between big and small. From now on, I am the boss and you are the second. When Etienne contracts a beastman again in the future, let it be the third. Do you have any objection? The great sage's eyes, which had been tightly closed due to his practice, suddenly opened. He naturally felt that the eldest brother sounded more handsome. So he argued. Why am I not the boss? I have been under Etion's contract for a longer time than you. Red Spirit rode. Of course the boss is determined by his fists. My fists are bigger than yours, so I am the boss. To be honest, it really didn't take the Monkey King seriously. Just an ordinary stone monkey with only silver potential. From now on, Etion will have to rely on himself when fighting with other beast masters. When the great sage and the two beast masters of the Beast God Society were fighting, Qiling was still in the jar and was on the verge of death. He had no idea what was happening outside. In its opinion, it must be the magical power in Etion that defeated the two men. The great sage first stretched out his monkey claw, then grabbed Qiling's bird claw and said seriously, Yeah, my fist is bigger than yours, so I'm the boss. Qiling. I'm just making an analogy, okay? The great sage was stunned. For example, who is it? Why do you and Etion both like to beat him up? Qiling. But for the sake of its position as the boss, it still spoke patiently. I mean, whoever fights best is the boss. The great sage was not convinced. We haven't even fought, how do you know I can't beat you? Hey, the little stone monkey is quite arrogant. How about this, let's find an opportunity to have a fight. Hit me if you want. At this moment, Etion's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you two, don't fight casually. Especially not at home. He was very worried that the two beasts would destroy the entire house. In fact, Etion was also very curious about what the scene would be like if the two beasts fought. In the evening, he plans to take Qiling to the artificial secret realm of the career house for testing. Should he make some arrangements for the two beast masters? Etion continued to cook dinner while the two beast masters continued to communicate. The great sage thought that the two of them would be living together for a long time in the future, so it was necessary for him to be united and friendly with the Red Spirit. So, he handed the wine gourd to Qiling reluctantly. Qiling, this is delicious. But you can only drink one sip. This wine is the gold-grade spiritual wine that Etion just gave him. The great sage had never tasted such good wine before, and the fact that he was able to share it with the Red Spirit was proof of his sincerity. Qiling shook his head. No, I want to practice. I feel that after my level is increased, I can recall some things. Although it has forgotten many things, cultivation is like instinct, and it has not forgotten them. It is a bird that demands a lot of itself. The great sage wondered. What is cultivation? Is it fun? Qiling? Do you want to take a look at what you are saying next? If you don't practice, how did you advance to silver? The great sage was confused. Isn't it enough to drink? Qiling was even more confused. Drinking alcohol can increase your level? The great sage nodded seriously. Qiling was somewhat shaken, and wondered if in the lost part of his memory, it was really as the great sage said that drinking alcohol could lead to improvement. But in the secret realm, it saw that other beasts were also practicing and improving normally. How about giving it a try? Qiling smelled the pungent aroma of alcohol and felt a little conflicted. Just then, Etion came over, patting his head. I just mean, I seem to have forgotten something very important. It turns out that I haven't helped Qiling simplify his training yet. When Qiling was about to touch the wine, Etion grabbed it. Then recite it silently in your heart. Simplify the cultivation method of Qiling. Simplify the skill upgrade of Spark Fall. Simplify the skill upgrade Fire Wing. Soon, 3 prompt sounds sounded in succession. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirements: devouring fire attribute materials. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1: 500,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2: watching the stars 0. Restriction: this solution can only improve proficiency to mastery. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1: 500,000 dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2: flight 0. Restriction: this solution can only improve proficiency to mastery. Chapter 71: entering the man-made secret realm again, sparks fell, and they were killed instantly? Similar to how the great sage needs to drink alcohol to improve himself, the red spirit needs to devour materials with fire attributes to improve himself. The one that is enhanced by looking at the stars is starfall, and the one that is enhanced by flying is fire wings. Fortunately, I had studied the best ratio of the Great Dream technique before and got 400 points. Otherwise, with Etion spending money at his current rate, he might have to go into debt to upgrade his beast taming level. I hope that after the Monkey King's evolution path enters the market, I won't have to worry about money anymore. Etion hoped so. 3 different pieces of information appeared in Qiling's mind at the same time. It seems that as long as it does what the information says, it can become stronger? Qiling was completely stunned. It is different from the Great Sage. As a low-level beast master, the Great Sage had never been exposed to any cultivation techniques when he was in the breeding base. It was not easy to be contracted by Etion, and it did not need to practice at all, so in its eyes, these were all natural things. So the Great Sage had no idea how outrageous this power was. But Qiling knows. Its wings trembled slightly as it took off into the air. Then it discovered to its horror that information about Fire Wing's proficiency was constantly being poured into its brain. What kind of terrifying power is this? Its Fire Wings have only been learned at the entry level, and it has hardly ever been practiced. According to Qiling's estimation, it would take at least several months of hard training to reach the next level of proficiency. But now, it only takes 100 hours, and directly to mastery? How can flying be considered training? It doesn't require any effort, right? Stargazing is even easier. Qiling already knew that making a contract with the Beast Master would be helpful to his own growth. It always felt that the main purpose of its contract with Etion was to repay a favor. But I really didn't expect that Etion could give me such a big surprise. Is it really good to be able to improve without any effort? By evening, Qiling had already accepted this feeling of getting something for nothing. It's really cool. Leaning on the windowsill, looking at the sky outside. Spark fall is increasing rapidly. At this time, Ian came back. She has submitted her resignation. The leader wanted to stop it, and even threatened to deduct all her performance rewards. But after knowing that Ying was about to enter the research institute because of Etion, immediately changed attitude. So Ying resigned smoothly and completed the handover work in just one afternoon. After dinner, Etienne took Dashing and Qiling out. He planned to let Qiling test his strength at the House of Careers, and then let the great sage Qiling fight. By the way, buy some fire attribute materials for the red spirit to devour. At this time, the bottle of gold-grade spirit wine that the great sage had obtained had been completely drunk. What surprised Etienne was that the Monkey King's drunkenness finally reached the perfect level. Gold-grade spirit wine is really good stuff. Race, Stone Monkey King. Level, Silver, 37. Potential, Silver. Skills, 8-sided stick mastery, drunkenness perfection, 0, waiting for the opportunity mastery, 67. Close your eyes and rest your mind, 79, introduction to winemaking, 0. In addition to being drunk, waiting for an opportunity and resting your eyes are also gradually increasing. Soon, Etienne came to a familiar place again, the entrance to the man-made secret realm. The secret place closes at 9 in the evening. Fortunately, it's only 7 o'clock now. When he walked into the lobby, coincidentally, the lady who received him last time was still the one at the front desk. The lady at the front desk was holding her head in a daze. When she heard someone approaching, she looked up reflexively. Then she saw the face that made her feel unwilling for a long time. It's you! Last time, because she was not proactive enough, Etienne slipped away from her, and she regretted it for several days in a row. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The angrier I get, the more I think about it. I thought it might be a long time before I could see Etienne again, or maybe I would never see him again. I didn't expect the two of them to be so destined. Etienne waved his hand. Long time no see, I'm entering the secret realm again. Please help me register. It's still the old process, fill out the form first. Because he had already been here, there was much less information to fill out. Hello, long time no see, how have you been these days? Etienne? Why are you asking this? perfunctorily said. Well enough. I've been having a bad time. Etienne interrupted. Ahem, why don't you just get to work first? All right. The young lady was slightly frustrated, yet also somewhat excited. Since Etienne appears again, she must seize the opportunity this time. Last time she said she would take a day off tomorrow. Etienne didn't understand her subtext at all, but this time she said it out loud. Etienne is young, handsome, and most importantly, he is a beast master with a bright future. I really can't find another person who is more suitable to be my boyfriend than him. After filling out the form, Etienne handed it to the young lady. The young lady took out a wooden sign and handed it to Etienne with both hands. Etienne wanted to take it, but found that the young lady was using both hands, making it difficult. Then I heard her gentle voice. If I could, I'd like to get up with you and give you a kiss. Isn't this obvious enough? Just saying it out loud has used up all the strength of the young lady. She had never said anything so blunt in her life. To capture a man's heart first. Fight hard to get Etienne. And even if it doesn't work out in the end, I still feel like I haven't lost out. When Etienne heard this, he was stunned. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, I just got up this morning and haven't brushed my teeth yet. Won't my mouth stink? Front desk lady? Then Etienne exerted force and pulled out the small wooden sign from her hand, then turned and left. Want to stink yourself? No way. The young lady had a messy look on her face. Are you sick? I just want to be romantic with you. Etienne held the sign and approached the entrance. Before going in, called Zhao Dongdong. Zhao Dongdong had said before that next time before entering the man-made secret realm, you must contact him to raise the secret realm's tolerance level by 1 level. After dialing the phone, explaining the purpose of the call, and telling Zhao Dongdong the small code on the back of the small sign, it was completed quickly. By the way, Mr. Zhao, can I stay here for a while after completing the challenge? Okay, I'll help you set it up. Is 5 minutes enough? That's enough. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Hey, it's just a piece of cake. Hang up the phone. Finally, I can go in. Etienne smiled at Qiling. See if you can break the great sage's previous record. Qiling is a little arrogant. Easy. The great sage's eyes also flashed with fighting spirit. I want to be the boss. Immediately afterwards, Etienne brought the 2 beast masters into the secret realm. It's still an empty space. There are still 100 silver-level scarecrows. Qiling, let's see your performance. Qiling flew straight into the air. Starfire falls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a moment, clouds made of fire appeared in the sky of the secret realm. Chiu! The red spirit cried out. The fire cloud fell like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. Like artillery fire. The scarecrows are no match for Huyun. Touch it and you will die. When the sound disappeared, only 100 pieces of burnt charcoal remained in the space. Etienne couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Good fellow! Chapter 72, Great Sage vs. Red Spirit. Is there 1 second from entering the secret realm to ending the battle? Is this the Beast Master with the potential to be a king beast? It's a bit too scary. This was the first time that Etienne had the most intuitive understanding of potential. Etienne took a few steps forward, squatted down, and put his hand close to the charcoal on the ground. The heat from the charcoal burned my hands. Qiling flew to Etienne's shoulder and glanced at the great sage again. How about it, do you still dare to fight me? The great saint Wei. Beat! This surprised Qiling a little. I thought that after seeing such a horrific blow, the great sage would retreat. Isn't it afraid of turning into charcoal? Qiling was a little embarrassed. You can hit me, but you have to wait for me to recover for 3 minutes. The falling sparks just now were loud and powerful, but also consumed a huge amount of energy. With just one move, Qiling almost lost most of his energy. Moreover, this trick cannot be used continuously. After using it once, there is a relaxation period of about 3 minutes. The Monkey King waved his stick. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Qiling was a little confused about the great sage. Is the Monkey King really stupid? The gap in potential between the two is too huge, from silver to king beast, a full 3 levels. If it were any other silver potential beastmaster, they would have been conquered by his domineering attitude long ago. How could he be like the Monkey King, still maintaining his fighting spirit? At this time, Etienne smiled and turned his head to look at Qiling. Qiling, don't underestimate the great sage. You may not be its opponent. Qiling was stunned. Why did even Etienne say that? The contempt I had for the great sage in my heart was slightly reduced. But I still maintain the belief that I will win. If Etienne were asked to judge the outcome of the battle between the two beast masters, he would not dare to give an accurate result. Just now, Qiling killed all the scarecrows in one move, and the time record he set was far beyond that of the Monkey King. However, Qiling has group attack skills, while the great sage does not. The Monkey King beat all the scarecrows to death one by one with a stick. There are many factors that affect the outcome of battles between beast tamers, including status, attribute restraint, skill restraint, combat experience, and so on. So, just because Qiling lost to the two people from the Beast God Society last time, and the Great Sage won, it does not mean that the Great Sage is stronger than Qiling. You have to fight to know everything. Of course, in his heart, Etienne still prefers the Great Sage. After all, the Monkey King has spent more time with me. After a few minutes, Qiling's strength recovered a little. Skills can also be reused. A monkey and a bird are at the two ends of the secret realm, and Etienne acts as the referee. As soon as he gives the order, the battle will begin. Great Sage Qiling, let me make it clear first, you can fight, but you must know your limits. Competition comes second, friendship comes first. Did you understand? The two beasts answered at the same time. No. Okay, the battle begins. As Etienne's voice fell, the great sage picked up his stick and rushed towards Qiling in one step. Qiling flew straight into the air. Both wings were burning with orange-yellow flames. Originally, the red spirit was only the size of a palm. Even if its wings were spread to their maximum, they would only be the size of 2 palms. But the flaming wings that suddenly grew out made its width exceed 1 meter. The great sage picked up the wine gourd from his waist and took a gulp. The speed increased again. The drunkenness was already at a perfect level, turning the Monkey King into a complete afterimage. Etienne couldn't even keep up with the action. So fast. Qiling was very surprised. Thinking of Etienne's various magical qualities, it's no wonder that this monkey dared to fight with him. Apart from anything else, the great sage's speed is definitely the fastest among the silver beasts, far ahead of others. Speed alone is not enough. Just as the great sage swept over with his stick, the red spirit had already flown to a height of 10 meters. I am naturally invincible. Just when Qiling thought he was stable, the great sage kicked his legs and jumped, scaring him. He was clearly on the ground the previous moment, but appeared directly in front of him the next moment. Is this a flying monkey? Boom! The terrifying stick wind attacked Qiling. At this moment, Qiling felt greater pressure than the last time he fought against the Beast God Society. He made a snap decision and flew sideways, but his wings were still attacked by the Monkey King. The flaming wing on the right was directly turned into a spot of light and then dissipated into the air. Fortunately, the flame was not a physical entity, and it grew back after escaping from the Monkey King's attack. The Monkey King fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. In the first confrontation, Qiling was at a disadvantage. The great sage stood on the ground, one hand on his waist and pointing at Qiling with a stick in the other hand. Have you seen how powerful I am? Give up, Qiling. The contemptuous look in Qiling's eyes had disappeared, replaced by seriousness and earnestness. The great sage's power far exceeded his expectations. Not to mention the silver level, even among the gold level beast masters, there are probably few rivals. But even so, it won't give up. It's just the beginning. The red spirit flapped its wings, and a fireball gathered in front of it. Go! The fireball dropped from the sky like a cannonball and hit the Monkey King. The great sage's counterattack was still with a stick. Bang! The stick collided with the fireball and exploded it directly. But Etienne keenly discovered that the Monkey King's monkey hand was trembling slightly when he was retracting the move. Obviously, it is not easy to explode the fireball. The battle gradually became more intense. A monkey and a bird were coming and going. Because of natural advantages, Qi Ling has a slight advantage. It kept attacking with fireballs, and the Monkey King could only be treated as a target. The great sage was not completely passive. From time to time, he would suddenly jump up and hit Qi Ling with his stick. In order to ensure the accuracy of the fireball, Qi Ling could not let it fly too high, which gave the Monkey King a chance to attack. This monkey is so difficult to deal with. Qi Ling felt a little regretful. It originally thought that it could easily suppress the monkey, so it chose to fight the Monkey King even though it was exhausted. I didn't expect the Monkey King to be so powerful. What frustrates it the most is that every time after dealing with a fireball, the Monkey King would inexplicably close his eyes. Once it opened its eyes, it could find that its strength had increased slightly. The monkey and the bird exchanged dozens of moves. Qi Ling's strength gradually ran out, while the great sage still maintained his peak condition. Powerful strength, terrifying speed and flexibility. Bottomless and extremely fast recovery of physical strength. The three together are even more disgusting than taffy. If this continues, we will definitely lose. We can only use Starfire to fall. Qi Ling decided to end the battle with a special move. At the same time, Etienne's urging voice came. Great Sage Qi Ling, how about we fight again next time? The time is almost up. Before coming in, he only had 5 minutes to discuss with Zhao Dongnong. Now 5 minutes are almost up. Qi Ling and the Great Sage said at the same time. No! Etienne. Chapter 73 The Secret Realm was destroyed again? Etienne discovered that his two beasts had one thing in common, which was that they were both warlike. The Red Spirit looked down at the Great Sage, whom it regarded as an equal rival. Great Sage, if you can take my next move, you win. Then we saw clouds of fire rising in the sky. Is this the same trick again? Etienne smiled. If that's all, you won't be able to defeat the Great Sage. No, it's not over yet. After the fire cloud appeared, it did not fall directly, but gathered towards the same point. The Great Sage, on the other hand, was quietly waiting for the right opportunity. It only took a few seconds for the fire clouds to all overlap. It transformed into a moltres that looked similar to the Red Spirit, but was much larger. Even from a long distance away, Etienne could feel the terrifying pressure coming from the firebird. It seemed as if it was going to burn everything in the world. The Monkey King was sweating profusely as he faced the firebird. The monkey's hair was tangled up and he looked a little disheveled, but his eyes were still bright. Great Sage, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Qi Ling's voice is clear, but also full of dominance. The Great Sage roared. Come! Qi Ling chuckled. I accept you as my second brother. Go! Boom! In the secret realm, the entire sky was reflected in orange and yellow. The firebird flapped its wings and rushed towards the Monkey King. Qi Ling had exhausted all his energy, and could no longer maintain his fire wings, so he returned to his original appearance. Just as the firebird was about to land, the Monkey King did not attack immediately, but retreated more than 10 meters. Qi Ling smiled. Escaped? Do you think you can get away with it like this? There is a connection between Moltres and Sekai Ray, and Sekai Ray can control the direction of Moltres' movement. Wrong! Qi Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just as he was about to change the direction of the firebird, he saw the Great Sage running towards the firebird. Etienne also looked at the Great Sage with surprise. I see. Boom! The Great Sage suddenly swung out the 8-direction staff with great skill. The golden stick shadow raged wildly from bottom to top. Gold and orange finally collided. There was a shocking roar. The earth began to shake and the air began to distort. Even the sky was divided into two halves by two colors. Two extremely terrifying energies crushed each other. Squeak! Squeak! One could even see traces of thunder raging at the point where energy intersected. I want to be the boss! The Great Sage clenched the stick with both hands and roared with all his strength. Boom! Finally, the winner is about to be decided. Bang! Moltres is powerless, and the Monkey King's stick is rushing all the way. Hit hard. It shattered into sparks in an instant. The great sage raised his hands high and roared with excitement. I won! Etienne and Qiling looked at this scene in shock. Some of the scattered sparks flew onto the Monkey King and burned his monkey hair into black spots. The great sage didn't care. Qiling sighed. I lost. Etienne walked forward a few steps, came to the great sage, and touched its head. Here you go. The great sage also enjoyed Etienne's big hand. Before he knew it, the Monkey King's height was almost reaching Etienne's chest. The Monkey King's final attack was not only a result of waiting for an opportunity and using the 8-direction staff, but he also used drunkenness to speed up his attack. He was ready to attack from more than 10 meters away, and when his speed reached its highest point, he swung the stick again, further increasing the power of the 8-direction stick. This is a combination of 3 skills. If this were not the case, the outcome would be uncertain. Only now did Qiling truly recognize the great sage. But still said it proudly. If I hadn't been exhausted. If only my skill proficiency wasn't as good as yours. If I didn't know how to perform combo moves. I won't lose. The great sage scratched his head. I don't care if I win, I'm the boss. Qiling lowered his head and swore secretly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, I will take back my position as big brother. It is a king beast with great potential, but it lost to a silver beast with great potential. It is not convinced. Etienne laughed out loud. After this battle, the relationship between the 2 beasts should be much better. Speaking of which, Qiling is indeed a potential king beast. Both of his skills are at gold level, and his proficiency is far lower than that of the Monkey King, but he can still fight back. How powerful will you be when your skill proficiency improves? But Etienne would not ignore the great sage just because of Qiling's terrifying potential. After the great sage evolves, his potential will also be greatly improved. And this day will not be long before. The time is almost up, let's go. Etienne is ready to leave the secret realm. But just before leaving, I suddenly discovered that at the location where the Monkey King delivered the final blow, a black irregular line appeared in the air. This is a crack. The cracks are spreading. The corner of Etienne's mouth twitched slightly. No way! Have you caused problems in the secret realm again? After you get out, you have to talk to Mr. Zhao right away. After a few seconds, the countdown ended completely and Etienne was teleported out of the secret realm. When I returned to the real space, I just raised my head and saw Zhao Dongnong standing in front of me. Are you waiting for me? Mr. Zhao. Etienne greeted. Zhao Dongnong also responded quickly. Although he is an elder in the professional family, he dare not underestimate Etienne at all. According to Zhao Dongnong, he came to the secret realm because he was about to conduct an inspection. Etienne Dao. Mr. Zhao, it's a good thing you're here. I might have caused problems with the secret realm again. Zhao Dongnong was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously. Impossible. He has clearly raised the secret realm's tolerance level. As long as the power limit does not exceed gold, it is impossible to cause any damage to the secret realm. The last time Etienne's monkey destroyed the silver secret realm, that was already outrageous. Okay. A light bulb went off in his head, and he thought that this was only Etienne's second time coming to the secret realm. He slapped his head and understood. Etienne must have misunderstood, Zhao Dongnong explained. Etienne, it is normal to cause damage to the terrain during battle. The secret realm has the ability to repair itself. When the next Beastmaster enters, it will be restored to its original state. In fact, this question is not only asked by Etienne, but also by many Beastmasters who come to the man-made secret realm for the first time. What? I smashed a big hole in the ground. What? I burned all the trees on the mountain. Seeing that Etienne still looked worried, Zhao Dongnong laughed. I'll take a special look when I go in for maintenance later. You just came out of the secret realm. Are you relieved? Even if there is a problem, you won't have to pay for it. Etienne nodded. That's good. He breathed a sigh of relief and simply handed the wooden sign in his hand to Zhao Dongnong. Then he said goodbye, exchanged a few more words of greeting, and left. Seeing Etienne leave, the lady at the front desk felt a little lost. Zhao Dongdong picked up the sign curiously, walked to the machine next to the receptionist, and checked Etienne's results. Etienne got second place the first time, so he should be first this time, right? Soon, Etienne's results were displayed on the screen. Just as Zhao Dongdong expected, on the silver level ranking list, the word Monkey King jumped up again and directly became the first. But Zhao Dongdong was still stunned. Chapter 74 The Messy Man in Black. Is my cousin's target Etienne? In Zhao Dongdong's expectation, Etienne could be several seconds faster than last time, maybe even 10 seconds faster. But what the hell is this 1 second on the screen? He began to doubt his life and rubbed his eyes. You're right. The corners of Zhao Dongdong's mouth twitched. Fuck, I'm witnessing history. He had reason to guess that the record set by Etienne now might not be achieved by anyone else. After standing there in a daze for several minutes, Zhao Dongdong finally calmed down. We need to tell the director about this. I just picked up my phone and found that the scheduled inspection time was about to arrive. According to the regulations, he must clock in at the secret realm before the deadline, otherwise his salary will be deducted. Go inspect first, then find the director when you come out. Zhao Dongdong picked up a box of entry cards, ran a few steps, and came to the gate of the man-made secret realm. Started his daily work. Bronze 01, no problem. Bronze 02, no problem. Silver 03, no problem. Silver 04, why the hell did Silver 04 collapse? When Zhao Dongdong walked into the Silver 04 secret realm, most of the secret realm had been shattered. Isn't Etienne's Silver 04? Oh my god, he didn't lie to me. Did he really cause any problems in the secret realm? Zhao Dongdong is very skeptical about life. He has already temporarily reinforced Silver 04. Unless you can launch an attack that surpasses gold. Isn't Etienne's beast taming a little too powerful? The question is, isn't Etienne a silver beast master? Can you please follow some basic common sense? After inspecting all the secret realms, Zhao Dongdong returned to the hall and immediately called Wang Lin. Connected. Director, I have something to report, Zhao Dongdong said. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm busy now. Okay, it's about Etienne. I thought you might be interested. I'll hang up first. Wait, go ahead. I've thought about it, and I can still spare a few minutes. Zhao Dongdong. He rolled his eyes silently, but still spoke honestly. Etienne has come to the man-made secret realm again, and he has broken the record and is now number 1. Okay. I've already guessed that he can do it. Let me guess how long it will take. Under 20 seconds, right? The director was so smart. Etienne only took 1 second, and it was just within 20 seconds. Wang Lin was silent. You call this just right? However, Etienne's results did surprise him. Seconds, that is to say, it's over as soon as you enter. I really can't figure out how they did it. Zhao Dongdong paused and continued. Etienne not only cleared the level within 1 second, but also destroyed the secret realm because his strength exceeded the limit of the secret realm. Wang Lin frowned subconsciously. Didn't you adjust the tolerance strength of the secret realm? It is only natural that Etienne can destroy the secret realm, Zhao Dongdong said. It was upgraded by 1 level, but it was still destroyed. Wang Lin fell silent again. He asked after a long pause. Where's the video? Zhao Dongdong said. It was unfortunate this time. When I entered the secret realm, the surveillance camera in the sky had been shattered by the space crack. The storage chip was shattered into pieces. There is no way to repair it. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lin was silent for a long time. This kid has become stronger again. He thought of a possibility that the great sage might have mastered the skill of group attack. With Etienne's training ability, it can indeed be done. As for Qi Ling, he ignored him. Qi Ling's future is 10 years later. This is a good thing. The stronger the great sage is, the more likely he is to get good results in the exchange competition. Wang Lin tapped the table with his fingers. I have already reported Etienne's news last time, why haven't you responded yet? On the other side, Etienne returned home and lay lazily on the bed. There are only a few days left before school. Etienne planned to go directly to Zhou Tiangang to withdraw from school on the day he arrived. I can finally have a good rest these days. Oh, by the way, take some time to look at the new house tomorrow. I opened my phone and clicked into the class group, which I hadn't seen for a long time. The group message has already reached 999. I glanced through it briefly and lost interest. The topic basically revolves around how to train the beast man to bronze level. Class monitor Zhang Hao's beast master successfully broke through 5 days ago and entered the top 100 in the training speed list. It also brought honor to the class. There were also 2 dark horse players following closely behind Zhang Hao, who successfully broke through 2 days ago and 3 days ago respectively. Etienne fell into a deep sleep. At this time, outside the secret realm of the ancient battlefield, a man in black was standing disheveled in the wind. The secret realm is about to close. Why haven't Jiaxing and Scorpion come out yet? The man in black gradually felt that something was wrong. Etienne was sleeping, the man in black was in a mess, and Song Qihang from the Song family was working hard to train the beast. Drop. Suddenly, I heard footsteps outside the door and the sound of fingerprint recognition. When I turned around, it turned out to be my father Song Wei who came back. Behind Song Wei followed his cousin Song Yuan. Qihang, are you still training the beast? Song Yuan was changing his shoes while carrying about Song Qihang. I heard from my uncle that you got up early in the morning to train. Have you not stopped until now? Song Qihang nodded. Well, I've had Laman practicing for a whole day. Song Yuan was somewhat shocked by Song Qinghang's diligence, and he tried to dissuade him. Qinghang, when training a beast, you need to know how to combine work and rest. Lan Lan, the moonlight cat who was maintaining a strange posture and absorbing spiritual energy, also took a look at the right time. I totally agree with Song Yuan's statement. Song Qihang shook his head. Cousin, I have a goal that I must surpass. He must work very hard. I have to work harder than him. Song Yuan smiled. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems like he is recalling the past. I once had such an opponent, and we competed with each other. No one is willing to admit defeat. As a result, we both got into the Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. Song Qihang continued to train Moonlight Cat. Song Qihang was a little thirsty and prepared to pour himself a glass of water. Just after getting the water and walking back, I found that next to the Moonlight Cat, there was a rubber man used for training. There was a note stuck on the rubber man's head. Song Yuan burst out laughing. Let me see what the name of the person who can beat Qinghang's opponent is. Getting closer, he saw Etienne's name. Song and Yuan. The person my cousin wants to surpass is Etienne? No, it's possible that the name is just repeated. That must be the case, right? But it seemed that he remembered that when Song Wei first introduced Etienne to him, he said that Etienne was Song Qinghang's classmate. Try to ask Song Qing about the route. Qihang, is the beast you contracted with Etienne, the one you want to surpass, a stone monkey? Song Qihang said in surprise. Cousin, how did you know? It's confirmed. Chapter 75 New House. Ying was shocked. Etienne has other sisters? Song Yuan looked at his cousin's determined eyes and seemed to be hesitant to speak. This is what ignorance means, right? He has fought with Etienne. It's not quite accurate to say that they had a fight. It should be said that he was unilaterally crushed by Etienne. Song Qihang has a hard time catching up with himself. How can he catch up with Etienne? Cousin. How about we change our target? Why? Song Qihang frowned. Cousin, do you know Etienne too? You think I'm not as good as him? Song Qihang was a little angry. I am not as good as him now, but I believe that with hard work, I will gradually narrow the gap with him. One day I'll be able to surpass him, Song Yuan said in his heart. I'm afraid we are being pulled further and further away. Just as he was about to tell Song Qihang what he knew about Etienne, he heard a cough. Song Wei came over and grabbed Song Yuan. Xiao Yuan, let's go and talk about something. Song Yuan was confused and was pulled to a place far away from Song Qihang. He asked, realizing something. You don't want me to tell Chi Hang about Etienne? Song Wei nodded. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen such a strong fighting spirit in Chi Hang. And all this is because of Etienne. If Chi Hang knew that Etienne would have no chance of catching up. I'm worried about what it will do to his condition. At least before the college entrance examination, I hope he can maintain his current fighting spirit. Song Yuan nodded, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Song Chi Hang. If this child knew one day that the goal he has been pursuing will never be reached. What a blow it will be! It only took Etienne 2 days to finish building the new house. A 3-story single-family villa with a yard and a basement, of course, rented. The monthly rent of 30,000 dragon coins is already a sky-high price in Wushan City, an 18th-tier city. The location is not far from the career home. Etienne looked at several houses and finally chose this one for 2 reasons. First, he has a strong ability to make money now, so there is no need to save money on quality of life. Since he is changing, he might as well change to the best. Second, the house is very close to the professional home and is very safe. Although Wang Lin said that the arrival of the beast god was just a smokescreen, Etienne still felt a sense of crisis. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. If the beast god society really wants to cause trouble, the area near the career house is undoubtedly one of the relatively safe places in the entire city. The siblings didn't have much stuff accumulated over the years, so they called a truck ordered online and moved everything in one trip. Standing in the yard, watching Ying coming in and out, busying herself, Etienne couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Sister, let me help you. In the evening, the family leaned on the soft sofa. Ying was completely exhausted, but there was still an unstoppable smile on her face. Etienne said helplessly. Sister, how about we hire someone? Ying immediately retorted. Why spend that money? Let me do all the housework from now on. I've inquired about it. My job at the research institute will be very leisurely. I'll get off work at 3:30 every day. You have to let me have something to do. He put his hands on his hips. It's just 3 floors and a basement, simple as that. Etienne shrugged. It can be seen that Ying really enjoys the hard process. Okay, as long as you're happy. Not only Ying, but the 2 beast masters were also very excited. The yard of hundreds of square meters behind the house has become a playground for the Monkey King and Xiling. The Monkey King can finally jump around without restraint. The previous room was less than 50 square meters in total and was divided into 2 bedrooms and a living room. The Monkey King is very strong and it is easy for him to lose control and break either the sofa or the bed. All in all, everything seems to be moving in the right direction. After dinner, Etienne called Zhou Tiangang. There were only a few days left before school started, and he wanted to give Zhou Tiangang a shot of prevention in advance. Mr. Zhou, this is the case. I plan to drop out of school. When Zhou Tiangang learned that Etienne was recommended by the Research Institute to be a teacher at the Beast Taming Academy, he was obviously stunned. Indeed, given Etienne's current condition, there is no need for him to stay in school. Zhou Tiangang thought for a moment, and then said, Xiao Tian, do you think this is okay? You don't need to come to school for the rest of the time. I'll ask for leave for you, and I'll mail your diploma to you when other students graduate. It can be regarded as a complete picture of your student days. Etienne raised his eyebrows. Isn't this against the rules? Zhou Tiangang laughed out loud. I'm the principal, and what I say is the rule. Besides, the purpose of running a school is to cultivate talents. As long as the purpose is achieved, the process can be flexible. Only then did Etienne nod. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Tiangang said. Between us, there's no need to say thank you. After a pause, his voice took on a hint of seriousness. Etienne, you are the best student I have ever taught. I'm so proud of you. After hanging up the phone, Etienne felt a little uneasy. There is a feeling of being recognized. Not long after, the phone rang again. It was Zhou Qiong. Xiao Tian, I heard that you are going to Shanwu Beast Taming Academy to be a teacher? Yes. Etienne wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. Mr. Zhou has a really big mouth. I'm very familiar with the academy. When are you going to register? If necessary, I'll go with you and introduce you to the academy. Well, come to think of it, I'm just a high school teacher and you're a college teacher. I feel a little unbalanced. But overall, I'm still very pleased. After all, Zhou Qiong has watched Etienne grow step by step to where he is today. It's outrageous. How long has it been? In less than a month, Etienne achieved 3 consecutive jumps. From an ordinary student to a genius student, to a member of the research institute, and now directly to a university teacher. Etienne first thanked Zhou Qiong for his kindness, and then said, I haven't received any notification yet. If necessary, I will contact you, Sister Qiong. The two chatted for a while, with Zhou Qiong mostly talking and Etienne listening. After hanging up the phone, Etienne discovered that Ying had quietly stood behind him without him knowing when. Both ears were erect and gossip was written all over his face. Shout Yan, who is this? From the voice I heard, it's a girl. You guys talked for so long. Ying nudged Etienne with her elbow. Tell me, is she your girlfriend? You are an adult now. If you want to date, I will support you. Etienne saw that Ying's eyes were shining. I am speechless. No, just one sister at a time. Elder sister? Ying was stunned on the spot. What, my brother has another sister outside. Chapter 76, Skills break through one after another, and the 1-month deadline has arrived. Etienne laughed twice, stood up and prepared to go to his new bed. After that, he didn't need to go to school and just waited for the training camp before the city exchange competition to begin. I calculated the time and there was less than a week left. Wan Lin has sent the specific time and place to Etienne's mobile phone via email. Etienne still has some spare money now, so before going to bed, he opened the software of Career Home and Research Institute respectively, and looked through them for a while. He wanted to buy a few more bottles of gold-grade spirit wine. However, the production of gold-grade spirit wine is extremely small and can only be seen occasionally in shopping malls. And if you are not careful, others will get there first. Etienne stroked his chin and thought. It's so difficult to buy gold-grade spirit wine, what about diamond-grade? It seems that I have to pick up the Monkey King's winemaking skills later. Etienne had a very leisurely time these 2 days. I also found some time to fulfill my previous promise to Lu Bo. He completed 50% of the project work for him. As for why not 100%, it was of course because Etienne did not want Lu Bo to have no sense of participation at all. Etienne prepared 4 lounge chairs in the yard, 1 for each person and 2 beast masters. That afternoon, the great sage brought great news. Its 2 skills broke through in succession. The great sage has become accustomed to closing his eyes at ordinary times and only opening them when necessary. Suddenly, the tightly closed eyes opened sharply. A faint aura emanated from its 2 eyes. Then Etienne saw that he closed his eyes and rested his mind, and broke through to mastery. Simplify it to perfection. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, defeat 1,000 opponents of the same level with your eyes closed 0. Improvement, fight with eyes closed 100 times to break through the skill to perfection. Etienne was shocked. 1,000 times? Would it be too much? Just accumulate slowly. With the great sage's current strength, even if he closes his eyes, it will be difficult for him to lose in a battle with beasts of the same level. Less than half an hour later, the great sage was shocked again. Waiting for the opportunity to break through to perfection. Simplify, simplify. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 1 million dragon coins, already satisfied. Requirement 2, defeat 1,000 opponents of the same level in the dark 0. Etienne was stunned, it was quite a coincidence. The 2 simplification tasks can be done together. Just let the Monkey King close his eyes in the dark and defeat 1,000 enemies. It's time to give the great sage a sensing skill. Unfortunately, sensing skills are too rare. Etienne spent an entire afternoon shopping in the mall but couldn't find any skills suitable for the Monkey King. I could only add the contact information of the store manager so that he could remind me as soon as the product is available. In addition to the great sage, Qi Ling is also improving steadily. In front of it, there is a pile of small red stones. From time to time, Qiling would grab one, put it in his mouth, and chew it like a melon seed, breaking it into pieces with a crunch. These are all silver-grade fire attribute materials purchased by Tian. Like the great sage, when a red spirit reaches a certain level, it needs materials of at least that level before it can take effect after being swallowed. The money I made before is almost gone. Fortunately, we should be fine for another 10 or 20 days. 2 days later, before 8 o'clock in the morning, Etienne was awakened by the noise downstairs. Damn it! I've told the great sage so many times not to go crazy so early in the morning. He just won't listen. Habitually turn on the phone screen. Speaking of which, today is a special day. The January period has expired. Today is the time for students to go to school again. But it's none of my business. The screen was turned black again. Etienne curled up in the quilt, blocked his ears, and continued to sleep. On the other side, Song Chi-hang arrived at school early. Brother Hang, long time no see. Brother Hang, good morning. As he walked from the school gate to his classroom, people kept recognizing him. Song Chi-hang also remained polite and responded one by one. Is the thing on Song Chi-hang's shoulder his beast, the moonlight cat? It looks so cute. Hey, I'm a rare beast. How can I describe me as cute? I should use the word powerful. The moonlight cat seemed to hear someone talking about it, and grinned towards the source of the sound. The few people who had just spoken were directly shocked. They waited until Song Chi-hang walked away before continuing the discussion. Oh my god, what a powerful aura! My beast has also reached bronze, but compared to the moonlight cat, its momentum is far inferior to the heavens. Ah, you deserve to be the first place. As a prominent figure in the school, Song Chi-hang couldn't avoid hearing other people's gossip. Originally, when he first entered the school, he held his head high. Before I even got to the classroom, my hair had completely drooped, and my face was red. How embarrassing. It's all the school's fault. We have to wait a month before revealing the complete list. The class teacher, Sun Chang, was also walking towards the classroom. Teacher Sun, long time no see. You have become more beautiful again. A sweet-talking student greeted her. Sun Chang was humble in words, but she felt very happy in her heart. Although she is almost 40, she still has charm, at least that's what she thinks. Hey, Mr. Sunday. Teacher Lu. Sun Chang and Lu Jing are both veteran teachers in the school and have a good relationship. Lu Jing bowed. Haha, I want to congratulate Teacher Sun in advance. Sun Chang was a little confused. Congratulations to me for what? Lu Jing raised his hands and rubbed them. Sun Chang also understood what he meant. The school not only rewards the top 100 students, but also teachers. The better the students' grades, the more bonus the teacher will get. Oh, it's just small money. Having said that, a layer of red glow appeared on Sun Chang's face. She lurks in the class group every day and knows that at least 3 people in her class are in the top 100. In particular, squad leader Zhang Hao performed exceptionally well. Among the 40 classes in the entire grade, the top 60 are basically occupied by 2 top classes. The remaining 40 places in the top 100 are divided into classes. It is a very good result that 3 students from class 17 scored over 100. Lu Zheng winked. This is not small money. It seems you don't know yet, let me tell you, on the day I was on duty. Forget it, I won't tell you. If I tell you, there won't be any surprises. Then Lu Zheng left, leaving Sun Chang with a confused look on his face. Shake your head. This old Lu is also an old riddle teller. When I walked into class 17, most of the students had already arrived. The time came to 9 o'clock. Zhao Liang sat in his seat, looking at an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Hey, why didn't Etienne come? As a fellow sufferer of the contracted stone monkey, he has a lot to share with Etienne. Etienne, didn't he oversleep? How could he oversleep on such an important day like today? Chapter 77 Song Chi-hang, I'll be waiting for you at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. Sun Chang coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Okay, everyone is here. Everyone line up and follow me to the gymnasium to attend the commendation ceremony. Also, I have good news for you all. I received a notice yesterday that the principal has invited an outstanding graduate from our school to be a guest speaker. Any more questions? No problem, let's go. The squad lined up and prepared to depart. Why didn't Etienne come? Almost everyone noticed. Before, Etienne was considered a very inconspicuous person in the class. No friends, no enemies. But after almost 3 years of getting along, everyone still has some impression of him. Someone asked Sun Chang, and the reply was that Etienne had taken a long vacation. Everyone was confused. Why was he asking for a long vacation when the college entrance examination was coming up? But think about Etienne's usual achievements, and the beast he has contracted. It seemed that it made no difference whether he took the college entrance examination or not. For most beast masters who have contracted stone monkeys, the future is to find a job in a winery. First, work hard to evolve the stone monkey into the stone monkey king, and then frantically cultivate the winemaking skills. Sun Chang actually had similar thoughts, but what surprised him was that Etienne was actually related to Zhou Tiangang. It was Zhou Tiangang who told him about Etienne's leave request. The students chattered along the way and soon gathered in the gymnasium. The gymnasium was packed with classes. On the podium in the gymnasium, the school leaders all sat upright. In the very center, next to the seat of the principal Zhou Tiangang, there was a young man who looked slightly fat. Presumably, he is the outstanding senior, right? The commendation meeting officially began and was presided over by Zhou Tiangang himself. The first part is to introduce each member of the rostrum. The students knew all the other people except the young man, so they listened very carefully when he was introduced. Class monitor Zhang Hao was somewhat expectant. I want to see how outstanding the outstanding seniors are. Zhou Tiangang spoke loudly. This is Lu Bo, a graduate from our school in the class of 3018, 5 years ago. Your senior Lu Bo is not only an outstanding graduate of Shanwu Beast Taming College, but he also passed the assessment of our Shanwu City Research Institute just 1 year after graduation. Wow! The whole place was in an uproar. Although only a few students can be admitted to the Beast Taming Academy, it is not extremely rare. What surprised everyone was that Lu Bo, who seemed ordinary, was actually a full-time researcher. Some students don't know much about the Research Institute and ask people around them out of curiosity. Is the researcher very good? I immediately received a lot of sneers. Let me tell you this, the number of researchers is even less than that of professional beast masters. Everyone is a top talent. In our entire city, there are millions of people, but there are only less than 1,000 researchers. This is 1 in 100,000. Everyone was shocked by this number. Senior brother Lu Liubo is so amazing. Even Song Qiheng couldn't help but glance sideways. His father is a businessman and probably has more money than most researchers. But in terms of social status, they are not as good as others. Zhou Tiangang was very satisfied with the students' reactions. It was worth it that he specially invited Lu Bo. Humph! Actually, I am also a researcher, at level 2. Zhou Tiangang felt a little proud in his heart. But Lu Bo is in the evolution department, and he is in the cultivation department, so it is really hard to compare their status. After introducing everyone on the stage, Zhou Tiangang said, Okay, let me just say a few words first. Then he began a half-hour speech. Below the stage, Song Qiheng looked around and frowned. Where's Etienne? Why isn't he here? As the second place, he actually didn't want to come for the commendation. The only purpose of coming here is to find Etienne and say something harsh to him. Song Qiheng thought this would be very handsome. If Etienne is not here, then why is he still here? Gone. So Song Qiheng went to his class teacher to ask for leave. Although the head teacher felt it was a pity that Song Qiheng would not be able to hear the commendation, he still approved it readily. Song Qiheng is his proudest student, and this small request must be met. Brother Hang, are you leaving? Well, I'm going to train the beast. Looking at Song Qingheng's departing back, everyone was silent. No wonder Brother Hang got first place. Not only is he talented, but he's also more hardworking than us. The first thing Song Qiheng did after leaving the gymnasium was to call Etienne. Ding! Etienne, who couldn't fall asleep after being woken up by the Monkey King, is now very annoyed. I heard the phone beep again. Who's looking for me this early in the morning? Connected. Etienne, why don't you come to school? It turned out to be Song Chi-hang. I don't want to go. Song Chi-hang judged from Etienne's voice that Etienne had just woken up. Etienne, you've been slacking off. Etienne? Does this person have some serious illness? Song Chi-hang chuckled. You are the man I consider my rival. Although you are destined to be surpassed by me, I don't want the process to be so easy. Etienne. Hey, can you please watch less Chinibya stuff? Song Chi-hang blushed slightly. You know what hot-blooded is. I'm not a chunib. After a pause, he asked. By the way, Etienne, which college are you going to go to next? In his opinion, with Etienne's excellence, there are many options. Etienne said honestly. Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. Song Chi-hang's voice suddenly became louder, close to a roar. Etienne, I'll be waiting for you at Shanwu Beast Taming Academy. Then, the phone was hung up, leaving Etienne speechless. I haven't finished yet, I'm going to be a teacher. This kid hangs up the phone so quickly. On the other hand, the commendation conference is proceeding in an orderly manner. Finally, it's time to commend the top 100 beast tamers. Zhou Tiangang held 2 pages of lists in his hands and read them out from the back to the front. Number 100, Wu Pingyu from Class 2, took 25 days and 1 hour. Number 99, Zhang Nen from Class 6, took 24 days and 22 hours. Zhou Tiangang read out the names one by one. Sun Chang finally understood why Lu Jing congratulated him. It turned out that in their Class 17, there was a child who had never spoken in the group and also made it into the top 100. That way, there are 4 students in my class who are in the top 100, haha. Among many ordinary classes, Class 17 is considered to be a standout. The list goes on. Soon it came to number 2. Second place, Song Chi-hang, Flight 1, took 2 days and 12 hours. Everyone was stunned. Isn't Song Chi-hang number 1? First place, Etienne from Class 17, took 1 day. When the first name was announced, the whole audience went wild. The name Etienne is too unfamiliar to most people. And isn't Class 17 an ordinary class? Chapter 78 Lu Bo's speech, I know a genius. Zhang Hao opened his mouth wide. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the classmate next to him. I seem to be hallucinating just now. Brother Hao, what a coincidence, I also have auditory hallucinations. Me too. Several people agreed at the same time. Zhang Hao was silent. It's okay if 1 or 2 people have auditory hallucinations, but how is it possible for a group of people to have auditory hallucinations at the same time? There is only one explanation. But he didn't want to face this explanation. Not far away, Zhao Liang was also doubting his life. My fellow sufferer has abandoned me? The name Etienne may be repeated, but there is indeed only one Etienne in their Class 17. Sun Chang was almost stunned by this sudden surprise. What? The first one in our class? Is this the surprise Lu Jing was talking about? This is too surprising. The head teacher of Class 1 was also confused. He stood up and asked Zhou Tiangang. Principal, is there any misunderstanding here? Zhou Tiangang glared at him. You think there's something wrong with the results I personally confirmed? Faced with Zhou Tiangang's fierce momentum, the teacher was defeated step by step. It only took Coco 1 day. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? The others also looked at Zhou Tiangang. Zhou Tiangang said, Etienne is a true beast-taming genius. Zhou Tiangang had already concluded the matter, and no one dared to question it. In fact, for most people at the scene, they were just slightly surprised and had no other emotions. Anyway, the first place has nothing to do with them. What difference does it make whether it is Etienne or Song Chi-hang? Of course, those who already have a relationship with Etienne or Song Chi-hang are another matter. Those who had congratulated Song Chi-hang before were now extremely embarrassed. Only now did they understand why Song Chi-hang ran away early. Everyone in Class 17 remained in deathly silence. No one could accept that Etienne, a marginal figure who had been mediocre for 3 years, suddenly became someone that everyone looked up to. Zhao Liang remembered meeting Etian on the road before. Fuck, it turns out what he said was true. I remember the bet he made about eating the table. Zhao Liang lowered his head deeply. I thought to myself, I am a transparent person, I am a transparent person. Zhang Hao also remembered what happened to Etian in the group. Obviously, Song Qiheng already knew that Etian Kai was the first. Very embarrassing. If you were number one, you should have said so earlier. Of course, if Etian had said earlier that he was number one, Zhang Hao probably wouldn't have believed it. Suddenly, someone said sourly, Humph, what's so great about being first? Having a fast breakthrough speed doesn't mean anything. At most, it means you evolve earlier and master the brewing skills earlier. What's more, with Etian's family background, he can't afford to buy evolutionary materials and paths now. You still have to find a job in a winery to save money. What's the difference between you and other beastmasters who have contracted stone monkeys? Many people nodded. Yes, the contracted stone monkey restricted Etian. But some people said it coldly. Ouch, why do I feel like acid is about to overflow from my stomach? Don't forget what the reward for first place is this time. Being reminded by this person, others then remembered that the reward for the first place this year was unprecedentedly generous. The evolution path and evolution materials had already been prepared for Etian. Damn, so jealous. The person who spoke first blushed a little, but refused to admit defeat. A temporary lead doesn't mean anything. Wait 20 years and see who does better. In my opinion, perhaps Etian used some dirty tricks to get ahead at this moment. Be quiet, everyone. Suddenly, the head teacher Sun Chang frowned and stopped the students from continuing the discussion. Although she couldn't understand how Etian did it. But the principal didn't say anything, so it's not your turn as a student to complain. What's more, Etian was also a student she brought up. No matter what the people present thought, the commendation meeting continued. After reading out the list of 100 names, Zhou Tiangang praised them again, and then it was the turn of the outstanding graduate, Lu Bo, to speak. As soon as Lu Bo stood up, the whole audience cheered. Everyone in the class is no exception. Senior Lu Bo is really amazing. I have decided that I want to become a researcher in the future. You! Look in the mirror. You can't even get into the Beast Taming Academy, and you still want to enter the Research Institute? Senior Lu Bo is the real big shot. Did you see that? Even the principal is very respectful to the senior. Shh! Stop talking. I want to listen carefully to Senior Lu Bo's speech. Lu Bo's speech began. First, I recalled my student life. It also revealed the years of struggle. Finally, it is an encouragement to all students in the school. 5 years ago, I was standing in this stadium like everyone else, with confusion in my eyes. At that time, I felt very inferior because I found that no matter how well I did, there were always people who did better than me. No matter how hard I try, I will never be the best. But so what? Should I give up just because I can't compare to others? No, I don't think so. This year, when I was taking the academy exam, I met an extraordinary genius. His talent is so terrifying that I can never get close to him even if I try my best in my whole life. But why should I compare myself with him? I just need to compare myself with myself and make sure that I am better tomorrow than I am today. That's enough. Lu Bo's speech continues. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a little longing. Lu Bo is already a big shot in their eyes, so how charming and graceful would this genius be who even Lu Bo admits is inferior to? At the end of the speech, there was warm applause. Zhou Tiangang summarized a few words and announced the official end of the conference. Each class left the venue in an orderly manner. Several people on the rostrum were also preparing to leave. Lu Bo walked up to Zhou Tiangang. Teacher Zhou, hey, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Zhou Tiangang patted his shoulder. That's very good. By the way, Mr. Zhou, which class is Etian in? Class 17? Okay, can I go visit the head teacher of class 17? Haha, go ahead. Zhou Tiangang pointed at Sun Chang. That's the teacher in the yellow coat. Lu Bo nodded. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Bo is willing to come to the school to give a speech. He wanted to get to know Etian better through Etian's class teacher. What kind of personality does he have? What are his interests and hobbies, etc.? Etienne's rise is unstoppable, and in the future he will surely become a big man that I can only look up to. What is this? It's a thigh. To put it bluntly, Lu Bo wanted to curry favor with Etienne and curry his favor, so he had to know what Etienne was good at first. Chapter 79, Qiling, do you want to fight? Dashing, no. Starting from Class 1, gradually withdraw from the gymnasium. It's still a long way from Class 17's turn. At this time, Sun Chang was accepting congratulations from other class teachers. Teacher Sun, you are a very capable person. Congratulations, Teacher Sunday. Sun Chang was in a very happy mood. Oh, it's all luck. Just then, a sharp-eyed teacher saw Lu Bo walking towards the direction where they were gathering. Of course the students noticed it too. Senior Lu Bo, are you looking for someone? The exit is not in our direction. Lu Bo got closer and closer. Looking at the direction his eyes were looking at, it was Sun Chang. The teachers nearby were all puzzled. Teacher Sun, you brought Lu Bo here too, didn't you? Sun Chang shook his head. No, Lu Bo was one of the top 3 students in the school back then, so I remember him. His teacher at the time has retired. Sun Chang was also confused. What does Lu Bo want to see me for? Although Lu Bo is younger than her, and one is a teacher and the other is a student. But when it comes to social status, I can't compare to others even if I flatter them. It couldn't be that this was some kind of student having a crush on a teacher? Sun Chang tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Hey, come on, it's really possible. Am I still as charming as ever? As Lu Bo got closer, the students all fell silent. Faintly, one could hear someone breathing heavily. It was their first time to have close contact with such a big figure. Nervous. Finally, Lu Bo stopped in front of Sun Chang. There was a warm smile on his face. Everyone held their breath, confused and looking forward to what Lu Bo's first words would be. Sun Chang was extremely nervous. She had never had any contact with Lu Bo before. If Lu Bo really confessed his feelings to her, what would she do? Lu Bo finally spoke. Hello, Mr. Sun, are you Etienne's homeroom teacher? Everyone was confused. Etienne? Did Lu Bo come to see Sun Chang because of Etienne Kai? Could it be because Etienne won the first place this time and attracted Lu Bo's attention? Sun Chang felt a little disappointed, but still spoke honestly. Yes, may I ask you, what can I do for you? Lu Bo smiled. Etienne and I are colleagues now. I just happened to return to my alma mater, and I am a little curious about what kind of person he was in high school. If you have time, can you tell me about it? The whole place was dead silent. Colleague? Lu Bo is a researcher at the institute, and Etienne is his colleague. That means Etienne is also a researcher? Teacher Sun? Lu Bo waved in front of Sun Chang. Are you listening to me? Only then did Sun Chang recover from his shock. Oh yes, I'm free now. Lu Bo took Sun Chang away. The students remained dead silent. On the other side, it was almost 10 o'clock when Etienne Kai finally got out of bed. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and get ready to start your pleasant day. After receiving Song Qingheng's call, he turned his phone to silent mode. Now when I open it, I see that there are 99 unread messages in the pop-up window. When he clicked on it, he found out that they were his high school classmates. It goes without saying that these people are so excited because the rankings have been announced. Some people congratulated themselves, and some people asked themselves for advice. Some others simply want to have a good relationship with themselves. Several girls asked me to go out for milk tea on the weekend. Etienne frowned. Want me to gain weight? No way. I picked a few classmates with whom I had a good relationship, replied to a few sentences, and then put down my phone. It was afternoon. Etienne was looking up information when he suddenly felt a burning sensation erupting beside him. It turned out that Qiling's fire wings had broken through to mastery. At first, fire wings was just an entry-level skill, while Starfire Fall was a proficient skill. But Starfall can only be improved when there are stars, so the progress lags behind Fire Wing. Chirp! Qiling was a little excited. I saw it soar into the air, spreading its flaming wings, and it was already more than 10 meters long. The two fire wings flapped slightly twice, and immediately a gust of hot wind swept across the entire yard. "It's so hot!" Etienne wiped the sweat off his face and immediately gave an order to let Qi Ling return to normal. "It's so hot in summer, I can't stand it." However, Etienne thought that Qi Ling would be of great use in winter. The great sage was dozing with his eyes closed when he was awakened by the hot wind. When it opened its eyes, Qi Ling had already flown in front of it. "Great sage, let's fight again. I won't lose to you this time." Qi Ling's two skills are strongly related. Fire wings can summon flame energy and condense it into a ball to attack. Starfire Fall relies on the flame energy summoned by fire wings. Before, Qi Ling only had the entry-level fire wing, but he was already able to fight back and forth with the Monkey King. Now that Hui has broken through 2 realms in succession, it feels that it is time to win back its position as the boss. The great sage shook his head. "No." Then he closed his eyes. "It's not stupid. As long as it's not beaten, it will always be the boss. If we fight, it would be fine if we win, but what if we lose?" Qi Ling was anxious. "Are you scared?" the great sage said lazily. "The eldest has the right to reject the challenge of the second." Etienne burst out laughing. "The Monkey King looks cute and deserves a beating." Speaking of which, the Monkey King's height and IQ are also slowly increasing. The Red Spirit was very angry, but since the great sage would not accept its challenge, there was really nothing he could do. Etienne would not allow the 2 beast masters to fight at home. "If you want to fight, you can only go to the secret realm." Etienne pinched his fingers. "Simplify the fire wings of the Red Spirit to perfection. Meet the conditions for generating a simplified solution. Requirement 1, 3 million dragon coins unmet. Requirement 2, stay in a fire environment for 100 hours 0. Restriction, the fire attribute environment must reach 50 energy concentration. Tip, after 10 hours, the fire wings can be broken through to perfection. 3 million dragon coins? After this period of spending, Etienne no longer has 3 million dragon coins. Let's put this aside for now. Do you need a fire attribute environment? Etienne's eyes lit up. Isn't this just right? Qi Ling went to the side to sulk, while the great sage dozed off and drank. Etienne was preparing to enter the secret realm. The training camp will start in 2 days. He needs to make a strategy in advance. The secret realm we are going to this time is called the Three Kings' Secret Realm. It is said that the name was given because the 3 beast masters who discovered the secret realm all had the surname Wang. There are 3 attributes in the secret realm: gold, fire, and wood. Etienne's target is obviously the fire attribute. He searched on the Career Home forum and found that someone had obtained the Fire Spirit Stone in the Three Kings' Secret Realm. That is what the Great Sage needs to evolve. Now, in addition to helping the Monkey King collect evolution materials, there is another reason to go in. Help Qi Ling find an environment where the concentration of fire energy exceeds 50. According to the information collected by Etienne, there are 3 locations in the Three Kings' Secret Realm with single attribute environments. Among them, the Blazing Fire Mountain is of the fire attribute. There are several hot springs on the top of the Chihua Mountain. At the bottom of the hot springs, fire spirit stones may be produced. Therefore, Chihua Mountain is the destination that Etienne wants to go to. He spent 2,000 dragon coins to buy a rough map of the Three Kings' Secret Realm. I also used a notebook to write down the precautions summarized by my predecessors. The strategy is complete, just waiting to set off in 2 days. Chapter 80: Entering the Secret Realm of the Three Kings, Mu Yan and Wu Hongyu. Career Home. Wang Lin was calling all the beast masters participating in the training camp one by one. They took turns to show concern for a while. You can tell how much he cares from the length of the call. Everyone else solved the problem within a minute, but Etienne was the only one who stayed on the phone for half an hour. Hang up the phone. It looks like Etienne is in good condition. Then I feel relieved. After the phone call with Etienne, there was only one left. Ding, it's connected quickly. Mu Yan, how are your preparations going? Not bad. Haha, that's good. This training camp is relying on you. Mu Yan is not only a contestant participating in the exchange competition, but also a coach designated by Wan Lin. The reason why he was asked to be the coach was that he was powerful, but more importantly, Mu Yen was a beast master with special talents. He has an absurdly strong memory and terrible calculation ability. Nicknamed Human Calculator. According to Wan Lin's estimation, Mu Yen was not interested in being a researcher, otherwise he would have been admitted to the institute with the first place. Wan Lin showed concern for a while before speaking. Have you read all the information I sent you? I saw it. There are several beast masters this time. They are pretty good. What do you think of Etian? Young genius. How does it compare to you? I don't know the future, but now, I am not as good as you. Mu Yen has seen Etian taking part in the professional assessment. To be honest, I was shocked. But this shock only came from the contrast between Etian's youth and his powerful strength. If it were Mu Yen, he could also kill the dragon guard in seconds. Can't you win just by having hands? Wan Lin chuckled. I hope you can give him some special care. This is a good material. Mu Yen nodded. Can, Wan Lin said. I'll be at ease when you do the work. But you have to be careful not to cause any psychological trauma to Etian. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wan Lin looked expectant. Another 2 days passed. In the past 2 days, both beasts have made significant improvements. Qiling has reached silver 30. As for the great sage, Etian got him 2 more bottles of gold-grade spirit wine. Level progress has reached 90. It's as fast as riding a rocket. According to Etian's estimation, there was still a little more than half of wine left in one of the bottles. In 2 days at most, if you drink up all the existing wine, you can reach 100. I stretched and prepared to go out. Sister, I'm leaving. He had already told Ying about training and participating in the city exchange competition. Ying is very supportive of this. Be careful. The distance from my home to the Three Kings' secret realm is quite far. It took me almost 200 yuan to get there by taxi. From a distance, a pale yellow circle stood in the open space. Is this the door to the secret realm? The doors to secret realms are of all kinds. Some are real doors, such as the bronze door that leads to a man-made secret realm. Some are transparent films of various shapes, such as the Three Kings' secret realm. There is a pavilion in front of the gate to the secret realm. According to the emails sent by Wan Lin, Etian needs to wait for a man named Mu Yen to take him into the secret realm. There were already several people sitting in groups of 3 or 4 in the pavilion, and it was unknown whether Mu Yen was among them. Let's go to the pavilion and take a look. Because according to regulations, taxis cannot drive directly to the entrance of the secret realm. Etian could only get off the bus 1 kilometer away and walk over. Hey, brother in front, are you here for training too? Halfway through the journey, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Turning back, I saw a big face. When Etian saw that man also saw Etian. It was obvious that he was stunned for a moment. Oh my God, so young! The man took 2 quick steps, walked side by side with Etian, and scratched his head. Haha, sorry, I think I recognized the wrong person. Are you a student who came to the secret realm to take the trial? The Three Kings' secret realm only allows beast masters of gold rank and below to enter. Many college students choose to train themselves there. My name is Wu Hongyu, what's your name? Wu Hongyu is quite outgoing, Etian said helplessly. My name is Etian, and I am indeed here for training in the secret realm. Wu Hongyu smiled. Is this a training camp organized by the academy? Haha, when I was in college, I often participated in similar activities. Etian rolled his eyes. City exchange competition. Wu Hongyu exclaimed curiously. May I ask how old you are this year, brother? 18. So what level of Beastmaster is your brother now? Silver. Wu Hongyu looked at Etian carefully again. A look of disbelief. After thinking about it, I suddenly realized. At the age of 15, Etian must be a Beastmaster with great talent. There are a total of 10 contestants participating in the city exchange competition, but in addition to these 10 people, there will be 10 reserve contestants. Etian should be the backup candidate. Come and feel the atmosphere of the competition in advance and prepare for the official competition in a few years. Wu Hongyu patted Etienne on the shoulder. Haha, don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Your stage will come in a few years. This year, just watch me show off my power. Etienne was too lazy to talk. The two of them quickly walked into the pavilion. When they saw Etienne, the others were also stunned for a moment, but no one said anything. As soon as Etienne sat down, he heard an eagle cry in the distance. Looking up, I saw a black dot getting closer and closer in the sky. Soon, a large gray-black eagle with a wingspan of more than 5 meters landed in front of the pavilion. A man wearing glasses and with a serious expression jumped down from the eagle. In the pavilion, several people immediately stood up to greet them. Brother Yen. The man with glasses walked into the pavilion, looked around first, and finally his eyes fell on Etienne. He seemed to stare at it for a while before looking away. Introduce myself. Some people here don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mu Yen. He is a contestant in the exchange competition and the person in charge of this training camp. Everyone is here. Now follow me into the secret realm. After saying that, he took out 14 wooden cards from the beast taming space, corresponding to the 14 beast tamers present. He gave each person a wooden sign and led the way towards the door to the secret realm. When Mu Yan's figure had disappeared in this space, someone asked curiously, Mu Yan? How come he is both a player and a training coach? Someone responded immediately. I can tell from the looks of it that this is your first time attending a training camp. Of course, it's because you're good enough. How powerful is it? The person who had just responded looked around at the people in the pavilion before chuckling. At least better than everyone in this pavilion. After speaking, he followed Mu Yan into the secret realm. Next to Etienne, Wu Hongyu curled his lips and muttered, What a majestic presence! I wonder how many moves you can take from my Beastmaster? The Beastmasters entered the secret realm one after another, with Etienne being the last one. I just felt my eyes go dark, and when they light up again, I had arrived in a whole new world. Chapter 81 Mu Yen, Let's All Come Together. Looking around, there was an empty lawn. In the distance, you can vaguely see 3 high mountains in different directions. Relying on the map in his memory, Etienne quickly located one of the mountains, which was his destination, Chihua Mountain. Mu Yan's serious voice came. Everyone, come closer to me. After everyone gathered together, Mu Yan officially started the topic. To save time, I will briefly talk about the arrangements for the next 5 days. We will go to Muling Mountain and take turns fighting the beast there. Everyone completes at least 1,000 battles. I will record the battle data while everyone is fighting, and provide analysis and guidance after the battle. The only purpose of this training camp is to improve the combat capabilities of each Beastmaster. And in 5 days we will have an exchange match with the Beastmasters in Huahua City. Huahua City is close to Wishan City. If you drive, you can get there in 3 hours. Everyone's faces looked bitter. 1,000 times? So, we have to fight at least 200 battles every day. Mu Yan's eyes narrowed. Any questions? Someone said weakly. Brother Yen, after 200 battles a day, the Beastmaster's strength can't be restored. Mu Yan said. I have already considered this situation, so I consulted the director and sent a treatment expert here. He will be here shortly and will be responsible for restoring the beast's strength and providing treatment. Mu Yan said again. Any questions? Someone raised his hand. Coach, there are 20 contestants in total, including the regulars and reserves. How come we only have 14? Participation in the training camp is not mandatory, but of course you can't quit now. Etienne suddenly asked. Coach, I want to ask, are we going to stay in Muling Mountain forever? Muling Mountain is all wood attributed, so it is not Etienne's destination. Mu Yan said. Yes. Is there any free time? No. Etienne had no choice but to ask tentatively. If I complete 1,000 battles ahead of time, can I move freely? Many people looked at Etienne in surprise. Oh boy, we all think the number is too much, and we can't complete it. You want to finish it ahead of time. Mu Yan was also stunned for a moment, and said, No, 1,000 battles is just the minimum requirement. Etienne frowned. Training was secondary. The Chihuahua Fire Mountain was the main purpose of coming to the secret realm. Asked, "Can I take a leave of absence? Or what conditions do I need to fulfill before I can move freely?" Mu Yan was somewhat disgusted by Etienne's repeated questions. "If I say no, it means no," slightly angrily said. "Unless you can defeat me, in the secret realm, my words are the rules that must be followed." Many Beastmasters who knew Mu Yan couldn't help but take a step back when they heard this. But they had already experienced how powerful Mu Yan was. "I thought Etienne would give up, but I didn't expect him to look thoughtful." "Is that so? That's fine." Mu Yan smiled. Wan Lin had called him before and specifically told him to take special care of Etienne. "If I don't teach him a lesson, this kid will really have no idea of his own limitations." At this moment, someone stood up earlier than Etienne. Wu Hongyu picked his nose and looked at Mu Yan with disdain. "Hey, Mu Yan, right? I get upset when I see you. If you want to be my coach, I'd like to see if you're qualified. Come, fight me first. If I win, you will have to obey me in the secret realm." Mu Yan smiled contemptuously and looked at everyone. "Anyone else? Step out together." As he finished speaking, 2 more Beastmasters stood up. One person laughed. "I'm just curious, how strong is the coach?" The other person cupped his hands. "I just follow the trend." Mu Yan loosened his wrist. He had long guessed that some people would be dissatisfied. "Instead of them refusing to cooperate with me during the future training, it is better to give them a warning as soon as possible and let them know how powerful I am. Anyone who can represent the city is a genius, big or small. Geniuses are always a little arrogant. And Mu Yan specializes in treating geniuses." Several Beastmasters who had come into contact with Mu Yan began to snicker. One of them sighed. "This is the 4th training camp led by Brother Yan. The pre-training challenge has almost become a tradition. Haha, back then, we were just like these young fools." There were newcomers who had not participated in the challenge. They were curious when they heard this and asked, "This is my first time to participate in a training camp, and also my first time to be selected as a player in an exchange competition. How many times have you guys come here?" "Twice." "3 times." The person with the most had 4 times. The newcomer asked curiously, "What were the results of the previous 3 times? Did the coach win?" The old man who participated 4 times smiled. "Please remove the word ma for me." On the other side, Wu Hongyu frowned and said to the 2 people who stood up later, "The challenge has a first come, first served basis. It's agreed that you all line up behind me." Etienne coughed twice. "Then I'm the first one. Now that we have entered the secret realm, it would be better to get to the Chihuahua Mountain as soon as possible." Mu Yan laughed disdainfully. "What's there to fight about? Come on, all of you." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a pure black, humanoid beast appeared in front of everyone. "Also, you can send out all your beasts, I will only use this one. This is Brother Yan's shadow. Brother Yan doesn't want Xiaoqing to come out." "Oh, that's right. There's no need at all." An old player smiled and said. Wu Hongyu raised his eyebrows. "Arrogant." With a wave of his hand, he also summoned a beast, a tiger over 3 meters long. "I am enough alone." Turning around. "Don't anyone compete with me." Etienne was helpless as Wu Hongyu got there first. But he also didn't want to outnumber the enemy. Mu Yan curled his lips. "You'll regret this." "Banlon, come on!" Wu Hongyu roared. Banlon was the name he gave to the tiger. The tiger stretched its body, gathered its strength, and pounced at the shadow. The black shadow looked like an idiot. Even though the tiger's claws were less than an arm's length away from him, he didn't move at all. What a powerful tiger! Everyone watching the fight felt the tiger's aura and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even Etienne raised his eyebrows. No wonder Wu Hongyu is so confident. The strength of this tiger is definitely above any gold-level beast he has ever seen. The new guy who asked the question earlier was a little nervous. "The battle won't end like this, right? If I had known, I should have stepped forward." The old man immediately sneered. Yes, the battle will be over soon. It only takes the tiger a moment to cut the shadow's entire body with its claws. But just as the claws were about to touch the shadow turned his body and raised a hand lightly. Chapter 82: The Terror of the Humanoid Calculator. Keeping his dodging posture, the black shadow stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction. So easy to dodge? Many people frowned. But what does this mean, heir? But the next moment, they knew the purpose of the black shadow. Under the powerful inertia, the tiger continued to move forward. There was a gap in the abdomen, and the black shadow's fingers directly hit where they were. Wu Hongyu looked horrified. That's a gorgeous flaw. It's over. Gorgeous. Wu Hongyu became anxious, but just as his finger was about to pierce the tiger, the black shadow faded. The sharpness of the fingers disappeared and they touched the tiger's belly without causing any damage. Wu Hongyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Mu Yan's voice came. He has decent strength, but very poor flexibility and no defensive awareness. Too weak. Wu Hongyu did not refute this time. He was a little frustrated and stared at Mu Yan. How did you do that? Mu Yan's Beastmaster predicted Banlin's attack route and prepared the attack in advance, targeting Banlin's weak points. I felt like a monkey being teased by him. Mu Yan raised his glasses with his middle finger, reflecting the light of wisdom, and said, I've seen the battle videos of your beast control. So I know how it's going to attack, how hard it's going to attack, how fast it's going to attack. Know what your actions at every moment represent. Also know what you will do in the next moment. How is that possible? Wu Hongyu didn't believe it. Fighting is a completely dynamic process. There is no time for people to think slowly. If he were given a camera and slowed down the action 100 times, he would be able to roughly predict his opponent's next move. But this is actual combat. Mu Yan smiled. That's the beauty of data. I could faintly hear a hissing sound coming from behind me. Many newcomers were full of admiration for Mu Yan. No wonder we let Mu Yan be our coach. He is indeed the most suitable person. The old players are already used to it. That's exactly what I expected. Just kidding, Brother Yan is a human calculator. Etian was a little surprised. Isn't this Mu Yan's real special talent? It is indeed extraordinary. Mu Yan looked at Wu Hongyu again. According to the rules I set, you can come together, so you still have one chance. After a pause, he continued. It's too difficult to defeat me. How about this? All four of you come together. As long as you can make my beast retreat half a step, you will win. I'm adding more points. If you can beat me, how about I let you be the coach? Mu Yan's voice was extremely plain, but one could feel the strong self-confidence in it. Wu Hongyu's veins bulged and he felt insulted, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I accept the defeat. I will do whatever you ask me to do in the next 5 days. Mu Yan nodded. He has a good personality, better than I thought. Look at the other people. What about you? The two men who stood up earlier had already planned to admit defeat because of the fight just now. But facing Mu Yan's almost humiliating provocation, he still decided to fight. Look at each other. Superior? Superior. If the four of us beast masters can't even force the black shadow to retreat half a step, then we might as well ram our way into a wall and die. They didn't take Etian into account. Etian did not stand with them, so they thought that Etian had given up. 1 minute later, all four beasts were dealt with in one move. Mu Yan pointed to the ground. There are no walls in the secret realm. Why don't you just crash into the ground and die? Two beastmasters. It's very embarrassing. I could only pretend that I knew nothing and retreat back into the crowd in shame. At the same time, make a decision in your mind. I will never provoke Mu Yan again. His abilities are truly terrifying. The four beasts in front of him were like fools, and it looked like they were actively bumping into the attacks from the opposite side. Extremely frustrating. Mu Yan turned around. Okay, follow me, and try to reach Muling Mountain within half an hour. Just then, Etian's voice came from behind him. Ahem, coach, there's me too. Mu Yan turned around and was a little surprised to see that Etian didn't seem to be joking. Aren't you giving up yet? The other people also looked at Etienne strangely. It seems to be saying, you are very brave. One of the newcomers complained out loud. Don't waste everyone's time. After seeing Mu Yan's abilities, he couldn't wait to be trained. Wu Hongyu also patted Etienne on the shoulder. Brother, come on! He didn't think Etienne could win, but he felt that this was how a man should be. Even when facing an unbeatable enemy, we must keep moving forward. Mu Yan said helplessly. Okay, come on then. According to Wang Lin, Etienne has a beast that he cannot use for the time being. The only thing that can be used is the stone monkey. During the previous professional assessment, Etienne served as the examiner and made the stone monkey fight hundreds of battles. The data from these hundreds of games are engraved in Mu Yan's mind. It can be said that he may understand the great sage better than Etienne. Etienne asked the two beast tamers in the beast taming space. There's a fight, who's going to fight? Both beasts volunteered, and the winner was finally decided by rock paper scissors, and the Monkey King had better luck. The moment the great sage was summoned, Mu Yan frowned. Something's wrong. How come this monkey grows so fast? The great sage is at least 1/3 higher than during the professional assessment. Then it stretched out again. Then just adjust the data up by 30. Everything is still under control. Stone monkey? No, it's the Stone Monkey King. Many people couldn't help but have their pupils dilated. I didn't expect that there would be such a weirdo among the contestants. The Monkey King stood 20 meters away from the black shadow, looking at the enemy curiously. What a strange beast, it has no facial features and its entire body is pure black. Coach, shall we start? Great Sage, come up. After receiving Etienne's order, the Great Sage took a sip of wine and rushed out. He quickly approached the shadow and hit it with a stick. The black shadow did the same as before, just slightly turning sideways to avoid the attack. It's a small move, but full of elegance. It can be said that if it was a moment later, or if the body was a little less tilted, it would not be possible to completely avoid it. It's over. Mu Yan had already predicted the Great Sage's next move and gave instructions to the Black Shadow in his mind. The Black Shadow raised his hand, and the Great Sage, as Mu Yan had expected, was moving in the direction of the Black Hand. But just as the two were about to touch, the Great Sage's speed suddenly exploded, and he approached the Black Shadow's body again before the Black Hand was completely raised. Boom! The 8-direction stick is swung out. This stick is much stronger than the first one. Alarm bells started ringing in Mu Yan's heart. In just a moment, he analyzed the Great Sage's current information. Wrong! There's something wrong with this stone monkey's data! Chapter 83. Officially appoint Mu Yan as assistant coach and set off towards Jihua Mountain. The 8-directional staff at the divine level has become more powerful as its level progresses. This is within expectations. But the speed is twice as fast as before, which is not something that can be achieved by level upgrade. Fuck, this monkey's skills have improved again? Calm down, calm down. A transparent model of the Great Sage was quickly established in Mu Yan's mind. Detailed to every muscle. The direction of the muscles is the direction in which the Monkey King wants to move. Plus speed and power. The answer is out. This attack is unbearable, and if you stand still, you cannot dodge it. Retreat! 7 o'clock, 32 centimeters, speed 35 seconds, prepare to counterattack. Mu Yan made the best solution. The Great Sage's data was completely beyond his expectations, but after a brief calculation, confidence returned to Mu Yan's face. Call out. It was the first time that the Monkey King's 8-directional staff missed its target. The wind from the staff swept across the ground, creating a huge crack. Right now, at 2 o'clock, arms extended, speed 40 seconds. In Mu Yan's eyes, the Great Sage was full of flaws. However, because the speed and power that can be burst out are too strong, it is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. You can only fight a protracted war, consume your physical strength, and look for opportunities. But Etienne's next words left Mu Yan stunned. Okay, Great Sage, come back. The Great Sage was puzzled, but he was obedient and turned away. Dark shadow. Its hand was already stretched out in the air, and according to the Monkey King's normal movement trajectory, it should have touched it. Etienne's voice came from afar. "Coach, did I win?" Only then did Mu Yen realize what had happened. What the great sage did just now was so unexpected that he went straight into combat mode and got a little overwhelmed. Forgot the promise he made before. The black shadow did take a step back. If he followed the rules he talked about, he would have already lost. Oops. The great sage hopped back to Etienne, very confused. "Etienne, why don't you let me fight?" Etienne touched the Monkey King's head. "Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future." Etienne also realized that Mu Yen was very powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. If the great sage and the black shadow were allowed to fight, with the physical strength of a gold-level beast tamer, and the great sage closing his eyes to rest, there was no telling how many hours the fight would take before a winner was decided. He doesn't want to waste time. The onlookers were now in deathly silence. Especially the veteran players, their faces were filled with disbelief. The myth in their hearts collapsed. Wu Hongyu failed, and the two beast masters also failed together. In the end, Etienne, who was the least favored by everyone, succeeded. It's outrageous. When did the stone monkey become so powerful? The speed and power that the Monkey King just unleashed were completely incomprehensible. Wu Hongyu's mouth was open so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. Why does this little brother feel stronger than me? He had personally experienced how powerful Mu Yen was. Originally, when he first entered the secret realm, he thought he was the best in the team. After fighting with Mu Yen, he was changed to second in the team. Now I might become the third in the team. The contestants gradually reacted, and when they looked at Mu Yen, there was a hint of gloating in their eyes. Mu Yan's face turned blue and purple. He regretted it. I should not have pretended so much. How could I meet a freak like Etienne? In fact, Mu Yen does not make the same rules every time. He would first input the challenger's data and simulate it in his mind to make sure he would not lose before he dared to make a statement. According to the normal direction, several people together would not be able to force the Black Shadow to retreat. But I didn't expect to meet a monster like Etienne. In just a short period of time, the data increased significantly, completely exceeding expectations. What should I do if my pretense fails? Mu Yen was a little at a loss. Do I really have to give the coaching position to Etienne? But if so, wouldn't the training camp these days be wasted? The director will definitely scold himself to death. Or, pretend you never said anything. That won't work. So many people at the scene heard it. In other words, be more shameless. At this moment, Etienne coughed twice, attracting Mu Yen's attention. Is the coach trying to cheat? No way! No way! Mu Yen was angry. Of course Mu Yen, keep my word. This kid really deserves a beating. Etienne nodded. That's good. From now on, I'm the coach. Look at Mu Yen. Mu Yen, I now officially appoint you as the assistant coach, responsible for leading the other players in a 5-day training camp. Any questions? Mu Yen said humiliatedly. No problem. This is how I became your deputy coach. But fortunately, Etienne still knows the general situation. Very good, follow my instructions and set off now. Etienne pointed in the direction of Muling Mountain. Mu Yen. Obviously, Etienne didn't want to go with them. But as a nominal assistant coach, he really couldn't control Etienne. That's right. Etienne seemed to have thought of something and brought the great sage to Mu Yen. Mu Yen, I will temporarily entrust my great sage to you for a few days. Please help me train it according to your training plan. Etienne thought that it would be enough to have the red spirit to go to Chiwa Mountain, and it would be a complete waste to bring the great sage along. And he was indeed very interested in the training plan proposed by Mu Yen. To be honest, the Monkey King's combat experience is rubbish. The reason why I can always win is all due to my overwhelming skill proficiency. Mu Yan's ability can help the great sage quickly improve his practical combat ability. What could Mu Yen say but to accept it? The great sage pulled Etienne's trouser leg, looking reluctant. Since being contracted, it has never left the 100-meter range of Etienne. Etienne could only patiently persuade him and promise to be back in 3 days at the latest. The reason why it is 3 days is, of course, because Etienne also has an Evolution Path Awards competition to participate in. Etienne was about to leave when Mu Yen stopped him. What's wrong? When can you fight me again? Mu Yen said seriously. This time I lost so badly. Etienne Dao. Wait until the training camp is over. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Mu Yen and the great sage. He ran towards the direction of the fiery fire mountain without looking back. Looking at his disappearing back, Mu Yen suddenly remembered Wang Lin's evaluation of Etienne. A peerless genius. I was a little skeptical at first, but now I believe it. Apart from anything else, he had never seen the speed at which the great sage's data improved. Let's go, little monkey. Your Etienne has entrusted you to me temporarily, so I can't let him down. Mu Yen licked his lips and gave a wicked smile. The great sage's eyes suddenly widened and his hair stood on end. He always felt that the person in front of him had bad intentions. Mu Yen led everyone and the great sage towards Muling Mountain. At the same time, he had already started thinking about how to train the Monkey King. Not to mention, other beast masters have to fight 200 battles a day, which if divided among each beast, that would be 100 battles. But since the beast master was away, the great sage had to fight 200 battles alone. Isn't that reasonable? Chapter 84. Etienne flew up and arrived at Chihua Mountain. Etienne supported himself on his knees and gasped for breath. He glanced at Qi Ling with some resentment. Qi Ling, when will you grow up enough for me to ride on you? I want to be carried away too. Speaking of this, I can't help but think of Mu Yen. Look at him, how handsome he is when he makes his appearance. He jumped down from the back of the big blue bird, and it was obvious that he was a master. Although Etienne's physical strength has increased greatly after receiving feedback from the beast taming. But running for 2 hours straight was still a bit unbearable. However, we are finally approaching our destination. The Red Mountain was getting closer and closer in sight. If you look at the distance further, the blazing mountain looks like a red stone embedded in the ground. The whole mountain is bare, with only a few heat-resistant plants, which are impossible to find unless you look carefully. Qi Ling flapped its little wings and flew behind Etienne's head. If you want to be carried away, you should have said so earlier. Then, one claw grabbed Etienne's collar and lifted him up. Etienne. A feeling of weightlessness came over him, and he was flying. Although it is a bit indecent, it is indeed no different from riding on the back of a red spirit from the underlying logic. Etienne was speechless. Forget it, let Qi Ling take you on the last journey. It's like running to a dead horse. If I rely on myself, it will probably take at least half an hour. The wind kept blowing across my cheeks. To be honest, the speed is indeed much faster. In less than 5 minutes, the man and the bird arrived at the foot of Chihua Mountain. Hey, look! There were other people at the foot of the mountain and they noticed Etienne was approaching. That man can fly! Puff! A girl looked in the direction her companion pointed and couldn't help laughing. That person's posture is very strange. In theory, only diamond-level bosses can obtain some of the abilities of beast taming. Only then can it fly. But doesn't the secret realm of the Three Kings only allow entry below the gold level? After the people on the ground reacted, they all looked confused. As Etienne got closer, they discovered that, oh, it was the beast man flying. But because Qi Ling is much smaller than Etienne, it is not easy to find him if you don't look carefully. Facing several people's strange looks, Etienne blushed. After landing successfully, those people realized that staring at people was rude, so they withdrew their gazes. There were 3 people in total, 2 men, 1 woman, all of them looked to be in their 20s. One of the men was tall, with a square face, a crew cut, and wore glasses. The other was short and a little hunchbacked. The girl was a little chubby, with baby fat on her face and short curly hair. After just a glance at them, Etienne looked away. The fiery fire mountain is suitable for fire tribute beast taming training, so it is normal to have other beast tamers here. It's time to get down to business. Qi Ling, it's up to you, go ahead. According to the strategy made by Etienne, the temperature on top of Chihua Mountain is extremely high, and the temperature gets higher as you climb higher. It's simply not an environment suitable for human beings. Therefore, Even if one brings a fire-attributed beast to the trial, one has to stand below and watch the beast go up the mountain. Just like the beast masters not far away. Finally, let's clarify the goal of this time. One is to go up the mountain and look for the fire spirit stone, and the other is to improve your skill proficiency. Qi-Ling nodded. Then it flapped its little wings and began to fly up the mountain. It can be clearly seen that there is a light red film between the mountain and the outside air. When Qi-Ling passed through the membrane, he immediately said, "What a comfortable feeling!" What Qi-Ling calls comfort is actually high temperature. When at home, Qi-Ling always uses boiling water to take a bath. High temperature is more suitable for its survival. Etienne was monitoring the data panel. His skills had not started to grow yet, which meant that the concentration of the fire attribute was not enough. Without Etienne's urging, Qi-Ling continued to move forward. Not far away, 3 people were probably bored and started talking about Etienne. "Brother Xing, what level do you think this kid's beast control can reach? If you dare to enter the 3 Kings' secret realm, I guess you can reach the 4th level," the square-faced Wei Xing said. "He looks very young. Even if he is a gold-level beast master, he must have just arrived. It would be great if we could reach the 3rd floor." The temperature of the Chihuahua mountain increases as you go higher. The predecessors divided it into 10 layers according to the height, and each layer is 50 degrees higher than the previous one. The temperature on the 3rd floor has exceeded 150 degrees. Wei Xing looked at the round-faced woman, young Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, can you recognize what kind of beast that little red bird is? I feel like I've never seen one before." Among the 3, young Xiao Xiao is the most knowledgeable one. She passed the assessment 2 years ago and entered their Huahua City's research institute. All 3 of them are from Huahua City. Yang Xiao Xiao shook her head. "I don't know, it might be a mutant of Molter's." He smiled again. "You're both going to guess wrong. That little bird is just a silver-level beast. I guess it will stop at the 2nd level." "Ah? Only silver level?" Both of them were a little surprised, but they didn't question Yang Xiao Xiao. They already knew that Yang Xiao Xiao had a special method to distinguish the level of beast masters. A minute later, Qi-Ling flew to the middle of the mountain. According to the height, he was already at the 5th floor. 3 people from Huahua City. "Brother, you are being a bit disrespectful. It has to be one between the 3 of us, right?" Wei Xing and the hunchback man Fu Bo looked at Yang Xiao Xiao at the same time. "That's roughly what it means." "Are you sure this is a silver-level beast?" All 3 of them are gold-level beast masters, and their beast master levels are all at the peak of the gold level. "They are only on the 5th floor," Yang Xiao Xiao said awkwardly. "My judgment should be correct. After all, it's a mutant beast, so it's normal for it to be a little peculiar." On the other side, Qi-Ling stopped temporarily, and did not continue flying upwards. Etienne cannot be seen from the bottom of the mountain, but if you look down at the entire mountain, you will find many holes. Each hole is a spring, scientifically known as the fire spirit spring. It's a bit inappropriate to call it water. A more accurate description would be a special blood-red liquid. The fire spirit stone that the great sage needs grows at the bottom of the fire spirit spring. In addition, the fire spirit spring also has the effect of accelerating the training of fire-attributed beast taming. The beasts of the 3 beast masters at the foot of the mountain are now soaking in the spring water. There were more than 20 fire spirit springs near the mountainside. Qi-Ling randomly found the nearest one, held his breath, and went in. "How is it? Do you have a fire spirit stone?" Etienne had already shown the appearance of the fire spirit stone to Qi-Ling. Qi-Ling walked around the spring before replying. "No." "Then take the next one." The red spirit kept going in and out, but found nothing. "Hey, little brother over there, are you looking for the fire spirit stone?" Maybe because Yang Xiao Xiao had been amused by Etienne's flying posture, she naturally felt that Etienne was very friendly. He waved and talked to him. Etienne nodded. "Right." Yang Xiao Xiao brought the other 2 closer and smiled. "When we first came here, we also wanted to try our luck. We searched all the springs on the 5th floor, but couldn't find any fire spirit stones.